Lin Feifei looked at Cheng Zhao's face, coldly saying, "Cheng Zi, let's break up." Cheng Zi was stunned for a moment before finally reacting. "Feifei, don't be silly, okay? I'm not being silly with you. Being with you was just to have a long-term meal ticket. I took what I could get. You really think highly of yourself. Ooh, I must have been blind before. Feifei, last time you mentioned you liked the latest Estee Lauder set. I've already bought it for you. Shut up." Lin Feifei's face was full of disgust as she slapped away the exquisite box in Cheng Zhao's hand. "Stop daydreaming about me. I will never waste time with a poor loser like you. I warn you, don't come looking for me again." Watching Lin Feifei walk away, Cheng Zi stood still silently. The end of their relationship after so long did not make him sad, to be honest. He was a rational person, and it wasn't worth it for such a vanity-loving woman. He could only mock himself for the years of foolish devotion. Late at night, amid the colorful lights of a bar, Cheng Zi ordered a bunch of drinks and drank until everything spun around him. The next morning he woke up. The ceiling above wasn't snow white, clearly a hotel room. Cheng Zi shifted, about to get up, but accidentally touched something soft and warm. Turning his head, he widened his eyes suddenly. Next to him lay a woman with delicate features, exquisite skin, long eyelashes, cherry lips. As he stared intently at the woman, she suddenly opened her eyes as well. Instantly, their eyes met. Ah! Soon after, came the woman's frantic scream. Cheng Zi was shocked, instantly becoming sober. "Stop staring. Turn your face away." The woman's face was as red as if it could bleed. Cheng Zi instinctively turned his head to the other side. From a mirror nearby, Cheng Zi clearly saw the woman hurriedly putting on her clothes before finally getting dressed. Seeing her ready, Cheng Zi turned back, but in the middle of the bedsheet, he discovered a spot of red. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. The woman, already too shy to lift her head, became even more so when she saw the red stain. She hurriedly left, as if fleeing for her life. Once Cheng Zi realized what had happened, he smirked. It wasn't that bad. Wasn't Lin Feifei always flirting around when they were together? Did she really think he didn't know all those luxury items were gifts from wealthy guys outside? He just pretended not to know, fooling himself. Breaking up had probably crossed his mind long ago, so trying to keep her was pointless. Time flew by, and a year later, in a certain restaurant, Cheng Zi sat at a window seat, listening to music lazily with half-closed eyes until the waiter brought the dishes. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat when he looked up and saw a girl at the next table, with delicate features, even described as stunningly beautiful. He was so familiar with that face. How could he not be after spending nights with her? Memories instantly flashed back to a year ago. Today was unexpectedly so coincidental. With the scorching gaze, the girl on the opposite table seemed to have noticed it, lifting her head. In an instant, clapped the phone in her hand fell directly on the table. Song Miamian was dumbstruck, taking a while to react. How could it be him? The two made eye contact, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After all, a year had passed, and they met again unexpectedly, in such a way. Cheng Zi stood up and walked over. Out of politeness, he had to greet her. After sitting across from her, he asked, "Long time no see. How have you been this past year?" "Pretty good," Song Miamian said calmly. In reality, her mind was already in chaos, trying to force herself to remain calm. "That's good." At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and they didn't say a word to each other. Song Miamian had been waiting for someone, facing Cheng Zi now. Feeling a bit uneasy, she just wanted to leave quickly. It was too awkward. "Well, I have something at home, so I'll leave first." She got up. As she spoke, she quickly headed out, and Cheng Zi said, "Should I escort you back?" "No, thanks. I'm not a bad person. I won't take you and sell you," Cheng Zi chuckled. After some persuasion, the woman dared to ride on his electric scooter. Soon they arrived at an old residential area. "Thank you for driving me back," Song Miamian said. "Can I come up to your place?" Out of the blue, Song Miamian hesitated a bit. "What's wrong? Is it not convenient?" "It's okay." She nodded. Using her keys to open the door, she said, "Come in. Sorry for the mess." Cheng Zi walked into the living room and paused when he saw a baby crib by the sofa. Was she married? Looking around at the simple setting, it seemed she had married a poor man. He hadn't expected her to get married within a year. He sighed. At this moment, a baby's cry was heard. Song My Amian immediately put down her bag and went to the kitchen to prepare milk. Before leaving the room, she said to Cheng Zi, "There's water and cups on the table. Help yourself." At that moment, Cheng Zi wasn't in the mood for tea. Following the sound, he looked into the bedroom and was stunned to see several babies lying on the bed. He counted them meticulously and found there were 4 in total. 4. My goodness! Song My Amian quickly finished preparing the milk and went to comfort the babies. "Be good, triplets, don't cry. Mommy will get your milk." Were they quadruplets? Cheng Zi was astonished. This woman was truly amazing. Giving birth to 4 children at once. Her husband must be really remarkable. Hearing the children cry, Cheng Zhao's head was spinning, yet he still said, Do you need any help? Can you take care of babies?" Song My Amian asked. "I can't, but I can learn." Although she didn't expect much from him, Song My Amian still nodded. She taught him how to change the baby's diapers. 20 minutes later, he was finally done, sweating and panting from exhaustion. It seems like Song My Amian noticed Cheng Zhao's doubts and said, "I am indeed not married, and I have never thought about finding a father for my child. I am doing fine taking care of him myself." Cheng Zi didn't know what to say. He was already cursing that scumbag in his heart for not caring about his own child. He's such a jerk. Just then, ding! Congratulations, host, for binding to the all-round daddy system. A strange voice suddenly sounded in Cheng Zhao's mind, startling him. What voice? Cheng Zi looked around but couldn't hear where the voice was coming from. Strange. Could it be that he was seeing things due to exhaustion? Host, don't be confused. I exist in your mind. You can't see me. In my mind. Cheng Zi suddenly realized, could it be the legendary system? Before he could speak, the system spoke again. Host, I am All-Round Daddy System 001, specialized in assisting you to become an all-round daddy. As long as you take good care of your baby, you will receive various random rewards. Cheng Zi. My baby. I am not married yet. Where did the baby come from? The system didn't answer, but Cheng Zi felt something was off. Not long after, it seemed like he remembered something, and his eyes widened. Are you saying, that is to say, these are all my children? So, she never found a partner, raising 4 children on her own. It turns out the scumbag he was cursing earlier was actually himself. Indeed, host, their DNA matches yours 99.99%, said the system. As long as you take care of the babies with all your heart, you will receive various rewards. Keep it up. With that, the voice disappeared. Cheng Zi still had some unanswered questions. What exactly were the rewards the system mentioned? He called out several times, but received no response. Cheng Zi muttered to himself, then his gaze returned to the few little ones. Song My Amian was playing with the baby. Indeed, this woman had slimmed down quite a bit compared to last year. Raising 4 children on her own was not easy. Listening to the children's babbling voices, a feeling of blood ties instantly filled Cheng Zhao's heart. These were his children. Cheng Zi asked, "Do you usually take care of the babies on your own?" "Usually my mom helps me take care. I have a job." "What job?" "I am a university teacher." Cheng Zi was shocked. A university teacher? Is it at the nearby university? How did you know? Just then, footsteps were heard in the living room, and a middle-aged woman walked into the bedroom. She immediately noticed Cheng Zi and asked in surprise, "My Amian, who is this?" "Mom, he is a friend of mine who came to see the children." Hearing this, Song's mom became quite angry. Just a friend can do so much. That deadbeat dad of the children is nowhere to be found. It's so infuriating. Her words embarrassed Song My Amian to no end, and she hurriedly said, "Mom, what are you talking about? The guest is still here." Sighing, Song's mom said, "Are you being foolish?" Ah. At this moment, Cheng Zi felt uncomfortable. Did this woman want to shoulder everything alone? Supporting 4 children with just her abilities? Knowing the children were his, she remained silent. "Step out for a moment, I have something to tell you." After finding a reason to go to the living room, Cheng Zi went straight to the point. "Are you still trying to hide it from me?" Song My Amian widened her eyes. "How did you know?" Upon hearing this, Song My Amian's eyes immediately welled up. "They are yours, so what? You better not care about this. I can manage by myself." "Don't care. I am the children's father, and it's my responsibility to care for them, Cheng Zi stated. Looking at him, Song Mai-Amian forced a smile. How can you support them? Do you have the financial means? Cheng Zi was taken aback. Indeed, he didn't have money. Moreover, it was for children, not just one, and the future educational expenses would be significant. Seeing his reaction, she thought he would definitely back down. After all, what she said was reality. Many men would do the same. Who would want to carry such a burden without reason? But unexpectedly, Cheng Zhao's words left her stunned. Do I look like an irresponsible man to you? If I say I will take responsibility, then I will, even if I have to carry cement. Why are you so stubborn? His words were quite domineering. Song Mai-Amian looked at him, gradually changing her impression of him and even feeling touched. Most men would have given up long ago. I have some savings on me now, and I can support them for a while, Cheng Zi said upon seeing her worried expression. It was the money he saved from his delivery job, which he had been reluctant to spend. Now, it was proving useful. For children, can you really handle it? If you regret it now, there's still time. I won't force you, Song Mai-Amian said, feeling a moment of panic seeing his silence. Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary. Are you working now? She asked. I am in my final year of university. You are still a student. If he was a student, then he definitely wouldn't have the financial means to support the children. Yes, after this, I will move out of the dorms and come here to take care of the babies. You are about to graduate. What about your studies? Don't worry, I have completed many courses in advance, so it won't be a problem. I can always take a leave of absence if needed. The conversation between the two was clear to Song's mom, and she was a bit confused. What was going on? Was this young man really the father of the children? A student at that. This auntie, I am the father of the children, Cheng Zi said directly to Song's mom. He thought Song's mom would scold him severely. After all, Song Mai-Amian had carried the children for 10 months, and he had disappeared without a trace, which was unforgivable. But to his surprise, seeing your sincere attitude, I won't say anything about you. Mrs. Song sighed. Later, I will teach you how to feed babies and change their diapers. Cheng Zhao's gaze shifted, and he saw the babies lying there, making cute noises. For the first time, he felt the wonder of life. At that moment, the system voice rang in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of changing the baby's diaper, rewarded with 50,000 yuan in full. Cheng Zi was shocked. This was the reward for just changing the diaper? He checked his phone and received a message confirming that indeed it was a whole 50,000 yuan. He thought it was just a joke, but it turned out to be real, and the money was truly a godsend. After Mrs. Song's guidance, Cheng Zi learned about the intricacies of preparing baby formula, such as the water temperature needing to be around 40 degrees Celsius to prevent loss of nutrients and scalding the baby. While teaching, Mrs. Song was also introducing the eldest, Da Bao, eats the most and is the easiest to care for. The most difficult is the second child, a crybaby, but it's normal for girls. Unfortunately, our Sibao has been kept in an incubator since birth. She was just brought back from the hospital these past few days and is only fed breast milk. After some explanation, the children soon became hungry again, starting to whimper. Cheng Zi hurried to prepare the formula. After preparing the formula, Cheng Zi was about to place it on the table when he received another prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of preparing formula, rewarded with the divine level formula appraisal skill. For each can of formula appraised, earn 1 RMB. This was good. Not only could he verify the authenticity of the formula, but also earn cash rewards. Looking at the formula purchased by Song Mai-Amian earlier, the data appeared before Cheng Zi like a projector. Looking at these formulations, Cheng Zi suddenly felt uncomfortable. These formulas were mostly imported and very expensive, but their quality was unquestionable. As a mother, she was willing to endure hardships herself rather than compromise on her children. By this time, the children had started waking up one by one, and the freshly prepared formula came in handy. Babies, wake up and drink milk. Mrs. Song immediately picked up one of the babies and said to Cheng Zi, this is the crying second child, a girl. What about the others? Da Bao, San Bao are boys, and A Bao, Si Bao are girls, Song Mai-Amian said. Cheng Zi picked up one of the children and Song Miamian said, "He is Da Bao." Seeing his careful movements, Song Miamian smiled and said, "It's okay. Support the back of his head with your arm. Place the bottle near his mouth, and the baby will know what to do." After successfully feeding the babies, Cheng Zi breathed out a sigh of relief. It was really exhausting. But all this hardship was worth it for the children. After feeding the three, the remaining Sibao was still lying in the crib, looking at the ceiling with her little eyes and sucking on her hand. Obviously, Song Miamian looked at Sibao with a tender gaze. "Sibao has always been very weak, only caught a cold once. I have been taking care of her more meticulously than the other babies. Can I hold her?" Cheng Zi asked. His request made Song Miamian's face show a hint of dismay. Since returning from the hospital, Sibao has only wanted Miamian to hold her. Anyone else makes her cry. Even I, her grandmother, cannot do it. As expected, when the child cried, Mrs. Song went over, and the crying escalated. Once Song Miamian held her, Sibao immediately stopped crying and smiled cutely. This scene surprised Song Miamian and the others. Mrs. Song said somewhat sourly, "This child really likes you. Even I, her grandmother, was rejected, but she gives you face the first time she meets you. Maybe blood is thicker than water." Feeling a sense of accomplishment and a bit of sadness, Cheng Zi couldn't help but reflect on his past as an orphan, enduring bullying and being looked down upon. Song Miamian was moved to tears, realizing that children indeed needed their father's presence. Perhaps Cheng Zi could be a good father after all. "Have they been named yet?" Song Miamian hesitated for a moment, feeling embarrassed. "Not yet. As the children grow day by day, they cannot remain nameless. How about naming them with a blend of elegance and excellence and including the word Jia in the middle? For boys, Jiajun or Jiai, and for girls, Jiafei or Jiafan. What do you think? If you think it's good, then it's good." After saying that, Song Miamian's face turned as red as an apple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for naming the babies, rewarded with 50,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding the babies for the first time, rewarded with 50,000 cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of holding the babies and receiving for smart baby carriages already delivered to the express station downstairs. Baby carriages? They could be used as rewards too. Why not just buy a few instead? Money would be more practical. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. With a deposit of 100,000 now, he felt more confident. Song Miamian was beginning to acknowledge Cheng Zi. From his various actions, this man was indeed decent. He can provide whatever is needed. Seeing that it was getting late, Cheng Zi looked at Song Miamian and suggested, "Let's go out, buy something, and consider it as a welcoming gift for the children." Song Miamian was skeptical. "Do you really have money?" Cheng Zi was just a student. How much money could he have? "Don't worry, I won't speak boastfully. Let's go." Only then did Song Miamian catch up with his pace. Indeed, the baby formula had run out, and the stored supply was only enough for 2 days. "Aunties, hello," greeted Song Miamian politely. One of them asked, "Oh, Miamian, is this your boyfriend?" Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed, and before she could respond, another voice chimed in. So intimate, no need to say, it must be. Shortly after, a few people huddled together whispering, "Did you hear? Teachers nowadays have quite messy personal lives." Exactly, if it were my daughter, I would have kicked her out long ago, so embarrassing. Looks like someone stepped up to the plate. They then pulled Cheng Zi to the side and whispered, "Are you pursuing Miamian? Young man, listen to the aunties, she has a very messy personal life, doesn't even know who fathered her children, you need to be careful. Ladies, is it really appropriate to gossip about others behind their backs? Especially in front of me, a father," Cheng Zi said with a faint cold smile, accustomed to the residents of the building, who like to wag their tongues. "You're the children's father." The women couldn't believe it. Cheng Zi ignored them and took Song Miamian's hand, hailing a cab on the side of the road. Before long, the two stood in front of a large baby formula shop. Seeing Song Miamian looking glum, Cheng Zi comforted her. "Don't mind them, it won't happen again in the future." Song Miamian quickly changed the subject. "It's not about what just happened. The things here are much pricier than outside, and for the baby, we must get the best. Plus, isn't your husband also here?" The mention of husband made Song Miamian blush once again. After some persuasion from Chang Zi, they successfully entered the baby formula shop. Song Miamian immediately noticed the same imported baby formula the kids at home drank, frowning at the price. It was 100 yuan more expensive than outside. Chang Zi approached, holding her hand directly, startling her. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but he held it firmly. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Let them see. Just say you're my wife." This, Chang Zi led her to the baby formula section. "What's this about? You're my wife. Who would dare say anything?" Song Miamian blushed bright red like a ripe apple, murmuring, "Who said I'm your wife?" They didn't discuss the matter further and began looking at baby formula. Chang Zi noticed the same brand the kids drank, priced at 768 yuan. According to Song Miamian, it was 100 yuan cheaper outside. Over 600 wasn't cheap either, considering they had for kids. Various brands of baby formula lined the shelves with different price ranges. "How long does a can of formula last for the kids?" Chang Zi asked. "Probably over a day," Song Miamian replied after some thought. Chang Zi was taken aback. 668 for a day. It would be a heavy burden for an ordinary family over time. Song Miamian probably lived in that kind of building because she spent all her money on the kids, especially with 3 boys who eat a lot. Chang Zi instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Song Miamian had wanted to grab a few cans of the same formula, but noticed Chang Zhao's strange expression, deciding to put them back. Chang Zi stopped her. "Why put them back? If it's for the kids, it must be the best." With that, he picked up several cans, filling the cart. After finishing shopping and heading to the checkout, Chang Zi remembered he had a god-level baby formula identification skill rewarded by the system. It was the perfect opportunity to test it out. He first tested the formula he selected, checking for any issues. Unexpectedly, the formula was mostly adulterated, not worth the high price of 768 yuan. Drinking it for a long time would severely affect the children's development. Chang Zi was outraged that such a big store sold problematic baby formula. It was truly infuriating. Glancing at the other shelves, they were mostly problematic brands. Just then, a couple walked by with a salesperson being introduced to a brand of formula called Fihabai, a domestic brand priced at over 300. As a father, how could Chang Zi just stand by? If they bought that, big problems would surely arise. He let go of the shopping cart and approached the couple, saying, "Excuse me, folks, don't buy this formula. It's all fake and problematic." Chang Zhao's inexplicable statement quickly irked the salesperson. "Sir, you can't just say whatever you want. All our formulas are from legitimate big brands. How could they be fake?" "That's right. Our children have been drinking this formula with no issues. Besides, do you have proof to show these allegations are false?" The man in the couple scoffed. At this point, Song Miamian walked over, slightly frowning, and asked Chang Zi, "How can you be sure they're all fake?" The store had been operating well and had a good reputation as a chain. Nothing fishy had ever happened. "I have my ways. Do you trust me?" Song Miamian nodded, "Yes." With that, Chang Zi took out his phone and told the salesperson, "Get your store manager. I want to speak with them." Children's matters couldn't be taken lightly. The salesperson's face turned sour. "Sir, I advise you not to cause trouble. Fabricating such claims can lead to legal consequences." "Legal consequences? If I'm causing trouble, I'll take responsibility for it. But what about your store manager?" As the situation started to escalate, a woman's voice interrupted, "Sir, I am the store manager and also the supervisor here. What seems to be the issue?" Appearing from a distance was a woman in her 30s dressed professionally, exuding a powerful aura. Chang Zi remained composed. "Your formula has issues, and I simply wanted to lodge a complaint." "Issues? Are you sure? Making baseless claims like this could affect our sales, and as an adult, you're aware of the consequences." The manager's face turned chilling. Chang Zi stated, "I am sure. As for evidence, check and you'll find out. If I'm lying, I'm ready to face the consequences, even if it means lawsuits or imprisonment." "How do you intend to check? Bringing in an appraiser for your petty accusations?" "I don't need an appraiser. I can do it myself." People around them looked disdainful. Yes, nobody wants their children to have any problems. Children are the hope of the future. Even the store manager was moved. She has 2 children of her own, so she could empathize. Upon careful consideration, she realized there was no need for baseless accusations in public. "All right, how do you want to check? I will do my best to cooperate. If everything is fine, don't blame me," he said. "All right," she replied. Cheng Zi brought 2 cans of powdered milk from the counter, 1 genuine, 1 fake. "Could you give us 2 cups? Pour some warm water in them," Cheng Zi requested the store manager. The store manager nodded and signaled to a staff member. The staff member immediately said, "Manager, he's just causing trouble for no reason. You, just do as you're told. Where did all this unnecessary talk come from? Do you not want to work here anymore?" The manager coldly interrupted. The staff member reluctantly brought cups filled with water. Cheng Zi placed the cups on the table and began the test. 1 cup held real powdered milk, the other fake. They waited for them to dissolve. 1 cup slowly and naturally melted, with the milk powder floating on the surface then sinking, turning milky white in the end. The other cup, when the milk powder was poured in, seemed granular and quickly sank before eventually dissolving. He then poured each into disposable plastic cups and handed them to the store manager. "Taste them for yourself. Real powdered milk only has a milky aroma, no sweetness if sugar isn't added. Fake ones will have a strange sweet taste, covered up by artificial flavoring. You should be able to tell the difference." After hesitating, the store manager sampled both cups. Everyone watched nervously, the air around them quieting. From plain to disbelief, the store manager's expression changed. Indeed, the taste was slightly different, just as Cheng Zi had described. Seeing the store manager's expression, Cheng Zi knew she had discerned it. "I was right, wasn't I? If you still doubt, you can ask the authentication agency to come directly," Cheng Zi shrugged. "Authentication agency? Are they people you can just call upon whenever you want? Do you even know who you are talking to?" Someone nearby retorted. No one believed it was fake powdered milk, especially when this store had been trusted by so many for years. They found it hard to believe they had bought fake goods. These were merely a batch of subpar fake goods. Observant individuals can easily detect them. "I know you have trust in this powdered milk store, and don't believe my words." A beautiful female teacher wouldn't go unnoticed. It was a bit of fun to know, but keeping it to himself to tease her. Despite the rumors of her cold demeanor at school, she had a different side at home. Song Miamian was embarrassed as she didn't expect them to be from the same university. More awkwardly, one as a teacher, the other a student, and they were in a relationship with a child. "Everything is fine," Song Miamian managed to force a smile. Patting her head gently, Cheng Zi said, "All right, let's head back quickly. The child is probably awake by now." He still had deliveries to handle, which included 4 automated baby carriages. Amid Song Miamian's surprised gaze, he picked up the carriages before they headed back home. Song Miamian asked at this time, "When did you buy the baby stroller? Why didn't I know about it?" "I just bought it today. What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just thought this stroller was quite expensive. You must have spent a lot of money on it, right?" "Not too much. It's worth it for the kids." Cheng Zi smiled. "You go rest for a while. I need to handle something." Song Miamian was indeed a bit tired, nodded, and quickly went to wash up and sleep. Taking advantage of the children sleeping, Cheng Zi took a taxi to the university dormitory. He was preparing to move all their daily necessities and clothes to the residential area to make it more convenient to take care of the children. Roommate Wang Jing was careless. "Bro, you missed out. You didn't see the new teacher Song. She's really beautiful. Many boys in the class want to pursue her. You didn't see her. Such a pity." Cheng Zi was packing while saying, "What's the big deal? Go tell those kids at school that teacher Song already has children, so they shouldn't think about it anymore." Thinking about the group of people at the school who were eyeing his wife, Cheng Zi was especially annoyed. "Huh? You haven't even met teacher Song. How do you know she has children?" Wang Jing was dumbfounded. "The school forum. Have I not seen the photos? Is it true? Is she really married and has children? Bullseye. Teacher Song is so young and beautiful, with such a good figure. She doesn't look like she has had children. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. How could it be?" Seeing his expression, Cheng Zi smiled. "All right, why can't you believe it? Okay, I'm leaving." "Are you really moving out?" Wang Jing asked. "What else? Once you move out, who will play games with me?" "Bro, you are too heartless. Okay, I'll treat you to a hot pot meal when you leave, okay? Cheng Zi rolled his eyes helplessly, then took his luggage and left the dormitory. Returning home, the cries of the babies echoed one after another. Cheng Zi knew it was time to feed them and change their diapers again. Song Miamian, who had just rested, became busy again. Little treasure, don't cry. Mom will change your diaper now. Big treasure, Mom will feed you milk later. At that moment, Song's mother was not at home, so Song Miamian was busy with everything. Cheng Zi hurried over to help change diapers while Song Miamian went to prepare formula milk. Good boy, baby, daddy's here, let me change your diaper. Whether baby understood or not, he quickly stopped crying, looking at him with big eyes, as if there were stars in them. Indeed, a child's eyes are the purest. Cheng Zi put on a new diaper. Soon, the formula milk was ready, and Cheng Zi quickly fed the children, coaxing them as he fed. Big Treasure ate the most, his eyes narrowing with joy as soon as his mouth touched the bottle. So adorable. Cheng Zhao's heart melted as he watched, realizing that his own children brought him joy. He used to dislike children crying, finding it annoying, but now his perspective had completely changed. Children are truly the most lovable beings in this world. Watching the little ones enjoying their meal, Cheng Zi and Song Miamian exchanged a glance and saw warmth in each other's eyes. After finishing the milk, Cheng Zi placed the children on the bed, then played with their little feet, saying softly, "Babies, look at how Mom lost weight to take care of you. You must respect her well when you grow up." What are you saying? They are so young. How would they understand that? Song Miamian blushed and scolded him. Cheng Zi proudly said, "Who says they don't understand? Look at Big Treasure and Little Treasure. They've been staring at you the whole time." The children lay in a row, each resembling delicate porcelain dolls with fair and tender skin. Cheng Zi couldn't help but pinch here and there. He still felt somewhat unreal. One moment he was a clueless college student, the next moment he was a father. No one would believe it if he said it out loud. Song Miamian stood aside, watching this heartwarming scene, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Indeed, children still need a father. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knocking at the door. After opening it, it was a staff member from the milk powder store delivering the milk powder. Looking at the several boxes of milk powder being brought in, Song Miamian frowned and said, "Did you make a mistake? We didn't buy this much. This was instructed by our manager as a thank you to Mr. Cheng. The goods have been delivered, so we'll leave now." After saying that, they left. Cheng Zi counted and noticed they had received 12 extra cans, which equaled a box. Since they were already delivered, there was no reason to refuse. After storing the milk powder, Cheng Zi began to unpack the 4 smart baby strollers given by the system. He was curious to see how intelligent they really were. Without the need for installation, the strollers were folded up and exceptionally light to hold. With a light pull, they unfolded. From the outside, they looked quite ordinary, similar to those in the shops, but when Cheng Zi accidentally pressed a button, he heard a ding in his mind. Smart baby stroller activated? What the heck? Cheng Zi thought he was hearing things, and then a bunch of information appeared in his mind. Smart baby stroller. As the name suggests, it is an intelligent baby stroller equipped with high-tech features that can be upgraded along with Dad. Primary. Plays nursery rhymes, remote control, helps soothe the child. Anything a person can do, the stroller can do too, proving its worth in crucial moments. Intermediate. Can transform into different forms, like a small yacht that can sail across rivers, a car that can speed on the roads, or a superhero with combat capabilities, and can even prevent child abductions. Advanced. Saves children in times of crisis, even resisting earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters. Cheng Zi frowned. Was it really that amazing? Host, please do not doubt my abilities. What do you mean by upgrading along with me? System. After waiting for a while with no response, Cheng Zi snorted. It's nothing. Unable to get an answer, he had to figure it out himself. Opening his profile page, he quickly understood that his current rank was 1, and the maximum level was 10. In other words, to upgrade the stroller to the advanced level, he had to reach level 10. The requirement seemed quite high. Cheng Zi, what's wrong with you? Seeing him lost in thought, Song Miamian asked in confusion. All right. Whatever my wife says goes. At this moment, Mrs. Song peeked out from another room, seeming to have just woken up. Seeing the two of them, she asked, "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? You have to work tomorrow." "I know, Mom. I'll sleep now," Song Mai Anmian replied. "Zi Cheng, are you staying overnight here tonight?" Mrs. Song looked at Cheng Zi and asked. "Yes, Auntie. I'm planning to move in here with my Anmian to take care of the babies," Cheng Zi smiled. Since they already had children together, it didn't seem strange for them to be living together here. Mrs. Song sighed. "I am relieved that you are willing to take on this responsibility at such a young age. I can entrust my Anmian to you, and I can also rest assured." "Mom, what are you saying?" Song Mai Anmian said, somewhat embarrassed. "You already have children together, so why be shy? All right, go to bed quickly." After saying that, Mrs. Song closed the door, leaving Cheng Zi with Song Mai Anmian. "Where are you sleeping?" "The babies are in this room, so of course I'm sleeping here," Song Mai Anmian replied impatiently. "Then what should I do?" "Where you sleep is your own business," Song Mai Anmian retorted coldly. "Let's share a bed so it's convenient to take care of the baby at night." "No way," Song Mai Anmian rejected outright. "Why? Are you afraid I'll do something to you at night?" "Don't worry. I'm a gentleman. I won't take advantage of you," Cheng Zi said with a grin. This remark seemed to remind Song Mai Anmian of something from a year ago, causing her face to flush instantly. This guy is really annoying. He knows she's thin-skinned but keeps teasing her. Humph. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I'm going to take a shower. 10 minutes later, as he emerged from the bath, Song Mai Anmian was stunned. With wet hair, a handsome face, sharp features. Especially the way he towel-dried his hair made Song Mai Anmian's heart race inexplicably. "Wife, your husband doesn't look too bad, right?" Cheng Zi approached, pinching Song Mai Anmian's blushing face that reddened once again. His slightly curled lips were quite charming. Song Mai Anmian realized the situation and hurried back to the room, where the babies were still awake. They were lying on the bed, making cute sounds, their innocent voices filled with joy. She calmed them down one by one. They were over 2 months old now and seemed to understand her struggles as a mother. They blinked their little eyes and occasionally smiled, melting anyone's heart. Especially when Song Mai Anmian played with them, they would quiet down, kicking their little legs and sometimes sucking on their tiny hands as if they were coated with honey. Watching this heartwarming scene illuminated by the light felt like a painting. Song Mai Anmian was already beautiful and elegant, resembling a woman from a painting. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, seeing the children's innocent faces made her believe that everything she was doing was worth it. "You have classes tomorrow, right? Rest early," Song Mai Anmian said, turning back. Cheng Zi nodded, then went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk for Song Mai Anmian. By the time he returned with it, she had already fallen asleep with the babies. Seeing her tired face, he couldn't bear to wake her up. She had carried the baby for 10 months, while he was absent, only finding out about the child today. Cheng Zi quietly lay down beside her and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, cries of the children were heard. It seemed to be the second and third babies. Cheng Zi quickly got up to change their diapers and prepare milk. Song Mai Anmian was still asleep, apparently too exhausted, so he didn't have the heart to wake her up. Finally, after everything was settled and he had slept for a while, dawn broke quickly. Early in the morning, he had to feed the babies. After preparing milk several times, Cheng Zi began to feel more adept at it, with no issues. "You have classes at 9, right? Get ready to go to school," Song Mai Anmian reminded him. "I know, I'll go right now," he responded, but in reality, he didn't move at all, still playing with the big baby's little feet. Song Mai Anmian chuckled and scolded, "You are something else, hurry up." Cheng Zi packed his things and left reluctantly. At the school dormitory, "Bro, you didn't lie to me yesterday, right? Did Teacher Song really have children? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Wang Jing still couldn't believe it and asked again. Cheng Zi rolled his eyes at him. "Why would I lie to you? Tell them to stop having ideas about Teacher Song, or her husband might beat them up. No matter how attractive she is, she belongs to him now, and they also have a child together. Those troublemakers can dream on." "Oh, okay. It's just that many people's hearts will be broken." Wang Jing seemed regretful, then seemed to remember something, and took out a letter from his pocket, handing it over. "This is a love letter from the neighboring foreign language department that Wang Yue asked me to give you. Kid, you are still lucky in love after the breakup. Wang Jing looked at him with envy. Cheng Zi casually replied, take it, I don't need it. Why are you holding on to something after breaking up? It means that Lin Fei isn't right for you. It's fine to part amicably. You still need to find a girlfriend. It's been a year. Why are you so persistent? Cheng Zi furrowed his brow. Why do you talk so much? Just take it if you want it. With that said, he turned and left. How could I take it? I wish it was meant for me. Wang Jing muttered. Cheng Zi was on his way to class when he saw someone familiar, Lin Fei, standing next to her current boyfriend. Cheng Zi hadn't expected his luck to be so bad as to run into this woman. He acted as if he hadn't seen her and intended to walk past her directly. Lin Fei didn't expect them to say that. He surprisingly wasn't angry and instead retorted, who are you calling a dog? I wasn't talking about you guys. What's the fuss about? I said blocking the way is like a dog. Don't get offended for no reason. You. Cheng Zi couldn't be bothered wasting more time arguing with them, so he headed towards the classroom as class was about to start. Today, he only had two classes because he was close to graduating. There weren't many courses left in his final year, and his thesis was already completed, so he didn't have much on his plate. He decided to temporarily quit his job as a courier to focus on taking care of the babies. Not only did he have classes today, but Song Miamian did too, in the afternoon. Just as he entered the classroom, before even warming his seat, he heard his classmates behind him gossiping. Hey, have you heard? The new teacher Song is said to be married with kids. Is it true? Why don't we know about it? Yeah, she has such a great figure, like a goddess. It doesn't seem believable that she's married. Many doubted. It's true, someone saw it with their own eyes. I don't believe it, it's definitely a rumor. Many preferred to believe it was a rumor rather than believe that Song Miamian was really married with kids. At that moment, Wang Jing sat next to him and patted his shoulder. Bro, this was because of what you made me say. It's spreading all over the school now. Let it spread. Let them know that Teacher Song has a husband. It's not something they can imagine. Hey, not to criticize, but why are you so concerned about Teacher Song's affairs? We don't see you like this usually. Wang Jing looked puzzled at Cheng Zi. You don't need to worry about that. Okay, the teacher is here. Time for class. The 2 morning classes ended, and there wasn't much going on at the school. Cheng Zi was ready to head back to his community. He couldn't wait to see the babies, and as he reached the school gate, a soft female voice sounded behind him. Senior Cheng, please wait a moment. Cheng Zi turned around to see a girl with a sweet face, who he recognized as Wang Yue from the foreign language department, the one who had given him a love letter. What's up? Cheng Zi asked. Wang Yu's face blushed slightly, hesitated for a few minutes, then mustered the courage to ask, Senior Cheng, I like you. Have you read my letter? I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Cheng Zi responded coldly. What? Didn't Wang Jing say you were single? He doesn't know the situation. Oh, I see. Disappointment showed in Wang Yu's eyes. She had liked Cheng Zi for a long time, and only today had she gathered the courage to ask, but she didn't expect him to already have a girlfriend. She felt like she was a step late. However, Senior Cheng, your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? Is she from our school? Can I meet her? Wang Yue still felt somewhat unwilling and wanted to see what Cheng Zhao's girlfriend was like and where she lacked. Cheng Zi was getting impatient. Such inquisitiveness was off-putting. Wasn't it natural for a rejected person to need some adjustment time? Was this change in attitude too quick? Something seemed off. Yes, she is very beautiful and excellent, but she is not from our school. She has her own job, so it might not be convenient for you two to meet. Being rejected, Wang Yue felt somewhat speechless and didn't know what to say, so she awkwardly smiled. I see. It's a pity. If she was from our school, maybe I could have become good friends with her. Cheng Zi frowned. Why do you have to know my girlfriend? I was just asking. Senior Cheng, I spoke abruptly today. Please don't take offense. Wang Yu's eyes were slightly red, appearing innocent, as if Cheng Zi had greatly wronged her. Cheng Zi was speechless. This was truly a drama queen in green tea. What had he done wrong? Their conversation was overheard by Song Miamian, who had just arrived at the school. Observing Cheng Zhao's back, a sense of inexplicable joy surged in her heart, warming her. I didn't say much. You're only in your second year. Focus on your studies. Don't waste time on love affairs. It's not conducive to progress. Isn't that right, Teacher Song? Changzi had spotted Song Miamian a while back, but hadn't revealed it. Song Miamian was taken aback, not expecting him to have noticed her. She walked over in embarrassment, nodded in agreement, and said, "Exactly, Wang Yue, you're young. Your focus should be on studying, not on love affairs. I have high hopes for you." The teacher's words carried authority. Wang Yue pursed her lips, feeling a bit sulky. "I got it, Teacher Song. You to talk. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll leave first." Before leaving, Changzi glanced at Song Miamian, winked with a smile, causing her to blush again. Once home, as soon as Changzi opened the door, he heard the lively sounds of the children. He went to see that Song Mom was wiping their bodies. "Little Erbao, stay still. Grandma will change your clothes soon." As it was already autumn with colder weather, it wasn't convenient for the kids to have a bath at home and easy to catch a cold, so they had to use wet towels to carefully wipe them. When it was time for a proper bath, they would go to the baby store, where neighbors helped with the assistance. "Auntie, let me do it." Changzi hurried over to help. Song Mom didn't expect Changzi to return so soon and casually asked, "Have you changed the baby's clothes before?" Congratulations to the host for completing the baby's first time dressing up. Reward of 50,000 yuan in total. Changzi looked at his account, which had over 150,000. Now, he really didn't have to worry about funding anymore. He could afford it. The babies could eat without any worries in the future. At this moment, Song's mother couldn't help but smile and felt a bit emotional, saying, "Taking care of children is quite a skill, even simple tasks like changing clothes. Do you know how hard we've been working? Especially during pregnancy, carrying a big belly, unable to even get out of bed in the late stage. Luckily, some of the babies are obedient, making their mothers worrying less. You, on the other hand, should treat our Mian well in the future." Changzi felt uncomfortable hearing his mother-in-law's words. Changzi, how much suffering have you caused this woman? The child has just been breastfed. I'll go wash the bottle now, said Song's mother before heading to the kitchen. Changzi looked at the few little ones, and his gaze gradually softened. Seeing their father, the little ones seemed to understand and blinked their eyes happily, wiggling their feet and seeming very pleased. Changzi carefully picked up the four little treasures, cradling her small head with his hand. The child's body was so delicate, if it weren't for Song Mian teaching him the method beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to hold the child, fearing he might hurt them. Although he had become much more proficient this time, he still felt uncertain and handled them carefully. Soon, the four treasures fell asleep in his arms, and looking at their peaceful little faces, he could faintly see their mother's features, especially in their small mouths and noses. Song's mother watched from the side and sighed. He is indeed a good man. Perhaps it wasn't intentional before, but it's good this way. Mian can relax a lot now. As the children fell asleep, Changzi gently tapped on their backs, and after making sure they were deeply asleep, he carefully placed them in the crib. He never thought he had this much patience. The eldest and second child were very obedient, sucking their fingers and falling asleep. The third child seemed lost in thought, swinging his little legs, sucking his hand from time to time, but didn't cry. Song's mother then entered and sighed. The eldest and third child, maybe because they are boys, are the most reassuring. Sometimes when they are hungry, and you can't feed them immediately, they don't cry loudly. They just suck their fingers by themselves, quite obedient. The second and fourth child, being girls, tend to cry more. We need to feed them first. After they have eaten, then we can attend to the eldest and third child. Changzi listened attentively to his mother-in-law's explanation, understanding each child's personality from her words. Soon, Song Mian returned from work. Seeing her mother imparting parenting knowledge to Changzi with a gentle smile on his face, she couldn't help but feel touched. Especially seeing Cheng Zhao's serious listening expression, he looked quite handsome. Looking at the peacefully sleeping children, so lovely and adorable, instantly swept away all the day's fatigue. Even if he was tired, everything was worthwhile for the children. Mian, you're back. I'll go cook. Changzi stood up and said, Auntie, let me handle the cooking from now on, so you and Mom can rest. Unexpectedly, Song Mian's expression was strange. You can cook. After all, how many college students can cook nowadays? Of course. Your husband's culinary skills are pretty good. Song Mian blushed instantly, tugged at his sleeve, and reminded, my mom is here. What are you saying? What's the matter? You are already my wife. Seeing the interaction between them, Song's mother chuckled quietly, leaving the room silently to give the couple some space, not wanting to be a third wheel. Time was getting late, and Cheng Zi went to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Smelling the delicious aroma, Song Mian couldn't help but swallow, her stomach growling. Are you hungry? Quickly wash your hands and let's eat. Later, we'll take the babies for a walk in the park. Song Mian's expression was doubtful. How can we go out with 4 babies? Don't worry, I have a plan. During the meal, Song Mian ate to full bowls, actually still wanting more since breastfeeding mothers easily get hungry and need to eat more. However, she felt a bit embarrassed in front of Cheng Zi, so reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Cheng Zi noticed her slightly bulging belly and couldn't help but smile silently. After the meal, Cheng Zi prepared to take the babies for a walk. The weather was perfect and it was lively outside. Children also needed to explore the world and boost their courage. They couldn't stay indoors just because there were several of them. Fortunately, the residential area had an elevator installed by the conscientious property management, as it wasn't easy to wheel several baby carriages downstairs. It was the first time the children went out for a walk, and they looked bewildered, gazing outside through the stroller's mesh. Watching the 4 strollers, Song Mian was puzzled about how to push them all. Cheng Zi smiled mysteriously, took out a small remote control from his pocket, and with a light push, the stroller's wheels started moving on their own, maintaining a comfortable walking pace. This way, they could free up their hands and simply watch over them. Song Mian was filled with amazement at this extraordinary scene. She had never seen such a remote-controlled stroller, probably because they were not well off and her exposure was limited. She felt increasingly certain that Cheng Zi must have spent quite a bit on the stroller. Lost in thought, she began to think about getting a loan. Nowadays, many young people, especially students, can't help but take out loans for immediate consumption. Cheng Zi caught onto her thoughts and paused, asking, "What's wrong? You must tell me honestly. How much did the stroller cost? Did you take out a loan for that? Even for the children, I don't want you to borrow and ruin yourself." Her eyes were red with worrying. Cheng Zi understood what she meant at a glance. Did she suspect he had taken out a high-interest loan? He sighed and replied, "Honey, didn't I tell you already? The money is from my savings through work, not a high-interest loan. Quick, look at those baby strollers. Are they remote-controlled? What a cool feeling. First time seeing them. TCH, you seem inexperienced. In reality, they are quite common outside. What's so special?" Someone scoffed. Another person said, "Common. Show me one then. I've seen remote-controlled planes and cars, but I've never seen a baby stroller." Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean others haven't. Lack of knowledge is just that. A few gossiping women started to argue. In the park. At this time, there were quite a few people, mostly elderly people and mothers taking their children out for a walk and play after lunch. For strollers were very eye-catching, and many people here almost all knew Song Mian. After all, giving birth to 4 children at once made her quite famous in the neighborhood. In essence, it was just a bunch of nosy people gossiping behind her back. They were saying her private life was a mess, and no one knew whose children they were. There were even more malicious rumors. Some even said it to Song Mian's face, telling her to find another partner. After all, she was pretty and wouldn't have trouble finding one. Some went even further in their introductions, introducing her to some trashy people. Listening to her talk, Cheng Zi was quite indignant. These people really couldn't stand seeing others doing well. "Oh, Mian, taking the children out for a walk." At that moment, a voice rang out. Song Mian looked up at the middle-aged woman approaching, smiling. "Yes, Aunt Liu. Are you as well? I came downstairs to buy something, just happened to sit in the park." Aunt Liu sighed, then looked over to where Cheng Zi was watching the children and asked, "Who's this young man?" Song Mian felt a bit awkward, not sure how to answer that question, especially in front of everyone. "Auntie, I'm her husband, just call me Xiao Cheng." Aunt Liu was surprised to hear this, knowing that many people had been introduced to Song Mian before, and she had rejected most of them, quick to find someone on her own. Yesterday, when she heard those people talking about it, She didn't believe it, but now seeing it, it seemed to be true. He's quite a spirited young man, after all. But raising for children at such a young age, can they afford it? Every month, formula, milk, and diapers are a huge expense. If they're not his children, and he's not wealthy, she wouldn't recommend Chang Zi taking on this responsibility. It will be tiresome in the future. Xiao Cheng, you're the boyfriend my Amian found, right? My Amian has it hard taking care of the children alone. Finding someone to share the burden would be good, so it's not too exhausting. The statement made Chang Zi furrow his brows immediately. What does sharing the burden mean? Auntie, these are mine and my Amian's children. I had some matters during her pregnancy and wasn't around, but now I'm back, Chang Zi explained. Aunt Liu realized her mistake and quickly said, I'm getting old, my mouth has no filter. I didn't mean it that way, my Amian. Please don't mind, I didn't mean it like that. It's okay, Aunt Liu, no blame on you. In the stroller, the babies gazed at the sky with innocent eyes, looking at it quite seriously, with an adorable and cute appearance that was simply heartwarming. Aunt Liu couldn't help but feel her heart melt as she looked at the children. She had only heard about them before and never seen them in person. Now that she saw them, each one looked delicate and fair-skinned, like porcelain dolls, especially their eyes, as if they possessed an ethereal quality. Two of them were spitting images of their mother, while the other two inherited their father's nose. The combination of handsome boys and beautiful girls, their genes were really good. All the children born were so beautiful. Not just her, but others came over to see as well, all being captivated by the baby's cute appearance and unknowingly started to like them. Mom, this little brother is so cute. A tender young girl pointed at the eldest, Cheng Jiajun. She even gently touched his face. He's not a little brother, he's a little sister. That one is the little brother, the mother next to her corrected. The little brother is also very cute. Song My Amian smiled a little. Since giving birth to the children, she rarely appeared in public, afraid of the children getting hurt. For some reason, being with Chang Zi gave her a sense of security. My Amian, where did you buy these baby strollers? Do you have a link? They seem very convenient, a young woman holding a child asked. She had noticed them earlier, found them intriguing, and took the chance to ask now. These, he bought them, I don't know, Song My Amian shook her head. The young woman felt embarrassed to ask further, but she secretly took a picture and planned to find them online when she got home to get one for her own child. Soon, the evening came, and Chang Zi and Song My Amian, with their children, headed back home. Midway, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first visit to the park with the babies. Reward, Oscar-level acting skills. Oscar-level acting skills? Such rewards existed. Did that mean his acting skills were equivalent to Oscar level now? Could he go directly into acting and have a chance at the little golden man? He started to ponder about it. In all honesty, this could be a good way to make money and explain the source of their wealth. Chang Zi, what are you daydreaming about? We need to get home quickly. It's almost time for the babies to feed. Song My Amian had already calculated the timing and was full of anxiety. Chang Zi snapped out of it, adjusted the speed on the remote control, and they both quickened their pace. Sure enough, upon arriving home, the cries of the babies rang out almost immediately. The quadruplets cried first, followed by the other three. Chang Zi quickly prepared the formula. By now, he had become adept at doing it swiftly. He soon had 4 bottles ready and proceeded to feed each one in a hurried and somewhat chaotic manner. Second one, don't cry. Here, your milk is ready. Picking up the second baby, Chang Zi placed the bottle's nipple near her mouth, watching her gulp it down with occasional satisfied expressions. Chang Zi looked at her with a kindly gaze, like a caring father. The mother-in-law hurried over to help. Song My Amian was still breastfeeding the quadruplets. After finishing with the quadruplets, she rushed to feed the eldest. Finally taking care of all the children, Chang Zi breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he remembered something. Today, while changing the children's clothes, he noticed their wardrobe. The children's clothes were nearly all faded and old, with just a few items constantly rotated. If he guessed right, they were probably hand-me-downs from neighbors, not many new ones bought. Most of the money went into the children's formula. As they settled down to sleep at night, he spoke up, let's go to a maternity store tomorrow, give the children a bath, and buy some clothes. Although he is just a student, at least he is a responsible man. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't care long ago. She didn't have much hope before. After all, it was just that one night. With so many people in the world, where else could she find someone? Unexpectedly, Chengzi took the initiative to come to her. It was actually quite a coincidence. The next morning, after getting the children ready, she went to a nearby shopping mall. Going out with for children was quite eye-catching, especially with the parents being handsome and beautiful, attracting passers-by to look back frequently. In the mall, Chengzi deliberately chose a relatively high-end mother and baby store. Walking to the entrance, Song Miamian hesitated a bit when she saw the store name. The expenses here might be high. What's wrong? Chengzi saw her hesitate and asked, "This place is expensive. How about we go to another store? There are several mother and baby stores in the mall. Just to bathe the children, it's not necessary to come to such an expensive place. Why switch? It's this one." Chengzi held her fair hand and walked in. The store clerk was also quite discerning. Seeing Chengzi and Song Miamian coming, especially with the 4 children, she knew business was here and instantly put on a smile to welcome them. "Please come in. Do you need any help?" She could see that the two had different qualities and seized the opportunity. Maybe her commission at the end of the month had hope. The store clerk immediately thought that Chengzi must be a major customer. Being able to afford for children, the family must be very well off. However, having 4 was quite something. Not only that, the children's mother had maintained her figure well, especially her skin, so tender it could produce water. The children's father, too, looked like a student. The combination of the handsome man and beautiful woman was extraordinary. "Hello, we brought the children here to bathe and maybe swim. Is it convenient now?" Chengzi asked casually. The store clerk hurriedly nodded. "Yes, it is. Please follow me." As they walked, she introduced, "Are you two bringing children here for the first time?" "Yes." Soon, the store clerk led them to the baby swimming room. "Wow, are these quadruplets? They are so cute," one of the staff members exclaimed upon seeing them. Exactly, the children's mother has also maintained her figure well. She doesn't look like she's had children at all. If only I could have such cute babies too. Forget about that, first find a way to not be single. Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed by the comments. After arranging the children, Chengzi and Song Miamian relaxed as the swimming room was supervised by professionals, so they didn't have to worry about accidents. As they say, you get what you pay for. Chengzi took the opportunity to take Song Miamian to buy clothes for the children. When he saw a pink one-piece suit, Chengzi suggested, "How about buying this one? It's so cute for the 2nd and 4th babies." "No, pink is outdated these days. I think blue looks better." Song Miamian put on a serious expression. "Blue is for boys. Who said only boys can wear blue, then? How about buying both blue and pink?" Chengzi chuckled. "No, that's too wasteful." Song Miamian quickly checked the prices and felt her heart sink. This one actually cost over 500. It's not wasteful, where's the waste? Initially, Chengzi thought it was a bit expensive, but now that he had money, anything he bought for his baby was worth it. What parent doesn't want to give the best to their child? The store clerk came over smiling and said, "Both of you, this outfit is one of our recent popular items in the store and sells well. If you don't like it, you can look at other items." "Okay, thank you." "Hey, wife, come and see this one. It's a blue skirt, very sturdy. The baby can wear it in winter." Chengzi picked up a little skirt and said. Seeing the blue color, Song Miamian blushed and nodded, "Yes." "Is there a smaller size for this?" "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The store clerk quickly brought out the smallest sizes from the warehouse and showed them to the couple. Chengzi nodded in satisfaction. "Great, we'll take these too. Would you like to consider getting a membership card? You can enjoy an 8.5% discount on shopping and receive 30 free baths. It's quite cost-effective. In the future, just come with the card and bathe your child," the store clerk explained. Chengzi agreed without much thought. Surprised by how quickly he accepted, the store clerk paused for a moment. "Wrap up all these items for me." Seeing him buy so much, Song Miamian was genuinely shocked. These clothes were not cheap at all. They weren't cabbage, after all. "Chengzi, do you have enough money for all this? If not, you don't have to force yourself. She was getting anxious. Don't worry, wife. Before he could finish his sentence, an unpleasant voice interrupted him. If you can't afford it, just admit it. What's the point of showing off? A man and a woman entered pushing a baby carriage. Song Miamian seemed to know them and instinctively furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Do you know them? She nodded. They are from our neighborhood. Don't mind them. Let's first look at the baby clothes. Cheng Zi held Song Miamian's hand. Okay. With him around, she felt safe as if he naturally exuded a sense of security, and now that Cheng Zi was there, she was no longer afraid of anything. I'll show you something good. Cheng Zi suddenly looked mysterious. Intrigued by his demeanor, Song Miamian also became interested, though she didn't show it. What is it? You'll know when you come. Seeing Cheng Zi heading to the other side, the woman beside the couple stomped her foot and cursed, just found a sugar daddy, nothing special about him. He obviously doesn't have much money. What's so great about it? Meanwhile, the two quickly reached their destination where there were delicate gift boxes on the counter. Inside were mostly baby clothes, designed specifically for infants, looking adorable. Cheng Zi could almost picture how cute the children would look wearing them. Definitely adorable. Cheng Zi quickly went over and picked up one of the gift boxes. Inside were not only clothes, but also hats, gloves, and scarves designed for infants, complete with everything. Seeing that Song Miamian's thoughts were the same as his own, both liking this item, Cheng Zhao's mood inexplicably improved along with hers. Looking at Cheng Zhao's expression, Song Miamian could already guess what he was thinking. When she visited the mother and baby store, she also particularly liked this kind of gift box. She even fantasized about what the child would look like wearing it. Definitely adorable. But the price was beyond her reach. She could only look. At the same time, she also felt guilty in her heart. Other children were wearing new clothes, while her few babies were wearing hand-me-downs. She could only blame herself for not being able to provide such good conditions for her children. Looking at the price of the gift box, she frowned and tugged on Cheng Zhao's sleeve. As nice as it is, isn't it a bit expensive? It costs as much as a can of milk powder. A can of milk powder? Cheng Zi looked at the price, 1,000 yuan. Not bad. 4 sets would only be for 1,000 yuan. He could afford it. Baby products were expensive, a normal phenomenon. As long as he thought about how cute the children would look wearing it, he couldn't bear to put the gift box down. Buy it. If not now, then when? They wouldn't fit into it later. Song Miamian looked at Cheng Zi with a calm expression and sighed. Although you still have some money now and the family is not lacking in milk powder and diapers, if you continue to spend like this, you'll run out of money sooner or later. We should save money. What if one day we have no money and no one is willing to lend us any? Because everyone knew their situation. Song Miamian looked serious and Cheng Zi started to hesitate. But he would definitely regret it if he didn't buy it. Money could be earned again. What was there to fear? Gently placing Song Miamian's hand in his palm, he played his trump card. As for money, your husband can work and earn money, and I'm about to graduate. Besides, don't you want to see our children wearing these cute clothes? I can't wait. Song Miamian was taken aback by what he said. His words were infectious, especially his eyes, which made it hard for Song Miamian to resist. Actually, she also wanted to see it. What can we do if we want to? But our funds. Hearing her words, Cheng Zi smiled and said, just wanting is enough. It's fine. I'm here. With that, he signaled the waiter. Hello, come here for a moment. This gift box, give me 4 of them. Wrap them up. What are you? Song Miamian wanted to stop him, as buying several gift boxes for thousands of yuan was too expensive. The waiter was a bit stunned. 4 of them? They cost 1,000 yuan each. Then she quickly recovered and was pleasantly surprised, going to the counter to get them. The looks in the eyes of the couple were shining. This month's commission. They hit the jackpot. A solid big customer. After taking out the 4 gift boxes, the waiter quickly praised with a sweet smile. Your children look so cute. They will look even better in these clothes. She meant it. The 4 babies she had just seen were incredibly good looking. They were so cute. Cheng Zi smiled. He liked it when people praised his children. After buying the set of gift boxes, the couple went to look at socks and little shoes. They bought a bunch of them. Song Miamian felt helpless and didn't know how to advise Cheng Zi. She only felt relieved when she saw him stop buying. By the time they finished shopping, the children had finished swimming and had their bath. Finally, it was time to pay. Changzi applied for a membership card. Including the purchased items, they spent around 10,000 yuan. Song Miamian was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden spending of 10,000 yuan. But since they had already bought everything and Changzi looked so excited, she didn't want to dampen his spirits. Meanwhile, the couple from earlier happened to see them leaving, carrying a lot of items. "Is that all their purchases?" The woman's voice was sharp, as if she couldn't believe it. In her mind, Song Miamian was always poor and she couldn't afford these things. But now, she saw big bags and brand names. It seemed like they spent nearly 10,000 yuan. She couldn't bear to spend so much. When did Song Miamian become so wealthy? The waiter nodded. Yes. How is that possible? He doesn't look like a rich man at all. The woman was confused. Perhaps they are pretending? Maybe they borrowed the money. If they were rich, they wouldn't live in such a place. The man looked disdainful. Listening to their conversation, the waiter frowned. It was not right to speak ill of others like that. However, they were customers, so she just gave a slight smile. On the way home, seeing Song Miamian looking down, Changzi asked, "What's wrong? Children have new clothes to wear. Why the long face?" "It's nothing. It's just that the money was hard-earned by you, penny by penny." She was still thinking about what had just happened. Money can be earned again. What's to fear? With me here, you and the children won't suffer, Changzi reassured her, patting Song Miamian's head, making her blush even more in public. Meanwhile, in a cafe not far from them, a few girls sat together. Ziying, isn't that teacher Song? The back view looks like her. Let me see. Oh, it is her. I saw her wearing this outfit to school last time. Does she have a child now? Unlikely. Maybe it's a relative's child. Out for a walk. You can tell from the things in her hands, they must be baby items she bought. Another girl said, the man next to her. Why does he seem so familiar? Now that you mention it. The group chatted excitedly, but soon Changzi and Song Miamian had already walked far away. 10 minutes later, they arrived home. As soon as they heard the commotion, the mother-in-law rushed out of the bedroom. You're back. Why did you buy so many things? She was astonished, looking at the bags and gift boxes. Changzi laughed. These are clothes for the baby. With Song's mother around, Song Miamian dared to mutter, we bought too many. I couldn't stop him. What's the problem? Xiao Cheng is thinking for the baby. Buying some clothes is not a big deal. What's this? Xiao Cheng is also thinking about the children. I believe he knows his boundaries. You, just rest assured. I can judge people well. Mom Song said with a smile. Song Miamian secretly glanced at Changzi, the temperature on her face rising again. When she saw him looking at her, she felt even more embarrassed, quickly finding an excuse. I'm going to wash these clothes. Pausing for a moment, she also reminded, it's almost time for the children to drink milk. You, got it. Changzi smiled as he watched her blushing face. This little woman is too easily embarrassed, quite cute when teased. He placed the children on the sofa one by one. After taking a bath, they looked refreshed, emanating a unique baby milk fragrance. They cooed and sounded satisfied. Taking advantage of this moment, Changzi hurried to prepare the formula. As expected, Song Miamian was right. The children started crying shortly after playing, kicking their little feet in the air. When he approached Dabao to lift him up slowly, unexpectedly, Dabao accidentally kicked him in the face, causing a sudden pain. Changzi held his face. This little rascal has quite some strength. You're already starting to learn how to kick your dad. You must have been causing a ruckus in your mom's belly. Cheng Zhao's eyes were full of amusement as he pinched Dabao's little foot. The soft and delicate skin made him reluctant to let go. As you grow up, you must listen to your mom, understand? Definitely, during Miamian's pregnancy, these few children had a great time playing in her belly. They almost caused her to have a premature birth several times. Smiling, Song Mom spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Auntie, rest assured. I won't let Miamian get hurt in the future. The babies were strongly protesting, so Changzi decisively placed the milk bottle near them. Song Mom also didn't just sit there, picking up the second baby to feed. After feeding all three babies, only the fourth baby was left. The fourth baby behaved well when their older sibling stopped crying. She also stopped, staring at the ceiling with curiosity as if there was something interesting up there, not blinking. What's in this gift box? Song Mom was playing with the children when she noticed those exquisite boxes. Just as she was about to ask, Chengzi answered with a smile, "There are children's clothes and socks in here." Song Mom took a glance and smiled. Quite cute. She began to imagine how adorable the babies would look in those clothes. It must be very charming. It's just in time that the babies will be 100 days old in a few days. We can dress them up for the 100th day photo shoot. When Song Mom mentioned this, Cheng Zhao's eyes lit up. Indeed, why didn't he think of that? For every baby, the 100th day is significant, and parents will have a photo shoot on that day. By then, all 6 of them could take a family photo. A family portrait. It's really beautiful. Being an orphan, he had never experienced what it felt like to take a family portrait. It must be very happy. Thinking about this, his mood improved. At that moment, the 4th baby made a sound. Chengzi looked over and saw her blinking her eyes at him. She was really a girl. Her soft, sweet voice would undoubtedly enchant anyone when she grew up. Chengzi felt his heart melting. "Are you talking to Daddy, for Bao?" The little baby was only 2 months old, seemingly understanding everything, moving her small feet and hands joyfully. When she heard Chengzi speak to her, she seemed particularly delighted. Heh. Chengzi was overjoyed and hugged her gently, feeling the fragrance of milk on her as he lightly touched her cheek. Simply adorable. Holding her soft body carefully in his arms, Chengzi was careful not to hurt her. Although for Bao's development wasn't as advanced as the other babies, her eyes were slightly larger, seemingly sparkling like little stars. In the world, a child's eyes are the purest. Cheng Zhao's eyes were filled with gentle smiles. Song Mom, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel envious. Ever since her granddaughter was born, she'd only wanted her mother, crying whenever anyone else held her. She became dependent on her father as soon as he arrived. That's the power of blood relations. Thinking about it, her eyes started to turn slightly red. She discreetly wiped her face and continued to play with the children as if nothing had happened. Song Mianmian had finished hanging the clothes and walked over to the sofa. Upon seeing Chengzi interacting with Bao, a soft smile appeared on her lips. "What are you laughing at?" Chengzi saw this scene, and Song Mianmian instantly reined in her smile, pretending she hadn't been laughing at all. She couldn't let him make fun of her. "I wasn't." Still denying it, "I saw you smiling just now." Chengzi smirked, "But you look really good when you smile." Song Mianmian blushed again at this. Cheng Zhao's smile deepened. This little woman is too easily embarrassed. It's amusing. Another soft cooing sound came from the other end of the sofa. It was 3 Bao. Unsure of whether no one was paying attention or feeling a bit emotional seeing Chengzi soothing for Bao, she kept making sounds, which suggested she might cry if left unattended. Finally finding something to do, Song Mianmian busily went to hold 3 Bao. Finally being held, 3 Bao perhaps felt happy. Her cheeks turned red like a ripe apple, her small hands moving incessantly. Somehow, Song Mianmian, not paying attention, got scratched on the cheek by 3 Bao's nails, leaving a shallow trail of blood. Sensing something was wrong, Chengzi approached to inspect. When he saw the scratch on her face, he furrowed his brows. It was definitely 3 Bao's doing. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt?" Song Mianmian shook her head. "I'm fine, just a scratch, it'll be fine in a while." The little guy actually knows how to enjoy. Song Mianmian chuckled at her son's behavior and said, "Look at who is the child's father." With the mother-in-law still present, Song Mianmian coughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. This kid doesn't consider the situation. The elders are still here. Song's mother, aware of the playful banter between the two, smiled with satisfaction, feeling the joy of her family. "You take care of the child, I'll cook." She stood up and headed to the kitchen. Chengzi immediately said, "Aunt, let me do it. From now on, whenever I'm home, I'll take care of these household tasks." Song's mother was increasingly impressed by Chengzi. Her eyes revealed her satisfaction. He's really a good man. Whether it's towards the child or Mianmian, one can see that it comes from the heart. Besides, his cooking skills are not bad. Chengzi went to the kitchen to prepare ribs to nourish Song Mianmian's body. Given their previous financial constraints, they probably refrained from eating these meats, keeping them frozen in the fridge. At this moment, Song Miamian entered the kitchen and asked, "Do you need help? Like washing vegetables? Can you wash them?" "I'm not a pampered young lady, I can definitely do it," she replied. Song Miamian still couldn't muster the courage to look Chang Zi directly in the eyes, feeling quite embarrassed. "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you," Chang Zi offered. "Just prepare a couple of dishes." "No, you also have to feed the baby with nutritious food. Constantly eating such inadequate food won't do." Chang Zi frowned. Was he ignoring his own health? If he doesn't take care of his health, he'll have a lot of health issues in the future. You have to supplement nutrients every day from now on. You're not allowed to refuse, got it? Chang Zi looked seriously at Song Miamian, his tone firm and not open to refusal. If they didn't have a child, he might think she was conscious of her figure, but she needed to breastfeed. How could she keep up without eating well? Blushing, Song Miamian looked at Chang Zi, who was approaching her. Thump thump, thump thump. Her heart started racing. She could even hear her own heartbeat. Biting her lip with her head down, she felt extremely nervous, restlessly rubbing her hands together. Chang Zi stopped in front of her, reached out, and tucked her hair behind her ear. Seeing her cheeks already burning, his eyes revealed an even deeper smile. He's over the top with the flirtation. At this moment, Song Miamian didn't know what to do. This guy was just too good at it. What should she do? How could she get away? Who could help her? She shouldn't have offered to help. It's embarrassing. This is really embarrassing. What's the matter with you? Cheng Zhao's voice seemed almost magical. The warm breath hit her, and Song Miamian felt like her heart was going to burst out of her chest. Nothing. I'll go out first, she said, fleeing the kitchen. Cheng Zhao's lips curved up. Half an hour later, the meal was ready, the soup still simmering in the pot, a fragrant aroma spreading out. The smell alone made one's appetite open up. After the ribs were done, the family sat down at the table, and Chang Zi immediately served a large piece to Song Miamian. Song Miamian's face finally returned to normal. Now she didn't dare to look at Chang Zi. She silently ate. "Zi Cheng, your cooking skills are quite impressive. Aunt's years of experience don't compare to yours." Chang Zi smiled modestly. "Aunt, you're too kind." After a peaceful meal, the children were already asleep, and in the afternoon, Song Miamian still had classes to attend, so after dinner, she went to school. The task of taking care of the children fell to Chang Zi. Looking at the row of children lying down quadruplets, who should all look the same, Chang Zi found it fascinating that each had different features. For example, the second and fourth had eyes like the mother and mouth like him. The first and third looked more like him, especially the nose and eyes. It was easy to tell at a glance. The girl's temperament was relatively calm, like the gentle fourth baby, very much like Song Miamian. Whereas the second baby seemed a bit tomboyish, with a loud voice when crying. Although not as much of a boy as the first baby, she was still quite the tomboy. Yeah, the third baby opened his eyes, gazing at Chang Zi as if wanting to say something. Chang Zi smiled as he picked him up. This little one grabbed his collar tightly, as strong as the fourth baby. No wonder he left a mark on his mother's face earlier. He picked up a small toy lying next to him, playing music. The child immediately quieted down, listening attentively, occasionally looking towards the source of the sound. Chang Zi couldn't help but smile. These kids were so young yet understood these things. They quieted down as soon as they heard the song. When he tried to turn off the music, the third baby blinked, frowned, looking on the verge of tears. It was as if saying, "Why stop? Why not let me listen?" "All right, I'll let you listen." "Good boy, don't cry." Chang Zi tapped it, and the familiar music played again. Sure enough, as soon as the music played, the third baby calmed down. Looking at them, all the babies seemed to understand. After a while, seemingly tired of playing, they returned to their original state, babbling again. Chang Zi didn't realize that 2 hours had passed. He checked the time and realized it was time to feed them. He prepared formula milk in the kitchen and fed each of them. Watching the fourth baby lie there nibbling on his fingers, Chang Zi felt very sorry. Song Miamian said the fourthborn had a weak body and could only eat breast milk, refusing to touch formula milk. He tried to feed the baby, expecting a failure. To his surprise, the child started drinking eagerly, looking satisfied. Cheng Zi was immersed in this warm atmosphere when a phone call interrupted him, breaking the mood instantly. Frowning, who would call at this time? He put down the child and hurried to the balcony to answer. It was from his roommate, Wang Jing. What's the matter? Staring at the disconnected phone, Wang Jing felt a bit confused. What's wrong with this guy? Why has he been acting so strange the past few days? He used to seem very concerned about Teacher Song, but now it seems like he doesn't care anymore. Cheng Zi hung up the phone and went back to comfort the child. Boom! Suddenly thunder rang out in the sky. The clear sunny weather quickly turned into dark and cloudy skies. Is it going to rain? Song My Amian didn't bring an umbrella. How will she come back later? 10 minutes later, the rain started pouring down heavily, with signs of it getting even heavier. Seeing her mother-in-law coming over, Cheng Zi said, "Auntie, can you watch the child for a bit? I'll go pick up my Amian." "Sure, go quickly and stay safe on the road. It's about time for school to be over now, and Song My Amian's work should be finished." He grabbed a jacket, quickened his pace, and hailed a car to go to the school. At the school gate security office, Song My Amian looked at the pouring rain outside, feeling troubled. She didn't want to waste money on a taxi, but she didn't have an umbrella either. She was about to go ask the security guard grandpa for one when she unexpectedly saw a familiar and handsome figure in the rain. However, his face was covered with a mask, making it hard to recognize him. A warm feeling surged through her heart. Somehow, now she always had a sense of security. As long as he was by her side, she felt at ease. Cheng Zi approached her, helped her into the jacket, handed her the umbrella, and then they took a car ride back home. Seeing Song My Amian blushing and avoiding eye contact out the car window, Cheng Zi chuckled in his heart, feeling shy himself. "What's wrong? Can't look at me. Are you touched that I brought you an umbrella?" Cheng Zi smiled mischievously. Song My Amian felt like he was doing it on purpose, knowing she was shy. She was always teased by him, feeling both amused and annoyed. They soon arrived home. "I'll make some ginger tea with brown sugar for you." "No need, I can handle it," Song My Amian said, but before Cheng Zi could move, she quickly ran to the kitchen. The child's mother was putting them to sleep, so Cheng Zi sat on the sofa and took the opportunity to check the system. As soon as it opened, a series of sounds suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the first bath with the child, rewarded with the baking master skill. Congratulations to the host for completing the first time swimming with the child, rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for buying clothes for the child for the first time, rewarded with the God of Fighting skill. Seeing these three rewards, Cheng Zi was stunned. God of Fighting. Such rewards exist as well. However, what interested him the most was the baking master. Does this mean he can open a dessert shop? Earn some legitimate money that Song My Amian wouldn't question. At present, he had a total of 240,000 yuan, which probably wasn't enough to open the shop. Renting a store, decoration, these were huge expenses. Plus, they still needed to buy milk powder for the child. For now, he didn't want to think about it. If Song My Amian wanted to eat, they could do it at home. After finishing the ginger tea, Song My Amian brought it out and asked, "Do you want a cup?" "Of course, if it's made by my wife, I must taste it." Song My Amian's hand trembled, the bowl almost falling to the ground, but she quickly composed herself and placed it on the table, saying, "There it is, you drink it yourself." She had already drunk some in the kitchen to avoid sitting at the same table with Cheng Zi. "Aren't you going to drink it?" "I've already had some." Song My Amian turned her head, walking towards the bedroom. The babies had already fallen asleep after their mother sang to them. "Mom, let me do it. You can rest," said Cheng Zi. It had been a busy day, and getting to sleep was another challenge for the two of them at night. Cheng Zi didn't see any problem as they already had children, so why feel embarrassed about it? However, this little woman felt differently, maintaining a tense state of mind with flushed cheeks. Sitting on the bed, Cheng Zi found himself immersed in his thoughts from the day. How could he make money? Clearly, opening a shop was a bit unrealistic. Should he try acting? But he had no resources. He did know some friends in the entertainment industry, but they were quite minor celebrities, barely hanging on. Should I find a way into a drama crew and start as an extra? Cheng Zi muttered to himself. Sensing Cheng Zhao's sudden silence, Song My Amian turned around. Seeing him frown and relax repeatedly, she thought something was wrong and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just go to sleep." Cheng Zi smiled. Song Miamian stared into his eyes earnestly and said, "Whatever it is, you can't keep it from me." Watching her serious expression, he couldn't help but reach out, touching her soft and fair face, feeling the warmth in his hand. "All right, Madam Wife, don't worry. I will tell you everything as soon as possible." Being called Madam Wife by him made Song Miamian blush again, nodding. "Let's agree on that. Don't shoulder everything alone and keep it from me." "Okay. Lying is for dogs." Cheng Zi chuckled. "How come our teacher Song is acting like a kid?" Blushing, Song Miamian lightly huffed. "Lying is for dogs." All right. Lying is for dogs." Cheng Zi chuckled lightly, thinking although he was younger, Song Miamian was more childish in such situations. But he liked it. What's wrong with being childish occasionally? He liked it. Gently, he took Song Miamian's hand into his own palm, feeling her warmth, and squinted his eyes. "Miamian, I think it's time for us to get married soon. You shouldn't keep being in this undetermined status." His words stunned Song Miamian briefly. Why did he suddenly say that again? Suddenly, a warm feeling filled her heart. She hadn't expected him to still be thinking about this. She did want a clear status too, but, for some reason, tears welled up in her eyes. Cheng Zi was still young, with many meaningful things to do in the future. She, on the other hand, seemed to have settled for this life. She was only average looking and couldn't match the young and beautiful female university students. Just like Wang Yue, who had confessed to Cheng Zi today she was only 20 years old, such a good age and quite a match for him. Cheng Zi looked at Song Miamian. He still respected her opinions, and he was just speaking his mind. He didn't want her to feel disregarded. Song Miamian looked at him with a conflicted expression and then bit her lip, asking, "Is what you said true? Do you really want to marry me?" "Yes, why would I lie to you?" Cheng Zi replied. Since he already spoke out, it meant he had thought it through and wouldn't regret it. Cheng Zi felt helpless, wondering what this woman was always thinking about. Was he the kind of person who spoke insincerely from the heart? "Well, I didn't mean that. Song Miamian didn't know what to say, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just a moment ago, she was worried that Cheng Zi would regret marrying her, and now he was giving her assurance directly. In an instant, she felt that her worries were unnecessary. However, was it too soon to marry now? The children were still young. It wouldn't be suitable to make a big deal out of it. They needed to pick a good time. Song Miamian sat up, blushing as she looked at Cheng Zi, speaking softly like a kitten. "I think it would be better to wait another year. After all, you haven't graduated yet, and the children are still young." Cheng Zi didn't expect her to still consider him. He smiled and said, "All right, you decide. We'll wait one more year. By then, the little ones would be over a year old. The timing would be perfect. It's settled then. I will graduate soon, and we can make our relationship public at that time." Cheng Zi was looking forward to that day. Once he graduated, they would be adults, and the gossip wouldn't bother them anymore. After going public, if anyone dares to gossip about us, we'll shut their mouths with dog food, Cheng Zi joked, lightening the previously serious topic. Song Miamian couldn't help but chuckle. Even though the mood had lightened, she still felt a bit uneasy. On the day of their graduation, there would surely be a celebration. Being open about their relationship in front of everyone wasn't that a bit. As she imagined the scene, Song Miamian's face turned red. Is it too fast? Being openly in front of others, thinking about that scene, she lost her courage and felt like retreating. Not fast at all. I'm still not graduated, right? We can talk about it later, Cheng Zi reassured her. After their conversation, Song Miamian felt more at ease. The children were already asleep, peacefully lying beside their mother. The eldest and the youngest were in their cribs. The room was filled with soft breathing. It was late. It was already 9:30 at night. Song Miamian seemed to accept the situation and pointed to the space beside her. "You can sleep here." "Sure. How many times do you have to get up at night to feed the baby?" Cheng Zi asked, as he got up 3 times last night. Feeding the baby, changing diapers, it was unbearable for him, and he wondered how she had managed the past 2 months, all while working during the day. "Sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times, Song Miamian replied. "I'll take care of it." Get some rest. Your studies are important. Chang Zi chuckled and said, men can handle staying up at night, but it's not good for women. They won't look good if they get old. It doesn't matter to me. Song My Anmian muttered quietly. It may not matter to you, but it matters to me. Chang Zi smiled. Plus, you've been taking care of the babies by yourself. I sympathize. Let me help. Song My Anmian replied after a moment, it's fine. My mom is helping me, and a good friend occasionally assists with taking care of the children. It's much easier that way. As she spoke, a smile played on her lips. Chang Zi felt a twinge of discomfort hearing her comment. Not that tiring? How is that possible? Chang Zi didn't believe it. Taking care of children couldn't be easy, especially 4 of them. Waking up in the middle of the night, handling crying babies, even a grown man would struggle, let alone a woman. They say maternal love is great, and that's absolutely true. Oh, let me tell you something. Chang Zi suddenly remembered. For Treasure drank milk formula today. He thought the baby would refuse, but surprisingly, she drank more than her siblings. This news surprised Song My Anmian, who said, really? Previously, because For Treasure had weak health, Song My Anmian had been breastfeeding her to ensure she got enough nutrition. Then she tried formula, but she kept refusing. She stopped trying altogether. She didn't expect that when he fed her, she would drink it. She felt a pang of emotion, but couldn't quite place it. Really, she drank almost half a bottle. Aren't you impressed with your husband? It's okay. Song My Anmian pretended to be aloof, turning her head away. All right, you should get some sleep. You have classes tomorrow, Chang Zi said with a smile, patting her head. Song My Anmian hesitated and asked, are you sure you can handle taking care of them overnight? No problem. You can count on me. With him around, Song My Anmian felt relieved and soon drifted off to sleep. She was genuinely exhausted. Chang Zi watched her beautiful face, his smile filled with adoration. They turned off the lights and went to sleep. As the babies grew each day, Chang Zi found himself waking up only once at night, and they would sleep until morning. The children began to get active in the morning, babbling on the bed as if they were having a conversation. Ding dong! Chang Zi unlocked his phone to check a message from his friend in the entertainment industry. It turned out to be a casting call for actors. Besides, he had previously told Song My Anmian that he only had a few tens of thousands in savings, and he has already spent 20,000 of it. If he continues to spend, Song My Anmian, who is not a fool, would definitely become suspicious. After some thought, he asked, where near the school? Longji Shopping Mall. Just come directly over. Call me when you arrive. All right. Chang Zi and he were quite familiar, living in the same dormitory during high school. Later, this guy didn't get into college and went to Beijing to seek opportunities, from being an extra to having small supporting roles. He played a male supporting role in a popular online drama this year, gained some fame, but quickly cooled down. However, he gained a wave of fans. After leaving the children with his mother-in-law, Chang Zi hurried to Longji Plaza. At the entrance, he immediately saw his high school classmate. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a relatively handsome face, this style usually appeals to female fans. His personality was that of a typical northern manly man. Bro, I've tried to reach out to you multiple times before, but you didn't want to come. What made you decide to come now? Li Jin joked. Chang Zi replied truthfully, don't we need to support our children? There's no choice. I have to earn money for milk powder. Li Jin widened his eyes in shock. What's going on? What did you say? You got married and have children? Chang Zi nodded. Yeah, surprised. Of course, aren't you still in your senior year of college? When did you get married? Why didn't I know? Li Jin teased. You got married without informing me. That's not loyal at all. I'll call you next time. I'll call you next time. Li Jin. Next time? Didn't you say you were going for an audition? Let's go. Chang Zi headed into the mall, and Li Jin had no choice but to follow. He was somewhat known, and the director also knew him. Those recommended by him would surely be given a look. After exchanging greetings, they were ready to start the audition. Chang Zi had a very good image, so the director directly asked him to try the role of the 4th male lead. This was something Li Jin didn't expect. He had been working hard for years to get the role of the 3rd male lead, while Chang Zi soared to the 4th with ease. Handsome people really have the advantage. In the drama, The role Chang Zi was auditioning for was one of the villains. Once the audition started, he swiftly got into character. He didn't need much time to get into the role. The way he portrayed the character, with a cunning and sinister nature, was done to perfection. The director hadn't had high expectations initially, thinking Chang Zi only had good looks. However, Cheng Zhao's performance, which displayed such explosive power, took him aback. For a moment, he felt that Chang Zi was the embodiment of the character itself. How could this be a newcomer? He looked more like a seasoned actor who had been in the industry for many years. Cut! The director called, and Chang Zi stopped his actions. Well done. What's your name? Chang Zi. Congratulations, you've passed the audition for the fourth male lead. Chang Zi had expected this outcome. If he hadn't passed, he would have doubted the system rather than the director. Outside the audition venue, Li Jin was nervously waiting. When he saw Chang Zi coming out calmly, he hurriedly asked, "How did it go? Your expression looks like you didn't pass." "It's all right, don't be disheartened. I'll invite you next time if there's a role." Chang Zi glanced at the time. It was almost lunchtime, and he needed to pick up Song Miamian. After bidding farewell, he headed towards the school. Meanwhile, the deputy director had approached Li Jin. Smiling, he said, "Li Jin, where did you find this guy? The director is very satisfied with his performance." "What? I thought he didn't pass." "Who said that? If the first and second male leads weren't already cast, he would have been the first male lead. You found a gem. I need to thank you for that. Let me treat you to dinner tonight." At the school gate, Cheng Zi was about to enter when he ran into Wang Jing, who was about to leave with two other roommates. "Bro, you finally show up. Want to go to the internet cafe to play games? We've invited Jin and the others. We must have a good game today." "I don't have time. You guys go ahead." "Why don't you have time again? Then why are you here at school?" "I have something to consult with the teacher." This response left Wang Jing speechless. "All right, we'll go first then." Cheng Zi sat down next to the security guard, waiting, and soon Song Miamian arrived. She seemed surprised that Cheng Zi had come to pick her up in person. She hesitated for a moment, then blushed, feeling a bit uneasy. "Teacher Song, shall we go?" The two of them smoothly headed back home. The babies were still asleep. Awkwardly, Song Miamian asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to go to the school?" "I happened to be nearby, so I came to pick you up." "Isn't your husband considerate?" Cheng Zi smiled. Song Miamian didn't say anything, but felt her face getting hotter by the moment. "I'll go and tidy up the baby's clothes." She couldn't stay there any longer. Cheng Zi was too charming. She needed some fresh air on the balcony. Cheng Zi played with the babies for a while before starting to cook. As usual, there were 3 dishes and a soup, a sumptuous meal that the family had grown accustomed to. His mother-in-law kept praising him continuously. She was becoming more and more pleased with Cheng Zi. After the meal, Song Miamian quickly cleaned up the dishes and went to wash them. Her mother looked puzzled. Why was she so proactive today? While the adults were eating, the babies were lying in the room, babbling and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Cheng Zi went over, picked up the babies, and they stared at him with bright, unblinking eyes. Wow! Looking at his reflection in their eyes, Cheng Zi smiled gently. Their little hands grabbing his face actually hurt a bit. He noticed their nails were long and could easily scratch him. Just like his siblings, one careless move could cause a scratch on their mother's face. After washing the dishes, Song Miamian came into the room and saw Cheng Zi focused on the baby's hands. She casually asked, "What's wrong? Do we have baby nail clippers?" "The baby's nails are quite long. It's time to trim them." Song Miamian fetched a blue nail clipper from the drawer and handed it to him. Baby nails grew quickly, and given how small and tender their hands were, it was easy to accidentally cut into the flesh. It was already an hour long after all for children had their hair cut. Phew! I'm really tired. These little ones are not easy to deal with. Song Miamian suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Look at the shape you cut the nails. They feel sharp when touched. You don't know how to cut them. Song Miamian rarely criticized Cheng Zi. Cheng Zi looked over. Isn't it pretty? It's pretty, but it's better to cut the baby's nails smooth and round. Yours are a bit pointed, which can easily scratch the child's face. Seeing Song Miamian's serious expression, Cheng Zi listened earnestly. Indeed, he only thought about the appearance, overlooking this issue. Alright, I'll pay attention next time. Thank you for reminding me, dear. Song My Anmian's eyes evaded. Looking at her shy expression, Cheng Zi teased, "Are you blushing?" "I'm not blushing." Song My Anmian turned away, eager to defend herself. However, her action seemed more self-incriminating. Seeing Cheng Zi so close to her, Song My Anmian felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest, unable to control herself. Thump, thump. Her face turned as red as if scalded by boiling water, her ears blushing as well. "Are you okay?" Unfortunately, Cheng Zi leaned in close to her ear. Who could resist this? Song My Anmian was just about to find an excuse to catch her breath when the first and second babies lying in the crib suddenly started crying, followed by the rest of the babies. She knew it was time to feed them. She breathed a sigh of relief instantly. She could finally find an excuse to slip away. Watching her hurried figure departing, Cheng Zi smiled. This little woman couldn't handle teasing. After preparing the milk powder, Cheng Zi smiled. "You didn't believe that four treasures would drink milk, did you? Try feeding them this time." Song My Anmian tried, but to her surprise, this time the four treasures were not cooperative, pulling at Song My Anmian's clothes and refusing to touch the bottle. They seemed to prefer breastfeeding. Song My Anmian forced a smile. It seemed the four treasures were not giving face. Unable to feed them milk, she had to continue breastfeeding. After feeding the three elder children, both of them were exhausted. Feeding milk every day felt like going to battle. However, it was a bit better than before. "You don't have class this afternoon, so rest at home. You look exhausted." Cheng Zi felt sorry seeing her tired appearance. He couldn't imagine how she made it through those days when he wasn't around. Watching her fall into a deep sleep, he finally felt at ease. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone. "Bro, we're waiting for you on set. Get over here quickly." Cheng Zi didn't expect it to be so soon. Time was running out. Before leaving, he informed his mother-in-law in case Song My Anmian woke up and couldn't find him, knowing that saying he was going to work would ease her mind. After checking on the sleeping children one last time, Cheng Zi smiled and left. As soon as he arrived on set, he was whisked away for costume and makeup. After the makeup was done, he changed into the attire of the male fourth lead, looking perfect. The female makeup artist working on Cheng Zi couldn't help but admire him constantly, her eyes full of stars. "He's really handsome. Much more than the male lead. Where did the director find such a good-looking actor? He should be more popular." Li Jin was also getting his makeup done beside them, looking envious and jealous at the sight. That's the charm of good looks. The male actors in the makeup room were overshadowed by Cheng Zi. "He's really handsome." Li Jin's makeup artist, while working on him, kept sneaking glances towards Cheng Zi. Li Jin frowned. "Handsome." The makeup artist nodded. "Handsome. Forget about it. He's already married with children." Li Jin ruthlessly shattered her illusion. With the makeup done, they were ready to start filming. Typically, facing the camera for the first time would make someone nervous, but Cheng Zi was experienced and displayed no signs of nervousness. He even had a comfortable conversation with the director. Filming a scene mostly required a single take. There were places where Cheng Zi wasn't satisfied and asked for a reshoot, overshadowing the male lead. As they reviewed the footage, the director was full of praise and satisfaction. It's rare to find such a talented young actor with actual skills. After finishing his scenes, the director approached him. "Zi Cheng, do you have a long-term plan to stay in this industry?" He couldn't believe that this was a newcomer to acting, or that they had never acted before. Such explosive talent and potential deserved recognition. Cheng Zi understood what he meant, but before he could respond, the director handed him a business card. "This is my contact. If you have such aspirations, give me a call. If not, that's all right. If I have a new project, I'll let you know." With that, the director left. After a few more scenes, it was already dark outside. Looking at the time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Cheng Zi hailed a cab and headed back to the residential area. On the way, he received a notification of a transfer to 1,000 RMB. It was his payment for the scenes he filmed that afternoon. Cheng Zi smiled. This was to explain to Song My Anmian later. Upon arriving home, Song's mother had prepared dinner and was waiting. Seeing Cheng Zi return, she exclaimed, "Zi Cheng is back. Come and have dinner. I've been waiting for you. Zicheng, did you find a job? Song's mother inquired curiously after he sat down. She knew he had quit his previous job and was now taking a part-time job, but she didn't know the details. It's still the same, delivering food. It pays slightly better than being a courier. Oh, that's good too, Song's mother replied. After finishing dinner, in the room, are you really delivering food? Tell me the truth. Song Miamian sensed something was off. Cheng Zi didn't see the need to hide this, so he told her the truth. Really? Song Miamian still found it hard to believe. How could someone make 20,000 in an afternoon? Only after Cheng Zi explained the situation did she reluctantly believe him. She was afraid he might be up to something illegal. Okay, I know you care about me. Your husband isn't like that, Song Miamian blushed and whispered, I know. Know what? Cheng Zi teased deliberately. Cheng Zi sighed. Taking advantage of the moment, he checked the system and then heard a voice in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first time cutting the baby's nails. Reward, a set of houses within 3 rings keys and property ownership certificate are on the way. What? A new house? This was a surprise within a surprise. He was just considering moving to a different place, and he didn't expect the system to reward him so quickly. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would arrange everything properly before moving. Song Miamian took a half-hour bath. When she finished and entered the room, Cheng Zi had already fallen asleep waiting for her. Creak tilde. Upon hearing the door opening, Cheng Zi opened his eyes. Sensing footsteps approaching, he didn't rush to get up, but instead closed his eyes again. Soon, he felt a strand of slightly damp hair falling on his face, giving him a cool sensation. Cheng Zhao's lips curled up slightly, and at that moment, he opened his eyes. Song Miamian was covering him with a blanket. When she saw him open his eyes, she was startled. Are you pretending to be asleep? Song Miamian asked with some annoyance, appearing more shy than angry. I was just woken up by you. How could I be pretending to sleep? Cheng Zi sat up with an innocent smile on his handsome face. After saying that, he looked at her standing not far away. She had just finished her bath, her hair still damp, hanging on her fair collarbone. Her cheeks were so red it seemed like blood would drip out. However, the more she blushed, the more it sparked Cheng Zhao's imagination. Feeling his intense gaze, Song Miamian knew what he was thinking and snorted. Why don't you go take a shower? Blushing, Song Miamian urged him while he kept staring at her. Okay. Cheng Zi found a robe, glanced at Song Miamian, and then left the bedroom. Really? What's there to look at? As he walked out, Cheng Zi could faintly hear Song Miamian muttering. Inadvertently, he revealed a trace of indulgent smile. He took a quick shower, finishing in 10 minutes. When he entered the bedroom, Song Miamian had already fallen asleep with the children. The room was quiet, only the faint sound of her breathing could be heard. This little woman, not even drying her hair before sleeping, isn't she afraid of catching a cold? Cheng Zi said helplessly, quickly fetching a hairdryer and gently drying her hair at a mild temperature. Song Miamian remained sound asleep. Cheng Zi then settled down nearby and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Cheng Zi woke up and Song Miamian was not there, probably already at school. There were several washed milk bottles on the small table, suggesting the babies had been fed. The babies were sleeping soundly, but the eldest was awake, staring at the ceiling, holding onto a pacifier in his small hand and occasionally making sounds. Cheng Zi walked over, smiling broadly as he picked him up. The soft little body squirmed, blinking his eyes at Cheng Zi. Big baby, why aren't you sleeping? Batilda Big Baby seemed to be talking, but Cheng Zi couldn't understand. He felt the child's expression was a bit odd. After a while, a faint strange smell wafted over. Cheng Zi carefully sniffed, then checked the big baby's diaper. Yes, he had pooped. However, baby poop didn't smell so bad, just strange. So you pooped, huh? Cheng Zi smiled helplessly. He quickly placed the baby on the bed, fetched warm water, cleaned the baby's bottom, changed the diaper swiftly, and asked, Do you feel better now? Cheng Zi squeezed the chubby cheeks of the big baby, who seemed pleased after the diaper change. Yay! In his arms, the baby felt so soft, his skin delicate and smooth, especially his chubby legs, with multiple layers of fat. At the school, the news about Teacher Song having children was the talk of the town. Some initially thought it was impossible until a photo showing her back view surfaced on a school forum, silencing those who doubted. Of course, some said a back view photo didn't prove much. Only the person involved confirming it would suffice. The class was buzzing, and the male students who admired Song My-Amian's beauty were seemingly heartbroken. I can't believe she's had a child. Yeah, I was planning to send her a love letter. Maybe that silhouette was just a look-alike. No way, Wang Jing vouched for it. He said Cheng Zi personally saw teacher Song with children. If Cheng Zi said so, it must be true. I heard from other teachers before that teacher Song isn't even married. Where did the child come from? Could it be her relatives? Could she be pregnant out of wedlock? Let's stop talking about this. It's her private matter. Quick, here comes teacher Song. Song My-Amian entered with a few books, standing calmly at the platform. Let's begin the class, she said after one session. As she was about to leave, a male student suddenly stood up. Teacher Song, is it true that you have a child? Song My-Amian frowned, asking, who told you that? Her expression was cold, her gaze sharp, surprising the nearby students. It was Cheng Zi, who told his roommate, Wang Jing, and Wang Jing told us. The student who asked gulped nervously and explained. Those students who still thought it was a rumor are completely disheartened now. I have confessed, what else is there to say? Ah, their goddess. Turning into a mother just like that. Ah, my goddess, I envy her husband. After finishing her class, Song My-Amian did not return to her office, but went straight home. Today she only had 2 classes. While Cheng Zi was feeding the crying quadruplets, Song My-Amian happened to walk in. Seeing the quadruplets drinking milk powder, she had a surprised expression. Now do you believe me? I said the quadruplets drink milk powder. Song My-Amian huffed, humph, the quadruplets were just hungry. All right, you can believe what you want. Cheng Zi smiled. Song My-Amian felt a bit uncomfortable. She wanted to ask about the events of today, but was too embarrassed to speak up. What's wrong? You look like you have something to say. If there's anything, just tell your husband directly. Cheng Zi looked at her blushing and hesitating, knowing she definitely had something to ask him. Song My-Amian awkwardly rubbed her hands, then whispered, was that thing you spreading around? What thing? Cheng Zi intentionally asked, staring directly at her with a teasing expression, causing her to blush even more. About the babies. Did you tell your roommate? Song My-Amian was a bit anxious. This guy knew she was shy and was teasing her on purpose. Cheng Zi openly admitted, yes, I told my roommate. What's the matter or why? So those guys don't constantly think about my wife. Song My-Amian's face instantly turned red. Who's your wife? Cheng Zi chuckled, you are. I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to cook. Can you? Song My-Amian didn't reply and hurried to the kitchen. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. The two sat down. Cheng Zi looked at where his mother-in-law usually sat and asked, where's your mom? My mom had to go out for something. She won't be back for dinner. Let me taste the food you cooked to see how it tastes. Song My-Amian softly said, the food I cooked is just okay. Don't dislike it. How could I? Cheng Zi smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and tasted the mushroom stir-fry. As the vegetables entered his mouth, his smile froze on his face. How do I say this? It's a bit salty, and there's a sweet taste, probably added sugar. In short, it tastes strange. Seeing Cheng Zhao's strange expression, Song My-Amian sighed. Is it terribly bad? She knew very well about her cooking skills. Forcing down a bite, Cheng Zi wanted to compliment Song My-Amian, but couldn't find the right words. After a while, he smiled and said, Teacher Song, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Since he put it that way, it must be bad. Song My-Amian suddenly felt a bit aggrieved, ate a spoonful of rice with her head down, and whispered, I practiced a lot with my mom, but I just can't seem to get it right. I can't help it. Cheng Zi patted her head, smiling. It's okay, I'll teach you. Really? Song My-Amian's eyes lit up, sounding a bit excited. Then realizing she was being too enthusiastic, she awkwardly continued eating. Yes. Cheng Zi suddenly remembered something and asked, have you always walked to work? Yes. What's the matter? Song My-Amian looked at him curiously. Cheng Zi furrowed his brows. This neighborhood was quite a distance from the school, and it was quite tiring to walk there every day. This afternoon, I'll take you to buy an electric bike, so you can ride there from now on. Actually, he wanted to give her a car directly, but considering her personality, she probably wouldn't agree. An electric bike would cost a few thousand, which she might accept. No need. It's still a few thousand yuan. I don't see anything wrong with walking. Song Mian refused. Changzi frowned. How can that be? We're going to buy this afternoon. You can't refuse. This time he couldn't let her have her way. After dinner, Song's mother returned, exchanging greetings with her. Changzi grabbed Song Mian and they left. Seeing she couldn't resist Changzi, Song Mian gave in. However, she felt warm inside, knowing he was considering her. At the electric bike shop, Changzi straightaway purchased the most expensive one. At first, Song Mian disagreed, thinking it was too expensive, nearing 10,000 yuan, and she'd rather save it for milk powder. I can earn more money. What's the harm in buying an expensive one? It's worth it for my wife. Changzi chuckled. Saying this so straightforwardly, in broad daylight, Song Mian's face quickly turned red, whispering, "Lower your voice, there are so many people here. And it's very close to the school. If someone hears, it might cause a sensation if it spread. So what if they hear? It's no big deal." Changzi was indifferent. After settling the bill, Changzi sat on the electric bike and looked at Song Mian. "Come on up. Put on your helmet. Let's go." With the electric scooter, going out became a bit easier. Back home, Song Mian asked, "Do you have another class this afternoon?" Changzi had been taking care of the kids these days and almost forgot about his class. He nodded. "I have one more. It's not urgent. I still have an hour. I'll play with the babies first." He was quite fond of the babies, not wanting to leave them for even a moment. Each second felt like a day. Woo! A baby in the room made a soft sound. Changzi went to check. It was for Bao. This little one seemed to sense their return. "Does for Bao miss Daddy?" Changzi smiled as he looked at her. The baby clenched its fists tightly, slightly twisting its body. On the other hand, Song Mian's expression was rather odd, whispering, "I think she might need to pee." Changzi picked her up from the crib. She was quite heavy. Glancing at the diaper, it was already swollen. She really wet herself. He chuckled. How much milk did she drink to pee this much? Although the urine had been absorbed by the diaper, it was still uncomfortable. During the changing process, the cool breeze blew in through the window, causing for Bao to kick her legs restlessly in the air. The force was not small. After changing the diapers, he picked up the 4 treasures effortlessly, this time not cradling them horizontally, but lifting them vertically, letting the little one lie on his shoulder. The soft and fluffy little body, the sweet smell of milk hitting his face, wafting around Cheng Zhao's nose. Even just the scent was calming. The 4 treasures were well behaved, lying on Cheng Zhao's shoulder, not crying or making a fuss, and naturally started putting their little hands in their mouths, making sucking noises. If you didn't know, you'd think there was honey smeared on them. Those bright little eyes kept looking around. This child. Changzi reluctantly smiled, his eyes full of indulgence. Song Mian also showed an anti-smile, thinking. She looked at her watch, frowned slightly, and came over to urge, "All right, you should go to class now. Delay any longer, and you'll be late." "So soon, okay?" Reluctantly putting the 4 treasures in the crib, he said to them, "For treasures, Daddy has to go to class now. I'll come play with you later." The 4 treasures seemed to understand, lifting the corners of their mouths and giving a little wave. "Oh, look, she's so happy when I talk about playing with her. We've only been together for a few days, and she already likes me, the dad." Envious? Changzi began to show off to Song Mian. Song Mian couldn't help feeling a bit sour, but it was normal for children to be close to their dad. After all, blood ties mattered, and it was a good thing. It would be troublesome if they weren't close. Watching Changzi leave, taking advantage of this time, she quickly coaxed the 4 treasures to sleep. School. It had been a day or 2 since Cheng Zhao's absence, and Wang Jing didn't know what this guy was up to. Thinking of what Teacher Song said in the morning, he was still full of disbelief. I didn't expect Teacher Song really admitted it. The goddess, she's become a wife. Not just a wife, they already have children. At first, I didn't speak. Honestly, he didn't really believe it, but since she confessed with her own mouth, what else could he say? He couldn't go sneak a peek at her house, could he? Changzi looked indifferent. Would his wife be something these guys would have their eyes on? Speaking of which, bro, do you live in the same community as Teacher Song? Have you ever met her or seen what her husband looks like? Wang Jing asked curiously. Chang Zi glanced at him. You want to know? I'm just curious, that's all. Wang Jing felt a bit awkward. He's quite handsome. Chang Zi raised his mouth. He was confident in his own looks. Wang Jing nodded knowingly and said, if you praise him like that, he must be very handsome. It seems Teacher Song likes handsome men. Seeing Chang Zi not speaking, he continued, by the way, Wang Yue confessed to you. Why did you reject her? Are you done talking? Seeing he was still going on, Chang Zi tittied his desk and asked frowning. I'm done. Wang Jing swallowed. Rarely seeing Chang Zi so serious, he felt uncomfortable. Gone. Gotta go to class. Gotta go back later. Wang Jing quickly asked, no gaming today? Forget it. Watching Chang Zi leave, Wang Jing scratched his head. This guy, did he take the wrong medicine? What's going on? After finishing a class, Wang Jing didn't get a chance to talk to Chang Zi. The guy hurriedly went towards the school gate. Hey, isn't that Senior Cheng over there? The senior in our department, in his 4th year. A girl pointed at Cheng Zhao's back, heading towards the school gate. Seems like it. Why does he look so familiar? Don't you think that figure looks just like the one we saw walking with Teacher Song the other day? Could that figure be Senior Cheng's? Several girls guessed. Could the child be Senior Cheng's? Another surprised girl said. The girl next to her quickly said, what are you talking nonsense about? How could that be possible? Senior Cheng is only in his 4th year. How could he have a child? And with Teacher Song, that figure is probably just a coincidence. Right, even if it were true, it's probably just helping out Teacher Song. Chang Zi rode his electric scooter back home. At a glance, he saw the children lying in a row on the sofa. Song Miamian had already dressed them in new clothes she bought. Bao and Sibao were wearing blue skirts because the weather was a bit chilly. They also wore white leggings on their little legs, looking lovely with their chubby round faces. Dabao and Sanbao were wearing long-sleeved hoodies, paired with casual pants. Finally, they looked like a set of quadruplets. Chang Zi felt his heart melt. Putting down what he had in his hands, he ran over. Seeing Dad had returned, the small legs of the kids kicked even more vigorously, making little sounds of excitement. They seemed especially happy. At that moment, his mother-in-law walked out of the bedroom and smiled. Xiao Cheng, you're back. Auntie, where is Miamian? Chang Zi asked. She's out on the balcony drying laundry. He went to the balcony and saw her still hanging old clothes that had already faded, wrinkling his brow. These clothes don't need washing anymore, right? Didn't we buy a lot of new ones? Wanting to save a little, Song Miamian sighed. The clothes are still in good condition. They can still be worn. It's a waste to throw them away. What's there to be wasted? If there's not enough, we can always buy more. Chang Zi said seriously, I've said it before. I'd endure it myself rather than have you and the children suffer. Song Miamian felt warm in her heart. After hanging the last piece of clothing, she said, these were given to us kindly. It feels a bit rude to throw them away directly. The children look good in them too. All right, you have the final say. Let's keep them for now. On this matter, he really couldn't argue with her. After hanging the clothes, the two of them went to the living room. Chang Zi glanced at Sibao lying on the edge of the sofa. The little one was playing happily, blowing bubbles from her mouth, playing merrily. Her mouth was all wet with saliva. Chang Zi walked over and couldn't help scolding her nose lightly. Playing with your own saliva again. Chang Zi smiled and said, your mom already said, if you keep playing with saliva, you'll get a pacifier like your big brothers, just like them. As he wiped Sibao's mouth with a tissue, Song Miamian had mentioned to him before that talking and communicating more with the babies was conducive to their brain development and learning to speak sooner, which he had always remembered. Song Miamian hummed, turning her face away. Stubborn. Oh, now our teacher Song dares to talk back to me, making progress. Chang Zi put down his painting materials and walked closer to Song Miamian, a mischievous smile on his face. As he walked closer step by step, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Cursing herself for being impulsive, he only wanted to hold for treasures. Just as her heart began to race, Song's mother's voice suddenly rang out. Miamian, Aunt Lee just gave us a fish. Go get it from her. After hearing this, Song Miamian instantly breathed a sigh of relief and dashed out as if escaping. Chang Zi smiled helplessly. He had wanted to tease this little woman a bit. Song Miamian blushed transparently, her heart pounding. feeling better after leaving the house. Once the redness on her face had completely faded, she headed towards Aunt Lee's house. Aunt Lee lived on the 3rd floor. Finding her residence, she knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, revealing a face covered in wrinkles. "Hello, Aunt Lee. Miamian, I was just about to bring it to you, and you're already here. Come in quickly." Inside, a child was crying, and a young woman was trying to soothe them. Aunt Lee grabbed a large carp from the basin and placed it in a bag, handing it to Song Miamian. "Here's a big one for you. Stew some fish soup to drink. It'll make your breast milk more nutritious." "Thank you, Auntie." Song Miamian expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Aunt Lee suddenly smiled and asked, "I heard everyone say that your husband has returned. Is that true?" Song Miamian paused for a moment, then nodded shyly. "Yes. It's good that he's back. It will help share the burden with you. It's not easy to take care of multiple children alone." Song Miamian just smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, the young woman behind spoke out, "A man like that has no idea where his heart is, only coming back after the child is born, disappearing during the pregnancy. Nowadays, it's better to know clearly who you're with before getting involved, or you might suffer later." Aunt Lee furrowed her brow and scolded her. "Kyu-jun, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Afterwards, she looked at Song Miamian with embarrassment. "Miamian, don't mind her. She's just talkative, not ill-natured." "It's fine, then, Auntie, I'll be leaving." Song Miamian smiled. "All right." Back home, seeing Song Miamian looking gloomy, Cheng Zi sat next to her, touched her hair, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Song Miamian didn't plan to bring up what had just happened with him. Cheng Zi could tell she had something on her mind, so he gently placed her hand in his palm and asked softly, "What's really the matter? Are they bothering you at their place? No? Really? You have to be honest. Really?" Seeing him so close, Song Miamian's face unconsciously started warming up again. Unable to resist his overwhelming pheromones, Song Miamian had to honestly tell him about what had just happened. After speaking, her mouth quivered, full of grievances. "So that's how it is. I thought it was something serious." Cheng Zi chuckled. "It's okay, let them talk. I don't care." Saying that, he smoothed out her somewhat messy hair and pinched her collagen-filled cheek. Yeah, the feeling was pretty good. With children and all the daily labor, having such good skin was already a gift from above. Thump, thump. Song Miamian felt her heart race again, and 2 blushes quickly appeared on her face. "I understand now. Our teacher Song can't stand others speaking ill of your husband, right?" Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow, his face full of smiles. Song Miamian trembled, stubbornly saying, "It's not true." "Okay, don't be upset. I'll make you pomelo candy." Cheng Zi smiled. "Pomelo candy?" Song Miamian was puzzled. "Haven't tried it? I'll make it for you later." Cheng Zi said, "We need to make a trip to the supermarket now, buy some ingredients, and get a pomelo. I'll cook a nice meal for you tonight." Song Miamian said, "No need to buy. Aunt Lee already gave us a carp, right? Let's go." Cheng Zi took her away, leaving the child with her mother-in-law for a while. In the basement, Cheng Zi considerately put a helmet on Song Miamian, being very intimate. Song Miamian was a bit resistant. However, this resistance was just because she wasn't used to it, not because she didn't like it. "You must get used to being with me, okay?" He got closer with his actions, gentle and considerate in his tone, making Song Miamian blush and her heart race. "Let's go." They rode the electric scooter out of the basement, and Song Miamian leaned her head gently against Cheng Zhao's broad back, feeling that unique sense of security. Indeed, every time she was with him, she had an inexplicable sense of security, as if she feared nothing as long as he was there. Despite being a few years older than him, she felt like a little girl protected by him. The electric scooter drove all the way and finally stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. There was a relatively large supermarket inside the mall. After parking, the two walked in. On the ground floor of the mall, Cheng Zi glanced around and saw that it was all gold jewelry and diamond rings being sold. He observed that Song Miamian's gaze lingered on the diamond ring counter for a few seconds before she withdrew her eyes. They were already together, so they should buy a ring as a token of affection, right? "Do you like it? Let's go look." Cheng Zi pulled her towards that area. Song Miamian shook her head. "No, They're too expensive. Knowing Cheng Zhao's personality, once he went to look, he would definitely buy one despite any dissuasion. They didn't have much money now, and even the cheapest diamond rings cost over 10,000. Saving this money could buy them several more cans of milk powder for the kids. Since we've been together, I haven't bought you anything yet. Marriage without a ring. What kind of situation is that? Cheng Zi said gently. Let's listen to me this time, okay? Looking at his sincere eyes, Song Miamian felt conflicted, but also warm inside. This was his sincerity. Would it be wrong to refuse it? I just want to be good to you for a lifetime. Cheng Zi held her hand, his gaze soft. Looking at him, she saw her reflection in his eyes. Somehow, a pang of guilt arose in her. In a trance, she nodded, okay? The female shop assistant was stunned for a moment. Typically, ordinary customers would first look at the ones displayed in the center of the counter and buy whichever they liked, rather than searching in the back. However, since the customer wanted to see, she couldn't refuse. With a smile, she said, Sir, you have a good eye. This is our most recent limited edition, called True Love, designed by the famous Asian designer Liven. It's a great choice for a wedding ring. Upon hearing this, Song Miamian knew that a ring designed by a famous designer must be expensive. Although it looked nice, she couldn't afford it. The shop assistant was quite skilled at compliments, praising Song Miamian excessively and making extravagant statements. Seeing the enthusiastic shop assistant, Song Miamian gave a tug to Cheng Zi and whispered in his ear, This one looks very expensive at first glance. Maybe we should forget about it. As long as you like it, the price is worth it, Cheng Zi replied. Song Miamian blushed. Let's just buy a cheaper one. This one is really? Cheng Zi smiled and said, just try it on. The shop assistant had already taken out the ring. It was in the shape of a crown, with a sparkling diamond in the center surrounded by smaller diamonds. It was exquisite, and any woman would love it. Song Miamian was no exception, but the price. Madam, let me help you try it on. The shop assistant smiled. Song Miamian hesitated before extending her hand. When she put it on, it fit perfectly, as if it was custom-made for her. The shop assistant was also surprised, expecting it to be too big and needing adjustments if they were to purchase it. Sir, your wife looks very elegant with this ring on, the shop assistant complimented. Indeed, Song Miamian's slender and fair hand, coupled with her appearance, enhanced her charm with the ring on. Cheng Zi nodded. Yes, we'll take this one. How much? Cheng Zi, this must be very expensive. Let's go. We can always come back when we have more money, Song Miamian said anxiously, worrying about their financial situation. No need to worry. I have a plan. Trust me, Cheng Zi reassured her, holding her hand with a serious expression. Both being adults, he understood the situation well. His eyes seemed to have a magical power, and Song Miamian fell silent. Does this ring have a matching one for men to make a pair? Cheng Zi asked the shop assistant suddenly, considering the name True Love given by the designer, Liven. Yes, we have it, the shop assistant confirmed, showing him the matching men's ring. After looking at it, Cheng Zi found the men's ring simpler, but complementary to the women's. Satisfied, he inquired about the prices of both. The women's ring is 50,000, and the men's ring is 30,000. It totals to 80,000. Upon hearing the price, Song Miamian's expression changed. 80,000. It was much more expensive than she expected. Cheng Zi, let's forget it. We don't have that much money, she urged, trying to leave. Just these two. I'll pay by card, Cheng Zi said, handing his card to the shop assistant. After the transaction, the shop assistant packed the rings, wishing them a happy wedding and a harmonious marriage. Thank you, Cheng Zi politely replied. After they left, the employees at the counter enthusiastically started discussing. Wow, this couple is really sweet. They look at each other with so much affection, making me feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food. They didn't hesitate to buy such expensive rings. It truly shows their love. He's handsome and rich. It's rare to find someone like him, but unfortunately, he's already taken. Didn't he say, I only want to give you the best, even if it's expensive? Oh my, it's so romantic. I admit I'm envious. I can't compare. He's another family's husband. After buying the rings, the couple walked toward the supermarket, and Song Miamian was still processing everything. spending 80,000 on a pair of rings. Oh my, was she crazy, or was Chengzi crazy? She finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Chengzi, where did you get so much money from? Considering that he had said he only had a few tens of thousands of savings before. If I tell you that this money is clean and genuine, would you believe me? Chengzi asked with a serious look. After several minutes of hesitation, Song Miamian nodded. I believe you. As long as you trust me, remember that I will never disappoint you. It was the first time Song Miamian had seen him so serious. Yes, she believed him. Perhaps he had his reasons and secrets too. Everyone had some small secrets, right? This ring holds its own meaning. As long as we like it, no matter the price, Chengzi reassured. If your husband becomes wealthy in the future, I'll buy you an even better one. I owe you and the child so much. What's a ring compared to that? I'll make it up to you even more in the future. After these words, Song Miamian stayed frozen for a few seconds before tears welled up in her eyes, filled with joy. Forget about that. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some delicious food, Chengzi proposed, leading her away. In the supermarket. Wife, today I'll make you a nutritious stew with big bones. It's good for your recovery and health. Chengzi led Song Miamian to the fresh meat section, selecting some large bones and placing them in a bag. After buying these items, the two of them then went to the fruit and vegetable section. This is a pomelo, let's buy one. I'll make pomelo candy for you later, said Song Miamian. Song Miamian had never heard of pomelo candy before and was curious. How do you make it? You use the pomelo peel. But that thing is so bitter. I've only heard of it being used to make pickles. How do you plan to do it? Song Miamian rarely cooked, and her face was full of curiosity. You'll find out when we get home. After buying everything, they headed back home. They parked the electric scooter in the basement and carried the groceries back to their residential area. To their right was a small shop, and next to it stood a student. Chengzi. The student squinted his eyes before confirming. Upon hearing the voice, the two turned around. Looking over, Song Miamian recognized the student as one of her male classmates, Mengyi. She remained expressionless, but deep down, she was feeling anxious. Chengzi, why are you with Teacher Song? And buying groceries together? Mengyi felt like he had stumbled upon something extraordinary and was shocked. Chengzi remained calm, both in his mind and outward appearance. I also live in this residential area. Why are you here? Oh, my aunt lives here. I didn't have classes today, so I came to visit her. Upon hearing this, Song Miamian grew even more uneasy. What if he finds out? What would happen if he did? Chengzi handed the groceries to Song Miamian, saying, Teacher Song, you should go back. I'll chat with him for a bit. All right, you to chat. I'll go back and cook. Song Miamian smiled and left. Watching Song Miamian walk away, Mengyi sighed, feeling regretful. Yesterday's outcome was something he couldn't accept. I heard Teacher Song is married and has a child. Is her husband exceptional? How could Teacher Song be interested in him then? Of course he is. Chengzi felt proud. How could he not be exceptional? To be able to marry a woman like her in this lifetime was his greatest fortune. Mengyi smiled as he glanced and spotted a ring package in Cheng Zhao's hand. The words Lao Fengxiang were particularly eye-catching. Are you dating someone? And buying a ring too, Mengyi teased. Chengzi smiled slightly. Maybe. Mengyi chuckled mischievously. Is it that girl from the foreign language department, Wang Yue? I heard she really likes you. She even confessed to you a few days ago. You too, I heard it from other people. Chengzi furrowed his brows. What does that have to do with Wang Yue? Didn't he reject that woman that day? Is she intentionally spreading this news? Don't make that face. I heard it. With looks like yours, many girls in our class admire you. Rolling his eyes, Chengzi didn't want to discuss this further and turned to leave. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go take care of that now. See you later. Wait, don't rush off. I still have some questions. Why were you with Teacher Song? Do you have a secret? Like I said, I live here, so I happened to bump into her and helped her with the groceries. Isn't that normal? Do you see any issues? After pondering, Mengyi agreed that it made sense. Since you live here and I'm visiting my aunt, I might as well come over to your place. Cheng Zi was speechless. Why couldn't this guy let it go? Maybe it's better not to. It's not convenient. I just moved in, and it's a shared accommodation. My roommates probably wouldn't be too happy about it. This excuse seemed reasonable, and Meng Yi didn't want to push it further. All right then. Soon after, Meng Yi spread the news about Cheng Zi having a girlfriend to others. Suddenly, the whole class knew. I'm telling you, I saw the ring he was holding with my own eyes. It's definitely for his girlfriend. Everyone looked surprised. Does Cheng Zi really have a girlfriend? How come I didn't hear anything about it? I don't know. He's been acting mysterious these past few days. Who knows what he's up to? Could it be the beauty from the foreign language department, Wang Yue? I heard she confessed to Cheng Zi a while ago. I think that's very likely. Meng Yi added, he and Teacher Song live in the same residential area. When I saw them, they were laughing and talking. Why did Cheng Zi suddenly move there? Was it intentional? It must be. He saw someone living there and decided to move there too, not expecting her to have a husband. At this point, another person chimed in. I have a bold idea. What if Teacher Song's husband is actually Cheng Zi? The whole class fell silent. After a few minutes, one of them said, how is that possible? You're overthinking this. Exactly. How could two completely unrelated people be together? Be careful, or she might sue you for spreading rumors. Moreover, Teacher Song already has a child and a husband. It's rude to speculate like that. Everyone agreed it was highly unlikely. They knew Cheng Zi very well and were certain he wouldn't be with Teacher Song. When Cheng Zi returned home, he saw Song Miamian was already busy taking care of things. The children were due for their milk, and some of them were crying loudly, especially Da Bao and San Bao, whose cries overshadowed A Bao and Si Bao's. Cheng Zi placed the ring on the table, sanitized his hands, and hurried to comfort the children. After checking on Da Bao, he noticed the child's back was wet, the diaper was already full and couldn't absorb more, causing it to leak onto the bed with some yellowish feces. Luckily, it hadn't smeared all over the bed. Song Mianmian was occupied with feeding Si Bao and couldn't attend to this. Relieved to see Cheng Zi back, she said, Dad is a bit late. Let me clean you up. She brought a basin of warm water, undressed Da Bao, and washed him a bit. Once dried, she put him back on the bed, relieving him of the dampness. Da Bao giggled happily. Small as they were, they seemed to understand everything, which would save them a lot of worrying in the future. Once everything was settled, Song Miamian asked, how did it go? It's fine. That guy is known for having a big mouth at school. I bet he's already told others about our conversation. Cheng Zi shrugged. Cheng Zi noticed her worries, walked over and gently patted her head, whispering, it's okay, even if we know. So what? Worst case, I won't need this graduation certificate for you and the child. Why should we bother about it? When he mentioned not needing the graduation certificate, Song Mianmian was startled. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you not need a graduation certificate? Would that mean these 4 years have been wasted? She was a bit angry. Please don't say such things in the future, okay? I was just talking. Dear, please don't be angry, Cheng Zi said. Song Mianmian snorted. Okay, I will go cook beef bone soup for you and make dinner as well. Cheng Zi headed to the kitchen. Many people believe that stewing spare ribs in soup is nutritious, but in fact, the nutritious part lies in the marrow inside the big bones. Song Mianmian was the perfect candidate to drink this soup. Seasoned with scallions and ginger, it was flavorful. It took about an hour to stew, and the fragrant smell quickly wafted into the living room. During this time, Cheng Zi quickly stir-fried a few side dishes. All of them were Song Mianmian's favorites. When he came out of the kitchen, he saw her playing a face-covering game with the children, making them giggle and smile. Cheng Zi walked over, smiling. Dad is here to play with you guys too, okay? Seeing another person approaching, the kids became even happier. Cheng Zi imitated Song Mianmian's actions from earlier, saying, oh, where did Dad go? And then revealing his hand, oh, Dad is back. The kids enjoyed the game without getting tired, wanting to keep playing. After a few minutes, Cheng Zi smiled at the kids and said, all right, Mom and Dad should eat now. We'll come play with you later. At the table, he served Song Mianmian a bowl of beef bone soup and asked, what about Auntie? My mom went to a friend's house and won't be coming back for dinner. Oh. Try this corn. It's delicious. Chang Zi picked up 2 ears and handed them to her. Song Miamian tasted the corn, fresh and slightly sweet, with the aroma of the bone soup. After an hour of stewing, the flavors had melded perfectly, with added seasoning making it even more delicious. Is it good? Chang Zi asked, smiling confidently, knowing his cooking skills. Song Miamian nodded. It's delicious. If it's delicious, have some more meat. Chang Zi placed a whole bone with plenty of meat on her bowl. Song Miamian blushed. You should eat quickly too, not just keep serving me. Okay. The two of them ate for almost half an hour, with Song Miamian finishing most of the dishes since they were simply too delicious. She even had 2 more servings of rice. It seems Teacher Song has a good appetite. Chang Zi praised. Song Miamian touched her slightly bulging belly, blushing. This was her first time eating so much. Chang Zi thought she was too thin, probably around 90 pounds, and believed she should eat more to become healthier and have a fuller figure. All right, I'll go and put the kids to sleep. You wash the dishes, Song Miamian said, hurrying to the bedroom. Chang Zi smiled helplessly. This little woman was still so shy, even with children. He tidied up the plates and cutlery, then washed them before going to the bedroom, where the kids were already fast asleep, snoring softly. They are sleeping so soundly. Watching the carefree children, Chang Zi felt a twinge of jealousy. He had been abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage as a child and never experienced parental love. He didn't want his children to be lacking in that department. All of them are asleep now. It's our time together. Chang Zi looked at Song Miamian, smiling. Her cheeks flushed. What are you planning? Originally, it was a questioning tone, but when it came out of her mouth, it sounded soft, like a kitten's meow. Chang Zi took out a ring from the box, pulled out the women's diamond ring, and said, once you wear this ring, you'll be completely mine. After we get the certificate, I'll take you on a honeymoon trip. Holding Song Miamian's hand, he slowly placed the ring on her ring finger. Song Miamian's mind was blank throughout the process, only hearing Chang Zhao's words, you will be mine from now on, which made her face flush, heart racing uncontrollably. Chang Zi chuckled as if he didn't notice her blushing face, and then took out another ring, saying, now help me put this on. Huh? Song Miamian was a bit confused. What huh? I put the ring on for you. You should do the same for me, for ceremonious sake, he explained. Oh. Only then did she take out the ring and put it on Chang Zhao's finger. After they finished, she lowered her head, too shy to meet his eyes. What's wrong with you? Chang Zi asked, noticing her discomfort. She's being deliberately coy. This always happens. It's annoying. She quickly made an excuse. I'm fine. It's just a bit hot in the room. I'll go take a shower. Chang Zi knew she was thin-skinned, so he nodded. Go ahead. Watching her hurriedly leave for the bath, he couldn't help but smile. Having taken a long time to wash up, nearly an hour, he wondered if she had washed all her clothes before entering the bedroom. How is it? Still feeling hot? Chang Zi smiled. Seeing him, Song Miamian felt nervous and shook her head. You should go wash up soon. It's getting late. Okay. After he finished cleaning up, Song Miamian had already fallen asleep. Chang Zi lay down beside her, watching her peaceful sleeping face. Her side profile was beautiful. No wonder their children were also good-looking. Of course, his efforts also played a role. The next morning, Song Miamian woke up in a panic, realizing she was running late. Chang Zi was still in the kitchen preparing breakfast when he heard her rushing out of the room. What's wrong? He asked. I'm going to be late. I need to hurry to school. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and changing clothes, she was ready to leave. Have you all heard? Teacher Song has already gotten married and has a child. The school was buzzing about it a couple days ago. I thought it was just some students spreading rumors, but I never expected Teacher Song to admit it directly. I really never expected it. Teacher Song is so good-looking, and her figure is so nice. She doesn't look like someone who has had a child at all. A few teachers were discussing animatedly, creating quite a scene. At this moment, a young teacher nearby frowned coldly and said, when did Teacher Song admit it? I have never heard her mention getting married or having a child. Don't always believe rumors. Teacher Joe, we all know about your feelings for Teacher Song, but she's already married. There's no point in not accepting it. Yeah, you're just a step too late. Teacher Joe snorted. It's impossible. I won't believe it until she says it herself. Just then, Song My-Anmian walked into the office. Speak of the devil. Cough. Teacher Song is here. Song My-Anmian entered the office, feeling the strange gazes from everyone around her. It was even more intense than the day before yesterday. Good morning, Teacher Song. Morning. Song My-Anmian smiled faintly. As she sat at her desk organizing the papers, a female teacher beside her asked with a smile, Teacher Song, is it true that you got married and have a child? You didn't tell us when you got married. We thought you were still single. Seriously, Teacher Song, you don't look like you've had a child at all. Your figure has recovered so well. Yeah, unlike me. After giving birth, not only did I gain weight, but my skin also got worse. Teacher Joe is still in denial. He says he won't believe it until Teacher Song admits it personally. Several female teachers chattered noisily. Song My-Anmian showed a polite smile and nodded. Yes, I am married and have a child. I'm sorry I didn't tell everyone the truth earlier. Now that she had admitted it herself, Teacher Joe's expression changed in an instant, looking quite unsightly. Ever since Song My-Anmian joined the school, he had been smitten with her, wanting to pursue her, never realizing she was already married. His previous actions had become a laughingstock. Soon, everyone ignored him and clamored to see the children. Teacher Song, let us see your babies. Yeah, you must have taken pictures of the babies, right? You are so pretty, the babies must be adorable. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Song My-Anmian couldn't bear to refuse, so she took out a few photos from an album that she had taken a few days ago. Wow, they are so cute. Look at those big eyes and long eyelashes, they are just like a replica of Teacher Song. Surely the father of the children is good looking too. Definitely, our Teacher Song is so beautiful, the genes must be good. All these pictures were of individual babies, no group photos yet. Hey, is this a boy? Oh my, Teacher Song, do you have twins? With this exclamation, everyone stretched their necks to look at the phone. When Song My-Anmian flipped to the last photo, there was silence in the room. These are quadruplets. Am I seeing things? For lying together? Teacher Song, you are amazing, giving birth to 4 little ones at once. They are so adorable, I love them so much. Seeing them makes me want to get married right now. All 4. Are they really all born to you, Teacher Song? 2 other female teachers were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Song My-Anmian felt quite embarrassed under their gaze. But she still nodded. The 2 looked at her admiringly and said in unison, That's impressive. Song My-Anmian felt even more embarrassed. She never imagined that they would see her, the ice goddess, as someone capable of such feats. Her husband must be amazing, with such strong procreation abilities. Are the children all looked after by your husband at home now? Song My-Anmian nodded, yes. You are really lucky to have such a good husband. The news of Song My-Anmian giving birth to quadruplets spread quickly throughout the campus. And these quadruplets were all top-notch in terms of appearance, making everyone completely smitten. The male students at school had given up completely. She was their goddess. Most people thought Song My-Anmian was truly amazing, giving birth to 4 at once, which they had never seen before in real life. Most you'd hear of were triplets, quadruplets, or quintuplets were usually only seen in the news and were almost unheard of personally. So, it was quite miraculous. After finishing a day of classes, Song My-Anmian returned home late in the evening. As autumn had arrived, it was getting dark by around 5 or 6 in the evening. Concerned, Chengzi specially came to the school to pick her up. Once they reached home, they heard laughter coming from the living room. Mother-in-law was playing with the children. The babies were ecstatic. Being almost 3 months old, they were growing each day and becoming more playful. The eldest and third were already able to turn over, so they needed constant supervision to prevent any accidents. The second and fourth, being girls, were not as rowdy. Watching the children, Song My-Anmian's fatigue from the day vanished, and she quickly took off her shoes and ran over, asking, Babies, did you miss Mommy today? Seeing Mommy had come back, the eldest baby grinned, laughing and waving her little hands. She was so cute and adorable. Song My-Anmian's heart melted. I'll cook, you should rest. Changzi patted Song My-Anmian's head gently and said in a soft voice. As he turned to enter the kitchen, Song My-Anmian followed to help. You've been tired all day. Go rest. You're tired too. Taking care of the kids is more tiring than my work. Soon, the meal was ready, and the aroma of the food filled the air. Song Miamian felt happy and thanked her lucky stars for blessing her with such a good man. You work so hard, not only taking care of the children, but also looking after me. Cheng Zi smiled. It's nothing. As a man, doing these things is just natural. Song Miamian blushed a little and suddenly remembered something, saying, you don't have to wake up so early to make breakfast tomorrow. I can buy something on my way out. If you don't eat, your mother will need breakfast. Song Miamian replied, my mom goes out to work early in the morning. She has something to eat there. Oh, all right. If I'm up, I'll make you breakfast. If not, forget it. Song Miamian considered a lot of things and furrowed her brows, saying, what if they recognize you? After all, if our relationship gets out, it will surely cause a big commotion. All these teachers have taught Cheng Zhao's class before. They will definitely recognize you at a glance. It's all right. You go have your meal first. I'll figure something out when the time comes. Song Miamian nodded with a worried expression on her face. Sitting across from them, Song's mother saw the two of them whispering to each other and was puzzled, asking, Miamian, Xiao Cheng, what are you whispering about? What commotion? It's nothing, just some school matters. Song Miamian had a headache, deciding not to tell her mother about this for now. After finishing their meal, Cheng Zi washed the dishes, while Song Miamian and Song's mother took care of the children, feeding them milk. The busy day came to an end, and it was time to sleep. In the middle of the night, just after Cheng Zi finished feeding the child and drifted into sleep, a sudden voice from the system sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the 3-day night vigil for the child, rewarded with the power nap function. Power nap. Sleeping for an hour is equivalent to 5 hours, with the ability to set your own sleeping time, falling asleep in a few minutes or even instantly. When the baby sleeps, you can sleep along, and all fatigue will disappear upon waking up. Cheng Zi was somewhat surprised by this. How magical was this? He decided to try it later. It was perfect to use it now in the middle of the night. He silently said the word sleep. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. The time for the child to feed at night gradually decreased, now only once during the night, sleeping through until morning. The next morning, cries from the baby's crib woke Song Miamian, who sleepily asked, does the baby need milk? No, it's okay. You go back to sleep. So, she drifted back off to sleep. Cheng Zi quickly got up to make formula while there was still a lull in the temperature and prepared to change the baby's diapers. The second child was the most rambunctious, and when he looked over, he had wet the diaper so much that it was about to burst. Fetching a basin of water, he opened the diaper's magic tape and started changing it while also playing with the child. When he saw the dirty diaper, Cheng Zi pretended to be disgusted, saying, oh dear. You've made a mess, haven't you? Little one, you aren't smelling so good now. He joked around while changing the diaper, showing great patience. In the past, he was particularly impatient with children, but now, he didn't mind changing them multiple times. The child giggled endlessly, with a red and adorable face. It's so smelly, it might knock Dad out. Cheng Zi pinched the child's nose and smiled. After changing the diapers, he fed the babies and then woke up Song Miamian. She had no classes in the morning, all scheduled for the afternoon, which suited Cheng Zi as he also had classes then. He thought about taking a leave. His senior year courses were almost done, and he had no worries about failing any subject. Besides, there was a readily available teacher to help him with makeup lessons. While having breakfast, Cheng Zi proposed, Teacher Song, I'd like to take a few days off. Why? Song Miamian was taken aback. Wasn't life good now? You see, I don't have many classes at the moment. I'll only attend important specialized and required courses. The rest are not crucial, so I won't go. I promise not to fail any subjects, don't worry. Besides, I have you, Teacher Song, to give me makeup lessons anytime. Cheng Zi blinked. Song Miamian couldn't resist his gaze. Indeed, Cheng Zi excelled academically, a top student who didn't need to attend all classes. She nodded, all right, I'll talk to them for you. Thanks, my wife. Cheng Zi affectionately pinched her collagen-filled face, the texture feeling surprisingly good. Song Miamian blushed and continued sipping her porridge. With nothing much to do in the morning, They both stayed home taking care of the babies. While having fun with the children, Cheng Zhao's phone suddenly rang. Frowning, he didn't bother to check and just hung up. Shortly after, it rang again, and he was about to hang up once more. It might be your friend calling for something important. Answer it and check, Song Mai Anmian suggested. Cheng Zi finally looked at the screen name above, Li Jin. That guy was probably calling about something related to the acting project. He answered. Before he could speak, Li Jin asked, "Bro, why didn't you answer the phone earlier?" "I was busy. What's up?" "Well, there's no show for us today, so I thought since you live around here, we could grab a drink and catch up." "I have to take care of the kids. No time for that," Cheng Zi declined directly. "Dude, you can't do this. Having a wife and kids makes you forget your brothers. You've changed. We used to go to internet cafes and drink together. Now you're abandoning me for your family." Li Jin sounded a bit saddened. "Have you finished?" "If you have, I'll hang up," Cheng Zi said calmly. "Don't hang up, just making a small joke. Where do you live? I'll come to see your kids and bring some gifts." After giving the address, Li Jin drove over with many gifts. The babies were already asleep, so Cheng Zi placed them in their cribs while Song Mai Anmian followed to rest as well. The afternoon classes were coming up, but the triplets were lively, waving their little fists and making cute sounds. The doorbell rang. Cheng Zi went to the door and saw Li Jin, who had come bearing many gifts for the babies. However, when Li Jin saw Cheng Zi, he almost didn't recognize him. This disheveled appearance in pajamas was quite a change from their previous encounters. "You're really Cheng Zi." Li Jin was astonished. "How come you've transformed like this in just 2 days? I almost thought I got the wrong person. You look so different," he exclaimed. Cheng Zi was speechless. Li Jin stepped into the living room and was further shocked by the sight inside. "This is unbelievable. The Cheng Zi I know would never be like this. This is like overturning my worldview." Li Jin expressed his amazement. Cheng Zi rolled his eyes. "Come on, is it that exaggerated? Are these twins? Are you taking care of 2 children at the same time?" Li Jin admired Cheng Zi greatly. However, the milk dad did quite a good job. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his current mood. Happy, shocked, or another emotion? Can't say for sure, just feel that they are both really amazing. Watching him living happily, he sincerely wishes him well from the bottom of his heart. Unlike him, who is still a lonely single dog, unable to find a partner, unloved. Cheng Zi urged, "All right, come in quickly." "Oh." Li Jin hurriedly took off his shoes and entered the house, seeing the 3 treasured ones and the 4 treasured ones lying on the sofa. He enthusiastically went to prepare to hug them. But he was stopped by Cheng Zi. "Lower your voice. Don't wake the 2 little ones sleeping in the bedroom." 2 little ones in the bedroom. What does that mean? Later, Li Jin reacted. "You gave birth to 4. "Yes, surprised." Li Jin exclaimed, "Bro, that's 4. Aren't you surprised? No wonder you're in this situation, daring to have 4 kids. You're really impressive. This genetic trait is amazing." Li Jin didn't know what to say. At the same time, he also felt complicated. Putting things aside, he approached and said, "Raising 4 children at once, future tuition fees, tutoring fees. Can you really handle this? This is not something an ordinary family can afford." "I think it's not a problem. It's quite good," Cheng Zi nodded. Li Jin said, "If you need money, just let me know." Cheng Zi replied, "Don't worry, I have a way with money matters." After all, he had the system as a money tree. Even though he didn't receive cash rewards every time, he gained some skills. These skills can be used to make money. As long as there are various rewards from the system, everything will be fine. However, it's not easy to explain these mystical things to Li Jin, so a brief answer would suffice. Li Jin didn't think much. Since the other party didn't want to disclose more, there was no need to push further. Better to stop at a certain point. Speaking too much would not be good. "Can I hug the children?" Li Jin revealed a big smile, eager to hold the 2 little ones, whom he liked very much. It was too adorable, especially their chubby faces, red and cute. He couldn't wait to hug them. Facing his request, Cheng Zi frowned, hesitated for a moment, then pointed towards the hand-washing sink. "Go wash your hands. There's disinfectant hand wash up there." "What?" Li Jin was speechless, wondering if the request was too high. Why don't you just soak me entirely in alcohol and then carry me out? Cheng Zi sat next to the four treasures and casually said, "Sure, as long as you're willing." Li Jin immediately drooped his face and said, "Cheng buddy, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Have you forgotten how we used to be together every day? Often playing games together. Enough, you spare me the sentimental play. Don't touch my baby if you don't wash your hands." Cheng Zi wasn't buying into Li Jin's tactics. Seeing the cold response, Li Jin shrugged and went to wash his hands. Before leaving, his face still showed a deep-seated resentment only a young woman could have. Cheng Zi was speechless to him, getting goosebumps all over his body. Several minutes later, Li Jin finished washing his hands and dried them with a disposable towel. "Now can I hold them? I want to see how cute your baby is that you're hiding so protectively." Li Jin walked over and looked at the four treasures in Cheng Zhao's arms. The child blinked its big eyes, staring at Li Jin without blinking. It seemed curious about who this uncle was. Unlike other babies who would cry when approached by strangers, the four treasures stared at Li Jin for a while, slowly furrowing its tiny brows. It seemed a bit nervous, never having seen him before. Li Jin stared dumbfounded at the four treasures, and in no time, he was melted by their adorable appearance. "Absolutely," Li Jin muttered to himself, and then turned to Cheng Zi. "Bro, I finally understand why you suddenly like children so much. If I had such cute kids, I'd be willing to go through hell for them. They're just too cute." Cheng Zi smirked. "You also need my good looks genetics. Your partner should be as beautiful as my wife." "I'll find a pretty wife." "You've had enough time, yet you're still a single dog. How dare you say that?" Cheng Zi rolled his eyes. "I don't care. I'm making a reservation." Cheng Zhao's face darkened. "Are you even human?" Li Jin grinned and changed his tune. "Haha, what I meant is, when I have kids in the future, our families can arrange a marriage for them." "No way. I can't let my daughter be at a disadvantage. When the children grow up, it won't be up to you, in case one of them fancies mine." Cheng Zi sneered. "Wait until you find a partner, you single dog. Enough with that, let's not talk about this. By the way, where's your wife? Haven't seen her around. Resting in the room, I warn you, don't disturb her." Li Jin nodded. "Got it, won't disturb her." After a pause, he continued, "I'm curious, how did you meet your wife?" "Just like that." Cheng Zi let the four treasures lie on his shoulder, the child constantly sucking on its hand, its face all wet with drool. "Just like that. There must be more to the story," Li Jin probed further. Cheng Zi glanced at him. "Will knowing all that benefit you in any way?" "Just curious. She was a teacher at our school." He didn't see the need to hide it, considering his decent relationship with Li Jin. Li Jin was shocked and widened his eyes. "What? A teacher at your school? Bro, you." Cheng Zi calmly responded. "Is there a problem?" "No problem. You're amazing." He was glad his heart was strong enough, or he might have fainted on the spot with all the astonishment. "When are you getting married then? Why didn't you tell me?" This was what made Li Jin feel remorseful. He hadn't been a good friend. Cheng Zi said, "We're not married yet." "Ah. Then what's your situation? Pregnant before marriage?" "Sort of." "All right, I'm done speaking. Can I hold your baby now? I want to hold this one in your arms." Li Jin was persistent. He liked Saibao's little face very much when he saw it. "Look at this Kazilan with big eyes, plump little lips, chubby face, really adorable. Nobody doesn't like it when they see it." In any case, he liked it at first sight. Sibao, seeing this unfamiliar uncle staring at her all the time, tried hard to squeeze into Cheng Zhao's arms, obviously not very happy to be held by Li Jin. Cheng Zi smiled. "Didn't you see it? Our Sibao doesn't want you to hold her." "Sibao, uncle has a good relationship with your father. He's not a bad person. Can I hold you for a bit?" Li Jin tried his best to be cute to Sibao, but even so, Sibao still turned her face aside coldly, unmoved. "Oh, there's a way." Suddenly, Li Jin remembered. Didn't he buy some toys? This should work, right? He took out a small toy, pressed a button, and played children's songs. Looking for a friend, found a good friend. Li Jin shook the toy in front of Sibao. Children are children. When they see this new toy, their eyes are attracted. In no time, they were entertained. The same goes for Sanbao on the side, both fixedly staring at the little toy, very happy. When Li Jin went to hold Sibao again, the child was still not very willing and clung to Cheng Zi, unwilling to let go. After playing for a while, Li Jin was completely discouraged. Since Sibao was not happy, he turned to hold Sanbao. Sanbao, being a boy, did not resist very much, started to resist a bit, but was much better once Li Jin held him in his arms. Li Jin bought a lot of small toys, such as dolls, Ultraman, dolls, remote control cars, and so on. Chen Zi twitched his mouth. Can't you think a bit with your brain when buying things? Can such a small child play with a remote control car? Chi, you don't know anything. After the age of 1, babies know how to play with these things. It's not too late to buy them now. Apart from a pile of toys, there were also some small clothes and socks. In short, this guy bought a lot of odds and ends. After playing for a while with Sanbao, Li Jin looked at his watch, stood up, and said, I have some work to do at the company. I have to leave now. I'll come back to see the babies another day. Goodbye. Don't forget to save a spot for me as a groomsman. After speaking, he patted Chen Zhao's shoulder and left. After he left, Chen Zi looked at Sibao and laughed as he tickled her nose. Sibao, why didn't you let Uncle hold you? He is Dad's good friend. Isn't he nice? Look, he bought so many toys for you. Sibao blinked at Chen Zi, her black eyes reflecting his indulgent face. Her small expression was extremely cute, and Chen Zi couldn't help but rub her little head. Yeah, Sibao happily grinned when her father rubbed her head. At this time, Song Mai Amian opened the door from the bedroom and walked out, taking a look around the living room, wondering, did your friend leave? Yes, why didn't you come out just now, shy? Chen Zi smiled and teased her. He knew this woman was shy and embarrassed to see people, so he didn't expose her. Song Mai Amian blushed all at once, gave him a look without good temper, and said, You're the shy one. I remember when I had to carry Dabao and Erbao into the bedroom to sleep, who insisted on coming into the bedroom. Seeing her stubborn appearance, Chen Zi chuckled. Being exposed, Song Mai Amian blushed even more and changed the subject. I'm going to wash the socks, you watch the babies. Chen Zi put down Sibao and went to the bedroom to take a look. Dabao and Erbao were sleeping soundly. Dabao was smiling in his sleep, dreaming of something happy. He had heard older staff in the orphanage say that boys smile in their sleep because they dreamt of marrying someone, being happy. It looks like in the future, the daughter-in-law doesn't need to worry. After Song Mai Amian finished washing the socks half an hour later, Chen Zi had already prepared the meal. At this time, his mother-in-law happened to come back. After dinner, she temporarily looked after the children. Chen Zi and Song Mai Amian still had classes in the afternoon. He had an important professional class to attend, and he planned to take a few days off after completing it. Song Mai Amian should have already informed them for him. At the entrance of the community. Teacher Song, you can go first, I'll take a taxi over. Song Mai Amian nodded. Okay then, be careful on your way. All right. He hadn't been able to focus on his classes properly these past few days, and now he needed a few days off. He was sure Wang Jing would ask all sorts of questions. After arriving at the school by taxi, passing through a sports field, and just about to go into the classroom, he saw Wang Yue from the Foreign Languages Department. Standing next to her was the beauty of his class. Wang Yue noticed the ring on Chen Zhao's ring finger at a glance. At first, she thought Chen Zi was just using his girlfriend as an excuse to brush her off, but the appearance of this ring explained everything. He really had a girlfriend. Senior Chen, this ring looks nice. Did your girlfriend give it to you? Wang Yue asked tentatively. Chen Zi nodded. Yes, what about it? Nothing. I just envy her. Wang Yue smiled. Chen Zi replied calmly. There's nothing to envy. Just focus on being yourself. Okay, I have to go to class now. With that said, he went into the classroom. Just as he sat down at his seat, Wang Jing leaned over. He hadn't seen Wang Jing around much these days, which was unusual. Bro, they say you've found a girlfriend. Is it true? Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to joke around? Is she from our school? Do I know her? Wang Jing asked eagerly. He was genuinely curious what kind of girl could catch Chen Zhao's eye. I don't know her. Can you introduce me to her? I'm quite curious. You'll meet her when the time comes. For this class, Chen Zi didn't pay much attention to the lesson. He was just listening to Wang Jing's chatter. He didn't know where Wang Jing got so much talk from. Bro, when you get married in the future, you have to call me. I'll be your groomsman. After class, Wang Jing patted Chen Zi on the shoulder. Chen Zi rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Are you free tonight? Cheng Zi knew what he was up to and directly refused. I'm busy tonight. Bro, come on. Who was the one who said a few days ago that once you packed your bags you treat me to high D-Lao? Wang Jing felt that Chen Zhao's change was too drastic. Song Miamian had to classes in the afternoon and might have to work a while longer before getting off. He went home early to take care of the baby. As soon as he entered the house, the children were still asleep. In the living room, there were two unfamiliar women, both around Song's mother's age. The three of them were chatting about topics regarding the children, while also discussing Cheng Zi and Song Miamian. I saw your son-in-law earlier. He's quite decent. Polite, tall, and handsome young man, one of the women remarked. Look at these kids. Each one cuter than the last. I like them all. My son is such a disappointment. He's in his mid-20s and still hasn't given me a grandchild to hold, the other woman said. Song's mother chuckled and said, these things can't be rushed. It's up to the young people and their wishes. Another woman added, regardless, one must choose a good daughter-in-law. You never know what kind of person they might bring home. Nowadays, young girls have all kinds of behaviors. I heard some have even had abortions. She smiled and glanced at Song's mother, making the latter feel embarrassed. How could one respond to such obvious insinuations? Cheng Zi then walked over, smiled, and agreed with the woman about the importance of choosing a good daughter-in-law. His sarcasm was blatantly apparent, and the woman's expression changed abruptly. She had intended to embarrass Song's mother, but her son-in-law unexpectedly returned. Zicheng, you're back. Come sit here. Song's mother greeted, growing more satisfied with Cheng Zi as her son-in-law. With Cheng Zi present, the woman had nothing more to say. With a forced smile, she remarked, so, you're Miamian's husband. Not bad, quite talented. Thank you for the compliment, Cheng Zi replied with a faint smile. The two women stood up and said they had something to attend to, so they left. Song's mother saw them out. When someone speaks like that next time, there's no need to be polite, Cheng Zi advised as soon as they were gone. These people are pushy. If you don't stand up to them, they'll think you're afraid. Some old women just love to gossip. It's one thing to criticize him, but indirectly insulting his wife was another matter. He wouldn't let anyone disrespect his wife. Song Chin sighed, it's okay. You get used to it. During Song Miamian's pregnancy and childbirth, she endured countless judgmental gazes. I won't let this happen again, she vowed. It seemed moving was the best option. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the room, and Cheng Zi recognized it immediately. It was his mischievous eldest son, who known as Big Bao. Every baby's voice over the past few days had been firmly imprinted in his mind. Big Bao was lying in his crib, twisting uncomfortably, making noises in his throat as if something were stuck there. Cheng Zi felt sorry for him. He realized the baby had thrown up and was covered in it, but hadn't cried. Quickly, he picked up Big Bao, changed his clothes, and replaced his diaper to make him more comfortable. As Cheng Zi undressed him, the baby squirmed uncomfortably, his hands flailing, pouting as if he were about to cry. Cheng Zi hurriedly found clean clothes for him and changed his diaper, bringing back a smile to the baby's face. This child was very alert and sensitive. He knew when he was uncomfortable or upset. Cheng Zi picked up Big Bao, placed him on his chest, and handed him a pacifier to prevent him from drooling all over himself. On the sofa, Cheng Zi held Big Bao close, and as he opened his mouth, Cheng Zi noticed he had teeth. Yes, he had already started teething at just over 2 months old. Although it was only a little, it was his first tooth. He gently touched the tiny tooth. Look at you, growing teeth already. You have the biggest appetite, Cheng Zi said with a smile, pinching the chubby cheeks of Big Bao. Your mom will be home soon. I'll tell her about it. Seeing Cheng Zi smiling, Big Bao seemed infected with joy. Not yet aware he was teething, his innocent and cute expression was adorable. Cheng Zi couldn't help but adore him more as he held him close and patted his back. 2 hours later, Song Miamian returned from work. Seeing Cheng Zi enjoying time with the children, she couldn't help but show a tender expression. Wife, you're back. Come here. Cheng Zi beckoned her over, and she asked, what's going on? Why so secretive? Come see for yourself. Cheng Zi grinned. Big Bao is teething? Song Miamian was shocked. She had thought children usually started teething around 6 months old. To her surprise, this little one, just 2 months old, had his first tooth already. It shows our baby is developing well. He'll start eating solids early, Cheng Zi said with a smile. He had learned a lot about childcare these past few days, understanding what the baby could and couldn't eat. As Big Bao started drooling again, both he and Cheng Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. This kid never seemed to tire of playing with his saliva. Even during her confinement period, there was no scientific methodology applied. It was the height of summer, and the air conditioning was not turned on. Several times, it was so hot that she almost suffered heat stroke, but she endured it all. Our eldest is doing well. I'll go check on the others in a bit, Cheng Zi smiled. As soon as he mentioned the other children, the sound of crying spread throughout the room. The couple knew it was feeding time. Influenced by them, the eldest child started crying while sucking on his hand. His cries were loud. Song Miamian rushed into the kitchen to prepare milk for the child. Cheng Zi carried the second child to the sofa. After feeding and burping them, he lined them up on the sofa. Watching them cooing and gurgling, Cheng Zi reached out and gently pinched their tiny feet. The second child was a little ticklish, and when he pinched her, she quickly withdrew her foot, clearly not enjoying it. Song Miamian chuckled on the side. You know what? The second child doesn't like being tickled. If you gently rub her, she gets upset. She had noticed this before. Indeed, when Cheng Zi looked over again, the child was pouting, looking aggrieved, about to cry. All right, Daddy won't pinch you anymore. Do you want me to apologize to you? Cheng Zi smiled helplessly, picked up the second child, gently patted her back, and comforted her. The second child had a good temper. She soon forgot about it, and Cheng Zi picked up a toy doll from the side, dangling it in front of her and pressing the song switch. Like the fourth child, once she heard the music, she listened intently with a serious expression, adorable and cute. Cheng Zi felt that taking care of children was something a real man should do. How adorable! When the song ended, the 4 babies all looked towards Cheng Zi. Their eyes seemed to say, I want to hear more. Now it was night time. Cheng Zi stretched lazily and said with a smile to the babies, Daddy's going to cook now. You guys stay here and play with Mommy. Yahoo! The 4th baby responded first, looking at Cheng Zi, the happiness evident in his eyes. The 4th baby's skin was becoming fairer and chubbier, almost indistinguishable from the older siblings. He was moving vigorously, almost flipping over. It seemed like he was close to 3 months old. As the saying goes, 3 flips, 6 sits, and 9 crawls. One should still be careful. What would you like to eat tonight, honey? Cheng Zi asked with a smile. Song Miamian replied, anything is fine. How about cooking fish soup? There's a fish in the refrigerator that Mrs. Lee gave us, okay? Cheng Zi quickly went to the kitchen to prepare. Soon, the aroma of the fish soup wafted out, causing Song Miamian to unconsciously drool. She was curious about the seasonings Cheng Zi had used. It smelled so good. The soup her mother made during her confinement was tasty too, but it didn't compare to this aroma. Cheng Zi served a bowl to Song Miamian as soon as it was ready. You go ahead and have some. Soon, the dishes were ready too, and Cheng Zi called out, Auntie, it's time to eat. After everyone had settled at the table, Song Qin praised, Xiao Cheng, your cooking skills are getting better and better. This fish soup tastes much better than the one I made for Miamian. Song Qin tasted it and praised it continuously. Such good men were rare. Miamian had many days of enjoyment ahead, and she was relieved. After dinner, Cheng Zi washed the dishes and prepared to look for a pair of scissors. While rummaging through the drawer, he unexpectedly found a bunch of keys along with a brand new property certificate. What was going on? Host, these are the keys and property certificate for the house. Cheng Zi examined it and saw that the address on the certificate was Jiangqing Name Garden, a luxury community he was familiar with. It was within the 3rd Ring Road, and only wealthy people lived there. With an excited heart, he kept the property certificate and keys and then took Song Miamian, who was sitting in the living room, to the balcony. What's going on? Can't we talk in the living room? Why so secretive? Seeing his excitement, Song Miamian was puzzled. Cheng Zi smiled and said, Honey, I want to move you and the baby to a different place. Living here is not convenient. But I paid the rent, so we can stay for a while longer. Moving again seems like a waste. Song Miamian furrowed her brows. She thought that saving money was essential for buying milk powder and diapers for the babies. There was no need for unnecessary expenses. She had been regretting the expensive ring for a long time, and leasing a place meant a significant cost for a year. They didn't have extra money to throw around. The income from Cheng Zhao's acting gigs was not consistent. There were times when the money ran out. You'll know once you see it. Then you can decide whether to move or not. But I think you will agree to it. Cheng Zhao's smile was mysterious. She was a bit confused. How did he know she would agree? All she wanted was to save money. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. The children had been put to sleep by Song Chin, and she said, I'll take a shower first. You watch over the babies. Okay. After they both finished their showers, Cheng Zi said, tomorrow is the weekend, and I have no classes, so let's go see the house. How about that? You can decide whether to move after seeing it. I'm sure you'll agree. Cheng Zi was confident. His mysterious demeanor piqued Song Mai-Anian's interest. Then what if I don't agree? Cheng Zi glanced at her with a mischievous smile, saying, I'll leave the decision to you. With that, Song Mai-Anian was stunned for a moment, then blushed profusely. She didn't respond and turned to go to bed. Cheng Zi chuckled softly. This little woman was shy again. In the middle of the night, the cries of the children woke them up. Song Mai-Anian, fighting drowsiness, said, Do the children need milk? You go back to sleep. No need to worry. I've got this. Cheng Zi stroked her head. Soon after, she fell back asleep. Cheng Zi had to wake up twice that night to feed and change the babies. It wasn't too exhausting for him, thanks to the power of naps. Without it, a big guy like him wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even a strong body has its limits. The following morning, they woke up from their slumber. Thinking about the previous night, Song Mai-Anian felt a pang of guilt. You stayed up all night looking after the babies. I'm sorry. It was no trouble. I was fine. Cheng Zi looked at her. Why? Feeling sorry for your husband? No way. Blushing, Song Mai-Anian went to the bathroom. Cheng Zi flagged down a car on the road and took Song Mai-Anian to their destination. On the way, Song Mai-Anian stole glances at Cheng Zi several times, looking like she wanted to say something, but hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. Cheng Zi ruffled her head and asked with a smile, You've looked at me 5 times already on this journey. Just ask directly if you have something to say. Nothing, she replied in a muffled voice. Cheng Zi, feeling helpless, said, Then let's talk about it when we arrive. He could tell at a glance what was on her mind. He would have a good talk with her once they got there. After several minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of Jiangqing Mingyuan. Let's go in. Cheng Zi held Song Mai-Anian's hand as they were about to enter the compound. However, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. What are you doing here? Most residents here would drive in. It wasn't common for pedestrians to enter directly. They had to ask. Not just anyone could enter that place. Cheng Zi calmly said, We are here to view a house. The security guard then allowed them in. Inside the compound, Song Mai-Anian looked around with a furrowed brow. How about this place? It's nice, right? Cheng Zi asked with a smile. The compound had great landscaping, a swimming pool, pavilions, a park. Hall amenities were available. Song Mai-Anian didn't know what to say. The place looked expensive. The monthly rent must be at least tens of thousands, given their current situation. Following the address, Cheng Zi found their house. Building 10, Unit 2102. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a luxuriously decorated living room with all furniture and appliances looking new. The decor style was exactly what he wanted, simple luxury with a touch of warmth. Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow, realizing that everything was already furnished. Newly renovated? System, have you checked for formaldehyde? Is it safe for the babies to live here? These were questions that needed answers. The system replied, Everything is safe, the host can rest assured. Cheng Zi was satisfied with the response. He then started to inspect the spacious living room. It faced north and had excellent sunlight. Through the large glass balcony, one could see a nearby big lake. Everything in the vicinity could be seen from this angle. The night view must also be stunning. Cheng Zi pulled Song Mai-Anian to the balcony not far away, pointing at the lake. Isn't it beautiful? I think this environment is perfect for raising children. When we bring our babies here, they will definitely love it. Yes, it's quite nice. Song Miami and instantly liked it. But a place with such a good location would certainly not be cheap. Changzi asked, "Do you like it?" Song Miami forced a smile and said, "I do, but the rent here. It must be expensive, right? With their current finances, it might not be feasible. It was better to save money. The funds might not even be enough for the baby formula." This time, she had to stop Changzi. They couldn't afford to spend recklessly like last time. Changzi patted her head and said, "This one is free." Free? What do you mean? Song Miami was puzzled. Who would offer a house for free? Is this charity? She seriously doubted Changzi was playing a joke on her. She trusted him, but that didn't mean she would believe everything. Changzi pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "I know you don't believe me, but it's true. It really doesn't cost anything. Why? Why pay for staying in your own house?" Song Miami was stunned. "My own one." Changzi pulled out the property deed and keys, handing them to Song Miami. When she saw the signature, Changzi, it truly hit her. It was his house. When did he buy a house? Why didn't she know about this? And how could a student like him come up with the money for it? Where did you get the money to buy this? Changzi had already prepared a reason and explained with a smile, "I bought this house from an elderly couple who emigrated with their children overseas. They sold the house cheaply. It was already renovated, just no one came to live in it. Regarding the funds, it's money I've saved over the years to get married, you know?" Just those few words about getting married made Song Miami blush deeply. Really? Indeed. This reason seemed plausible, and Song Miami didn't doubt it any further. However, the house was indeed excellent. Facing the sunlight, with a big lake nearby, the scenery was beautiful. "How about it? Are you satisfied?" Changzi asked with a smile. "Yes, very much so." Knowing the house belonged to Changzi, Song Miami's mood improved significantly, and her face lit up with a smile. Looking at the surroundings, she grew fonder and believed their children would also love it. Changzi grinned and said, "Let's move in with the babies tomorrow. This is truly our home." Good. Song Miami's complexion was rosy, feeling warm inside. She looked at Changzi in a different light now, feeling secure with him, as if nothing could faze him. Their life would definitely get better. After viewing the house, they quickly took a taxi back home. When they arrived, the children were crying incessantly, and the mother-in-law was busy attending to them. Seeing Changzi and Song Miami return, she sighed with relief. "You're finally back. These little rascals almost drove me crazy." It was noon, just in time for the children's milk time. Changzi prepared the milk formula, while Song Miami comforted and changed the children's diapers. Changing the diaper for the eldest one was challenging, as the baby kept kicking. Although she dodged most kicks, the last one landed on her face, almost making her tear up. When Changzi arrived with the milk, he saw the scene and inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing, just got kicked by the eldest." She was already used to being accidentally hurt many times. Changzi went over and glared at the eldest with mock seriousness. "You're not being good, kicking your mom again." The eldest seemed to understand and stopped crying, looking a bit aggrieved as he glanced at Changzi. "Okay." After feeding a few babies, the two of them carried them to the living room. The mother-in-law came over to take care of the older babies. Song Miami glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then told her about what happened today. Song Chin looked up, somewhat incredulous. "Zicheng bought a house." "Yes, Auntie, sorry for not telling you earlier. It was originally intended to be our marital home, but now that I'm with Miami, of course we'll live in our own house." Changzi smiled. Song Kin's expression changed from shock to relief. She was happy that her daughter had a place to call home. Before, she had been worried, thinking that Changzi was indeed a good man, but without a house, what would they do in the future? They couldn't keep renting forever, right? Now that they had a house, everything would be fine. "Well, Auntie didn't misjudge you. You two must take good care of each other in the future." "Don't worry, Auntie. In the future, Miami and the children will be my everything. I won't let them suffer in any way, even if it means exhausting myself," Changzi said. Song Miami felt a bit embarrassed by his words, her face slightly blushing. The mother-in-law nodded, then remembered something and said with a smile, "Why Auntie still? Your child is already this big. Should you change the way you address me?" Song Miamian felt even more embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Mom, we plan to move tomorrow. Will you come with us? I won't go. You two should live your own lives. Why do I need to be there? With Zicheng around, I'm much more at ease. Songchin trusted her son-in-law. I'll just stay here. I just paid the rent, don't want it to go to waste. Unable to persuade her, the two gave up. Knowing they were going to live there, Song Miamian's mood brightened. While Chengzi was busy in the kitchen, he could hear her cheerful laughter as she played with the babies. It was the first time he had seen her so happy. With a smile on his lips, he finally had a home of his own. After dinner, they sat on the couch, soothing the children. Chengzi picked up the fourth baby and pinched her little face. For Bao, we're finally moving to our new home. It's very nice there. Daddy will take you there tomorrow. Yay, for Bao seemed to be infected by his excitement and also smiled happily, her chubby limbs moving cutely. Wife, look how happy for Bao is, Chengzi remarked. The family was all in a joyful mood. After the joy, Song Miamian thought of a question. What if we both get busy in the future? What will we do about the children? With her mother around, she could help look after them. But if they moved, what would they do if they were both occupied? Never mind, I'll figure it out. We can take turns looking after the children when we're busy, Chengzi suggested. It was a good solution, but being far from the school would still be inconvenient. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Let's move first, Song Miamian agreed. After making the decision, Chengzi continued to play with the children. Ever since they discovered yesterday that the eldest baby was teething, Chengzi would occasionally check on the other babies. They found out that the third baby was also starting to teeth, even though it wasn't as obvious as the eldest baby. The children were drooling everywhere, and the bibs had to be changed twice a day. Song Miamian tried to give the baby a pacifier, but the baby refused and would spit it out immediately, resisting stubbornly. If you said one wrong word to him, he would cry to show you. Such a delicate little one. The second and fourth babies were girls, developing slower than the boys, with smaller body sizes. It would probably be a while before they started teething. At that moment, Bao put her hand in her mouth and started chewing on it with relish, then fell asleep. Chengzi smiled helplessly. This child. He gently put her on the bed to sleep. All three babies were asleep, with only the eldest baby still blinking his eyes, looking lively and making sounds in his sleep. Song Miamian was afraid he would roll off, so she put him in the crib with a guardrail. She then began to tidy up for their move the next morning. Chengzi said while cleaning, "We have a lot of stuff, so let's just call a moving company tomorrow. We won't have time with the children to pack." Okay. The next day, Chengzi called a moving company, and soon all their belongings were moved to their new home. The babies looked around their new environment with curiosity. Chengzi was very satisfied with the decoration style. It was exactly what he wanted. The system was truly magical. Even the rewards were tailored to the host's preferences. It was warm, luxurious, and romantic, perfect for a family to live in. Yesterday was rushed, so they didn't have a good look around. Today, they carefully observed the layout of the house. In the master bedroom, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the right side of the bed, offering a beautiful view. The bed, over 2 meters wide, was perfectly placed in the center of the room. Overall, this set of houses was about 200 square meters. There were 2 living rooms, 1 large and 1 small, and for bedrooms, 2 of which were children's rooms. One of the children's rooms was decorated in pink tones, filled with all kinds of toys and dolls, cartoons of little animals painted on the walls, and a soft carpet on the floor. The children's beds all had guardrails for safety, so the children wouldn't roll off at night. The other room was similar, but in blue tones, with toys that boys would like. The windows had protective bars to prevent accidents. It was all very considerate, making Chengzi wonder if the system was a bit too magical. The children's rooms were all set up. They could move in with just a suitcase. In the living room, Chengzi pushed the babies into the children's rooms and laid them on the floor. Smiling, he asked, "Babies, are you happy to have your own rooms now?" The babies all gurgled in response. The eldest baby seemed to understand everything, his big eyes looking around seriously. "You're asking the wrong question. How would they even know what liking means?" Song Miamian walked over and said with a smile. Chengzi replied, "Don't underestimate our kids." The two then sat down together. Chang Zi looked at Song Miamian's face and gently rubbed it. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? That little rascal really hit hard. Next time, I'll just smack his little butt. Song Miamian's face turned red as she glared at him. I'm not that fragile. I don't know about that, but I do know that I feel distressed when you're hurt. Be more careful next time, Chang Zi said seriously. Song Miamian felt like he was making a big deal out of something small, but still nodded quietly and said, I understand, I'll pay more attention next time. And you guys, you're not allowed to do this in the future. Do you hear me? Mom works so hard taking care of all of you. Chang Zi scolded the babies with a smile. Okay, I'm really fine. The babies are still young, they don't know anything. Song Miamian smiled at him. The 4 babies lay in a row, kicking their legs with all their might. Chang Zi looked over, seeing that Abao's little hands were busy grabbing the carpet fibers. Quite a few had been plucked off already. Fortunately, the carpet was of good quality, or that spot would have been bald. Children have quite some strength in their hands and play with great delight. Song Miamian hurried over to pick her up, tickling her little nose. Abao, you can't do this, or Daddy will have to replace it. Abao saw her mother's serious expression and seemed to realize she had done something wrong. She slowly put away her smile and stared at her seriously. Abao is so good. When she saw that Abao was listening, Song Miamian smiled. Abao finally smiled when she saw her mother was happy. Chang Zi watched this magical scene with warmth in his heart. After all, Abao was just over 2 months old and already understood the little lessons adults told her. Truly worthy of being Cheng Zhao's child. After viewing the children's room and the master bedroom, the couple went to see the bathroom and kitchen. The kitchen was quite large, equipped with all the electrical appliances of top brands. The range hood was of an international brand. Song Miamian wasn't foolish. She recognized many furniture brands and could immediately tell that the range hood was quite expensive. It must have cost tens of thousands at least. And those ovens, microwaves, and even pots and pans. Not to mention the renovation costs, TV, beds, wardrobes, etc. It led up to a few $100,000. However, she didn't ask in detail because since Chang Zi had bought it, he must have an idea in mind. Being too meticulous in questioning wouldn't be good. Wife, isn't this kitchen super spacious? Cooking will be much more convenient in the future. The kitchen in the previous neighborhood was just too small, making it feel cramped with 2 people inside. This one was different. It was extra spacious. Not only was the kitchen large, but the bathroom as well. It had a separate bath and toilet with a large bathtub in the middle of the bathroom and a curtain for privacy, giving it a luxurious look. Exiting the bathroom, there was a dining room around the corner. There was even a dedicated family mini theater. Inside, you could even karaoke. Basically, everything you wanted was there. This 150 square meter house completely exemplified the saying that good things come in small packages. Song Miamian liked it more and more, especially the family mini theater. Another thing that caught her eye was the large balcony. Just unfold an umbrella, place some chairs, gaze out at the nearby lake, and it would feel like a vacation. Thinking about that scene, it was so beautiful. With curved tempered glass installed all around, it would be difficult to break with external force, ensuring quality. Opening the windows, feeling the gentle breeze, was refreshing for the body and soul. This place would be their home from now on. After finishing the viewing, Song Miamian started to tidy up, arranging the items neatly. Mainly their clothes and those of the 2 of them, along with the babies. By the time they finished packing, it was already noon. Having just moved into the new home and not having bought groceries yet, they had to order takeout. After eating, they were ready to go out for a stroll around the neighborhood to see if there were supermarkets or convenience stores nearby for future shopping. Taking these 4 babies out, it was bound to cause a commotion. Walking on the road, their attention rate was 100%. Having arrived in a new place, Chang Zi also thought about letting the children see the world. Look, over there. At this moment, a passerby pointed in Cheng Zhao's direction, talking to the person next to them. Oh my, am I seeing things right? Quadruplets. I wonder how they were born like this. That's so amazing. This revelation shocked the passerby. It was usual to have for children of varying ages. After all, rich people could afford to raise more children. But these children were all around the same age, obviously quadruplets. Birth of 4 at once, that was quite impressive. Did you see that? They came from Zhongqing. That's where the rich people live. We commoners can only look. Whether it's 4 or 5, they can afford to raise them. What I envy the most isn't the quadruplets, it's their mother. After having so many children, she still has such a great figure. Yes, unlike me, who after giving birth looks as wide as a barrel. The babies were visiting this place for the first time, their little eyes looking around with curiosity, admiring the environment and giving a second glance to pretty girls passing by. Especially Dabao and Sanbao. Changzi also noticed and chuckled. Dabao and Sanbao are already checking out pretty girls at this age. We won't have to worry about finding daughters-in-law in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no connection at all. Song Mai Mian chuckled softly. Changzi held her hand, smiling mischievously. You'll see, by the time they turn 18, they'll be dating. Maybe by 20, you'll become a grandmother. Song Mai Mian was speechless. This guy would say anything. 20 years old, wasn't that when people were still in school? They walked to a nearby supermarket, as this area belonged to the commercial district with many people. For their baby's safety, Changzi made them wear small masks while out. With some of the vaccinations still pending, they didn't want to take any chances. As soon as they arrived, their popularity soared even higher. Song Mai Mian suddenly felt like they were zoo monkeys, feeling a bit embarrassed. She regretted bringing the babies out, caught up in a moment of excitement. Ah, those babies are so cute. I want to pinch their little faces. They're too adorable. Are those quadruplets? I think they are. Clicking noises. They can really give birth. It's good to be rich. Seeing them makes me want to find someone to marry right here. With what you have. Lying around here yelling. No one is going to want you. Several people looking in the baby's direction talked excitedly. Changzi sensed Song Mai Mian's mood, and once they finished shopping for groceries, they hurried back home. Once they were back, Song Mai Mian breathed a sigh of relief. If only I hadn't taken the babies out. Song Mai Mian's voice sounded a bit muffled. With a loud cry from Dabao, it seemed like he understood Cheng Xiao's words. His little hand kept shaking, humming with excitement. This action already indicated that he was very happy, because he saw a lot of beautiful young ladies. Look, Dabao is so happy. When he gets a little older, we should take him out more often to interact with new things. Staying at home all the time is not conducive to his growth. After saying this, he paused and continued. I heard the dean say before that children going out helps them build courage, otherwise, loud noises could easily scare them. Song Mai Mian did not quite understand these things. She always thought that before the age of 1, not completing vaccinations and going out frequently would expose the child to many bacteria and viruses which could affect the child's growth. It wasn't until Cheng Xiao's explanation that she suddenly realized. Seeing her serious expression, Cheng Xiao affectionately pinched her face. Don't you ask Auntie about these things? Song Mai Mian blushed with embarrassment. After all, she had been taking care of the children all along, but she was not as knowledgeable as Cheng Xiao, who had only taken care of them for a few days. Just as she felt unsure of what to say in her embarrassment, a phone call came in. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, her face had a strange expression, and she quickly ran to the balcony to answer. Hello, my Mian cutie. How have you been lately? Why don't you call me? It's always me initiating the contact. On the other end of the phone, a pleasant female voice sounded somewhat resentful. Still undecided about the children, right? Pretend the father of the child is dead. Isn't there me? We can raise them together. Song Mai Mian felt awkward and took a deep breath. Manly, the child's father is with me now. What? There was silence on the phone for a minute, then a shocked voice came through. With you? What's going on? What did I miss? It's just that we are together now, and he's taking care of the child. Song Mai Mian said somewhat hesitantly. Manly said, all right, I called to tell you, I'm planning to return to the country. Tomorrow's plane ticket, we'll see how you and the child are doing, and whether the child's father is reliable. Okay. After a couple more words, the call ended. Your friend's call. Yes, my best friend. She said she'd come to see the babies in a couple of days. Initially, when she was pregnant, no one dared to speak about it, but as her belly grew day by day, she couldn't hide it. Finally, she had no choice but to tell Manly first, who had been supporting her financially in the early stages. Eventually, there was no other way, so she informed her family, expecting to be scolded. But unexpectedly, her mother not only did not scold her, but also took care of her attentively. So, she had always felt guilty. Sensing her bad mood, Cheng Xiao rubbed her head and said softly, "All the bad things are in the past, just remember, I'm here for everything." Song Miamian looked at him and suddenly felt warm in her heart, her eyes reddening. Adjusting her mood, she looked at the several baby cots in the living room. The 4 babies were lying in them, cute little toys hanging above, jingling whenever they moved. For the innocent children, that was pure joy. Cheng Xiao had just hung them up. They weren't there before, but were bought later. When the children saw them, they all stared, filled with delight, their little bodies wriggling. The 4 little ones all wanted to grab them, but they were too small to get up. So they just stared fixedly, not moving. Cheng Xiao walked over, shook the toys, making them jingle again, even playing music. Seeing the adorable smiles on the faces of the 4 babies, Song Miamian's heart felt tender. She was living a very good life now, especially with a man like Cheng Xiao. She truly felt lucky and happy. The days ahead would only get better. As the babies grew day by day and became more interested in playing, Song Miamian lifted one of the 4 babies from the cot and kissed the chubby little face. Happy to receive her mother's kiss, the baby put her hand in her mouth, drooling everywhere. Feigning disapproval, Song Miamian said, "Didn't Mom tell you? You can't eat your fingers." The baby paused, not understanding, thinking her mother was playing with her, and continued to eat her hand. This child! After saying it several times, the baby didn't listen at all, just acting as if she wanted to keep eating. After a little while, Song Miamian gave up. Cheng Xiao chuckled, "It's okay, take it slow, everything needs adaptation." Worried even about eating her hand, she would have to worry about some trivial matters in the future. The baby, being held by her mother, started to fuss again and refused to be put down, making discontented noises, clearly expressing, "You can't put me down, you have to carry me all the time, otherwise, she would cry at any moment." Eventually, Song Miamian reluctantly put her in the cot. Then, she picked up a tambourine nearby and started playing it. The sound instantly caught the baby's attention, making her forget all about crying. She looked at the tambourine and then at Song Miamian. Frowning slightly, she seemed to be contemplating whether to choose Mom or the toy. Ultimately, after a moment of thought, she chose Mom, gently grabbing Song Miamian's finger, looking incredibly adorable. The sight melted Song Miamian's heart. At this moment, Cheng Xiao brought over a bowl of egg custard, beckoning, "Come eat the egg custard, you must be a bit hungry. I specially made this post-meal delicacy for you." During the breastfeeding period, a person is most likely to feel hungry, so several meals a day are advisable. Eating less but more frequently is the best. Smelling the fragrance, Song Miamian smiled and, still gazing tenderly at the baby, said, "Mom will go eat something first. I'll come play with you later, okay?" But the baby was not having it. As soon as she saw Song Miamian attempting to leave, she pouted, looking utterly wronged. The next moment, she was ready to cry to show her dissatisfaction. Feeling heartbroken, Song Miamian couldn't bear it and picked her up. The baby immediately became happy. Just as she sat down, Cheng Xiao came over with a smile. "Give her to me, you go eat." The baby also liked Dad very much because he carried the smell of Mom. Song Miamian was at a loss for words, crying and laughing at the situation. Cheng Xiao's egg custard was delicious, and after finishing it, she still felt a bit unsatisfied, a feeling of getting hungrier the more she ate. "What's wrong? Not tasty?" Seeing her sitting at the table in a daze, Cheng Xiao asked. "It's delicious, very delicious." "Then it's not enough." When he said this, Song Miamian couldn't help but blush, standing up and saying, "No, I'm full. This little woman looks like she hasn't eaten enough. Oh, she's so skinny, she should eat more. A woman should have a bit of flesh, chubby, looks so much better." He has made up his mind to fatten her up, feeling secure when she's chubby, so no one will be eyeing his wife. "Sibao, your mom is shy again." Chang Zi pinched Sibao's little face, smiling gently. Sibao was busy sucking his fingers, paused when he heard his father talking to him, then continued sucking. That cute look could melt anyone's heart. The feeling of blood relations made Chang Zi deeply aware of his responsibility as a father. He really couldn't understand how those men in the news could heartlessly abandon their own flesh and blood. Cheng Zi was thinking about this when Sibao, who was lying in his arms, suddenly started crying. Checking the time, it seemed he was hungry. So, another round of hurried and flustered actions followed. After feeding and putting them to sleep, it was already an hour later. Taking care of these little ones every day was really tiring. Without the ability to snatch a nap, Cheng Zhao's back might not have been able to straighten up. Song Miamian had already taken leave for Cheng Zi, so these days she went to work, leaving all the responsibility on Cheng Zi. She felt sorry, fully understanding the difficulty of taking care of several babies alone. You've been working hard these days. Song Miamian's eyes were a bit teary. Cheng Zi held her hand, and the warmth of his hand was transmitted between them. No problem, not hard at all. If we talk about hardship, my dear, you are the one facing the real hardship. Being pregnant, giving birth, having the postpartum recovery period, going back to work right after, and still caring for the baby, it was indeed a tough journey. What he did was nothing compared to that. With such a husband as Cheng Zi, Song Miamian felt truly lucky and blessed. In their words, they must have saved the galaxy in their past life. By the way, wife, I have something to tell you, Cheng Zi began. What is it? It's about the children's household registration issue. They are almost 3 months old, without household registration, which will be troublesome in the future. He just remembered this problem. Previously, they had only thought about getting married and not about the children's household registration. Song Miamian furrowed her brows. Indeed, household registration was an issue. To apply for household registration, they would have to get married first, then handle the registration, and then move here. Local household registration would be needed for the children's education in the future. Now they had a house, so once they got married, they could handle the household registration and then move over. They had planned to get married a year later, but time waits for no one. After discussing, they decided to get the marriage certificate first. They would go early the next day. The next day, while the children were sleeping, the two hurriedly went to the nearby Civil Affairs Bureau. There were quite a lot of people there. They had to queue up. Seeing the crowd for marriage registration, Cheng Zi smiled. Many people are getting married today. Seems like a good day. On the contrary, there were few people at the divorce registration area, with only one pair of men and women who seemed cold. After getting the divorce certificate, they went their separate ways. Hello, we're here to apply for marriage. Finally, it was their turn. Cheng Zi smiled politely. The two were very good looking. After a quick glance, the staff said, "Did you bring your ID cards, household registration books, and other documents? We've brought everything. Copy these, then fill out the form. After that, take the wedding photos and come back here." The staff explained attentively. Okay. During the photo shoot, the photographer wanted to take more shots of them because they were incredibly good looking, the man handsome, the woman stunning, especially the loving gaze exchanged between them, along with their tightly held hands. It felt like a mouthful of sweetness and love being fed to the photographer. Why did he choose to work at the Civil Affairs Bureau, witnessing these cute couples every day? Coming across such high-profile clients was rare for the photographer, and he wanted to use their wedding photos as a template. However, Cheng Zi politely refused. If someone from the school happened to see the photos, it would be troublesome. The photographer didn't press on and apologized. In the wedding photos, one person was beaming with happiness, while the other, blushing, had an extremely gentle smile. Cheng Zi couldn't help but ask for more shots to keep as mementos. "Darling, you look so beautiful." Song Miamian blushed even more with the praise. "When we have time, I'll take you to have wedding photo shoots, okay?" Cheng Zi held her hand and said with a smile. Song Miamian blushed and nodded. After completing the procedures, the staff quickly issued the marriage certificate. "Wishing you 100 years of happy union, forever and ever." Cheng Zi smiled. "Thank you." When they received the official document, Song Miamian still felt a bit unreal until they left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Was she really married to Cheng Zi now? It all seemed somewhat surreal. She felt a bit dazed. Cheng Zi rubbed her head. "From now on, you're Mrs. Cheng Zi. We're married. Don't be so shy." Seeing her blushing like that, Cheng Zi helplessly smiled. "Let's go home quickly. The children are still at home, and they should be waking up soon according to the time." Riding their electric scooter, they headed home, enjoying the breeze. The area they lived in was indeed posh, with a great environment, especially the landscaping was well done, full of vitality. If they rode the other way, they would reach the big lake in no time. Next to the lake was a large park. Chengzi had checked the map. After a few months, when our children are a bit older, we can bring them here for a walk. Chengzi smiled. Yes. Song Miamian was also very happy, looking forward to that day. As they reached the entrance of the community, it was the first time the security guard had seen an owner riding an electric scooter. Without facial recognition passing the access control system, he would have doubted if Chengzi really lived there. It seemed that nowadays, wealthy people were quite low-key. Chengzi and Song Miamian returned to their home, hearing the scattered cries as soon as they entered the house. Several children were crying, struggling to catch their breath, their faces turning purple, showing that they had been awake for a while, with the adults not present. Both of them felt sorry and quickly picked up the children, placing them on the sofa and consoling them one by one. Don't cry, babies, Mom and Dad are here. Chengzi rushed to prepare the milk formula, adjusting the temperature before feeding it to the babies. Grandma's here. These kids were clearly starving. As soon as the baby bottles were brought to their mouths, they started gulping down the milk. Don't rush, take it slow, Chengzi said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained the certificate. Reward: 1 Volkswagen car. The car keys and purchase contract have been delivered. Volkswagen. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about whether we should get a car after moving into the new house. It's almost impossible to ride an electric scooter from Jiangqingminyu into school. It's too far, and we would run out of battery halfway. That's when we would need a car. But with an extra car suddenly appearing, how should I explain it to Song Miamian? Oh well, I'll explain it tonight. After the babies finished their milk, each one showed a satisfied expression, then burped and smacked their lips a few times. So cute. I can endure anything, but hunger is unacceptable. These little ones are all foodies. Chengzi couldn't help but chuckle. The children's mom's timing is indeed accurate. They woke up just as she said they would. Looking at the dolls scattered on the ground, Chengzi helplessly said, "These little ones, whose temper do they take after? Not even willing to wait a second for food." Then, his gaze turned to Song Miamian, and he joked, "Wife, could it be that these babies inherited their temper from your childhood?" Hearing Cheng Zhao's words while tidying up, Song Miamian gave him a displeased look. "Certainly not. I bet it's from you, their dad." "All right, from me then, from me. They all take after me." Yikes! At that moment, the older child made a noise, staring at Chengzi with unblinking eyes, then began drooling after a while. Gurgling. "Big treasure, how many times has your mom told you not to play with saliva? That's not good, dear." Chengzi picked him up, laid him on his arm, cradling his head gently. After the big treasure finished eating, he seemed particularly happy, his clear eyes full of vitality, constantly looking around. When he saw the drum on the table, he frowned slightly and started to wiggle. "What's wrong?" "Big treasure." Sensing his son's unease, Chengzi asked with a smile. Only then did he realize that the child had been fixated on the drum on the table. This child already wants to play with toys. Even at just over 2 months old, he not only knows how to look at pretty women, but now also wants to play with toys. These tiny tots know everything. What a magical son his wife gave birth to. "Do you want to play with that drum?" Chengzi asked. "Yay!" The big treasure waved his little arms a few times in response. "All right, let's play with this." As the drum started spinning, the big treasure was delighted, grabbing Cheng Zhao's sleeve tightly with his small hands. His lips would lift in a smile, but as soon as the drum stopped, he would look unhappy. Cheng Zhao's hands were sore from playing. He tried to stop to see the big treasure's reaction. Unexpectedly, the child immediately pouted, looking like he was about to cry in a moment. "Big treasure, don't cry. How about we switch to another toy?" Saying that, Chengzi picked up an Ultraman action figure, quite large, and it could even sing when pressed. Children love this kind of toy, especially boys, just like the big treasure, who wouldn't take his eyes off it, afraid it would run away. The other 3 children, not having anyone to play with, lay there sucking their fingers. But as they watched their father playing with their brother, they became unhappy. Their gaze shifted to their dad, playing with their brother. This was unacceptable, and they cried immediately. Their cries immediately caught the attention of Cheng Zi and his wife. Song Mai Anian rushed over and picked up the fourth child. Initially, she thought the child might be hungry, but when she held the child, a big smile appeared on their face. "So you just wanted a hug? Huh, you little rascal," she said helplessly as she looked at the fourth child. Yay, the fourth child was clutching Song Mai Anian's collar, looking serious, as if saying, "I've got your collar, now see how you put me down." Tilda Cheng Zi had the big treasure lying on his shoulder, making a sounds, drool flowing out continuously as he sucked on his fingers. When Cheng Zi offered the pacifier, the big treasure just spat it out, just like the second child. They could accept the pacifier on the bottle, but not the artificial one. Quite the discerning child. They were all done sleeping, and no one could fall asleep now. Cheng Zhao's arms were sore from holding them, so he had to put them in the cribs and amuse them for a while before playing with them. When they were enjoying themselves, he could step away for a bit. Entering the bedroom, as instructed by the system, he opened a drawer directly. Inside, a car purchase contract lay quietly in the middle of the drawer, and below it, a string of Volkswagen keys. Putting the items back in place, he planned to discuss it with Song Mai Anian later that night. After getting the car registration book, this young woman was getting even shyer. Her face would turn red at the slightest mention. Looking at the photo on the marriage certificate, Cheng Zi felt his wife was truly beautiful. No wonder so many people with bad intentions had their eyes on her. He had to keep a close watch to ensure no one took advantage of her. At lunchtime, to celebrate their marriage registration, Cheng Zi prepared a table full of dishes that Song Mai Anian loved. "Wife, starting from this year, on this day, I will prepare a table of dishes like this to celebrate our wedding anniversary." After serving the last bowl of soup, Cheng Zi smiled and said, Song Mai Anian blushed. "There's too much. We can't finish all of this. It's wasteful." "It's okay. Whatever is left, your husband will eat Tilda. Now that we're married, don't be so shy." Song Mai Anian retorted, "I'm not." Unknowingly, a day had passed, and at nightfall, the couple sat on the balcony admiring the night view. Looking at the sparkling city lights and then at Cheng Zi beside her, Song Mai Anian felt content. She had never imagined this kind of life before. She used to think that raising the children would occupy her whole life, and being alone was also good. But unexpectedly, the children's father had entered her life again. She was grateful to have met him once more. "Wife, how do you find this night view?" Cheng Zi hugged her waist softly, asking in a gentle voice. "It's very beautiful. Do you think your husband has a good eye for picking places?" Blushing, Song Mai Anian nodded. "Wife, there's something I want to tell you." Cheng Zhao's expression turned serious. Seeing his serious face, she thought it was something major. Her heart pounding, she asked, "What is it?" "Well, when we bought the house, I also bought a Volkswagen on a whim, and it's been sitting in the garage all this time. Since I can't drive anyway, and now that you're working, you could use it." After explaining, Cheng Zi gave himself a pat on the back. Thinking it would be something big, Song Mai Anian breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it was about the car. But a Volkswagen car should cost tens of thousands, right? Although she reminded herself that they had the money for the house, having extra cash for another car wasn't so surprising. Seeing Dad's expression, Sanbao stopped his movements and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Theft." Song Mai Anian couldn't help but laugh a little. "Why are you competing with him? He won't understand even if you say it." "Who said he won't understand? I think this little one definitely gets it. He knows to look at pretty girls. After taking care of him for so many days, he had some understanding of him. Who says a 2-month-old baby doesn't know anything? Their home's little ones are quite clever. They even know how to look at pretty girls." Song Mai Anian thought about this as well. She hadn't forgotten. Both Da Bao and San Bao would glance a few extra times when they saw pretty girls pass by. When handsome guys passed by, they wouldn't even glance. Thinking about this, she smiled and picked up San Bao, kissing his cheek. "Our San Bao is so good, Dad won't spank your little bottom." San Bao loved his mom's scent. As soon as Song Mai Anian held him, he became very happy. His little hands kept grabbing at her clothes, making sounds, drooling. Soon, she was all over with his drool. Song Mai Anian took a tissue and carefully wiped him, then plugged his mouth with a pacifier. "San Bao can't spit it out, or else Mom won't hold you." The child might not have understood, or maybe he did, but he didn't spit it out. San Bao is so good. MUA. Song my Amian kissed his little cheek again. With a pacifier, he fell asleep quickly after humming a few songs. At night, the whole family did not sleep in the master bedroom. To let the children sleep more comfortably, they squeezed into the children's room. The couple slept on blankets on the floor, while their child slept in the bed surrounded by railings, so even if they placed him on the bed, they didn't worry about him falling off. Maybe it was because they suddenly changed places, the children weren't particularly adapted. Throughout the night, Chengzi had to get up at least 4 times. Early in the morning, she was awakened from her sleep. During breakfast, Chengzi said, "Wife, you should sleep in the master bedroom from now on. I'll take care of the babies in the children's room." Song my Amian disagreed. How could her body handle this? "I don't work, you work every day. You have to take care of the children. What will I do as your wife?" As they were talking, Song my Amian's phone rang. She saw it was Manly. Only then did she remember her best friend had returned to the country yesterday and had agreed to come over to see the baby today. How could she have forgotten this? Well, she might need to take a day off. She opened her phone and swiped up. Before she could speak, Manly's pleasant voice could be heard. "Hello, darling. Where are you now? I couldn't find you at home. Are you at work?" "I'm not. I took the day off. We just moved to a new house yesterday." "No house? Where?" Manly frowned. They lived there for a few months. Why did they move? "Jiangqing Mingyuan, just come over directly. I'll meet you at the entrance." As soon as she finished speaking, it suddenly became quiet on the other end. After a while, a shocked voice came through. "What did you say?" "Jiangqing Mingyuan." "Yes, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? Do you know where that is?" "It's a high-end residential area. Only rich people can afford houses there. Is your husband particularly loaded?" Manly was beginning to mumble. Song my Amian swallowed hard. Was it really that exaggerated? Well, he's doing fine. To say he was wealthy, he was indeed wealthier than ordinary people, but she wasn't sure how much exactly. She had never asked specifically. "Darling, this is fine, but for the sake of your lifelong happiness, I need to test your husband's character." "No need. I think he's pretty good." Song my Amian couldn't get her to stop. "All right, wait for me." An hour later, Manly had arrived downstairs. Song my Amian hurried down to greet her. Just as she reached the entrance, not too far away, she saw a stylish woman standing outside. The woman was tall with fair skin. She recognized her at a glance. She was currently arguing with the security guard. "I told you my friend is here, and you didn't believe me. She's here now. Let me in." The guard took a glance and let her pass. Once in the house, Manly was instantly drawn to the living room decor. Wow! This decor is just too beautiful. The large balcony is also so lovely. If you have money, you can be so willful. Oh, it's the babies. Manly had been missing these little babies so much. She had helped take care of them for a few days when they were born, but had only seen them in pictures and videos since. She removed her shoes, dumped her bag and various gifts aside, and rushed over to the babies. Song my Amian shook her head helplessly. Her friend hadn't changed a bit. "They've all grown up so much, I almost don't recognize them." Manly looked at the sleeping babies and sighed. Song my Amian walked over, pointing to a few babies, and introduced, "This is Da Bao. The one in the pink is a Bao, and that one is San Bao. The slightly smaller one is Si Bao." "I see. These little ones are so cute. I feel like getting married right now. They're just so adorable. I have such a youthful heart. Si Bao is the cuttest. I love him." Manly casually touched and played with the babies. Soon they all woke up. When they saw a stranger auntie in front of them, they pouted and seemed like they wanted to cry. Mom's here, baby don't cry, okay?" Song my Amian comforted them. Seeing their mother beside them, they calmed down. Song my Amian picked up San Bao, who was a bit braver, and stood him in front of Manly, asking, "San Bao, do you know this auntie?" San Bao furrowed his tiny brows, showing no recognition of Manly, feeling a bit nervous. "San Bao, when you were just born, auntie held you. How come you've already forgotten?" Manly pinched his chubby cheeks. San Bao stared at her, then glanced back at Song my Amian. "Hey, where's the child's dad? How come I don't see him?" Manly smirked at Song my Amian. The latter blushed a bit embarrassedly. "He's doing the laundry for the babies." As she said that, Chengzi had finished washing the clothes and came out to see two women sitting on the couch. Manly was taken aback. Oh, is this man so handsome? She had always thought he had an average look, but seeing him now, he was quite the attractive guy. Darling, how old is your husband? She asked Song My Anmian. Because although Chengzi was talking to her, his eyes were always on Song My Anmian. Gentle, affectionate. Somehow, she felt like she was being force-fed, her stomach already full. These two people are way too sweet. Especially when they exchange smiles, that look in their eyes. TSK. However, there still needs to be a test. You're the man my best friend got pregnant with and then disappeared. Do you know how hard it was for her to be pregnant? After smiling, Manly immediately changed her expression. Chengzi looked serious. I know, it won't happen again in the future. Song My Anmian was getting anxious. At that time, he didn't know I was pregnant, so... Oh, after only a few days of being together, you're already speaking up for him? Manly teased, looking at her. Song My Anmian's face instantly turned bright red. The past is in the past. In the future, I will do my best to make up for the debt to them. Even if it means starving myself, I will never let them go hungry. Chengzi pulled Song My Anmian over, holding her hand, with a gentle look in his eyes. Oh my, this PDA is a bit hard to handle for Manly. It's not just sweet, it's PDA overload. Alright, you two, can you stop showing affection in front of me? What benefits do you get from teasing a single dog like me? Fine, I'll leave you guys alone. I'll go play with the babies. Seeing her already playing with toys with the babies, Chengzi and Song My Anmian exchanged a look and smiled helplessly. Chengzi, she is just like that. Be patient with her. Chengzi patted her head, unable to help but smile. Is your husband really so stingy? No. Song My Anmian thought for a moment, then whispered. This look is too cute and sweet. Chengzi pinched her cheek. Alright, it's almost noon. I'll go cook. Do you need help? I'll do it. Your best friend came all this way. You two surely have a lot to talk about. Chengzi understood her. Go ahead. Okay? Manly is indeed a lively one. In the beginning, the babies didn't want her near, but after a bit of play with toys, they warmed up to her, not only allowing to hold them, but even giving them kisses. Song My Anmian twitched her mouth. In just a short conversation, they're already so familiar. The speed is too fast. For babies, Auntie bought you lots of toys. Do you want to see? Manly pinched the chubby faces of the babies, smiling. Yeah, the four babies were so happy. Looking at the dolls in Manly's hands, they were extremely excited, even wanting to reach out and grab them. My Anmian, are you sure for babies are as naive as you say? Clearly, they are so smart and adorable. I also want such an adorable daughter. Tilda couldn't help but give another kiss. Song My Anmian placed the babies on the sofa, the robot playing music, each one of them sitting quietly and seriously, listening intently. At this time, a voice broke the atmosphere. Time for lunch. Song My Anmian sighed. Let's go eat. After putting the children back in the crib, she smiled gently, saying, Mom and Aunt Manly are going to eat. You guys be good, okay? Yeah, for babies kicked their legs in response. As they walked to the dining room, Manly looked at the decor and the spacious house, amazed. This is truly wealthy. Darling, your house is so big. Must have spent a lot on the decoration, right? And even a dedicated dining room. Envious. Finding a good husband is great. The children are so cute too. Peak of life. Song My Anmian felt embarrassed by her words. Calling it the peak of life is too much. In the dining room, when Manly saw the table full of dishes and smelled the delicious aroma, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. I never expected that your husband not only is wealthy, but also good at cooking. Manly admitted she was envious. Wife, eat this, it's good for your health. And this soup, very nutritious. Chengzi carefully served dishes and soup to Song My Anmian. With such a good meal, Manly suddenly felt tasteless. There was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Why did she come here to be fed dog food forcibly? It's unbearable. Manly, this is your favorite. Song My Anmian suddenly picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and put it in Manly's bowl. Thank you, dear. You still remember my preferences. Yes, back in college, you loved eating this. Ah, you remember, the jerk I dated back then doesn't. Manly gritted her teeth. Jerk. It's nothing, just a jerk I dated before. We broke up after a few months. Song Miamian comforted, it's okay. You'll meet someone better in the future. Darling, you always know the best. MUA, even at the dining table. They kept up with their act. Cheng Zhao's mouth twitched. Your husband's sweet and sour spare ribs taste pretty good. I really didn't expect, aside from being wealthy, he is so handsome and knows how to cook. Manly sighed, wondering when she could meet a good man. But she wished them well. Seeing her good friend so happy, she was genuinely happy for her. After finishing the meal, Manly played with the babies for a while. Song Miamian asked, where do you plan to develop in the future? In the country. They chatted for a bit, and soon, Manly bid her farewell, planning to come visit the babies again in a few days. After seeing her off, Song Miamian turned around, and Chengzi was standing behind her, holding for babies who were gnawing on their hands. Drool was dripping down. She quickly wiped it clean with a tissue, reached out her hand for babies. Mommy wants a hug. After taking care of the children for a few days, they quickly became dependent on him. It has to be said that Chengzi has a knack for taking care of babies. Watching as the quadruplets grabbed onto his clothes and refused to let go, Chengzi chuckled lightly and carefully placed the child into Song Miamian's arms. The little one immediately became unhappy, pursed her lips, and tears were about to appear. Daddy hold, come on. Chengzi felt sorry and quickly took her back into his arms. Song Miamian felt a pang of jealousy as the quadruplets didn't want her anymore. She sat on the sofa, holding on to the triplets for comfort as the eldest and second child had fallen asleep. Triplets, little sister doesn't want mommy anymore. Song Miamian pinched the chubby face of the triplets, pretending to be sad. Yeah, the triplets, still confused, looked at their mother and seemed not to understand, continuing to bite their own hands. Chengzi then sat down and smiled, saying, Darling, let's go handle the children's household registration this afternoon. With the marriage certificate in hand, handling the household registration was the next logical step. Simply presenting the birth certificate, parents' marriage certificate, and household registration book was all that was needed to register the baby. They were quite excited. Song Miamian was surprised, so soon. Yes, the sooner we handle the household registration, the better. It will only become more troublesome if we delay it. The registration office should be open now. Let's go directly. Song Miamian had initially wanted to wait a few more days as the baby was still young, but seeing Cheng Zhao's expectant expression, she swallowed her words and agreed. All right, what time this afternoon? We can go now. With a car now available, everything was much more convenient. Once they had made up their minds, they began to pack the children's things, making sure they had formula and diapers ready in case they needed them. Chengzi lifted the quadruplet, who was still biting their hand, and said, Quadruplets, we're going to register your household today, and then we'll be official citizens of Huaxia. Yeah, perhaps out of joy, the quadruplet's tiny hand accidentally slapped Cheng Zhao's face, making a light pia sound. It stung a bit. Chengzi smiled helplessly. This child hits quite hard. After some fussing, they finally left home, with the whole family heading to the underground parking lot. Chengzi easily found the Volkswagen car, and the 6 of them got in. In no time, they arrived at the household registration office, which fortunately wasn't far away, just a 15-minute drive. Before entering, Chengzi said, Let's also transfer our household registration, so the children can be registered here. Okay. Pushing the children into the office, they quickly caught the attention of the staff. What can I do for you? Chengzi presented all the required documents and procedures, smiling faintly. We are here to register our children. Subsequently, he explained the process of transferring the household registration, provided the relevant documents, including the property ownership certificate. These are all your children? The staff were surprised. Yes. With that statement, the other staff, as well as those who had been consulting about household registration issues, gathered around. The sight of the multiple babies was incredibly endearing. Oh, these are quadruplets. So adorable. It's the first time I've seen quadruplets being born. Amazing. They're so cute. I admire this couple. Not just 4, but each one has top-notch looks. Envious, hearing their own children being praised, naturally, as parents, they felt happy. Your children are really cute. It's great when parents are good-looking. The staff remarked. After all the necessary procedures were completed, Everyone watched the family leave with a sense of reluctance. So adorable. I feel like having another child after seeing them. As they walked out of the registration office, they could still hear the envy in the voices from inside. Cheng Zhe smiled at the babies. You see, so many uncles and aunties like you all. Yeah, the eldest child was delighted, excitedly looking around. Cheng Zhe noticed that the eldest child really loved going out. Whenever he took him out, he would become extremely happy. However, since the children were still very young, they couldn't stay outside for too long. After leaving the registration office, they hurried home. With the household registration settled, the couple felt a sense of relief. Just as they had tucked the babies into their cribs, Cheng Zhe suddenly heard a notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully registering the baby. You have been rewarded with a shop on Tianye Street, and the property key has been delivered. A shop? There are rewards like this. Was it suggesting that he should open a shop? Tianye Street was the commercial street they had visited when they first moved in, with a traffic flow comparable to tourist areas. Having their own shop, there would be a very good business opportunity. Moreover, the system had previously rewarded him with the skill of a baking master, so opening a dessert shop seemed like a good idea. Just as he was pondering this, the triplet lying in the crib suddenly made a grunting noise. With a face flushed red and slight body movements, Cheng Zhe knew immediately what the little one was about to do. He was about to poop. The expressions of the siblings were all the same. Following the deed, Cheng Zhe gently patted his little nose. Triplets, you pooped again. It stinks. Seeing that he had caused his father to smell it, the triplet was particularly happy, swinging his little legs non-stop. Cheng Zhe quickly brought a new diaper, cleaned the little one, and carefully changed it. During the process, the baby remained quite still, especially well-behaved. It seemed like he knew Cheng Zhe was changing him. Once the new diaper was on, his bottom felt refreshed, leading to even more vigorous leg shakes, accompanied by little hums. Cheng Zhe lifted him up, giving him a kiss. Our triplet was so good just now, so well-behaved. Yeah. Upon hearing his father's praise, the triplet smiled with squinted eyes. All right, I'll be busy for a while. You stay here, and I'll come play with you later. Cheng Zhe put the triplet back in the crib, and then turned on the hanging toys, immediately cheering up the initially reluctant triplet. Children's world was just that simple. Cheng Zhe was about to prepare some small desserts for afternoon tea. Since he had gained the skill of a baking master, it was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. All the necessary equipment, such as an oven, was ready. Song Mai Amian finished tidying the room and, not finding Cheng Zhe in the living room, went to the kitchen, asking, "What are you doing?" "You'll see in a bit," Cheng Zhe said mysteriously. 1 hour later. "Wow, did you make these?" Song Mai Amian asked in disbelief, looking at the many desserts on the table. She was quite curious, wondering what skills this man still had not shown. Cooking so deliciously was one thing, but he also knew how to make desserts. This level of delicacy was even better than those in the shops. Try it and see if it's delicious. If it is, I'll make it for you often. Cheng Zhao's lips curled up. Song Maianian shook her head. No, this is not good. How many calories are in this? What if I end up becoming a big fat person? It's okay. Even if you're a big fat person, I'll still want you. Cheng Zhe pinched her cheek. That would be so ugly. Song Maianian blushed and whispered. Who says that? Even if my wife becomes fat, she will still be a beautiful woman. The foundation is here. Song Maianian felt embarrassed by his words, but she couldn't help feeling happy inside. Warm and sweet. She picked up a fork and took a bite of the red velvet cake. As soon as it entered her mouth, her eyes widened slightly. This feeling was too wonderful. It tasted more than 10 times better than what she usually bought. In no time, she had finished the entire piece and was still not satisfied. How was it? Did you like the taste? Cheng Zhe asked confidently. It's delicious, very delicious. Song Maianian nodded, looking at the other sweets, hesitating whether to have more. These things were too easy to make a person gain weight. In the end, she couldn't resist and took another piece. After finishing 2 pieces, she stood up. I'll go check on the baby. You go ahead and eat. Watching her leave, Cheng Zhe smiled helplessly. Girls cared too much about their figures. It would be nice if they were a bit plump. He ate a bit, cleaned up the table, and sat on the sofa. Wife, how about we open a dessert shop? A dessert shop? Song My Anmian frowned. Yes, this way our family could have an additional source of income. This was a good idea, and Song My Anmian became interested, asking, "How do you plan to do it?" "Renting a store and doing the decoration. It all cost money." "No hurry, I'll plan things out first." The contract was already in hand, and they would go check out the store tomorrow. "Okay." Song My Anmian nodded, leaning her head on the sofa, feeling tired. She had been busy entertaining her best friend in the morning and handling household registration in the afternoon, making her exhausted. "You should go rest." Cheng Zi felt a bit sorry for her. "Okay." Song My Anmian felt warm inside, feeling sleepy, and hurried off to the master bedroom to sleep. The air suddenly quieted down. Cheng Zi thought for a moment, walked to the balcony, and called his roommate Wang Jing. No one answered for a while, and he immediately guessed that the guy was probably gaming at the internet cafe again. It wasn't until the third call that he answered. "Hey, long time no see, bro, you finally called me." "What? You want to sell me your Alienware? Didn't you just buy it recently?" Wang Jing was surprised. This computer was a limited edition of Alienware, and Cheng Zi had spent a lot of money on it. He had always wanted one, but as a regular college student, how could he save enough money to buy one? So when Cheng Zi saved up enough money and bought it, Wang Jing had been encouraging him to buy it and try it out. "I'm not kidding. I don't need it now anyway. I'll sell it to you at half price." "Half price?" Wang Jing was amazed. This was a great deal. "Are you in urgent need of money?" he wondered, feeling that Cheng Zi had been acting strange lately. "I'm not playing games anymore. I don't need it." "Are you sick? Is that why you need money?" Wang Jing's face turned serious. "I'm very well. Will you buy it or not?" Cheng Zi was speechless. "Bro, how about I give you a bit more? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease with this computer." Cheng Zi knew he couldn't reason with this guy, so he decided to meet and talk face to face. "Come to my place, I'll explain it to you, and treat you to a meal." "Okay. Do you still live in that neighborhood?" "No, I've moved." "I'll send you the address, just come over." There came an "oh" from the other end. At that moment, the baby who had been sleeping suddenly started crying, and a few others followed suit. The noise was particularly loud. Cheng Zi felt a pang in his heart. "Never mind, I'll talk to you later." "The baby's crying. I have to feed them." "Feed them?" Wang Jing was astonished. "Hey buddy, what's going on? Are you becoming a nanny?" Although it was a well-paying job, was Cheng Zi really cut out for it? He couldn't imagine a grown man being so dedicated to children. Feeding them. He couldn't bear to think about it. Cheng Zi didn't reply. He just hung up and hurried to check on the baby. The kids were all crying out of hunger. When they saw Cheng Zi, except for the second baby, who was a crybaby, the other three stopped crying, tearfully looking at Cheng Zi. Cheng Zi felt their pain. "Don't cry, babies. Daddy will go make milk for you." He quickly made 4 bottles of milk and fed each child. The eldest and third child were sensible, letting their sisters go first. They chewed on their hands and watched eagerly. "Good children, Daddy will feed you now." When they had all been fed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking after these little ones every day was like going to battle. One would start crying before the other. However, this kind of life was also great. He was satisfied. After the kids had eaten, Cheng Zi put them on the sofa one by one. They looked uncomfortable and nervous lying in the cradle. He took out the remote, tuned to a children's TV show that played catchy nursery rhymes. The kids loved listening to songs, especially the fourth child. He kept moving his hands and feet excitedly, making cute sounds. Cheng Zi felt his heart melting. He pinched the fourth child's cheek and said, "Fourth baby, come here, let Daddy hold you." As soon as he picked up the fourth baby, the other kids looked unhappy. They pouted, seeming to say, "We want hugs too. How can you just hug our sister? That's not fair." For the sake of fairness, Cheng Zi had to take turns hugging each one. Yay! When it was the oldest child's turn, he was particularly happy and couldn't help but scratch Cheng Zhao's face. An imprint appeared. "Oldest child, you shouldn't do that." Cheng Zi picked him up, looking at him seriously, as if to say he understood his mistake. The eldest child made a sound. "You can't do this in the future. You can't scratch mommy either. Otherwise you'll get a small spanking. Do you understand?" Wang Jing followed Cheng Zi into the living room and when he saw the luxurious decoration, he felt tongue-tied. "Brother, are you really here to work as a nanny?" Chang Zi glanced at him and said, "Keep your voice down, don't scare the babies." Wang Jing didn't know what to say, looking at Chang Zi with a panicked expression. Chang Zi, who had always disliked children, unexpectedly came to work as a nanny to take care of the kids. It was terrifying. Did he experience some kind of shock? "Brother, stop it. I'm a bit scared. Are you okay?" Just a few days without contact, and now he contacts him just to say he's quitting his job and becoming a nanny. Taking care of little babies. Terrifying. "Brother, breaking up is not a big deal. Just find someone else, don't scare me." Chang Zi was speechless, glaring at him. "Am I someone you can mess with?" "No, brother, I've never seen you like this before, this sudden. Especially with that apron, that expression, everything was so bizarre. Brother, if you need money, just tell me. I'll give you everything I have, we're brothers after all. If you have any trouble, you should tell me." Wang Jing felt like crying. Chang Zi knew he had misunderstood, feeling a bit of a headache. "You're thinking too much. I called you here to talk to you." Just as he was speaking, they suddenly heard Da Bao's voice. Sounds like he needed a diaper change. This child was really good at filling diapers. Chang Zi hurried over to attend to him while Wang Jing felt like he'd been struck by lightning, watching him skillfully change the diaper. What on earth was happening? It was just strange. After changing the diaper, Chang Zi quickly comforted the crying baby. Finally, when he finished, he looked at Wang Jing, who was sitting there looking stunned, as if he had been greatly affected. "What are you doing?" he asked. Wang Jing raised his head, forced a smile. Seeing his pale complexion, Chang Zi furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Jing couldn't force a smile anymore, stood up to leave, saying, "Brother, let's talk about the computer stuff another day. I suddenly remembered I have something to do." "I know what you're thinking, come with me. Let me show you." Following Chang Zi to the sofa, when Wang Jing saw the several little ones lying in the crib, he was shocked. "Q quadruplets. Damn. This is too amazing." He cursed out loud. "You're taking care of all for by yourself." The children were indeed charming. Wang Jing carefully observed them, instantly enamored. They were just too adorable. You couldn't help but love them. Look at these high-value looks, their parents must be good-looking, right? So adorable. The genetic makeup of this household is just amazing. Wang Jing's eyes sparkled. "Keep your voice down, don't scare them." Chang Zi almost wanted to cover his mouth. Could he stop being so loud? "Okay, keep it down," nodded Wang Jing. "They are so cute. This little baby is looking at me. Oh my heart. This little gaze of his is so captivating. Can I take one home? I finally understand why you're taking care of them so meticulously. If it were me, I would probably do even more." Chang Zi knocked his head. "You better not have any ideas about them." Wang Jing rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. "Brother, I was just joking. Don't be mad. They're not your babies anyway." Chang Zi wanted to hit him. "Who says they're not mine?" Wang Jing widened his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. "Brother, you're not joking, are you? How is that possible? Just a few days ago, they were studying hard together, and now suddenly there were children. Who would believe it? How could this be possible? Do you think I would joke about something like this?" Cheng Zhao's mouth twitched. "Huh, is it really yours? How come I don't know? When did that happen? Who did you have them with? Who is the mother?" "I only found out a few days ago," Cheng Zi explained the story. "Isn't that too melodramatic?" Wang Jing couldn't believe it. Delivering a package and recognizing his own child. Incredible! Cheng Zi gave him a stern look. Noticing Wang Jing's hesitation, he urged, "Hurry up, who's the mother? Is she beautiful?" He was really curious. Having so many children at once was too impressive. Who on earth was this woman? He was eager to meet her. Cheng Zi said slowly, "I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone, or I'll kill you." Wang Jing gulped. That was harsh. At the same time, he was even more curious. "Is it a girl from our school? Why is it so difficult for you to talk about?" "She is indeed from our school." Wang Jing was dumbfounded. "Actually, come to think of it, I've known you for a long time, but except for the woman's fling with Lin Fei a year ago. I'm really curious, where did these kids come from?" He seemed to have figured something out. "Based on the months, did you cheat on Lin Fei when you were together?" then got another girl pregnant, and you didn't know. Cheng Zi directly smacked him, squinting his eyes. Heh, I was just kidding. Continue. We did meet a year ago, but it wasn't cheating. It was after I broke up with Lin Fei. And she's not a student. Is she a teacher? Wang Jing was once again astonished. Yes, that's why I've been so busy these days. Our relationship can't be public yet, or it'll affect her career prospects. I plan to reveal it after I graduate. In Wang Jing's mind, for words kept turning. Teacher. Cohabitation. Did he hear it correctly? He seemed to have an inkling of who she was. The other day you said Miss Song already had a child. Is the child's father you? It's me. Wang Jing almost bit his tongue. His shock was beyond words. It took him a while to recover. So you were talking about Miss Song when you mentioned your ex-girlfriend. Is it a bit extravagant to rent such a good house with a baby? He checked the rent of Jiangqing Mingyuan. If you rent the whole unit, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars per month. How much would that be in a year? He didn't dare to think about it. This house. Mine. What's wrong? Yours. Wang Jing was dumbfounded. Cheng Zi nodded and recited the excuse of the old couple previously. Come on, who do you think you're fooling? Everyone knows that everyone is scrambling for the houses in Jiangqing Mingyuan. How would you get a chance? At such a low price, how is that possible? Cheng Zi smiled. Anything is possible. My luck is extraordinary. With that, he went into the house, brought out the alien and various accessories, and packed them in a bag. Take them, I said, half and half, no bargaining. Brother, don't be impulsive. Do you think I look impulsive? Cheng Zi gave him a disdainful look. All right. If you really don't have money, tell me, don't pretend. After all, you have a family to support now. Wang Jing was still worried. Have you figured out what you're going to do in the future? Just stay at home and take care of the children? As a stay-at-home dad, I think it's good. Cheng Xiao laughed. It's fine. I won't neglect my studies, and there's still time to develop my career when the baby grows up. Wang Jing thought about it. It made sense, and nodded. Well, that's fine. Try not to tire yourself out too much. Are you still playing games every day now? Haven't you had enough of being single? Cheng Zi patted his chest. Wang Jing smiled bitterly. I would like to, but no one wants to be with me. That's your own problem. Ah. The two chatted for a while, and Wang Jing was about to leave. Looking at those babies, he felt stimulated. People he used to be single with now had wives and children. It was really heart-wrenching. Aren't you eating here? Cheng Zi asked. No, I'll treat you another day. When he got the computer, he felt like he had taken advantage. How could he stay for dinner? Cheng Zi smiled helplessly. As he left, Song Liamian woke up and walked out of the bedroom drowsily. It was already pitch black outside. When she saw Cheng Zi sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, a surge of sourness rushed to her heart. He took care of the babies during the day, busy with housework, cooking, and taking care of the babies at night. Even an iron body would eventually collapse. Thinking about it, she couldn't bear to wake him up, so she silently walked into the kitchen. She took out a few dishes to make, washed and cut them, and then prepared the scallion, ginger, and garlic. She opened some recipes and video tutorials on her phone's little red book, rolled up her sleeves, and started cooking. She prepared more dishes so she could learn early and help him share some of the burden. She was a bit flustered during the process. For example, she cut the potato slices too big, making them hard to cook. When she poured oil into the pan, she didn't notice there was water inside. The oil made a cracking sound, scaring her several steps back. Then, the scallions and garlic went in, sizzling again. Accidentally, the oil splashed onto her hand, making her eyes tear up. When she realized the heat was too high, the scallions were already burnt. She bit her lip and added the potatoes in all at once. In his sleep, Cheng Zi smelled a strange smell, like something burning. It was a bit pungent. The smell was coming from the kitchen, accompanied by a faint smoke. His eyes widened. Oh no, could something be on fire? After putting the children in the master bedroom, he quickly ran to the kitchen. When he saw what was happening, he was stunned. Wife, what is this? The entire kitchen was filled with smoke, the range hood was running crazily, the pot was on fire, and Song Miamian was pouring a bowl of water into it. The floor was covered with vegetable scraps, and so was the stove. In short, the whole kitchen looked like a war zone. He quickly went over, pulled Song Miamian to his back, looked at the still flaming pot, covered it with a lid with a bang, turned off the gas, and then ran to the window to open it for ventilation. After a series of actions, he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Miamian looked at him grievously, feeling lost. She knew she couldn't cook, yet she caused chaos. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help you. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Have I caused trouble for you again? Song Miamian's face was dark on both sides, and with this expression, she looked really pitiful. She followed the recipe correctly, so she shouldn't have made such a mistake, nearly setting the kitchen on fire. Chang Zi felt a bit helpless and couldn't help but remember the last meal she made, especially the mushroom and vegetables. Since then, he felt that Song Miamian was naturally unsuitable for the kitchen. She truly had no talent for it. Sigh. Seeing her dark face, he wiped it with his hand, trying to relieve her psychological pressure, and teased, "Wife, are you trying to burn down the kitchen?" If he hadn't discovered it in time, the kitchen might really have gone up in flames. No, I just wanted to make you something delicious. Song Miamian blushed, lowering her head. Look at your little face. It's dark like this. As long as you're not hurt, that's good. Doing the cooking, let me handle that in the future. Song Miamian felt particularly guilty, reproaching herself for being useless, not even able to cook a meal. Was she such an incompetent wife? It's okay. You're not good at cooking. Doesn't mean you're not good at other things. Everyone has their shortcomings, including me. Song Miamian weakly asked, "Aren't you angry? The kitchen was almost destroyed by me." Angry? Why would I be angry? You were trying to cook for me. Having that intention is enough. How could I be mad? Silly. Chang Zi rubbed her head. Give me the apron. Go wash your face. I'll cook for you. After she left, Chang Zi began to clean up the mess. Looking at all the vegetables in the sink, his mouth twitched. After cleaning up, Song Miamian had just finished washing her face and walked in. Go quickly and check if the babies are awake. I'll make something tasty for you. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye, touched her head, and finally calmed her down. Do you need my help? Cheng Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Song Miamian's face turned crimson and she hurriedly said, I'll go check on the babies first. So embarrassing. She almost set the kitchen on fire just now. How could she say such things? It's so embarrassing. She escaped to the living room as if fleeing, and the sound of the babies babbling came from the bedroom. She opened the door and walked in. The children knew someone had come, and each of them was happy, kicking their little legs, especially Dao Bao and San Bao, who quickly kicked off the small blankets on them. Seeing their mother's face in front of them made them even happier. Oh, babies, mommy's here. Song Miamian moved the baby cribs to the living room. By now, the smoke had dispersed, and there was no major problem. She hadn't seen the babies all afternoon, and now that she saw them, her previously gloomy mood vanished. She walked over and gently pinched the faces of the little ones, feeling their chubby cheeks. Just as she was about to pick up Dao Bao, who was the happiest and had been calling out the loudest, Bao, who had been sucking on his fingers all this time, suddenly made a grunt, his little body trembling, his two small hands tightly gripping the small blanket. Song Miamian knew it was time to change his diaper again. These kids really know how to go. Except for Dao Bao, Bao was the biggest in terms of a bulging diaper. Bao, did you poo again? Song Miamian smiled and looked at him gently. She gently picked up Bao, placed him on the carpet, and then took out a diaper from a nearby drawer. She also fetched some warm water to clean his bottom. Bao, don't move around. Mommy is cleaning your little bottom. Bao seemed to know that Mommy was cleaning his bottom, so he lay still, looking at Song Miamian with his grape-like eyes, making cooing sounds. After changing the diapers of each one of them, Song Miamian picked up one of the babies, took out some small toys to play with them for a while. Soon, Cheng Xiao had finished preparing the meal and came calling. The babies saw Mommy was about to leave, and their expressions quickly changed, pouting and looking aggrieved. Especially Sibao, who looked like he was about to cry. The couple felt sorry, so they had to resort to using the baby stroller. Look at how pitiful our Sibao is. Cheng Xiao pinched Sibao's little cheek. Today, they made a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetarian, all of which Song Miamian loved. Come, eat more. You've been losing weight recently. Cheng Xiao picked out a few more pieces of meat for her. Who said that? I must have gained weight. Song Miamian felt a bit downcast. At this rate, she would gain 10 pounds in half a year. Whether you gain weight or lose weight, in my heart, there is only you, so don't worry. Cheng Xiao smiled. This made her blush again. After dinner, Cheng Xiao went to the bathroom to prepare hot water for Song Miamian. She had classes in the morning, and taking leave these past 2 days had caused quite a delay. Go take a bath quickly, get some rest early, you still have to work tomorrow. Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed. Cheng Xiao really took care of her life as if he were handling a child. Even though she was a few years older, she felt like a little girl a few years younger than him. Okay. After finishing her bath, she looked at Cheng Xiao playing with the children on the sofa and asked, "Aren't you going to shower?" "I'll do it later. I'll play with the children first. You go rest." The two had previously agreed that Song Miamian would temporarily sleep in the master bedroom, while Cheng Xiao would sleep in the children's room with the babies. "I'll go to bed, you rest early." She still felt a bit uneasy. She had made him stay up all these days, and even a person with a strong body couldn't handle it. Who could bear it? Or, how about I take over tonight? "You go to sleep," she hesitated and said. Cheng Xiao, feeling helpless, had to coax this silly woman before she finally went to sleep. He had a skill for napping. 1 hour of sleep for him was equal to 5 hours. So he didn't feel tired at all. He felt particularly energetic instead. "Babies, mommy has to work hard to buy you milk powder. You must treat mommy well in the future." Cheng Xiao felt sorry for her and considered suggesting that she resign. They could run a small shop together, and it would be a success. He felt that with her education, being a teacher was selling her talents short. He just wasn't sure if she would be willing to resign. They would talk about it later. Oh, yee. The babies lay side by side on the sofa, making baby sounds. Their faces lit up as they heard their father's voice. Cheng Xiao smiled and pinched their chubby legs. They were both cute and bouncy. It had to be said that as each day passed, the children grew older, their skin became whiter, and their high aesthetic values were beginning to show. Especially the youngest Sibao, with his rosy complexion and inherited traits from both parents, he would definitely grow up to be a beauty queen, just like his mother. Bao was no slouch either, with genes that produced handsome and beautiful offspring. How could the children be any less attractive? Wherever they went, their attractiveness would surely create a stir. "All right, Daddy's going to shower. Be good, okay?" Saying this, Cheng Xiao put them on the children's bed and went to the bathroom. Just as he finished washing and put on his pajamas, a crying sound suddenly came from the children's room. The sound was quite loud and abnormal. Without even drying his hair, he rushed into the children's room. Goodness! Somehow, Sanbao had put his hand in Dao Bao's mouth. Dao Bao was biting down tightly. When Cheng Xiao pulled them apart, Sanbao's finger already had a small teeth mark on it. He couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. The child definitely didn't know any better. Dao Bao was teething at the moment, and his gums must have been itching, so he couldn't help but bite when something was put near his mouth. Don't cry, it's not on purpose." Cheng Xiao quickly comforted Sanbao, feeling sorry for him. His little hands were already red. Just looking at them was painful. Sanbao cried with teary eyes, looking pitiful and pouting. Cheng Xiao felt even more sorry. When you become a dad, you just can't stand seeing your children cry, and you can't help but feel sorry for them. After consoling him for a while, Cheng Xiao quickly separated Sanbao from Dao Bao to prevent any further accidents. Take a look at Sanbao, with tears still on their faces. It is heartbreaking to see. In a few years, there will definitely be more conflicts and friction among these kids, especially between the eldest and the youngest sons. Fighting is inevitable, and the parents will be the ones worrying. Cheng Zi brought two toys over, trying to cheer up Sanbao, who finally managed to smile reluctantly. When the nursery rhymes were played, all of them listened quietly, without causing a commotion, probably because they slept too much during the day and kept tossing and turning until late at night. They woke up several times throughout the night. It can only be said that the babies have not fully adapted to the environment here. Finally, morning came. While the children were still asleep, Cheng Zi went to the master bedroom to take a look and saw that Song Miamian was still asleep. He quickly went to the kitchen to make breakfast before waking her up. "Song Miamian, still sleepy, brushed her teeth and washed her face. After eating, seeing Chang Zi busying himself again, she felt a mix of emotions. Where else could she find such a good man? Cooking breakfast, calling her, washing a whole bunch of clothes, doing housework. She just enjoyed it without a care. Why are you staring at me like that, wife? Just as she was startled, a teasing voice rang in her ears. Looking up, Chang Zi was right beside her. Perhaps feeling guilty, her face started to blush. Do you think your husband is particularly caring? Are you feeling sorry? Song Miamian felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond until after a while she whispered, Actually, you don't have to work so hard. I can go out to buy breakfast myself and I'll wash the baby's clothes when I come back. It's not as healthy as homemade food out there. I want to take responsibility for your health now. I didn't take good care of you during your pregnancy, so I want to make it up to you in the future. Chang Zi patted her head, smiling gently. In the past, he often saw some scumbags online who would complain about their wives after having children, not only neglecting their children, but also criticizing their wives for changes in their figures, for staying at home and not earning money, etc. Back then, he didn't think much of it, just blaming women for falling for such men. But now, he realized those scumbags were truly despicable. After knowing about the child, he couldn't wait to spend every day with his wife and child. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. Thank you, Chang Zi. Song Miamian's eyes turned slightly red with emotion. Chang Zi helplessly said, What kind of relationship do we have that you have to thank me for taking care of you and the child? I just see you working so hard every day. It's not hard at all. I think it's great to be a full-time dad with the child. Even if it's tiring, it's worth it. Seeing her so touched, Chang Zi teased, Well, if you think I'm working too hard, just call me husband. The moment he said that, the air seemed to freeze. Song Miamian's cheeks instantly turned crimson, she bit her lip, and for some reason, she found it difficult to say the word husband, even though they were already married. After hesitating for a while, she weakly called out, Husband. Chang Zhao's mouth curved up. Feeling much better, he embraced her, enveloping her in his arms. The fragrance emanating from her hair was refreshing. Song Miamian's body trembled slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but she didn't resist and soon got used to it. After releasing her, seeing her blushing cheeks, he couldn't help but pinch them. All right, I'm going to work. Song Miamian felt her heart racing, her face heating up, and knew that if she didn't leave now, she would be teased by this guy. Don't forget to take the car keys. Watching her running away with the car keys in hand, Chang Zi couldn't help but chuckle. This little woman, was she really so shy? After totting up breakfast, he began another day of taking care of the children. He had to personally wash the clothes the children had changed out of yesterday. It's better not to mix children's clothes with adults, as their immune systems are weaker and it could lead to cross-infections. It depends on whether the adults are attentive. After washing and hanging the clothes, Chang Zi smiled contentedly and went to the children's room. The children were already awake, lying there grumbling, and he brought over the prepared milk to feed each one of them. A day of childcare tasks had begun. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office on the other side, Song Miamian had just sat down at her desk and hadn't had a chance to organize her teaching materials when a female teacher with silver-framed glasses approached. She recognized her as one of the teachers she got along with well, Teacher Wang. She was still single. Song teacher, when will you invite us to your house? I really want to see your baby. So cute, adorable. Yeah, when are you inviting us? We're all looking forward to it. Another teacher, Lee, who already had children of her own, joined in. I've been thinking ever since I saw the photos last time. I can't accept not seeing such a high-quality baby in person. Yeah, so cute. Seeing the eager expressions of the female teachers, Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed and said, How about this weekend? Teacher Wrong, who had been quiet all along, suggested. Okay. I agree. This weekend it is. Everyone cheered. They were all looking forward to seeing those lovely babies. Is your husband taking care of the children now, or? Teacher Wang suddenly asked. Yes, he's the one taking care of them, Song Miamian nodded. Wow, is he taking care of all four on his own? Did he hire a nanny? No. Can he really handle taking care of the children as a man? Lee asked. Speaking of Chang Zi, Song Miamian smiled happily. He's great. Not only does he take care of the babies well, but he also takes care of me, cooking and doing laundry for me every day. She felt proud of such a husband, but also felt heartache. Wow, that's so good. I'm envious. Lee looked envious. It should be said that the female teachers were all envious. Indeed, such a good man exists in the world. Teacher Wang admired. To take care of 4 children is really not easy. Seeing Song Miamian sitting there in a daze without saying a word, Teacher Wang spoke up. Teacher Song, why aren't you talking? Yeah, don't you welcome us? Teacher Lee chuckled. No, I'll talk to my husband about this when I get back. Song Miamian blushed. All right, let's settle on this Saturday. Ring ring. At this moment, the bell for class rang, and Song Miamian picked up her lesson plan and stood up. I have to go to class now. Bye. After she left, a few teachers gathered together. Do you guys feel like Teacher Song is acting strange? I agree. She seems a bit mysterious, like she's afraid of us going to her house. Especially when she mentioned her husband, her expression was odd. Could there be a problem with her husband? Whatever the case, let's find out this Saturday. Today, there were 3 morning classes. After finishing them, Song Miamian returned the lesson plan to the office and prepared to go home. Passing by the cafeteria entrance, she ran into Teacher Wang and others. Teacher Song, we're going shopping later. Do you want to join? No, I have to go back to take care of the children. Oh, but isn't your husband at home? Teacher Wang smiled mischievously. Come on, let's go. We can buy a little gift for your baby. Teacher Lee held her arm. Song Miamian quickly replied, children don't need anything. You don't have to spend money. Teacher Song, what are you saying? When visiting a baby, you must bring a gift. We're buying for the babies, not for you and your husband. Teacher Wang laughed. Exactly. We just want to see the babies, stay for a bit, and leave. Teacher Song, are you going to refuse? Teacher Wang added. That's not what I meant. Song Miamian felt a bit flustered. They were ready to buy gifts for the children. Rejecting them would be embarrassing and ruin her reputation. If they didn't know Cheng Zi, it would be all right, but the problem was they did know him. If it was found out, it wouldn't be good. Just as she was thinking about how to handle the situation, Teacher Wang put her hand on Song Miamian's shoulder. Come on, Teacher Song, let's go. Everyone will go together. Feeling embarrassed, Song Miamian politely declined. You guys go ahead. I have to go home and talk to my husband about this. Not going. All right then. Seeing her refusal, Teacher Wang didn't insist. However, remember this for Saturday. Song Miamian nodded. She would discuss this matter with Cheng Zi. I'll leave now. Bye. Okay, be safe on your way home. After parting ways with the female teachers, Song Miamian quickly headed to the school parking lot and drove home. When she arrived home, her cold and distant expression involuntarily softened, especially while inhaling the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. The feeling of exhaustion didn't immediately make her sit down to rest. She briskly walked towards the kitchen. She didn't know why, but no matter the situation outside, she felt completely secure once at home. In the kitchen, at the stove, Cheng Zi was cooking. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and smiled. Wife, you're back. What are we having for dinner? Your favorite dishes. Go wait outside. It's a bit crowded in here. He had pinpointed the timing now. Wait until the babies were asleep, then go buy groceries, cook, and wait for his wife to come back. All right. Song Miamian obediently went outside to wait. She couldn't wait to see the babies, having not seen them all morning. Seeing their peaceful sleeping faces, she couldn't resist giving them each a gentle peck. Little did she know, her action woke the second baby. As soon as she saw her mother, she immediately smiled. Baby, have you missed mommy? Song Miamian's heart melted, gently holding the second baby in her arms, tickling her small nose. Yay! The baby made a sound, clearly expressing her happiness. She kicked her little legs non-stop, occasionally grabbing Song Miamian's arm. If not for the long sleeves, she would have been scratched. It seems our second baby misses mommy a lot. Mommy misses you too. MUA. Unable to resist, Song Miamian kissed her again. Then, she picked up a nearby doll and waved it in front of her. Unlike her sister, the second baby didn't particularly like music and preferred simpler toys like dolls. Song Miamian had figured this out early. Showing the doll made her extremely happy. Changzi soon finished preparing the meal. "Wife, come eat." Reluctantly setting down the second baby, Song Liamian said, "Baby, play for a bit on your own. Mommy is going to have dinner." The second baby, true to her role as an older sister, didn't cry when she was put down. She continued chewing on her hands. In the dining room, Song Liamian briefed Changzi about the day's events and asked for his thoughts, as it was already Thursday, with Saturday approaching. Just thinking about it made her look distressed. "Don't worry, I have a solution." Changzi patted her head, smiling. It was just a casual response. It was simple. As long as they weren't recognized, it would be fine. "What's the plan? These teachers have all taught you and have a deep impression of you. If they were recognized, it would be a disaster. The whole school would know, affecting not only her job, but also Cheng Zhao's reputation. It might even lead to a deduction of points. Moreover, her current job was one of the family's sources of income, and she didn't want to lose it. It's fine. We can get someone to do makeup to make them unrecognizable." Song Liamian was still worried. "Will that really work? I've imitated some before. It will be fine." "All right then." They had no other choice now. "Don't worry. It's just a small matter." This would probably trouble Li Jin, who had not only been an extra for many years, but also was a beauty blogger skilled in cosplaying and imitating various makeup looks. The disguises she could create would surely make even their mothers not recognize them. To ease Song Liamian's worrying, Changzi explained the plan. Only then did she relax. "Let's quickly eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold." Changzi served her a piece of braised pork ribs and smiled. After finishing the meal, it was time to feed and change the baby's diapers. Just as expected, right after bath time, the cries began resounding one after another, one louder than the other. The couple hurried to the children's room. Changzi chuckled. The eldest baby is indeed a boy, with such a loud voice. Mainly in those layers of crevices between the meat, if not cleaned in time, it is easy for bacteria to grow, especially in the neck and armpits. "I'll go prepare the water this time." "The water you made yesterday was a bit too hot," Song Liamian said with a blush. She added cold water for quite a while before gradually getting used to it. Changzi looked at her, grinned, and said, "I'll pay more attention next time," making her face even redder. In the bath, there's a small bathtub specially for baby baths, very convenient. Once the heater is turned on, it's not cold anymore. First, it was bathing the eldest. This child is quite well behaved, didn't fidget, undressed and got into the bathtub in one go. Initially feeling a bit uncomfortable with the hot water, they later squinted comfortably, their face full of enjoyment. Changzi pinched his face and couldn't help but laugh. This little one knows comfort. Feeling someone pinching his face, the eldest opened his eyes, looking puzzled as if wondering who was pinching his face. With those big eyes looking around, the husband and wife couldn't help but laugh. Not catching the culprit, he simply squinted his eyes again. Pretty indifferent. After quickly washing him and changing him into fresh clothes, the eldest played on the bed by himself. Next was the third child. The third was a bit more restless. He wasn't pleased every time he touched the water, his little face drooping, looking unwilling. "What's wrong? Still not happy about bathing?" Changzi chuckled. Song Liamian had already prepared water toys, ocean balls. The brightly colored balls instantly attracted the third child's attention. Finally, the bath was successfully completed. Next were the second and fourth children. Besides the second one being a bit restless, the fourth was incredibly well behaved, quiet as a mouse, most of their gaze fixed on their parents, babbling words here and there. Heartwarming. Grown quite chubby, all over with plumpness, looking healthy and not at all like an unhealthy child. If someone said she had spent time in an incubator, probably no one would believe. After all the babies were bathed, the couple was exhausted and sweating. Changzi was completely soaked. "You should bathe first, don't catch a cold." Song Liamian handed him a towel to wipe off the water. "During this autumn season, especially at night, it's easy to catch a cold. My wife is always caring for me." Changzi couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Song Liamian was taken aback for a moment, felt a short circuit in her brain, then suddenly took a few steps back, blushing as if blood would drip from her face. "Wife, you're being shy again," Changzi couldn't help but tease. "You should bathe first. I'll go check on the children." With that, she practically ran out of the bath. Chang Zi could only smile helplessly. Just as he was about to get water, a system alert suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for hand-bathing the baby for the first time. Reward: face-changing skill. Face-changing skill, ability to transform into any appearance you imagine. Lasts for a day. Cheng Zhao's lips curved up. A timely gift indeed, getting what he wanted. No need to trouble Li Jin anymore. Easily transforming into someone else's appearance, fooling anyone won't be a problem. Before bedtime, he specifically reassured Song Miamian. Wife, you don't have to worry about Saturday's matter. I've got everything covered. Cheng Zi comforted her. Song Miamian nodded, feeling relieved with him around. If Cheng Zi said it was fine, then there wouldn't be any issues. Ms. Song, how did it go? What did your husband say? The next day, as soon as Song Miamian entered the office, Mr. Wang eagerly came over to ask. Song Miamian smiled. He said it's okay. That's great. We've already prepared the gifts for the babies and can't wait to give them out. Mr. Li smiled. Yeah, imagine that scene. So cute and adorable. Everyone was curious, wanting to know what her mysterious and family-oriented husband looked like. Mainly, they wanted to see those cute babies in person. The photos were already so adorable, they must be cuter in real life. So, Ms. Song, your baby is so cute. Your husband must be super handsome, right? Mr. Wang inquired. Mentioning Chang Zi, Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed. He's all right. Mr. Li chuckled. No matter how he looks, we'll see it for ourselves tomorrow. Chang Zi was still washing the children's clothes. He had washed quite a few from the previous day, and had to wash and hang them up one by one. Without him, Song Miamian had endured for over 2 months like this, going to work every day, inevitably exhausted. No wonder she had become so thin. Thinking about it now made him feel sorry for her. Ah, for Bao's voice came from the living room. After hanging the clothes, he rushed over, picked her up, and embraced her in his arms. What's wrong, for Bao? Were you just calling for Dad? Chang Zi pinched her cheek, his face overflowing with tenderness. 2 faint dimples could already be seen on both sides of for Bao's cheeks, appearing when he smiled, which Chang Zi found incredibly fascinating. Both he and the child's mother didn't have dimples, yet for Bao had them. Sometimes dimples added a unique charm. Goo-goo. Probably getting bored without anything to play with, for Bao started playing with her saliva again, putting her hands in her mouth and sucking on them. TSKs, sks. Chang Zi helplessly took her hand out of her mouth and gently explained, for Bao, there are a lot of germs when you eat your hands, which might give you an upset stomach. For Bao seemed somewhat dazed, not sure if understanding, her eyes looking clueless. Chang Zi thought the little one had understood, but in the next moment, she started sucking on her hand again. Saliva flowing. Soon, the wet wipes in front of him were all soaked. Helplessly, he changed it, laid out a clean one, and repeated the process. With no other choice, Chang Zi had to bring out his trump card. Ding, ding dong, ding ding dong. The bell is ringing ding dong. A little robot appeared in for Bao's sight, singing as it moved back and forth after switching it on. That little expression, it looked like she was about to cry in the next second. Okay. Daddy won't tease you anymore. Go play. Chang Zi couldn't do anything about her. Letting go of her hands and feet, the child started again. Watching the robot moving back and forth on the table, she was laughing happily. Chang Zi couldn't help but smile, infected by her laughter. Half an hour later, probably feeling a bit tired, Si Bao fell asleep, quietly snuggling in his father's arms, even snoring softly. Carefully placing her on the children's bed and tucking her in, Chang Zi turned around, and wow! The other 3 were all awake, looking at him with big round eyes. Oh, Da Bao even yelled. Shh, don't wake up your sister, okay? Chang Zi gestured to quiet them down. The babies might not have really understood, but they didn't make any more noise. Chang Zi carried each of them out and placed them on the sofa. Since they didn't cry, they probably weren't hungry. The diapers were so swollen, it looked uncomfortable. So Chang Zi fetched 3 diapers and baby wipes. He wiped their bottoms and changed them. When he finished changing Da Bao and San Bao, getting ready to change a Bao, as soon as he opened the left side of the diaper, the little one suddenly started crying loudly, seeming to be in pain. Chang Zi quickly opened the right side of the diaper and saw that Abao's thigh was marked by a bright red line from the diaper, looking like it might get swollen. His heart broke. Abao. He quickly picked up Abao, holding and comforting him. Abao, don't cry. Daddy didn't mean it. Didn't help you wear the diaper properly. It's Daddy's fault. Don't cry, okay? The child's mother would probably feel very sorry. How could he have been so careless? After comforting for a while, the red mark hurt with the slightest touch, making Chang Zi feel more and more heartbroken. Helplessly, he gently put a new diaper on him to prevent bedwetting. Chang Zi dared not move him too much, placing him lying on the crib. Da Bao and San Bao didn't know what had happened, their round eyes staring at Chang Zi, making noises. When Song Mian returned in the evening, Chang Zi told her the whole incident truthfully. Song Mian felt extremely distressed. Abao might have felt wrong too. As soon as Abao saw his mother looking at his painful area, he quivered his mouth and started crying. Tears streamed down his face. His pitiful look was heart-wrenching. While crying, he started licking his lips again. Based on these few days of observation, Chang Zi had a basic understanding of the signals the babies emitted. For example, licking their lips probably meant they were thirsty and wanted water. Without much thought, he filled a bottle with warm water. Indeed, as soon as the nipple touched Abao's mouth, he started drinking eagerly. Don't rush, drink slowly. Song Mian touched Abao's little face. Chang Zi helplessly chuckled, so you were thirsty. After quenching his thirst, Song Mian comforted Abao for a while until he fell asleep slowly. After putting all the children to bed, Chang Zi finally had some alone time with his wife. Can you really do it tomorrow? Song Mian was still worried. What if Mr. Wang and the others found out? Don't worry, leave it to me. You just need to call them over. With the skill of altering his face, what was there to fear? Creating a new face at will, no one could recognize him. All right then. Although worried, she had great faith in Chang Zi. She knew that with the makeup techniques available online, it would be hard to recognize her. Hopefully, Mr. Wang and the others wouldn't find out. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Song Mian received a call from Mr. Wang. Mrs. Song, we hadn't asked where you lived yet. Is it in the Jinshan community near the school? No, I've moved in the last couple of days. I'm in Jiangqing Mingyuan. Song Mian replied. There was a brief silence on the phone, and Mr. Wang thought he misheard, so he asked again, not there. Where did you say? Jiangqing Mingyuan. Jiangqing Mingyuan. Isn't that a high-end community inside the 3rd Ring Road? Are you sure? Mr. Wang couldn't believe it. Yes, I'll send you the location. The call ended, and Song Mian sent her location via WeChat. When the teachers arrived at her place, they could hardly believe it was Jiangqing Mingyuan, a prestigious and expensive community that was difficult to get into. It was almost impossible to buy property there due to its advantages in location. They were all sold out shortly after they were on the market, and those who could afford it not only had good financial conditions, but also connections. Even renting out a unit here cost around 50 to 60,000 a month. They remembered that Song Mian used to live in Jinshan community, so this move was quite remarkable. Who exactly was her husband? They were even more curious now. Song Mian personally led them upstairs, each carrying big and small bags of gifts. She felt a bit embarrassed. Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Li, Mrs. Rong, you don't really need to buy so many gifts. It's too extravagant. It's okay. It's for the children, Tilda, and in the future when we have children, you'll have to give gifts too. It's not a free gift. Mrs. Wang winked. Mrs. Li smiled. My baby is 5 months old. You are always welcome to visit. The usually stern Mrs. Rong added, I welcome you too. Song Mian was speechless. Mrs. Song, I envy you living in such a good neighborhood. Mrs. Wang looked around, her eyes sparkling. The environment was excellent, and the interior decoration of each building was in a style she liked. Mrs. Li curiously asked, is this rented by you? She hadn't considered buying here, as it was extravagantly expensive, beyond what an average person could afford. Proudly, Song Mian replied without showing off, my husband bought it. Wow! Is your husband a tycoon, so wealthy? Mrs. Wang widened her eyes. Well, he's alright, just regular folks. Oh, you're so modest. If you can buy a property in Jiangqing Mingyuan, you're not exactly average, right? Mrs. Li chuckled. They all looked envious. Finally reaching her doorstep, Song Mian unlocked the door with her keys. When the door opened, they were greeted by a warm and luxurious home decor. It seemed very high-end, the kind you would instantly fall in love with, especially the spacious living room, and not too far away, the floor-to-ceiling windows and the big balcony. The evening night scene must be beautiful too. Teacher Lee, come and take a look. Teacher Lee walked over helplessly, and indeed, on the balcony, the field of vision widened significantly, with the lake visible in the near distance. Opening the window, feeling the breeze, the envy in the eyes of the few people was almost overflowing. Living here is really nice. Teacher Rong looked around and asked, Teacher Song, why haven't we seen your husband? Yes, I was too focused on looking at the house just now, and I forgot to ask, Teacher Lee added. They were all quite curious. He's probably cooking in the kitchen, Song Mian smiled. As she spoke, a sweet smell had already wafted out of the kitchen. Come, let's go to the kitchen and have a look. Teacher Wong felt a bit hungry. Being a foodie, she couldn't resist the aroma. Song Mian led them into the kitchen, and at a glance, they saw the slender figure cooking at the stove. Blushing slightly, she spoke, Honey, my colleagues are here. Chang Zi calmly activated his quick change ability, instantly transforming into a stranger's face. The moment he turned around, if Song Mian hadn't been prepared, she probably wouldn't have recognized him as her own husband. Because that face had nothing to do with Chang Zhao's previous appearance. Even his own mother probably wouldn't recognize him. It was quite an accurate imitation. Teacher Song, is this your husband? Teacher Wong asked softly. My goodness, he's so handsome. Look at that face, that height. Why couldn't she meet someone like him? Yes, Song Mian smiled and nodded. Chang Zi greeted them politely. Hello, I'm Mian's husband. Hello. After the initial greeting, the three teachers glanced at each other, and they could all see admiration in each other's eyes. My goodness, he's really handsome, and his tone is so gentle. Not only that, he can cook and take care of children. This kind of perfect man is basically extinct. Also, his demeanor and behavior clearly show his refinement. You can tell he's a wealthy man. Song Mian really married well. She's so low-key about it. Seeing Teacher Wong and the others staring at her husband, Song Mian wasn't worried that they would find out the truth. She was just afraid they would discover something. Teacher Lee laughed. I'm sorry for disturbing you on a big weekend. It's okay. You're all Mian's colleagues at school, also friends. Since we're friends, let's not be so formal. Chang Zi smiled, polite and courteous. Teacher Lee was surprised. She didn't expect Chang Zi to be so young and articulate. And Song Mian felt the same way. They both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As long as their real identities weren't discovered, everything would be fine. Darling, the babies probably haven't slept yet. You entertain the teachers first, I'll cook. Song Mian understood his meaning. Teacher Wong couldn't wait to see the babies, but she suppressed her excitement in front of the handsome man, though she was already fidgety in secret. Sure. Agreeing, Song Mian led them to the living room. Ah, I can finally see the little darlings. How exciting! Teacher Wong couldn't help but rub her hands, her face radiant with excitement and joy. In the nursery, the children lay in a row on the bed, babbling to each other as if passing on some information. Seeing strangers come in, they frowned slightly. Wow, there are really 4 of them, so cute. My goodness, I'm in love. Don't stop me, I want to get married right now. Seeing the babies, Teacher Wong was more excited than anyone else, even reaching out to pinch the chubby cheek of the eldest baby, feeling how good it was. Teacher Lee, look quickly, aren't they adorable? I want to marry a handsome guy right here. Teacher Lee helplessly looked at her, young girls these days, with their teenage hearts. But indeed, the child was very good looking, and those features were clearly inherited from the parents. Especially the youngest one, who looked so much like Teacher Song, inheriting all her best traits. Their genes were really on point. Teacher Song, now I understand why you always go home for dinner. If I had such cute babies and a handsome husband, I'd go home every day too. Pinching the big baby, then the second baby, Teacher Wong couldn't contain her excitement. The babies are so well behaved. Look at these little faces. Hearing praise for her husband and children, Song Mian couldn't help but feel proud and pleased. Teacher Wong, you're not bad either. Your future children will definitely be very good looking. Teacher Wang stuck out her tongue. That would depend on how handsome the man I find is. At least he has to be half as good as your husband. Watching the babies, Teacher Wang was also delighted. Teacher Song, you're really good at raising children. The babies are so well behaved. Teacher Lee added, yes. They look so adorable. Suddenly I feel like our kids are lacking something. After saying that, they all couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Song, can I hold them? Teacher Wang's eyes sparkled. Of course. Song Miamian picked up the less shy third baby. Third baby, can Auntie Wang hold you? Oh, third baby blinked his grape-like eyes. Haha, third baby must have agreed. Teacher Wang was excited. Song Miamian held the third baby in her arms. As soon as she held him, she felt a bit heavy. Teacher Song, you're really good at raising children. Look at all this baby fat. Another year, and I probably won't be able to lift them. Teacher Wang laughed. Song Miamian looked at the babies with tenderness. Both the big baby and third baby are boys, so they tend to eat more and are a bit plumper. My husband takes good care of them. Each child has gained a lot of weight. Even I've put on a few pounds. It was mostly because Cheng Zhao's cooking was so delicious. She couldn't help but have an extra bowl every time, and sometimes that wasn't enough. The teachers all had faces filled with envy. People can't be compared. Your husband treats you so well. On the contrary, my husband is just a big pig's foot. Exactly, my husband is the same. Teacher Wang nodded in agreement. Nowadays, it's hard to find a few good men who can match up to Teacher Song's husband. Handsome, wealthy, good with children, and does housework. Teacher Wang, you'll have to be very careful when finding a boyfriend in the future. Otherwise you'll find yourself lacking. Teacher Lee, as a wise person who had been there, patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder. The room was full of moms. Song Miamian's heart was melting as she gently picked her up, stroked her little nose. Sibao, were you just smiling at Mom? Yay! Sibao waved her hands and feet. Teacher Lee envied. Sibao looks so lovely when she smiles. She will definitely be a beauty in the future. Saying this, she changed the subject with a smile. Teacher Song, my son is 5 months old. How about we arrange a marriage between our children? Arrange a marriage. Song Miamian was startled. Was it too early for this? Let's make a reservation first. As for whether they will be compatible in the future, we can discuss it later, Teacher Lee said with a smile. They made a reservation first to avoid someone else getting ahead. Before Song Miamian could speak, Teacher Wang interjected. Teacher Lee, your son is still so young. It's too early to arrange a marriage. I think my son would be more suitable. Your son is only 2 years old. No way. I made the reservation first. Song Miamian hasn't agreed yet, so it doesn't count. The two of them started arguing, both wanting the beautiful Sibao to marry their sons. Song Miamian. She looked helplessly at Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang shook her head helplessly. Having a beautiful child can also be troublesome. Sibao was so happy. She wanted to bounce in Song Miamian's arms. Teacher Wang couldn't help but pinch her cheek, saying, Sibao, look at those two aunties over there, fighting over you to be their daughter-in-law. You are quite charming. Before meeting Cheng Xiao, Sibao was quite timid, crying when she saw strangers. However, it had improved a lot since he appeared. Not knowing if she understood, she kept kicking her legs, then tightly grabbed Song Miamian's collar, making cooing sounds. Saliva flowed out again. Song Miamian took out a tissue to wipe her. Oh, our Sibao is very happy. Teacher Wang really liked Sibao. If the child wasn't so young, she would have loved to take her out and buy her some nice clothes. Isn't she cute? The two teachers finished their argument, and Teacher Lee looked at Song Miamian, smiling apologetically. Teacher Wang is right. The children are too young. Let's discuss the marriage later. Today they were here to see the baby. They shouldn't scare them away. Let's plan for the long-term tilde. We can discuss the marriage once Sibao grows up a bit. Teacher Wang nodded and said, yes, we just found Sibao so lovely. Song Miamian, please don't mind. They smiled at each other. At that moment, Cheng Xiao's voice came from the children's room. It's time to eat. Let's go eat. Song Miamian put down Sibao. Teacher Wang was a bit reluctant to let go. Let's go. Teacher Lee pulled her. Wow. It smells so good. When they entered the dining room and saw Cheng Xiao carrying plates of food, Teacher Wang couldn't help but drool. completely forgetting her reluctance to leave Sibao. Song Miamian, your husband is such a good cook, I envy you. They couldn't find words to describe it. This man was truly outstanding. Watching him serve the food while wearing an apron, his back view was so handsome. I'll help you. Seeing how busy he was, Song Miamian felt sorry for him. Cheng Xiao patted her head. It's all right, I can handle it. The sweet interaction between the two made the other three friends envious. Especially Teacher Wang. This single lady, if this wasn't a TV show, she would have been in awe. Isn't it sweet? Here comes the dog food scene. She secretly vowed to find a boyfriend like him in the future, so she won't end up completely heartbroken every time. The other two teachers were also very satisfied with Cheng Xiao. He was indeed a great guy. Song Miamian chose the right person. This is more than enough. No need to cook so many dishes, Teacher Li said, looking at the table full of food, smiling. Cheng Xiao chuckled. It's your first time here, and they are Miamian's friends. It's only right. It smells so good, so delicious. Teacher Wang tasted a bite of the braised chicken, and her appetite was immediately piqued. Not bad, not bad. When I find a boyfriend in the future, he must be good at cooking. They made a total of 9 dishes, 1 soup, 6 light dishes. Mainly because Song Miamian still needed to breastfeed and couldn't eat heavy dishes. They all silently praised Cheng Xiao's thoughtfulness. After finishing the meal, they were still a bit reluctant to leave. His culinary skills were comparable to a 5-star chef. When it was time to wash dishes, Song Miamian said, "You've been busy all morning, let me do it." Cheng Xiao smiled, "Let me handle it, the kitchen is my job." After saying that, Song Miamian remembered the day she almost burned the kitchen. She blushed. After a while, she whispered, "Then let me help you carry the plates." Cheng Xiao agreed. Watching the sweet sight of the two walking together, Teacher Wang, a singleton, looked enviously. Song Miamian is truly happy. I envy her. Teacher Li beside her said, "Remember that blind date I set you up with? The young man was quite handsome. Do you regret not going?" Teacher Li, "Help me find someone else," Wang asked, holding Teacher Li's arm. "What if you stand him up again? How would I face others?" "It won't happen this time." After they finished eating and spent some time there, playing with the baby, they said goodbye and left. Once they were gone, Song Miamian's heart finally settled down. She had been tense the whole time, fearing they would recognize Cheng Xiao. "I was so worried that they might recognize you. But they didn't, so relax. With this disguise, very few can recognize me," Cheng Xiao smiled, completely unconcerned. On the way, as they drove halfway, Rong, who is usually observant, looked at Li. "Don't you feel it? I keep feeling that Song's husband looks familiar, but I can't place where. I've definitely seen him somewhere," she finally concluded. Li also found it strange. "Now that you mention it, especially his back view feels familiar, but I'm sure I haven't seen his face. It's strange. There are many look-alike people in the world. Maybe you're overthinking it. I just think her husband is quite nice. Nothing wrong with him." Teacher Li looked at her and felt like her saliva was about to drip down. "In the future, I want to have a beautiful baby too." "You're already thinking about having a baby before getting married," Teacher Li chuckled. "Just thinking about it is fine," she replied. Over there, Cheng Zi just finished tidying up the kitchen when he received a phone call. It was from Li Jin. He hadn't been to the set for days, and today was his scene. Li Jin was informing him, "Bro, are you so smitten with your wife that you forgot about the show you're shooting?" Li Jin couldn't help but jest. Cheng Zi laughed. "You single guys don't understand the warmth of a family." That hit a nerve. Li Jin felt like he had just been hit with 1,000 blows. "Never mind, I won't talk to you about it. Hurry up and come over." Cheng Zi hung up the phone, turned to Song Miamian and said, "Wife, I have something to attend to. I need to go out." He carefully explained the call from Li Jin that had just come in. "All right, be careful on the road." "Okay." Cheng Zi went to the garage, got in the car, and headed to Longji Square. When he arrived, he parked the car, got out, and saw Li Jin. "Bro, you finally made it. Your scene is ready. We've been waiting for you." In the dressing room, the makeup artist who had been doing Cheng Xiao's makeup before continued. Not seeing him for a few days, she thought he looked even more handsome. Other makeup artists frequently glanced over here. For someone as good-looking as him, the makeup was simple, no special skills required. After all, He was naturally good-looking. He basically didn't need makeup, just changing clothes made him invincible. Seeing his overflowing luck with the ladies, Li Jin envied and was jealous. The only comfort he had was that Chengzi was already married. No matter how handsome he was, it wouldn't help. It was a shame not to have seen his wife last time. Thinking about it, he missed those few babies. They were so adorable. Before shooting, Li Jin asked, "Bro, do you have photos of your babies?" "Why? Why not? I just miss them a bit, want to keep a few pictures." Chengzi opened his phone and sent them to him. "Wow, they've grown up a bit. These are the other two. So cute and lovely. They've grown into handsome young men and beautiful girls." After admiring the photos for a while, they soon had to start shooting. After finishing his last scene, it was already evening. Chengzi didn't have many scenes as the fourth male lead. Judging from the script, it would be wrapping up soon. As he watched, he felt that a part of the plot was not very reasonable, especially the part where the male lead dealt with the villain. He was too soft-hearted, nearly letting his own sister be killed, but still forgiving the mastermind out of brotherly love was a major flaw. Besides that, there were many other plot points that were poorly arranged. He found the director to discuss this. The director thought his points were valid and asked the screenwriter to make timely changes. He then praised Chengzi repeatedly. The male lead beside them immediately got upset. "Director, can the script be changed at will like this?" The director calmly said, "I believe what Zicheng said makes sense. You can't just casually change the script like this. Other actors might have objections. Some people think they know better than the screenwriter after shooting a few scenes." But no one paid him any mind. Some people nearby had already taken a dislike to him, shooting him disdainful looks. With that kind of attitude, playing the male lead was simply a waste of the role. After finishing shooting, Chengzi said goodbye to Li Jin and went home. Today's scenes brought in 30,000 yuan. After not seeing the babies for an afternoon, he missed them dearly. In the living room, Song Miamian was sitting on the sofa playing with the younger baby. Seeing him return, she quickly came over and asked, "Are you tired? Let me pour you a glass of water. My wife is so good." Coming back to a glass of hot water to drink, his heart warmed at the thought. Chengzi was truly grateful to have met her. It was the first time he felt what home truly meant. Song Miamian handed him the water, her face blushing, and continued playing with the baby. "Did little two miss daddy this afternoon?" Chengzi sipped the water and pinched the baby's cheek. "Yeah." Seeing it was daddy, the baby's mouth curved upwards, smiling. "Looks like little to miss daddy. See what daddy bought for you guys," Chengzi said as he magically produced a small windmill from his pocket. He bought it on his way home. It started spinning as soon as he blew on it. As soon as the windmill was taken out, the baby's eyes were glued to it. She started giggling and seemed to really like it. At that moment, the for treasure lying in the crib also woke up. "Yeah." As soon as she saw the small windmill in Dad's hand, for treasure got excited, reaching out her hands, wanting to grab it. "You little girl, you've grown up, huh?" Chengzi chuckled. Watching with a smile, Song Miamian seemed to remember something and said, "After you left this afternoon, little to turned over." "That's great. She's almost 3 months old. Turning over is normal." It startled me. This little one was all covered in the blanket. If I hadn't noticed, I wouldn't have known what could have happened. Up to now, Song Miamian still had some lingering fears. She had to be extra vigilant from now on, not afraid of 10,000 things, but afraid of that one thing. Just as she finished speaking, for treasure, lying there, started making grunting noises while playing, her little brows furrowing, as if she was very uncomfortable. In no time, a strange smell emanated from her behind. Today, this poop smelled a bit off. Chengzi checked as he opened the magic sticker of the diaper with golden yellow stool mixed with a bit of white froth. He had checked the parenting app, and this situation seemed to be. For treasure seems to have caught a cold and has diarrhea. Chengzi sighed. She had been quite active these days, always kicking the blanket. With the weather turning cooler, a mishap had occurred. During this time, to prevent the 4 treasures from dehydration, give them more water, and they'll be fine in a day or two, sighed Song Miamian. Thinking about being a mother, she realized that there were many things she didn't fully understand, unlike Chengzi, who had just become a father a few days ago. This mother felt she was not qualified enough. Watching the 4 treasures playing happily, Cheng Zi smiled and touched Song Miamian's head, saying, "It's okay. No need to worry. Nothing serious has happened, right?" She nodded. Remembering something, she said, "In a few days, it's time for the babies to get their vaccinations, and now they have diarrhea and are taking medicine. It's no big deal. Just consult the doctor when the time comes." "All right, it's getting late. Are you hungry too?" "I'll cook," Cheng Zi said. Seeing him tired after working all afternoon, Song Miamian felt a bit sorry for him and asked quietly, "Do you want me to help?" "No need. You've been looking after the kids all afternoon. Rest for now," Cheng Zi replied. Song Miamian blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she realized she had mostly rested throughout the afternoon, with just one break to feed the baby. As the children grew day by day, they were not as restless. Cheng Zi could see through her thoughts, lightly laughing as he went to the kitchen. Some leftovers from lunch were heated up by Cheng Zi, who also made 2 more dishes and cooked fish soup. Song Miamian, smelling the delicious food, entered the kitchen. She hadn't eaten anything all afternoon and was starving. The food Cheng Zi prepared was too enticing, and she couldn't help but be drawn to the aroma. Cheng Zi had anticipated this and prepared egg custard in the microwave. After being busy outside all afternoon, this little woman couldn't cook. It seemed like they needed to buy some snacks in advance from the supermarket to avoid her being hungry when he wasn't home. "Are you hungry?" Cheng Zi asked with a smile. Song Miamian blushed and didn't say anything, indicating her hunger. "This is for you. Be careful not to burn yourself." Cheng Zi handed her the egg custard and placed it on the nearby table. Song Miamian was surprised and blushed even more, not expecting he would think of this. She couldn't help but feel warm inside. "Thank you, husband." Earlier with the teachers around, she didn't feel comfortable calling him that directly. She had thin skin, but now with no one around, it was easier. "Tomorrow I'll take you to the supermarket to buy more snacks, or you could order takeout yourself. Don't sacrifice your health for the sake of saving money." This little woman, knowing she was hungry, still didn't order food delivery and instead waited for him to come back. He really couldn't rest assured leaving her home alone. Moreover, they were not short of money now, as the extra earnings from the film set were enough for their daily lives. "Okay, I understand. We're not short of money. Your husband made 30,000 yesterday, right? No need to save on such trivial things." Cheng Zi placed his hands on her shoulders, looked into her eyes, and said softly, "Once we save enough money, we'll open a shop, so you don't have to work so hard, and I don't want you to be so tired." Song Miamian felt touched instantly, her heart warm, and her eyes slightly moist as she nodded. After having dinner, taking showers, and putting the children to bed in the nursery, Cheng Zi observed the 4 treasures' bowel movements. It was still severe diarrhea, mostly frothy. The child would cry occasionally, indicating stomach pain. Song Miamian felt sorry for them and asked, "What should we do? Should we go to the hospital?" She had never seen the 4 treasures so seriously ill before. They had previously been in an incubator and were already weak. With the cooling weather, the older siblings were fine as their resistance was relatively stronger. However, the 4 treasures were having a tough time and were more susceptible to getting sick. Cheng Zi was also heartbroken, seeing the child cry due to stomach pain. It had been for hours since they last took medicine. He said, "Wife, I'll get some hot water and feed them again. Please keep an eye on them." Song Miamian nodded. Due to dehydration from the diarrhea, the 4 treasures' faces had turned pale. As the discomfort eased, the little ones smiled, their eyes never leaving their mother. Song Miamian held them in her arms tenderly, feeling greatly guilty. Whenever she saw those innocent faces, she had no regrets about giving birth to them. Many people had advised her to have an abortion back then, but she had chosen to keep them. She hadn't planned on finding the children's father, but fate had its way. It was hard to explain the concept of fate. Children always needed their father, and although she hadn't thought much about it before, as the kids grew older, questions would come up. Cheng Zi soon brought the medicine and mixed it in the baby bottle. "For treasures, it's time for medicine," Cheng Zi said as he cuddled one of the children, smiling softly. The 4 treasures still relied on Cheng Zi. The pacifier was brought to their mouth, and they drank the medicine readily, looking satisfied as if saying, "It's sweet, and the taste is all right." Seeing their content little faces, Song Miamian couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, lightening the serious atmosphere. If they refused to take the medicine, they might end up having to go to the hospital. They decided to see how things went tomorrow. Wife, go to bed soon, I'll handle things here, Cheng Zi suggested, not wanting her to be tired. Song Miamian bit her lip and said, I'll stay with you tonight, watching over the babies. How could she always let him do everything alone? Besides, with the 4 treasures having diarrhea again, how could she relax? You're very tired, and don't you have classes tomorrow? You can't stay up late, Cheng Zi reminded. It's Sunday tomorrow. Cheng Zi glanced at her teasingly. Are you sure you want to stay here tonight? I'm here for the 4 treasures, nothing else, Song Miamian blushed. Nothing else? What else could it be? Cheng Zi leaned in close to her ear. There's nothing else, Song Miamian stepped back, her face now crimson. Cheng Zi chuckled helplessly. They were already husband and wife, yet she was still so shy. Well, it would take some time to get used to it. I'll go wash my face, Song Miamian said as she put on her shoes and hurried out of the room. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. She couldn't believe how strong her reaction was to Cheng Zhao's touch a moment ago. Would he be disappointed? As she cleaned her face, she kept feeling more and more regretful. After finishing washing her face, she headed back to the nursery. Thinking of this, Song Miamian's face was full of worrying. Just as she was lost in thought with her head down, a blanket was draped over her. Cheng Zi stood behind her. What are you thinking? Come over here quickly. Sabao has already been tricked. You shouldn't be fooled either. After giving birth to a child, Song Miamian didn't even have maternity leave. Besides her postpartum confinement, she hadn't rested properly and was still in the recovery period, needing to take care of her health. Honey, you're not blaming me for what just happened, are you? Unable to resist, she asked directly. After asking, her face blushed again. Cheng Zi rubbed her head and smiled. Blame you for what? I know what you think. I won't do anything that forces you. You don't need to have any psychological burdens. Honey, thank you. Song Miamian was very moved in her heart, couldn't help but tear up. The next moment, she threw herself into Cheng Zhao's arms. She was still wearing that thin little cat face straps pajamas, with only a thin layer separating them. They touched where they should. After all, he was a young man full of passion, feeling a bit excited in his heart. This feeling was a bit intoxicating. Thump thump. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Your heart is beating so fast. At this moment, Song Miamian suddenly raised her head and looked at Cheng Zi. It seemed not only her heart was beating fast, his was too. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Cheng Zi flicked her nose. Silly, it's beating for you. Song Miamian blushed deeply. This guy was really good at teasing. Then she thought, if he's so good at teasing, has he teased other girls like this before? Has he said the same sweet words to other people? After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Honey, have you dated other girls before? Why do you suddenly ask about this? Cheng Zi was puzzled. Song Miamian lowered her head and whispered, Just curious. If you don't want to say, it's okay. I dated one a year ago, then she dumped me. Cheng Zi casually mentioned, not caring about that past. He had been blind to fall for that woman. Hearing this, Song Miamian frowned. She dumped you? A year ago. What happened the night you got drunk? Normally she saw Cheng Zi taking care of the baby, not smoking, not drinking, and not going out. So could it be that night? You guessed it right. She dumped me that night. She was with someone else, so I went to the bar to drink, and then I met you. With this, Song Miamian felt a bit angry. Combined with her red face, she looked quite lovely. Who is she? Our school student or teacher? What does she look like? Is she pretty? She asked, her eyes staring at Cheng Zi intently. He could even see the flames in her eyes. Startled, he quickly said, Not pretty. How could she be as pretty as my wife, and not as fit as you? Besides, we were together for only a few months. There was no real feeling. Really? You were together without feelings for several months. Song Miamian said with some displeasure. Does she have photos? I want to see. Photos. They don't exist. At that time, she didn't even bother with him, and her social media was private. Why would she specifically send him photos? Really? Song Miamian looked at him suspiciously. After being together for so long, could they not have photos together? Looking at her eyes, Cheng Zi helplessly said, Honey, I'm telling the truth. I really don't have photos. Never had. In that moment, he felt a sour taste in the air. Oh no, Did he just stir up trouble? Why did she dump you? What did you do? Song My Amian continued to ask, her eyes squinting, letting Changzi feel a hint of an unusual scent. He quickly told the truth. She found me poor and lacking money, so she dumped me and went off with someone else. What? Who does she think she is? To treat you like that? Song My Amian stood up in anger, her face turning red, gritting her teeth. Her husband was such a good man, yet that woman treated him like that. Enough is enough. It's too much to take. She was so angry. Seeing Song My Amian getting more and more agitated, almost exploding, Changzi quickly reassured her, "Honey, don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset for this person. She's not as good as you. In looks, you surpass her by miles, not to mention your figure." He repeated the same set of arguments. He hadn't expected his wife to get this upset. He should have kept quiet. Song My Amian grunted, "Are you still thinking about her? What if one day you rekindle your old flames when I'm not around?" A ready-made topic. Changzi swallowed and replied, "No, absolutely not. In my heart, there's only you, no one else." Each question made Changzi feel nervous. "Have you ever?" Song My Amian's eyes looked over. Changzi immediately said, "No, I really haven't. I swear on my life, truly. I swear, the time with you was my first time." This made the initially angry Song Mi Ondan pause. Oh my, how did she bring this up? She kept her calm on the surface. HMPH. My husband is so good. That woman really doesn't know how to appreciate it. Exactly, doesn't know how to appreciate it? Changzi echoed her. Are you still thinking about her? Song My Amian glared at him. I'm not, honey. I only have you in my heart now. I don't even remember what she looked like anymore. Can we not be angry? Song My Amian grunted. I'm not angry. The more she thought, the more she felt that woman was really blind. But without that woman, Changzi wouldn't have met her. And they wouldn't have these cute little babies. She was indeed lucky. Seeing her in anger, Changzi dared not speak, quietly watching her, very nervous. Oh no, is his wife really upset now? It's his fault for answering. Ex-girlfriends or not, they were all clouds. None could compare to his wife. All right, don't be angry, okay? It's late. Time to sleep. Song My Amian was still a bit displeased. Changzi pacified her for a long time before her mood calmed down. Looks like I have to thank her for letting me meet you. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have these adorable babies. Changzi smirked, wanting to say, Darling, you don't even recognize me. All right, we should go to bed. Look at the babies, they are all watching us. Changzi held her shoulder. The two sat on the blanket. From now on, when you see her, you're not allowed to talk to her. Got it? I understand, I won't. I've already forgotten what she looks like. I probably wouldn't even recognize her if I saw her, so you can rest assured. Changzi smiled and reassured her. Song My Amian pouted. What if she regrets it, rekindles her old feelings for you, and bothers you? What will you do? My luck in love, of course, is having my wife protect me. Changzi held her hand, feeling a bit chilly, quickly grabbing the nearby blanket to wrap her in it. Song My Amian was finally satisfied. She huffed. Speaking of which, why did you get drunk? Changzi remembered and asked. When it came to this, Song My Amian's face looked a bit strange and a bit angry. One of my close girlfriends was going through a breakup, insisted on going out drinking with me. She even made me drink with her. I didn't pay attention to the alcohol content, unable to hold it, and got drunk. Song My Amian recalled that day, her close friend went to the restroom and didn't come back for a long time. She couldn't remember what happened afterward. She woke up in a hotel. Changzi frowned, thinking that her good friend was really taking advantage of her. Thankfully, he was there that day. If it were someone else, who knows what would have happened. His wife was so beautiful, there must be many who want to take advantage of her. Next time, you must never go out drinking with someone else, understood? Unless I'm present. Cheng Zhao's expression was serious. I know, since that day, I've never gone out again, and later, I found out I was pregnant. As she spoke, her voice became softer, a blush appearing on her face. Oh, just as they were chatting, the four treasures laying on the bed made a sound. She looked at them, as if saying, Have you finished talking? Why are you ignoring me? Song My Amian couldn't help but chuckle. This child, why wasn't she sleepy yet? The older siblings had already started yawning. For treasures, aren't you sleeping yet? Changzi picked her up, kissing her little face. Warm and rosy, looking extremely cute. Yeah. Suddenly, the four treasures grabbed Chang Zhao's hair in front of her forehead, quite forcefully, grabbing it tightly. After succeeding, she giggled. For treasures, you can't grab daddy, you know. Song Miamian quickly gently pried the four treasures' hands apart. This child had quite a grip. If you lacked strength, you really couldn't pry them off. Oops, Changzi winced in pain. The four treasures were particularly happy about this, kicking with their little legs non-stop, adorably. After finally prying her hands off, she became unhappy. Pouting, clearly dissatisfied. Song Miamian said, for treasures, grabbing daddy like that hurts him a lot. The four treasures didn't know what pain meant, they just wanted to grab, and would cry if they were stopped. Changzi could see her little mood, pinched her face. Alright, let you grab, keep grabbing, okay? As he spoke, he placed her hand on his hair. The four treasures then smiled again. Changzi could only endure the pain. Perhaps tired of grabbing, the four treasures stopped moving, unknowingly falling asleep in Chang Zhao's arms, still snoring softly. The couple glanced at each other, both smiling helplessly. This little one. Darling, could you get a disinfectant wipe for me, so I can wipe the four treasures' hands? She grabbed my hair just now. There might be bacteria. Primarily because the four treasures always put their hands in their mouths, as they say. Diseases enter through the mouth, and it's easy to get sick. Outside bacteria pose the greatest threat to children. Okay, I will. Song Miamian quickly brought the wipes, carefully wiping the four treasures' hands, then gently placed her on the bed to sleep, covering her with a small blanket. Seeing that all the mythical creatures were asleep, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. They finally fell asleep. I'm exhausted. Changzi exhaled. Are you very tired? Song Miamian glanced at him. If Changzi hadn't suddenly recognized the child was his at the time, they probably wouldn't have had any connection in this lifetime, living their own lives. Maybe he would have gotten married and had children, and she would have just raised her child like this her whole life. She never thought about finding someone again. With her condition, there may not be any man willing to marry her. Changzi patted her head, smiling. I would still be willing, no matter how tired. Song Miamian smiled, leaning her head on Chang Zhao's shoulder, feeling as sweet as honey in her heart. If things continued like this, it would be great. Okay, let's go to sleep. It's not early, and the later it gets, the colder it gets. You can just wear your pajamas. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Changzi arranged the pillows for her. When they slept together, they could hear each other's passionate heartbeat. The night passed quietly. The next morning, just after they finished washing up, Song Miamian received a call from her mother, Song Chin. She wanted to come and see the babies. After not seeing them for a few days, she missed them a lot. Song Miamian told Changzi about it. Sure, I'll go pick up mom. You stay with the kids first. Changzi smiled. She had no objections, nodding, okay? Half an hour later, Changzi drove to the entrance of the previous neighborhood. Song Chin was waiting at the entrance, chatting with a few women. If Changzi hadn't gotten out of the car, she wouldn't have known it was his car at all. Zicheng, what's this? When did her son-in-law buy a car? Why didn't she hear anything about it? Changzi smiled, coming up with an excuse. I bought this car before. I used to live in the dorms, kept it in the garage, never drove it out. Oh, I see. She turned around, said goodbye to the women, and got in the car, quickly asking, Zicheng, how are Miamian and the children doing lately? They are all fine. Miamian is doing well, so don't worry, Auntie. After the car left, the women who had spoken with Song Chin earlier looked in that direction and started discussing. Her son-in-law actually bought a car. Why hadn't he driven it before? I still thought he was very poor. I don't know. Maybe he just recently bought it. Young people nowadays like to take out loans, right? This car should cost at least 100 to 200,000. How could such a young person make money? It's either a loan or borrowed. They all felt it made sense. How could he suddenly come up with 200,000? She had only seen this kind of house on TV before. So, moving here is what the both of them were talking about. Not bad. She nodded in satisfaction. Mom, you're here. Song Miamian happened to walk out of the children's room and, upon seeing Song Chin, immediately walked over with excitement. Upon seeing her daughter, Song Chin responded promptly, smiling. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa, a few days apart, inevitably missing each other. Miamian, why do I feel like you've gained a bit of weight, finally having some flesh on your face? Song Chin observed and indeed noticed the weight gain, especially on her face. Previously, when Chengzi was not around, she had to take care of several children, work, and was mentally exhausted, making her thin and emaciated. Now, her complexion was rosy, her skin fair with a hint of redness, and she had gained some weight. It seems that Zi Cheng has been taking good care of her. Song Miamian glanced at Cheng Zi and blushed involuntarily, and softly said, "Maybe I've been eating a bit more recently." Cheng Zi never let her do anything. The children didn't need her to take care of them either, apart from eating, sleeping, and working. It would be strange if she didn't gain weight. During the breastfeeding period, you should eat more. Otherwise, how will the child have milk to drink? Zi Cheng is treating you well, so I am also relieved. Song Chin patted Song Miamian's back of her hand. They were originally a single-parent family. Miamian's father disappeared without a word when she was just 1 month old, leaving them to depend on each other. At that time, she was afraid her daughter would follow her path, so she pushed her to study more. Despite all her advice and instructions, it was still no match for fate. However, Zi Cheng was still decent, having a house and a car, a good personality, and taking care of the children. That was enough. All right, I'll go see the babies. Haven't seen them in a few days, and I miss them. Song Chin smiled and got up. In the children's room, several babies were awake, playing with their little eyes wide open, nibbling on their little hands, humming. The scene was incredibly cute. As Song Chin walked in and saw this scene, her heart melted instantly. The most attention was on Sibao. This child had been weak since birth. How has Sibao been recently? Song Chin asked. Song Miamian smiled. There are no major issues, just a bit more eager to eat. Having breast milk already and wanting to drink formula milk, he's put on some weight. Really? That's great. Song Chin was happy. Reaching out to hold Sibao's little hand, she asked with a smile, "Sibao, do you still remember Grandma?" Sibao stared at Song Chin for quite some time. After all, they had been together for over 2 months. How could he not recognize her? This innocent little expression could make you feel overwhelmed with sweetness. This was commonly referred to as a sweet attack. "Let Grandma hug you." Song Chin reached out, ready to pick her up, but Sibao just made a humming sound. Pouting, she clearly didn't want to. If she really picked her up, she would cry. Cheng Zi saw the little one's little thoughts at a glance and quickly brought a toy doll over, placing it in Song Kin's hand. "Mom, she likes this. You can use it to attract her. So she let you hug her." This was the killer move. Last time, Manly also used this method, and it worked. Sibao was such a child, definitely playful in the future. Indeed, holding the doll made her let you hug her. Very practical. Oh, this child has gained quite a bit of weight. Song Chin had just picked up Sibao, feeling heavy, at least 2 caddies heavier. Cheng Zi and his wife exchanged glances, both seeing tenderness in each other's eyes. Oh, getting the toy? Sibao was delighted. Song Chin felt pleasantly surprised, as Sibao had never wanted her to hold her before, only her mom. Then when Dad arrived, he wanted Dad, but not her as a grandmother. Now she had accepted, even though it was just because of a toy. Song Chin pressed the doll switch, and a children's song came from inside. "Two tigers, two tigers." Sibao loved this song. As soon as she heard it, she giggled non-stop, kicking her little legs happily. Song Chin had never seen her so happy before, inadvertently revealing a kind smile. The older ones kept looking over, full of curiosity. After holding Sibao for a while, Song Chin put her down, holding each baby in turn. Obviously, the weight of all 4 babies had increased. The oldest was the most, at least 3 or 4 caddies heavier. This child could eat much more than his siblings, the kind who could eat and poop a lot, his body having layers of flesh. White and chubby, getting better looking as he grew, resembling Cheng Zi more and more between his eyebrows. At that moment, Song Miamian thought of something. Sibao had diarrhea yesterday. This morning, she checked. It had improved a bit, but was still foamy. Song Chin, being experienced as a parent, knew some old methods. Upon hearing about Sibao's diarrhea, Song Chin frowned. When did it start? Yesterday afternoon, The child may have had a stomachache, cried all the time, and still has some foam today. Song Mi-Mian was very worried. Sibao's condition was her fault for not taking good care of her. Song Chin asked, "Is there a hot water bottle at home?" Keeping the stomach warm was essential for diarrhea, especially in young girls. Chang Zi brought a hot water bottle over, placing it on Sibao's little belly through a layer of clothing. This little one had no idea what was happening, and kept playing with the doll in her hand. Then Song Chin ordered Chang Zi to buy a certain medicine for infants. It would quickly help her recover. Sibao had caught a chill in the changing seasons. By the time the medicine was bought, Sibao had already fallen asleep, snoring softly, still holding the little doll in her hand. Song Chin comforted Song Mi-Mian, "Don't worry. It's perfectly normal for a child to have diarrhea sometimes. There are always times of neglect." Song Mi-Mian nodded and sighed. "Mom, you talk, I'll go cook." After Chang Zi went to the kitchen, the mother and daughter finally touched on the topic. "Mi-Mian, did Zi Cheng spend a lot of money buying this house? This place looks expensive with the greenery in the neighborhood, decorations, and location. It seems quite valuable." Mothers-in-law are not fools. With the greenery in the neighborhood, decorations, and location, it seemed quite valuable at first glance. Song Mi-Mian repeated what Chang Zi had said before, that they bought it cheaply from an older couple. Song Chin didn't know much about this aspect and nodded, "I see. Having a house is always good. By the way, Mom, we've got our marriage certificate." Song Mi-Mian remembered this matter and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. It was a significant event, so it was better to mention it. Seeing that Song Chin had been silent, a pang of nervousness hit her. Could it be that her mother didn't agree? Well, it's good to have it for the children's household registration. She felt relieved. Soon, the meal was ready and Chang Zi came to call out. In the dining room, "Auntie, try this." Chang Zi picked up a piece of ribs for his mother-in-law. Song Chin took a bite and couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are already married, and you still call me auntie. Isn't that inappropriate?" Song Mi-Mian blushed immediately when she heard that, sitting on the side not daring to speak. Chang Zi put down his chopsticks. He didn't think much of it and directly called out, "Mom." After calling out, he looked at Song Mi-Mian, who was already so shy she couldn't lift her head. A smile played on his lips. It seemed she already told her mother-in-law about this. Well, it's good that she did. It will be known sooner or later. After finishing the meal, seeing Chang Zi and Song Chin still chatting, almost every sentence revolving around her, Song Mi-Mian quickly stood up and said, I'll go wash the dishes. I'll chat with Mom for a while. Leave the dishes here. I'll wash them later. You go check on the babies." Chang Zi saw through her intentions in a glance and said with a smile, "Okay." Song Mi-Mian agreed and left immediately. She went all the way to the children's room before finally relaxing. Looking over, the children were all asleep. The room was quiet, only the shallow sound of breathing heard. She quietly walked to the side of the bed, sat down, and looked affectionately at the babies. When she saw the 4 babies still holding onto that doll in their sleep, she couldn't help but chuckle, taking the doll from their hand. This child, even in their dreams, holds on so tightly. How much they must like it. When she took it from their hand, they opened their eyes for a moment, but seeing everything was fine, they continued to sleep. In a while, it would be time for some of them to have milk. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare the milk powder. As expected, not long after she heard Da Bao's loud crying, followed by the other 3 babies. Chang Zi and Song Chin had finished chatting nearly, and only then through his mother-in-law's words did he learn about how hard his wife's childhood was. Even though he was an orphan, he knew well the bitterness of growing up in a single-parent family. Instantly, he felt even more sorry for Song Mi-Mian. Song Chin urged him to treat Song Mi-Mian well, to be as accommodating as possible in all matters. Chang Zi nodded. "Mom, don't worry, entrust Mi-Mian to me. I will take care of her well for life." After this chat, Song Chin was even more satisfied with Chang Zi. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly heard the babies crying. "Is it time to feed them? Go quickly," Song Chin urged promptly. Chang Zi went to the children's room. Song Mi-Mian had already fed the 4 babies. The second baby was the one who was most fussy, not wanting to eat for a while, crying continuously until their face turned red. "Wife, let me do it." Chang Zi had already picked up the second baby and started feeding the crybaby. San Bao and Da Bao had started sucking on their fingers, drooling continuously. They were not crying. They would fuss for a bit, but if you forcefully took their hand away, they could cry for half the day. Thinking about this, Cheng Zi felt quite sorry. Soon, the 4 and second babies were fed, and then it was time for Da Bao and San Bao. The 2 sisters needed at least half a bottle each. These 2 boys would need to drink a full bottle, sometimes even more. Song Qin walked in, smiling. Da Bao is getting more and more able to eat. Look at all this fat on him, much chubbier than his mother was as a child. Saying these things in front of Cheng Zi, Songmi and Mian's face immediately turned red, embarrassed. Mom. Oh, being shy now. That's your husband, not a stranger. Song Qin picked up the second baby who had finished drinking milk, smiling and saying, Oh. The second baby stared at Song Qin with a pair of grape-like eyes, seeming to recognize her. Instead of struggling and crying, she smiled back. Song Qin instantly felt her heart melt. She touched the baby's little nose, saying, Oh, has the second baby recognized Grandma? So good. Oh yeah. The second baby wasn't resisting Song Qin like the 4th baby did. She was quite close. After all, there was a blood relationship between them. Song Qin picked up a nearby drum toy, sat on a mat, and drummed it in front of the second baby. The baby's leg swung happily, enjoying it, unable to help but laugh. The 4th baby, who had been held by Song Mian, couldn't help but reach out, clearly wanting that drum toy, babbling and not knowing what to say, probably asking Grandma for it. Song Mian couldn't help but laugh. Earlier, she wasn't allowing her grandmother to touch it before, but now she wanted the toy quite straightforwardly. Want the drum toy? Or feeling like being held by Grandma? Cheng Zi walked over, took the 4th baby in his arms, smiling. The 4th baby looked at Cheng Zi with a puzzled expression, not understanding his meaning. Oh! Upon hearing the drumming sound, the 4th baby withdrew their gaze and looked back at the drum toy. Song Qin extended her hands to the 4th baby. Come, let Grandma hold you, and Grandma will let you play with this. The 4th baby frowned, hesitating. They looked at the drum toy, then back at Dad. Yep, they chose Dad. They buried their head in Dad's chest. Out of sight, out of mind. No more drum toy. Whining Tilda, the 3 of them, found the 4th baby's cute and cute refusal quite endearing. Too cute. Cheng Zi gently pinched her small ears. You little girl. Did she want her dad instead of the toy? He felt unusually comfortable. All these days of caring for her were not in vain. Having such a good daughter. Should you be envious? Song Qin smiled helplessly. This child. Mom, the 4th baby has always been quite clingy to her dad, sometimes not even wanting me. Song Mian laughed. Well, let Mom have some balance. Song Qin couldn't help but sigh. In just these few days, she had already grown attached, really deserving to be father and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. Song Qin stayed for the afternoon. Song Mian showed her around the house's decorations. This house is really nice. Facing north with a good south view, great lighting, and spacious. After the sunset, Song Qin got up from the couch, smiled, and said, Oh, it's getting late. I should go back too. Mom, how about you stay for a couple of days? Song Mian said, No, I don't want to disturb you newlyweds. Thinking about her made her feel very uncomfortable and guilty. Cheng Zi knew what she was thinking, so he touched her head and said, It's okay. Don't we still have your husband? We'll get through everything together. Once we start earning money, your mom can enjoy her days for a long time. The future will only get better. Song Mian couldn't help but throw herself into Cheng Zhao's arms. Husband, thank you. She felt fortunate to have met such a good man. All right, why are you still crying? Cheng Zi lifted her face. This little woman, her eyes were already moist, and her nose was red, clearly from crying. I'm not crying. Turning her head, Song Mian hastily wiped away her tears. Her face blushed slightly. It's late. Have you eaten yet? I'll go make some food for you. Cheng Zi went to the kitchen. Dinner tonight was simple. He made 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. After finishing their meal, they both took a shower and went to the children's room. From far away, they could hear the sounds of the babies. Cheng Zi gave the quadruplets the medicine specifically for treating diarrhea. It was effective since they didn't have severe cases. With Song Mian occasionally using a hot water bag to keep their stomachs warm, they would recover soon. Cheng Zi said, You have work tomorrow. Go to sleep soon. This time, Song Myanmar shook her head. Tonight, let me do it. You always stay up at night. Your body can't handle it. I'm fine. Trust your husband's body. Chang Zi chuckled. This remark seemed to trigger something in Song Myanmar, her face immediately blushing. To avoid Chang Zi teasing her again, she corrected her expression. Tomorrow, you have a professional class, right? It's in the morning. My classes are in the afternoon, so let me stay up tonight. You go to sleep. Chang Zi knew this little woman couldn't possibly sleep in the adjacent master bedroom tonight. He smiled. How about this, wife? Shall we sleep together? Song Myanmar, embarrassed, Chang Zi seemed to have misunderstood her intentions, thinking she wanted to sleep with him. But this misunderstanding was hard to explain. It would only lead to more confusion. After thinking for a moment, she said, "No, you better go to the neighboring room." Oh. At that moment, the twin babies who had been lying in bed nibbling on their hands were blinking their eyes at them, looking confused. Chang Zi laughed and picked up the baby. Twins, why aren't you sleeping yet? The baby had been drooling while lying down, but once picked up, the drool started flowing more. In no time, the baby had wet their clothes. Then, the baby buried their head in Chang Zhao's arms, making his fresh pajamas wet with drool as well. Song Myanmar hurriedly brought a pacifier and put it in the baby's mouth. Unexpectedly, like last time, the baby spit it out, refusing to accept it. After several attempts with the same result, she let it go. After wiping off the drool, the other baby started making sounds, looking uncomfortable with a red face, squirming all over. Soon after, a noise could be heard. They had pooped. Hurriedly placing the twin back on the bed, Chang Zi fetched a new diaper to change them. As he was lifting the baby to slip the new diaper underneath, a warm liquid sprayed onto his face. This surprised Song Myanmar as well. The baby had peed directly onto her father's face. She quickly handed over some tissues, laughing and crying, "Go wash your face quickly." Chang Zi headed towards the bathroom. Song Myanmar couldn't help but smile, quickly fastening the diaper and laying the baby back on the carpet. "Twins, do you know you did something wrong? You can't do this again, okay?" The baby didn't yet realize their mistake, looking at Song Myanmar with wide eyes, occasionally smiling. "You're still smiling, you child." Song Myanmar gently tapped the baby's nose, feeling helpless. The bed was completely wet and needed to be changed again. This ordeal continued until midnight before they could finally get some rest. Chang Zi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that taking care of babies was not an easy task. "Are you okay?" He must have felt uncomfortable being peed on his face. "I'm fine, it's just baby pee, harmless." Chang Zi chuckled. "All right, it's late. Let's go to bed." The next morning, after breakfast, Chang Zi went to school as he had a professional class to attend. At school, the news about Teacher Song having children had quieted down. Not many people talked about it, but some male students who saw Song Myanmar couldn't help but feel regretful. Their goddess was already married with children. Who was the lucky guy? Besides Chang Zi and his wife, only Wang Jing knew about this. To protect his best friend's secret, he was determined not to speak of it. Upon Chang Zhao's arrival at school, Wang Jing hurriedly sought him out. To be honest, he was still somewhat incredulous that Teacher Song's husband was Chang Zi. The relationship between a student and a teacher was something unexpected. How did they end up getting together? There used to be someone who had a crush on her. Now not only does she have a husband, she also has kids. It was a blunt display of affection. The more he thought about it, the more envious, jealous, and resentful he felt. He yearned for a beautiful encounter too, but he didn't have Chang Zhao's looks or academic prowess. Bro, having a wife is really great, glowing with happiness. Us single guys are truly envious. Speaking of which, I miss your baby, so cute. Tilda, do you have any photos? Ever since he saw the babies that day, Wang Jing became a fan. They were just too cute to resist. He kept mentioning when he could visit again. Now that Chang Zi was here at school, he had to ask him for some photos. Chang Zi didn't say much and directly sent him a few pictures. As Wang Jing opened the photos, he immediately went into full-screen admiration mode. Super cute and adorable. Is this the quadruplet? I like her the most. This group photo is also beautiful. Who took it? The photography skills are great. Chang Zi looked at him, smiling, and asked, "Jealous?" Wang Jing sighed. Envious as he was, he also needed the financial capability. Chang Zi patted his shoulder and said, "All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's go, it's time for class." They only had one class that day. In class, Wang Jing whispered, "Is Teacher Song here today?" "No, she's at home taking care of the children. She come over in the afternoon after I return," Chang Zi replied calmly. Wang Jing's eyes widened. "Are you guys taking shifts? Isn't there anyone helping?" "No, if you have time, you can come help me." "Really?" Wang Jing was surprised. Chang Zi was speechless. "Do I look like I'm lying?" "All right, I'm willing to do it." Wang Jing quickly agreed. He was more than willing to help with the kids. He couldn't wait to see them. Being a senior now, he had time to spare. Playing games felt like a waste of time and life compared to spending time with the children. He thought that practicing now would make it easier when he had his own children in the future. Throughout the class, Chang Zi noticed Wang Jing sneakily pulling out photos of the babies from time to time. Those were Cheng Zhao's children, but someone not in the know might mistake them for Wang Jing's. "Have you seen enough? Don't let others see." Chang Zi sighed at Wang Jing's behavior. Wang Jing waved his hand. "I get it. Even if they see, so what? I can just say they're my relative's children." After the class, as Chang Zi was getting ready to leave, Wang Jing took the opportunity to ask, "When are you free? I'll treat you and Teacher Song to a meal." How about this weekend? I'll talk to her once I get home." "Great. It's a deal. I'll make the reservation then." Wang Jing was very excited. Could he start calling Teacher Song his sister-in-law in the future? It felt a bit surreal. It was hard to imagine the Ice Queen taking care of children. Quite an eye-opener. After leaving school, Chang Zi went to a nearby supermarket and bought a bunch of snacks and ingredients. When he got home, Song Liamian was hanging clothes on the balcony. Once she finished, she entered the living room and saw all the things Chang Zi had bought, looking puzzled. "Why did you buy so many things?" "To prevent my wife from burning down the kitchen in the future. These are all snacks for you to eat when I'm not home." Chang Zi grinned. This reminded Song Liamian of the embarrassing incident from last time. She realized she should avoid the kitchen in the future, as she might end up making things worse. "All right, it's lunchtime. I'll go cook. What do you feel like eating?" "Just make a couple of dishes." "Sure thing." Chang Zi took the vegetables to the kitchen. Song Liamian checked the snacks he bought to big bags full of cookies, chips, and yogurt drinks. She couldn't help but smile. Why did he buy so much? She couldn't possibly finish them all. Besides, eating so many snacks would lead to gaining weight sooner or later. An hour later, after they finished their meal, Song Liamian needed to go back to school. "Wife, wait a moment." Chang Zi brought out a heart-shaped lunchbox from the kitchen, still warm. "You have 3 classes in the afternoon, and I don't want you to go hungry. Take this, it's insulated, should be fine for about 5 hours. Chang Zi touched her head and smiled. Song Liamian was moved and felt a warmth in her heart. "Thank you, husband." Seeing her eyes glistening again, Chang Zi pinched her cheek and said, "Go on, you might be late." "Okay." Watching Song Liamian leave, Cheng Zhao's eyes softened. In the children's room, the babies were awake, babbling, and probably not hungry yet. Chang Zi checked on the quadruplets. The medicine seemed to be working well. The children hadn't vomited foamy mucus again, but they needed a couple more doses to solidify the effect. As if on cue, Fer leaned over and grabbed the robot from the table. "You can't lift that." Chang Zi gently tapped her nose, lifted her up, and turned on the robot. Hearing the music, the baby settled down. Especially, fixed her gaze on the toy. Chang Zi could tell she still had the urge to grab it herself. But that toy was quite heavy. For glanced at Chang Zi, then at the robot, making her intentions clear. Pretending to be serious, Chang Zi shook his head. "No, you can't have that." Seeing her father refusing, Fer looked at him for a few seconds, pouted, and seemed silently aggrieved. If only she could speak, she would definitely complain to her mother. Chang Zi was getting a headache. After finishing a class, Song Liamian felt a bit hungry and returned to her office, intending to take out the food Chang Zi had prepared for her. "Wow, Song teacher, what are you eating?" Mr. Wang and Ms. Li came over. Feeling a bit hungry themselves and wanting a snack, they saw the lunchbox in Song Liamian's hand. Their eyes instantly lit up. Don't know, my husband made it for me. Song My Anmian shook her head. She hadn't seen it yet. Envious much. Mr. Wong looked dejected instantly. It's great to have a husband. Ms. Lee was also full of envy. Your husband is so considerate. Mine probably wouldn't even realize if I starved. The grass is always greener. Sigh. Song My Anmian opened the lunchbox, and a strong aroma filled the office, making everyone hungry. It's curry rice. Oh, my favorite. Smells so good. I want some too. Especially Teacher Lee has already treated Song My Anmian as a close family member. For such a delicious meal, it's worth giving up a bit of face. Looking at the two faces getting closer, Song My Anmian asked, "What's wrong?" "Teacher Song, can I have a taste?" Teacher Wong asked eagerly. "This curry rice looks really delicious." Song My Anmian understood her. She was a complete foodie. Without refusal, she pushed the lunchbox a bit and said, "Sure. That's great." Teacher Wong picked up a spoon and took a taste. Then, she mumbled with her mouth full, "Delicious. So tasty." She had eaten a lot of curry rice before, but never tasted one this good. Every bite was full of flavor. "Teacher Lee, you should also taste it. It's so delicious." Teacher Lee, after all, was a married person and felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing Teacher Wang's exaggerated expression, she couldn't resist her own craving. Forget about being reserved. She quickly took a bite. "Is it tasty?" Teacher Wong asked Teacher Lee. "Yes, it's good. Even better than what I've had at restaurants." Teacher Lee generously praised. Having a husband with such excellent cooking skills is wonderful. Whatever you want to eat is available. The more she thought about it, the more envious she felt. Mrs. Song not only had a handsome and wealthy husband, but also one who was considerate, good at cooking, and took care of their children well. My goodness! Men like this are basically extinct in real life. Teacher Song is really lucky. After finishing the curry rice, Song My Anmian discovered something else in the bag. It turned out to be an afternoon snack packed in a paper box. Chengzi had actually prepared this. She was already full and couldn't eat any more. There were still 2 classes left to teach. She raised her head and saw Teacher Wang looking greedy. "Here, would you like to have this?" Teacher Wang's eyes widened, then she smiled and said, "How can we accept this?" While saying it was embarrassing, she had already started reaching for the snack. "Is this a strawberry cake? And there are egg tarts. Is this a waffle?" They had prepared quite a variety. "These are so delicious. Did your husband make these as well?" Teacher Wang asked casually. "Yes. I find them too high in calories, so he rarely makes them." "Wow, he's so talented. Not only can he cook, but he can also bake." Teacher Wang lamented. "Jealousy is making me unrecognizable." Teacher Lee sighed. "This is what you call a multi-talented person, can do everything." The 3 of them enjoyed the food and drinks, making all the teachers in the office extremely envious. However, they were too embarrassed to directly ask for some like Teacher Wang did. So embarrassing! After finishing her last 2 classes, Song My Anmian returned home and talked to Cheng Zi about what happened today. Cheng Zi chuckled and pinched her cheek, saying, "It means your husband's cooking skills have improved again. It's really delicious." Song My Anmian praised without hesitation. Once she had eaten Cheng Zhao's cooking, she didn't feel like eating anyone else's. This was the truth. Even Teacher Wang and the others had become picky eaters, starting to find takeout food unappetizing. At their current rate of indulgence, they would all gain weight. These days, she felt like she had gained several pounds. After thinking it over, she chose delicious food over a good figure. Only food should never be disappointed. Let herself gain weight. After all, her husband's cooking was the best. After delicious food, I'll make more for you to eat. Cheng Zi ruffled her head. As he said that, he remembered something. "Wife, this weekend my friend invited us to dinner. He also wanted you and the kids to come along." Song My Anmian was puzzled. "Friend? From school? Or, my roommate? I've told him about us and he also knows about the kids." Song My Anmian was a bit nervous. Their relationship was indeed very sensitive now. Once it was exposed, everything would be over. "Don't worry, he's trustworthy. You'll see when you meet him." Cheng Zi could tell she was worried and held her hand. Song My Anmian nodded. If he said it was okay, then it should be fine. "So, You agree? Cheng Zi asked with a smile. She nodded again. It wouldn't be nice to refuse a friend of Cheng Zhao's. The next morning, Cheng Zi called Wang Jing immediately. Before he could say anything, Wang Jing exclaimed, "How about it? Brother, did my sister-in-law agree?" Just before they had formally met, he was already calling her sister-in-law, leaving Cheng Zi struck dizzy. "Gee, can this still work?" She agreed. Wang Jing laughed. "That's great. I'll book a private dining room." A private room would be more convenient and wouldn't disturb the kids. Book a private room. Can you afford it? Cheng Zi knew about his finances. Even a regular private dining room would cost at least 1,000. He spent almost all his money every month on gaming and buying skins. Plus, this time he also bought that Alienware from him. It was nearing the end of the month. Would he have any money left? Wang Jing replied, "You can rest assured, brother. I've got a way. Just a few $1,000, easy to handle." "All right, but let me know if you need help later. You're a good brother." Wang Jing was touched, tears welling up in his eyes. Cheng Zi got goosebumps. He was about to say something when the sound of the baby crying came from the room. "All right, the babies are awake. I'll go feed them, okay?" When Cheng Zi went to the children's room, he saw only the eldest crying, while the second was enjoying sucking on their hands. Smacking their lips, it smelled good. The third and fourth were chattering on and on, speaking baby talk. Cheng Zi was about to check on the eldest when suddenly the third one started crying. It turned out, the fourth had somehow grabbed a few strands of hair on the third one's head without being noticed. The third one cried out in pain, tears welling up. They didn't have much hair to begin with, and after this, they were close to being bald. The fourth didn't understand what was happening. They just found it fun to grab. Cheng Zi quickly removed her hand, bemused. "Fourth, do you know that hurts? You can't do this in the future, or I'll spank your little butt." Not knowing whether the fourth understood, they began pouting sadly. Fine. This child even knew how to use the big weapon of crying. They knew adults would eventually soften up. These kids are already starting to make a ruckus. Little sister is picking on big brother again. After dinner, walking into the children's room, she once again saw the baby rolling over. This time it was not the second baby but the eldest. Truly the biggest eater. He rolled over by himself and even managed to roll back. It seems like this child has already figured out the trick to rolling over, flipping over, and then flipping back again. The second baby, this little dummy, can't flip back after flipping over. His little face just hits the bed directly. Song My Anian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I told you not to flip over, but you still insist on doing it." Helplessly, she had to manually flip the second baby back over. This child was so happy, full of energy rolling over. The couple's gaze focused on the kids. Indeed, everything is contagious. The third baby and fourth baby saw their older siblings starting to roll over, and the two little ones actually started to copy them. But they just couldn't do it. Their clumsy little attempts at rolling over were unsuccessful. The couple couldn't help but laugh. That's the joy of having many kids. "Wife, I really appreciate you for giving me these precious babies." Cheng Zi couldn't help but kiss Song My Anian on the forehead. She was caught off guard by the kiss. After reacting, her face turned red instantly. The young woman became shy again. Cheng Zi couldn't help but smile and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Feeling shy, huh? I am not. The milk is still hot in the microwave. I'll go check." Song My Anian wanted to escape. "The milk hasn't been heated yet today, wife. Why are you in such a hurry to run?" Cheng Zi held her hand, feeling a bit cold. He handed her a jacket to wear. Song My Anian was exposed on the spot and felt even more embarrassed, so she dared not look into Cheng Zhao's eyes anymore and instead chose to play with the baby. She held the eldest in her arms and hesitated for a while before saying, "Husband, taking care of the children every day is so tiring, and you still have to take care of me. Don't you regret it?" In fact, being single and carefree as a college student was pretty good. Taking on this responsibility, any adult would know how tough it is, and many wouldn't even bear to stay. "Why should I regret it? Wife, I've told you before, these children are mine, and I must take on this responsibility. No matter how hard it gets, I will raise them into adults." Cheng Zi said seriously, "Who says parenting is not tough? Which parent doesn't find it tough? Don't ask such questions in the future, understand?" This was the first time he had been so serious with Song Miamian. I understand. I won't ask again in the future. Song Miamian lowered her head, feeling a warm surge in her heart. That's right. Now go take a shower and get to bed early. Okay. Time passed quickly, and it was already Saturday. Wang Jing had been looking forward to this day for a long time, eager to meet Song Miamian as Cheng Zhao's friend, the woman known as the iceberg goddess outside school. Stern and impartial in school, what was her personality like in private? He was so curious. They agreed to have lunch at noon at a hot pot restaurant near the school. Yes, Wang Jing planned to treat them to hot pot, and this place near the school had the best reputation. Song Miamian felt a bit nervous. Was it risky being near the school? If they were recognized? Cheng Zi came up with a make-up excuse to cover for them. The 6 of them got into the car with the baby stroller in the trunk. The kids behaved well, looking around curiously but not causing a fuss along the way. The eldest was falling asleep while gnawing on his fingers. With baby car seats in place, the couple felt at ease but still checked on them from time to time. After all, the children were only 3 months old, so they had to be careful. The 4th and 3rd babies were the most excited, their eyes wide and laughing non-stop. Half an hour later, they arrived at the destination. As soon as the quadruplets showed up, they attracted a lot of attention, especially when they entered the hot pot restaurant. Both the staff and customers couldn't help but stare at them. Oh my, am I seeing things? Are those quadruplets? So cute. Adorable. What a lineup. I'm envious. A family of 6 full of love. Dear me, I want to have kids too. Ah, I want to get married on the spot. A girl held her face, filled with envy. But her friend slapped her head. What are you thinking, you single dog? Look at how affectionate they are. You don't even have a partner. The girl pouted. Who says so? I definitely will have one. A waitress smiled and approached them. Sir and madam, do you have a reservation? While asking, her eyes occasionally glanced at the babies in the stroller. They were so adorable. Quadruplets, each with such high looks. However, could parents really give birth to them? Quadruplets all at once. How did they manage? And not just giving birth to so many, but still maintaining such good figures, like unmarried girls. Envious. Cheng Zi informed the server of the room number provided by Wang Jing. All right, please follow me. In the private room, Wang Jing rubbed his hands. He had seen teacher Song before, but now he was meeting her in a different capacity, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. Cheng Zi pushed in the 2 baby strollers first, followed by Song Miamian. The latter never expected that the friend Cheng Zi mentioned was Wang Jing, also her student. No wonder why Wang Jing's gaze in class was always odd. How awkward. Cheng Zi smiled at her. Teacher Song. Oh no, hello. I'm ZZ is a familiar address. Wang Jing, Z. Meaning younger and buddy of big brother Z. Elderly man. Wang Jing immediately corrected himself. Song Miamian nodded. Hello. She could blush in front of her husband, but facing her own student, she couldn't show that side, lest it lead to embarrassment in future encounters. The 3 sat down. After exchanging greetings, Wang Jing quickly went to see the babies. The little ones looked at him curiously from left to right. Babies, do you remember Uncle? Wang Jing leaned in, smiling. He greeted them one by one. The little ones seemed to have no impression of him, but didn't cry. They blinked their eyes curiously at Wang Jing. Wang Jing had prepared his ace in the hole long ago, having figured out the baby's preferences. With a quick move, he pulled out a toy, Hello Kitty, that could light up and play songs. This was the favorite of the 4th baby. Delighted, she saw the toy and couldn't stop moving. Yay, she shouted and reached out to grab it. Do you want Uncle to hold it? Wang Jing opened his arms. The 4th baby hesitated, furrowing her little brows. Obviously, she only wanted the toy, not a stranger uncle. She glanced at her mom, then at her dad. In the end, she retracted her hand. She didn't want it. Wang Jing reached out his hand toward Sanbao. Sanbao only had eyes for that Hello Kitty, extending a small hand with excitement. Wang Jing effortlessly picked up Sanbao and laughed. This little guy is quite heavy, probably around 10 pounds, right? Song Miamian, by the side, smiled. 15 pounds. As Wang Jing held him, Sanbao did not resist, his eyes fixed on the Hello Kitty in his hand. Wow, when the music played again, Sanbao was delighted. He completely forgot that he was in the arms of a stranger uncle he didn't know. For Bao, eyes full of envy, watched intently. After playing for a while, Sanbao quickly got bored, yawning and feeling a bit sleepy. His eyes half closed. Several children, except for Bao, were also getting drowsy. The hot pot ingredients and various dishes were gradually being served on the table. Considering Song Miamian's breastfeeding needs, Wang Jing ordered a Mandarin duck hot pot. Nursing mothers cannot eat too spicy. Song Miamian felt awkward throughout, trying to maintain a nonchalant demeanor in front of her students. Changzi added beef to the hot pot. After the beef was cooked, he kindly served some to her bowl. Watching the couple, Wang Jing scowled. He felt like he was asking for trouble being here. These two couldn't be so openly affectionate and shameless in front of him, right? Could they not just enjoy the meal? Wife, come eat this. Changzi again served Song Miamian a piece of cooked duck blood. Finally, Song Miamian couldn't bear it and whispered to him, "Your friend is still here. Isn't it inappropriate to be so affectionate in front of him? At least talk with him a bit." After some discussion, Changzi replied, "All right." Wang Jing felt helpless. "Bro, consider my feelings as a single dog witnessing your affection." Changzi gave him face. "Got it. When are you planning to get married, bro?" Wang Jing remembered Changzi had mentioned last time about just registering marriage without a wedding banquet. Everything seemed too sudden. Changzi replied, "At least wait until we graduate. It's not possible now. Before graduation, being too high profile could lead to grade deductions or even expulsion. The most serious consequence would be for Song Miamian. She might lose her teaching qualifications and may not be able to teach again in the future." Considering this issue, Wang Jing nodded. "Let's wait until graduation. I want to be the best man. Remember to save me a spot." Another reservation was made. Song Miamian felt extremely embarrassed. They weren't even married yet, and to best man slots were already booked. Changzi agreed, "Sure. All right, it's a deal. I'll prepare the gift money in advance." Wang Jing smiled. Undeniably, the teacher and his good friend were a perfect match, despite the age gap not being apparent. Both were good-looking and complemented each other well. The children were adorable, with high levels of attractiveness at a young age. The whole family exuded love. He too hoped to have such adorable children in the future. Wang Jing's eyes were filled with envy and sorrow. Being a bystander to their affections was a bit overwhelming. He had never seen the usually aloof goddess teacher show such expressions before. It felt like a dream. It could be said that his brother was amazing. He had even won over the goddess of iceberg. Not just that, he gifted for lovely children in one go. At that moment, he remembered something. "Bro, did you bump into Meng Yi, that blabbermouth last time?" Changzi replied, "Yes, what's up?" "It's nothing really, you didn't need to pay him any mind that day. That guy can't keep a secret and would spill everything." He recalled Meng Yi publicly mentioning Changzi and Song Miamian being together, leading to suspicions that one of Song Miamian's children could be Cheng Zhao's. Though this was true, if something went awry, the whole school would hear about it. Changzi shrugged. "We've moved, I probably won't run into him." At this, Wang Jing couldn't help but envy and resent his friend. He had concealed his wealth well. The apartments in Zhongqing Mingyuan were not cheap. Rent was exorbitant. Yet he managed to buy it at a low price. His luck was incredible. When would he be so lucky? Even if it were his turn, he couldn't produce that much money right away. "Pal, I envy you truly. You're already a winner in life before graduating from college." Changzi smiled, offering him a piece of meat. "Keep striving, youngster." The meal left a bitter taste in Wang Jing's mouth. He felt deeply distressed once again. He thought his good friend, who was once similar to him, had gained everything in a short time, while he was standing still, just barely getting by. Comparison is the thief of joy. Suddenly, Bao, lying in the baby stroller, made a strange noise. Changzi knew immediately, the baby needed a diaper change. Oh dear, the baby, his dad was having dinner with a good friend, was being so uncooperative. As he was about to go to the bathroom to change the diaper, Song Miamian stood up, saying, "Let me do it." She felt awkward sitting with Wang Jing, thinking it would be embarrassing. They were in a different setting now. Chang Zi saw through her intentions and sat back down, saying, "Sure, the diapers and wet wipes are in the bag under the stroller. You can find them." Song My Annian left with the stroller. Wang Jing glanced over and said, "Bro, why does Song teacher still seem so serious, even with the child and you? It's different from before." Chang Zi smiled. His wife was probably afraid of undermining her image in front of Wang Jing, her student. He calmly replied, "Song teacher is just like that. What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Just curious." In the washroom, after changing Bao's diaper, Song Miamian was about to return when she heard a familiar voice that startled her. "Song teacher." Mr. Wang was dining with a few teachers. They hadn't invited her due to her child, but unexpectedly met her there. "It really is Song teacher." Mr. Li next to him was surprised. "First is to look at the baby, second is to go mooch a meal. The things that Chang Zvi makes are too delicious. Whether it's cooking or baking, it's better than what you can buy at the store." Just the other day, Teacher Song brought curry rice to school, along with dessert, after the meal. Thinking about it makes my mouth water. She decided, next time she must go again. For a bite to eat, things like appearances don't matter, they can be ignored. Of course, the most important thing is to see the babies. She misses them so much, can't help but look at their photos every time. With just one look, there's a desire to settle down right there. As she was looking at the four treasures, Teacher Li was chatting with Song Miamian. "Teacher Song, did you bring the children out?" Song Miamian smiled. "Yes, it's not good to stay cooped up at home, so I bring them out for a walk." "That's good too. Would you like to join us? Our group of teachers is curious about your babies." "Yes, ever since that day, when I saw a few little treasures, I just couldn't stop thinking, wondering when to visit your home again." Teacher Wang echoed. Teacher Li gave her a look. "I think you're just going to mooch a meal, aren't you? I know you're a foodie." "No way, my main purpose is to see the babies. Eating is secondary, really, it's secondary." Teacher Wang smiled embarrassedly. Song Miamian was a bit flustered. She had anticipated the possibility of running into acquaintances, but didn't expect it to happen for real. And it's Teacher Wang and the others. What should she do? Cheng Zi didn't have any makeup or disguise this time. If he was seen. "Teacher Song, is it okay?" Teacher Wang looked at Song Miamian. Song Miamian would definitely not object to them coming. She nodded. "It's fine." "That's great. How about tomorrow?" "Sunday would be perfect. We have time." "Tomorrow morning, I have to take the babies to get vaccinated." Song Miamian just remembered. Teacher Wang cheerfully said, "No worries, we'll come by in the afternoon." Song Miamian couldn't refuse. After some thought, she nodded. "All right then. Oh, by the way, in which private room are you and your husband? Are the babies there too? Can I go take a look?" Finally, that was brought up. "No, is it not allowed?" she asked hesitantly when she saw Song Miamian's strange expression. "Sure." After that, she quickly sent a message to Chang Zi to stay away for a while. Chang Zi and Wang Jing were playing with the kids. When he received the message, the corners of his mouth twitched. What luck, running into them here. He told Wang Jing about the situation, who widened his eyes. "What did you say?" "Teacher Wang and the others are in this store. And they're coming to our room now? This luck is really bad, yes? I have to avoid. Can you watch the kids for me?" "All right then." Cheng Zi went to the men's restroom. As soon as he entered, a few people coming out from the next-door women's restroom saw him, even though it was just his back. "Hey, isn't that Cheng Zi from our class who just went in?" Teacher Wang found him familiar. Teacher Li frowned. "Seems like it. The back looks like him." "What do you mean, seems like?" "I think it's him. This guy has taken so many days off, and the exams are coming." Teacher Wang had high hopes for Cheng Zi. Strong in studies, but not diligent enough, to casual. She would ask him when they saw him later. Song Miamian was so nervous that her legs were starting to feel weak. What on earth was Cheng Zi doing? Wang Jing was playing with the toys to entertain the kids when the door of the private room was opened from the outside. "Wang Jing, you're here." Teacher Wang was surprised. Song Miamian awkwardly introduced, "This is my husband's friend." "Ah, hello, teachers." Wang Jing, seeing a group of teachers, suddenly became very respectful. However, he was soon overlooked. Everyone was too busy looking at the babies. Teacher Wang hurried over. Ah, it's the babies. I miss them so much. Are these quadruplets? One of the female teachers asked. Yes. They're too cute. Teacher Song was really good at giving birth. These babies, each one of them is really good looking. When they heard Teacher Wong and the others boasting about how good looking they were, they didn't believe it at first, thinking children are just children. How exaggerated could it be? Now seeing them, they really are. Aren't they just so adorable? The girl in her is showing. The other teachers present were all female, some married, some still single. The single ones gave envious looks. Teacher Song is really lucky. Don't you know? Teacher Song not only has children who are all good looking, her husband is also handsome and wealthy. Not only can he cook and do housework, but also take care of the children. Teacher Wong couldn't help but express her face full of obvious envy. Just then, Teacher Mingyan asked, "Wait, where's Teacher Song's husband? Now that you mention it, he's not here. Did he go to the restroom?" Teacher Wong just realized. Oh well, never mind, I'll just hug the babies first. Teacher Wong immediately picked up the big baby. This child is heavy. Teacher Song, how much have you fed him? Song Miamian was distracted, just hoping Chang Zi wouldn't come over for now. Teachers, I'm going out first. Wang Jing went to the restroom, feeling nervous seeing so many teachers. Chang Zi had already used his face-changing skills. Wang Jing didn't recognize him at all, ready to pass by, when Chang Zi reached out his hand, almost throwing him over his shoulder. It hurt so much he gasped for breath. About to get angry, Chang Zi couldn't help but say, "It's me." "Dude, how did you change like this?" "Just a bit of makeup," Chang Zi said indifferently. "Your skills are not bad. Couldn't recognize you at all? Okay, I'll go to the private room first." He had to deal with that first. Just when Song Miamian was getting extremely anxious, Chang Zi entered, showing up in front of Teacher Wong and the others with his previous appearance. "Hello everyone, I'm Miamian's husband," he greeted them. Teacher Wong looked at Teacher Mingyan and said, "I told you, Teacher Song's husband is very handsome and especially skilled in cooking. Try eating once and you'll know." Isn't that too much? It was clear that they were going to someone's home just to eat. It felt quite embarrassing. "It's fine. The last time Teacher Lee, Teacher Song, and I went, it was really good. And besides, their family is quite wealthy." Chang Zi could feel Song Miamian's tension, gently touching her hand. "It's all right. I'm here." The scene was too shocking. Just now, it was really dangerous. "Brother, if it weren't for your good makeup skills, you would have been exposed for sure." He sweated for Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao didn't think much of it. Once the face-changing skill was activated, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He was very confident. Song Miamian was quite frightened, with a heavy stone in her heart, afraid of being discovered. "It's my fault too. If only I hadn't chosen a hot pot restaurant near the school." Wang Jing sighed, almost putting them in danger. It was a close call. The meal was finished, and Cheng Xiao spoke. "It's getting late, we should go back." In the afternoon, the weather started to get cooler. After all, it was autumn. The babies couldn't handle it. "All right, I'll drive you guys." When pushing several baby strollers to the underground garage, Wang Jing was a bit puzzled. "Brother, what are you doing here?" "Going home to get the car." "What?" When he saw the brand new Volkswagen in front of him, he widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Did his brother buy a car? When did this happen? Why didn't he know? "I bought it a while ago, but I felt like I didn't need it, so I never drove it." Still using that old, cliché excuse. Anyway, Song Miamian believed it without a doubt. Wang Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Brother, I underestimated you with all that keeping it low-key. It was quite sudden. This car must cost at least over 200,000. So impressive." Even after the car drove away, he was still in shock. His former classmate and good friend now had a house, a car, a wife, and children, while he was still a single guy. His dorm roommates all had girlfriends, but he didn't. Sometimes he doubted if he was just too ugly for girls to be interested. In the car, Cheng Xiao still had that unfamiliar face, making Song Miamian feel awkward. But the face wasn't bad, it just didn't quite compare to Cheng Xiao's real face. At that moment, she thought of a question. Looking at Cheng Xiao, she asked, "What will you do on the day we go public? How will you explain it? You can't possibly show this face every time, right?" That would be too exhausting. We'll figure it out when the time comes. There's always a solution, Cheng Xiao replied. When they got home, he found an excuse to go to the bathroom and deactivate the face-changing ability. The children were already asleep on the way home. After a day of running around, they were both tired and went to bed early that night. The next day, Sunday, was the day the children were scheduled for vaccinations. The weather was even cooler than the day before, so Song Miamian dressed the children in thick clothes and made them wear the cotton hats she had bought earlier. Song Miamian packed up the children's essentials. "Honey, are you ready?" "Yes." Cheng Xiao emerged from the bathroom and took the large bag prepared by Song Miamian, carrying it behind him. Then, each of them pushed the baby strollers out the door. They woke up early today to avoid standing in line. The vaccination center was nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. When they arrived, there were already people in line, but not too many. "Honey, you watch the kids, I'll go get us registered." "Okay." As soon as Cheng Xiao left, a mother behind Song Miamian exclaimed, "Excuse me, are these quadruplets?" "Yes." The mother smiled and said, "You both look quite young, like students, and you're already married and have kids." Song Miamian just smiled slightly, didn't say anything, and nodded. "I'm exhausted just taking care of my son alone. How do you manage with 4? The mother looked admiringly at Song Miamian. Moreover, this mother had given birth to so many children and still had such a great figure, like a young girl who had never given birth. Knowing she was a mother, you might think she was taking her sister's children for vaccinations. She felt envious. With a polite smile, Song Miamian said, "It's not so bad. My husband takes care of them most of the time. He's great with the kids. I hardly have to worry." This statement not only surprised the mother, but also those around them. "Your husband stays home with the kids. Then what do you?" "I go out to work." "Ah, I envy you, unlike us stay-at-home moms who have no way to go out to work after having children." The mother's face was full of envy. Song Miamian remained silent, preparing to see if Cheng Xiao had returned yet, when one of the 4 babies in the stroller let out a little sound. "4. What's wrong?" Song Miamian asked with a smile. "Ah." The baby heard voices around and looked left and right, looking particularly happy. "Wow. Is this a girl? She's so cute." The mother was full of envy. This was the prettiest child she had ever seen. She couldn't help but fall in love at first sight. She didn't know if the mother would be willing to arrange a marriage for their children, improving the genetic quality of future generations. Song Miamian smiled without saying anything. "This mom, your daughter is so cute. What do you think? Let's arrange a marriage for them." Song Miamian was not pleased. It's the modern age who arranges marriages for children anymore. It's unfair to the child. She has the right to choose. And this woman seemed like the type of formidable mother-in-law she didn't want her daughter to endure. So, she smiled and politely declined. The child is still young. It wouldn't be fair to her. The mother wasn't giving up. "That's okay. We could be friends, keep in touch, and when the kids learn to walk, we can have playdates together often to help them bond. Even if they can't become family, they can still be friends, right?" She thought this was the most beautiful female baby she had ever seen. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. It was a bit off-putting to Song Miamian's ears. Just as she was about to refuse, Cheng Xiao returned, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "How did it go?" "All set. As soon as our turn comes up, we can go get the shots." Seeing the father of the children arrive, the mother started chatting with him. Little did she know, Cheng Xiao was not one to talk much. "Are you the father of the children? You're so handsome. It's no wonder your children are all so beautiful." Cheng Xiao smiled and replied, "Your baby is quite cute as well." This pleased mother then boasted, "Of course, and our family is well off too, owning property, cars, savings, and an annual salary of 300,000 for the children's father." The complexion immediately turned ugly. Song Miamian pursed her lips, wanting to smile, but it didn't seem appropriate in this situation. The couple ignored her, and their turn was approaching in the queue. Wow, Sibao still didn't know what was about to happen, nibbling on his hands while looking around. When he saw some other babies held by their mothers, he happily kicked his legs. "Sibao, why are you so happy today?" Chang Zi squatted down, pinched Sibao's chubby cheeks, and smiled. Looking around, Da Bao and the others were also extremely happy. Chang Zi checked if they needed a diaper change, and today they were all good, No need for it. They had already been fed when they came, so it wasn't time for feeding yet. Everything was handled properly. Song Miami and didn't need to worry about anything, making the other moms nearby envious. Their husbands were all out working, taking care of the children, getting vaccinations, all fell on them. They had to carry the children, comfort them, feed them, and were exhausted after the vaccinations. Seeing how well the other husbands took care of the quadruplets made them feel inadequate. Some people are just lucky, meeting such good husbands. Only 2 more to go before Cheng Zhao's turn. They could already wait in the vaccination room, waiting for the doctor to call them. Initially, the room had been quite empty, but when they entered in a line, it suddenly became crowded. The quadruplets really attracted attention, because they were truly rare. These are quadruplets. Amazing! It's my first time seeing them. But they're all so cute. So beautiful. Honestly, I've never seen such good-looking children. Especially that little sister. So adorable. She will definitely grow up to be a beauty. Looking at the high attractiveness of their parents, the children can't be anything but good-looking. Mom, this little sister is so pretty. Can she be my sister? At this moment, a 2-year-old boy next to them said, Sweetie, this little girl is that aunt's baby. She can't be your sister. The mother next to him said with a smile. She also loved them dearly. These children were indeed too cute. Meanwhile, she was also envious. Others had 2 boys and 2 girls, all born at once, while she only had 2 boys, never even seen the shadow of a baby girl, always wanting to have another daughter. Girls are cuter. On the other side, a little girl said, I want this little brother to be my brother. Both adults and children were fond of them. It's true what they say about children being attractive to one another. Song Miami maintained a smile and politely answered questions from some people. Mom, can I not get a shot? A 1-year-old girl held by her mother seemed to know what was going to happen, pursed her lips, and acted coquettishly. The mother tickled her nose and said, No, you won't be a good girl if you don't get the shot. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't hold back and burst into tears. She didn't want the shot. Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. It's perfectly normal for children to cry when facing shots. Be good, it doesn't hurt. After it's done, Mom will buy you a cheese stick, okay? The mom wiped her daughter's tears and coaxed her. The little girl finally stopped crying, with occasional sobs. Next, it was Cheng Zhao's turn. Da Bao was lifted up, not knowing what was happening, blinking at the nurse holding the needle. Well, such a good and adorable baby. The nurse couldn't help but say with a smile. Especially since Da Bao smiled back at her, her heart was melting. A super cute knockout. She had never seen such an adorable baby before. He was really good looking. He was destined to be a handsome man when he grew up. Song Miami sat on a chair and began to undress Da Bao. The child gazed at his mother with a special affection, as if he understood everything. The other mothers around were jealous. As one arm was exposed smoothly, the nurse coaxed, Baby, it will be over soon. With that, the needle was swiftly injected. Before the child could react, it was pulled out. Cheng Zi felt distressed watching this. Then the nurse said, Let's give a shot in the other arm. Song Miami quickly revealed Da Bao's other arm. Even though he rarely cried, this time Da Bao cried in pain. Wah! What hurts the child hits the parents, and that's true. The couple felt extremely heartbroken. Cheng Zi quickly picked him up and comforted, Don't cry. It's done. No more shots. This little one, with tears in his eyes, blinked at Cheng Zi, his mouth pouting. Normally, he cried only when hungry, but he rarely cried outside of that. So Cheng Zi felt extremely heartbroken to see him cry after the shot. Da Bao was done, and it was now time for a bow. Sensing something, he started crying even before his clothing was removed, having seen his brother cry like that. He was on the verge of tears. The people around couldn't help but smile. He was just too cute. Even his cries were adorable. A bow, don't cry, it will be over soon. Cheng Zi had just managed to comfort Da Bao and started comforting a bow. This attentive father made the other mothers around envy him. Seeing the unfamiliar nurse, a bow cried before his clothes were even removed. Wah! Song Miami felt heartache and kept consoling, A bow, be a good boy, it will be over soon. When the 2 shots were administered, he cried so much. Before, The little girl, who was afraid and didn't want the shot, was now shaking in fear. "Mom, I don't want the shot. Woo-doo. I don't want the shot." The mother helplessly said, "If you don't get the shot, then no cheese stick for you. I won't eat if I don't get the shot." Seeing Bao cry so bitterly, Chengzi felt more and more distressed, and his eyes reddened. Song Miamian continued to comfort Bao. Then it was Sanbao's turn. Sanbao was the most composed, just like his brother. He didn't cry much as he was a boy, unlike the little girls. Despite the 2 shots, he remained calm, not shedding any tears, watching the nurse with curiosity. When it was the turn of the 4th treasure to go on stage, this little guy didn't know anything, and even smiled at the nurse. What a beautiful baby! Among several babies, the 4th treasure was the most good-looking, with exceptionally high appearance even at a young age. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but look a little more, feeling very fond of her. Who wouldn't love such a cute and adorable baby? Song Miamian slowly took off her top, revealing her chubby little arms with fair and tender skin that made people want to pinch them. The 4th treasure laughed happily. She was the kind of child who could smile at you, but would never let you hold her, unless there was something special that attracted her. She wouldn't even let her grandmother hold her, in addition to her parents. The nurse first gave her a shot on her left arm. There was no reaction when the needle went in, but when it was pulled out, her smile instantly froze, and tears welled up and streamed down her face. She cried louder than the 2nd treasure, making the couple feel uncomfortable. There was one more shot left, given on her right arm. She cried until her face turned red. Finally, after the shot was administered, Song Miamian dressed her and the other 3 treasures, who were all crying, a look of grievance in their eyes as they pitifully glanced at the couple. It made the couple feel even more distressed. What use was feeling distressed? They still had to get the shots. They couldn't delay others after they were done. So, the couple pushed the stroller to the side to prepare formula for the children and calm them down by feeding them. Seeing them cry one by one, the 3rd treasure looked confused, as if not understanding why his siblings were crying. But he brightened up when the milk bottle was brought to his mouth. Chengzi almost felt his heart ache at the sight. That child getting the shot, it was hard to watch, becoming more and more heart-wrenching. How painful it must be for the needle to pierce the arm. After feeding the babies, the couple prepared to take the children home. In the lobby, they saw that precious mom again, her face grim and unforgiving. She couldn't believe that with her conditions being so good, she would still be disliked by others. It was strange that she didn't look good. The couple made it out of the clinic and headed home. Song Miamian thought, the teachers will be visiting later. I forgot to tell my husband. Honey, what's up? I forgot to tell you yesterday that the teachers will come to see the baby around noon today. She looked nervously at Chengzi, fearing he might not be pleased. She had promised the teachers and didn't want to go back on her word. Chengzi smiled and said, "No problem, let them come. Why would I be mad? As long as my wife is willing, they can come anytime." He even winked at her, making Song Miamian blush. They arrived home and tittied up a bit. After the babies had their shots, they were all asleep. The couple gently put them in the crib and closed the door. Chengzi checked the time. It was already 10 a.m. It was time to prepare lunch, so he headed to the kitchen while Song Miamian mopped the floors, cleaning up the balcony. When finished, she went to the kitchen to help Chengzi with washing and cutting vegetables. They worked efficiently together, with Chengzi handling the more technical tasks and Song Miamian taking care of the simpler ones like chopping and washing vegetables. However, it seemed like their luck wasn't great that day. While chopping cabbage, Song Miamian accidentally cut her index finger, and it started bleeding. She quickly rinsed it under water and put it in her mouth. Chengzi noticed her discomfort and came over to check. Seeing the bleeding finger, he frowned in concern. "Why were you not careful?" He took her hand, placing her finger in his mouth. Song Miamian blushed deeply. Was this considered an indirect kiss? It's okay. You don't need to help anymore. Just watch TV on the sofa. I've got this. It's too much for you. Chengzi felt really sorry. This lady was not cut out for the kitchen. Cutting her finger was a perfect example. Am I really useless? I can't even chop vegetables properly. Song Miamian felt a bit guilty. Chengzi caressed her head and said, "Who says that? Besides not being good in the kitchen, you excel in everything else. It's normal not to be good at cooking. It's nothing to be ashamed of. He led her to the living room, found a band-aid, and put it on her finger. Just relax on the couch and watch TV. The teachers will be here soon. You can stay to welcome them. Okay. Changzi nodded with a smile and went back to the kitchen. Soon, the teachers arrived. This time, there was a new friend with them, Teacher Mengyan. Now there were 4 people. At first, Teacher Mengyan thought the other teachers were exaggerating until she stood at the entrance of Zhongqingming Yuan and was completely shocked. She knew exactly what kind of place Zhongqingming Yuan was, a place that even with money wasn't easy to get into. Many people here had connections. It was very expensive. She never expected Song Teacher to live in such a nice place. Her husband must be very wealthy. It was so low-key. She had thought their conditions were just average, but they were actually very good. Looking around at the environment, she was still surprised. At that moment, Teacher Wang, who was standing beside her, patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "See, I told you, right? Teacher Song married well. Her husband is very rich and good-looking. I envy her. Yes, it's really nice here." Teacher Mengyan praised. Teacher Li on the side chuckled. The real surprise is yet to come. After tasting the food prepared by Teacher Song's husband, you will thank the 3 of us. Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Teacher Wang couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Later, they would also see some particularly cute little babies. Oh, the anticipation, so exciting. At the same time, she also yearned for the desserts. They must be delicious. You glutton, all you ever think about is eating. Teacher Li couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Wang raised his fist. Food is a priority. How can you deny yourself good food? I'm not the kind of woman who sacrifices food for her figure. You'll see. Sooner or later, you'll become overweight, and then no one will want you. You're the same, Teacher Li. Teacher Wang retorted. I'm fine. Besides, I already have a son. My husband doesn't mind if I gain weight. Watching the two argue, Teacher Mengyan and Teacher Wang exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. The living room, the balcony. It's so spacious. The view is wide open. Teacher Wang directly pulled her onto the balcony, pointing to the nearby buildings and the lake, smiling slyly. Look, isn't it super beautiful? Teacher Song's husband is really good at picking locations. The lighting is also very good. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. Teacher Mengyan nodded, but her expression wasn't as exaggerated as Teacher Wang's. She has a more stable personality. Although she is also a single young woman, she is not as lively as Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang is very serious in front of students, like an old stickler, but she completely lets loose around colleagues. On the side, Teacher Song Miamian felt awkward and didn't know what to say. She quickly went to pour water for the 4 teachers. Teacher Wang chuckled. Teacher Song, is your husband cooking? Yes. Teacher Mengyan, let's go take a look. See what we're eating today. Is that really a good idea? Teacher Mengyan's expression was strange. Coming to freeload a meal is one thing, but going into someone else's kitchen is another matter. Teacher Song, why don't you come along? All right. Mengyan set down the gift she had bought for the baby and followed Teacher Wang into the kitchen. Chengzi was stir-frying twice-cooked pork, and waves of fragrance wafted through the kitchen. It could be smelled as soon as they entered. Teacher Wang was drooling. When the teachers entered, Chengzi quickly switched personalities. Brother-in-law, we're here again. Do you mind? Teacher Wang linked arms with Song Miamian, smiling slyly. The couple were a bit stunned by the title brother-in-law. Chengzi wondered what expression Teacher Wang would have if she knew he was her student. It would be quite a spectacle. No, I don't mind. You're all Miamian's friends, coming to see the baby. Why would I mind? Chengzi smiled faintly. It smells so good. The scent made Teacher Wang nearly unable to move. She had deliberately come on an empty stomach and hadn't even had breakfast yet, so she was starving. She was feeling embarrassed, and the other teachers felt a bit uncomfortable, so they exchanged a few words and quickly escorted her back to the living room. It was too embarrassing. Watching the 4 of them leave the kitchen, Song Miamian glanced at Chengzi, unable to help but smile wryly. She thought about staying to help, but then remembered what had just happened. She decided against it. She was afraid of causing more trouble. She might as well stay in the living room to entertain them. By the time she returned, the four had already obediently sat on the sofa drinking water. Teacher Song, are the babies all asleep? Teacher Wrong asked at this moment. Yes, they're already asleep. Ah, then we shouldn't disturb them. Teacher Wong wrinkled her little face and decided that she must take more photos and videos when they woke up. Although she couldn't do much, it was nice to watch. The four of them sat there, essentially waiting for the meal, feeling awkward. At this moment, Teacher Lee stood up and said, "I'll go help in the kitchen. It's not nice to let someone do everything alone." Teacher Lee, he can manage on his own. Song My Anmian smiled. It's all right. I'll just help out a bit. It was awkward to just sit there and wait. It wasn't polite to visit someone's home and not do anything. So, she went to the kitchen. Chengzi was still busy cutting potato shreds. Do you need any help? No, Teacher Lee, you can take a break. He raised his head and smiled faintly, then continued cutting. After cutting the potatoes into slices, the sound of the knife was quick and precise. In less than a minute, the potato shreds were ready. Teacher Lee was amazed. Besides on TV, she hadn't seen such skill from a chef. The movements were no different from a professional chef. Did he purposely practice this? She praised, "You cook so well at such a young age. Did you intentionally work in a restaurant before?" "No, I just followed recipes and gradually became proficient. Over time, I became skilled." Lee nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. With your skills, you could open a restaurant directly." "My skills are still far from those of a true master," Chengzi chuckled. On the other side, three people sat on the sofa watching TV. SpongeBob SquarePants. Teacher Minion and Teacher Wrong had looks of speechlessness. Can they be a bit more normal? If their students found out, they would be made fun of. Just as Song Miamian was about to refill their water, she suddenly heard the babies whining. They were awake. Since becoming a mother, she had to keep her ears perked at all times, afraid of missing her child's cries. Today, a few children had cried so loudly, just thinking about it made her heart ache. Every time they got vaccinated, her heart ached so much. Seeing Teacher Song enter the children's room, Teacher Wong said, "Are the babies awake? I want to go look." Teacher Wrong beside her said, "Teacher Song just went in. It's not confirmed yet if the children are awake. You're being impatient, next time we won't let you come." "All right, I'll wait a bit before going." She was just too eager to see the babies. Inside the children's room, several babies were awake. The eldest and third child had already kicked off their blankets and were kicking their legs non-stop. They were gnawing on their hands. Song Miamian poked the eldest's face and said, "Look at you, the little brother is so well behaved, not crying." The eldest had already forgotten the pain and smiled at Song Miamian, chattering away. The second child was the crybaby, always crying. Whenever he saw his older brothers cry, he would cry too. All the babies' diapers were full, and she changed them one by one. Then she moved the cribs into the living room, placing them in a more spacious area, and carried the children inside. Teacher Wong was already eager and rushed over. "Teacher Wong, your slippers!" Teacher Minion shouted from behind. "I'll put them on later." After playing with the babies for a while, Teacher Wong looked at Teacher Minion with a smile. "Didn't pay much attention yesterday, but now, aren't they super cute, yes?" Minion also adored the little ones, finding them very cute. They were also good looking. When they grow up, they'll definitely be stunning, attracting a lot of attention. After all, their parents are both very good looking. Teacher Song and her husband really have no faults in terms of appearance. Seeing the dishes on the table made her eyes light up. Finally, it was time to eat. She had been hungry for so long. Just as she sat down and picked up her chopsticks, Teacher Lee shot her a glance, indicating that she should order something. Teacher Wong glanced at her, pursed his lips, and wondered if one could eat something like face for a delicious meal. Once everyone was seated, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and put it in her mouth. After finishing the whole piece, her exaggerated expression left people speechless. "Delicious, delicious. Brother-in-law, this dish you made tastes even better than last time. It's too delicious," she exclaimed. Teacher Wong smiled warmly, praising the food endlessly. "Teacher Mengyan, you should try it too." She hurriedly offered a piece to Mengyan. This flavor was the best sweet and sour ribs she had ever eaten. One bite made you want more. Approaching it with a hesitant attitude, Mengyan wondered if it was really that delicious. But after taking a bite, she couldn't stop. How is it? I didn't deceive you, right? Teacher Wang chuckled. Since the last time I had it, I have been craving it. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but smile. If you like it, you can come over and eat it often. Hearing this, Teacher Wang was delighted. Really? Yes, you all are dear friends. You are always welcome. Cheng Xiao smiled. That's great. Teacher Li was speechless as she pulled Teacher Wang away, wondering if this eater could ever be satisfied. It was only then that Teacher Wang realized she had gotten a bit too excited and embarrassedly smiled. Then next time we'll buy groceries ourselves and you can help us cook, brother-in-law. Always mooching off others was indeed not very good. No problem, Cheng Xiao readily agreed. Teacher Li sighed. However, she had been helping out in the kitchen earlier and had seen exactly how Cheng Xiao made these sweet and sour ribs, all the seasonings and the process. It was dizzying. After watching for a while, she hadn't learned anything. She had planned to recreate it at home following his method, but it seemed like she couldn't even grasp the basics. One bite. Indeed, it was delicious. But unlike Teacher Wang, she couldn't intrude on the couple at their home too often. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao served Song Miamian a piece of braised pork. Knowing she didn't like the fatty parts, she removed them and ate the lean meat. Song Miamian took a bite, smiled, and nodded. It was delicious. Her satisfaction made the single people on the other side envious. Before their stomachs were even full, they were fed up with dog food. When will someone feed me like this? So envious. Teacher Wang rested her head on Teacher Mengyan's shoulder. Teacher Mengyan's face was also full of envy. The two instantly felt a sense of shared suffering. After finishing the meal, the few people at the table were still not quite satisfied. Several plates had been nearly wiped clean. At that moment, Teacher Wang looked at the leftover food on the table and suddenly asked, Teacher Song, if you throw these dishes away, it would be a waste. Can I take them home to eat? Teacher Li and the others were shocked. It was one thing to join the meal, but to still want to take home the leftovers. Can't you have some dignity? Teacher Wang smiled sheepishly. For her, food was the most important thing. Even if only a little was left, it couldn't be wasted. The couple didn't refuse either, but their expressions were a bit strange. Brother-in-law, Teacher Song, is it okay? Teacher Wang put on a pitiful look, looking at the couple. They had disposable food containers at home, so Cheng Xiao fetched a few and packed the leftovers for her. Teacher Wang took the packed food, her eyes lighting up. Tonight, she was in luck again. Teacher Li felt extremely embarrassed. Her face seemed to say, I don't know her. She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. On the way back, in the car, she couldn't hold back anymore. Can you have some shame? It's one thing to eat a meal on the house, but to take home leftovers, that's going too far. This time, Wrong also didn't stand by Teacher Wang. Teacher Li's right. Teacher Wang, you really went too far this time. What do you know? Anyway, it would be a waste if it was thrown away. I'm just trying not to waste food. Just admit you're greedy. Teacher Li glared at her. Come on, I didn't even mention dessert earlier. Teacher Wang pouted. Teacher Li almost lost it. You have some nerve. Learn a little from Teacher Mengyan. You're the same age. Look at yourself. You're incredibly unreliable. Cheng Xiao was clearing the table when Song Miamian approached him. Let me do it. She couldn't cook, but she could wash the dishes. You go take a break. I can handle this, she told him. Cheng Xiao squeezed her face and noticed that she seemed a bit off. What's wrong? Your face is so pale. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Just the usual female issue during those days every month. It's normal. Song Miamian blushed a bit, finding it difficult to talk about such a matter, even with her husband. Cheng Xiao suddenly understood. This girl, even in this situation, she came here to wash dishes. She didn't seem to realize that during this time of the month, women should avoid cold water. She didn't take care of herself at all. You're so silly. You're like this yet you're still washing dishes. Go rest. Cheng Xiao led her out of the dining room, had her lie down on the couch, then brought a hot water bottle and placed it on her abdomen, covering her with a blanket. Feeling the warmth from the hot water bottle, Song Miamian's heart felt so warm, a smile unconsciously surfaced on her face. This man was really good to her. You watch TV first. I'll make some brown sugar ginger tea for you to warm up, Cheng Xiao said. Okay. Setting aside the dishes, Cheng Xiao hurried off to make the tea. Soon, the fragrant smell of ginger wafted from the kitchen. Cheng Xiao came out carrying a bowl. Personally feeding her the tea, Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed. I can do it myself. No, you're not feeling well right now. I'll feed you, Cheng Xiao insisted. Song Miamian couldn't argue with him and let him feed her. Darling, are you in pain? I heard that girls experience pain during these days every month. After he finished feeding her, Cheng Xiao gently touched her abdomen and asked. Song Miamian shook her head, then suddenly remembered something, blushing as she said, Not much. Before getting pregnant, it was very painful every time during this period. After giving birth to the baby, besides a bit of discomfort, it's not painful at all. It depended on the individual's body. You better go back to what you were doing. You don't need to worry about me, she said. Not bad. There are still a few months before graduation, so there's plenty of time. I've started renovating the shop. Thinking about it, he thought of someone, Wang Jing. This guy has nothing to do every day, just playing games. It would be good to give him something to do. The children are growing up day by day, and they will need a lot of money in the future. He can't just sit around. In order for the children to have a better life in the future, he must make money. When he entered the living room, Song Mianian was already asleep on the sofa. The children were still not asleep, making noise in the crib. Seeing their father appear, the little ones were especially happy. Especially Sibao. If he could walk, he would probably have already stood up. His little hands and feet were constantly moving. Smiling towards Cheng Zi, he instantly felt his heart melt and said, Sibao. Thinking of how the child cried so much when getting a vaccination in the morning, he felt very sorry. Oh, Sibao was very happy, reaching out her little hands as if asking to be held. Cheng Zi, feeling sorry, picked her up and kissed her on the left cheek. Our Sibao still knows how to ask daddy for a hug, so well behaved. He always felt that Sibao was different from the other three in many ways, but couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Sibao was making noise, and after a while, her little face wrinkled. Seeing this, Cheng Zi knew that the little one was about to poop. Sure enough, with a grunt from Sibao, a strange smell quickly emerged. Cheng Zi smiled and, helpless, changed her into clean clothes. Looking at his phone, he realized it was almost time for milk. Just as he was about to prepare the formula, he had just put Sibao back in the crib when the little ones started crying one after another. Even though Song Miamian was lying on the sofa, she instinctively knew the children were crying and immediately woke up. Unless she was too tired and in deep sleep. Honey, do the kids need milk? She said grudgingly as she got up from the sofa, noticing how busy Cheng Zi was. Yes, you rest, I'll take care of it. Bao, don't cry, daddy is coming. Wait a moment for daddy. Da Bao and San Bao were fine, crying for a while and then starting to bite their hands and kicking the blanket continuously. Cheng Zi, though busy, was managing everything in an orderly manner. It was almost like he was better at taking care of the children than a woman. Song Miamian dared to say she was nowhere near as good as Cheng Zi at taking care of the babies. She felt quite ashamed. After a while, the formula was ready. Cheng Zi first fed Bao, and when he was done, Song Miamian came over to pick up Sibao and breastfeed her. Lately, she had been too busy, so it was Cheng Zi who took care of feeding the formula, which reduced the frequency of breastfeeding. The children didn't cry or fuss, they were extremely well behaved. Finally drinking breast milk, Sibao was so happy, constantly grabbing at Song Miamian's clothes. Cheng Zi, feeding Da Bao nearby, smiled and said, Today marks exactly 3 months. In a few days, we can arrange for a 100-day photo shoot. The clothes in those sets were still there, waiting for the babies to be dressed for the photo shoot. He could already imagine how cute these little ones would look. They could go out and have some fun. Song Miamian pinched Sibao's little cheek, also smiling. I'll wash the clothes in the set today and put them away, then we'll take photos when the time is right. Not today, let's wash them in a few days. Cheng Zi commented. How could she always want to touch cold water? Song Miamian was embarrassed. How could she forget about that? Okay then. After finishing feeding the babies, Cheng Zi said to Song Miamian, Why don't you go rest in the master bedroom? I'll take care of the babies. Song Miamian felt sorry. Honey, you're working so hard. It's not a problem, go rest. After she went inside, Cheng Zi placed the children on the sofa one by one. Then he turned on the TV and said seriously to the little ones sitting on the sofa, "Babies, your mom isn't feeling well, so you need to be quiet, okay?" The little ones blinked at him like they really understood. They looked at him for a while, then turned their heads to listen to the TV. All of them sat quietly without making any noise. Cheng Zi couldn't help but smile. "You guys." Thinking about what had just happened, he went to the balcony and called Wang Jing. The guy was still lying in bed. Perhaps Cheng Zi buying a house and a car had motivated him, and he had lost interest in playing games. He was starting to question life. When he received Cheng Zhao's call, his tone was weary. When he heard that Cheng Zi wanted to start a business together, it was like seeing a glimmer of hope, and he immediately perked up. "Bro, tell me more about the business opportunity. Let's talk about it when you get here to my place." "All right." Wang Jing immediately got up from bed, got dressed, full of energy. His roommate looked at him strangely. "What's up with you? Did you wake up from a trance?" He was so confused about the future just a moment ago. What just happened that made him so happy now? Is he crazy? "You don't understand. I'm going to do business." After saying that, he left the dorm and took a taxi to Zhongqing Mingyuan. When he arrived at Cheng Zhao's place and was about to ask about the business, Cheng Zi shot him a look, indicating he should be quiet. "The kids are here, don't scare them." "Got it." Wang Jing immediately became cautious. Cheng Zi put the babies in the crib and stood with Wang Jing on the balcony. "Bro, what business are you talking about?" Wang Jing was very curious. Instead of replying, Cheng Zi asked, "What kind of business do you think is good these days?" After some thought, he thought running a dessert shop might be good, but that required technical skills, like hiring experienced bakers. It seemed troublesome in all aspects. Buying something ready-made might be easier. "What? You haven't thought about what business to do yet?" Wang Jing was dumbfounded. Didn't he say they would partner up? He thought Cheng Zi had already made up his mind. After some contemplation, he looked at the babies in the room and said, "Children's products are currently very profitable. Parents are willing to spend money on them. We can start from this angle. Are you planning to open a store? Have you rented a shop? If not, it's too early to talk about these things." Once he said that, Cheng Zi had an idea in mind. Selling baby products? Parents are most willing to spend money on this kind of thing. Wang Jingson is already melting. He adores these babies so much. "Babies, we just met yesterday. Do you remember, Uncle?" Wang Jing pinched Da Bao's chubby face, so tender and smooth to touch. Da Bao and San Bao are fine, not too shy, but a Bao and Si Bao are not familiar with people they don't know well, only wanting their parents. "Uncle is your dad's best brother, like half a dad to you." He chuckled, then picked up Da Bao and noticed that the child had gained some weight since their last meeting. A bit plumper. "Wait here." "Wow." Da Bao blinked his little eyes at Wang Jing, not sure if he remembered him from the previous two encounters, then suddenly smiled at Wang Jing. Wang Jing was taken aback, then suddenly got excited and his eyes turned red. "Oh my, brother, Da Bao remembers me." Seeing his excited expression, Cheng Zi was speechless, but couldn't help but smile and nod. "Seems like it. This child Da Bao has a good memory. After all, they've met 3 times, so it's normal for him to remember. Unlike Si Bao, who remembers but doesn't care, accepting no one but his parents. Even his own maternal grandmother rejects him, let alone other people. This child really remembers me. It's worth it that I brought gifts for him twice." Wang Jing was over the moon, holding Da Bao in his arms, brimming with joy. Cheng Zi could see that Wang Jing truly cares for the children. However, there was something he needed to correct. "Are you sure you brought gifts for Da Bao and not Si Bao?" With those words, Wang Jing felt embarrassed. Indeed, he had brought gifts thinking of coaxing Si Bao, who always rejects people, but he thought of using toys to attract her. However, she would rather not have toys and definitely doesn't want him to hold her. "Be careful, Da Bao just had his diaper taken off by me. Watch out for possible peeing on you. It's not comfortable to wear that thing all the time. Occasionally letting them air out their little bottoms is okay. Plus it prevents bacteria from breeding." No sooner had he finished speaking, Wang Jing was having a great time with Da Bao when he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his body. Warm. He immediately realized what had happened. Da Bao peed. He quickly stood up from the sofa, still holding the happily laughing Da Bao. I warned you, didn't I? Here it is. Cheng Zi handed Wang Jing a set of clean clothes from the closet. Change into these. While Wang Jing went to change his clothes, Cheng Zi helped the children put on their diapers. Then he jokingly said to Da Bao, Da Bao, see, you wet Uncle's clothes. Uncle might just have to spank you later. Aye. Da Bao looked extremely happy, waving his little hands cutely. Cheng Zi scooped him up in his arms, could barely contain his laughter, and pinched his little cheeks. Soon, Wang Jing returned in his new clothes. Compared to Cheng Zhao's tall stature of over 180 centimeters, Wang Jing's 170 centimeters was much shorter, and his pants were dragging on the floor. Brother, your clothes are really mocking me. With such a height difference, it's no wonder he's so popular with girls and receives love letters all the time, even though he was just helping collect them. Once he found out Cheng Zi had a girlfriend, he stopped collecting them, but surprisingly, those girls still found ways to sneak notes into his desk. Being handsome sure has its perks. As long as I can wear them, that's good enough. Getting used to it when you have kids in the future. For now, just experience it. This comment left Wang Jing speechless. Changing the subject, he was now looking for the little troublemaker. Da Bao was still being carried by Cheng Zi, with his little face buried snugly in his chest. He had already fallen asleep. Just like that, all the little ones were fast asleep. Hey, where's sister-in-law? It suddenly dawned on Wang Jing. It's not Sunday today. Why hasn't he seen Teacher Song around? She's not feeling well, resting. Oh. Cheng Zi asked, are you going back or staying for dinner? I think I'll head back. Don't want to intrude on your couple time. He wasn't going to be a third wheel. Better avoid getting battered and bruised again. After chatting for a bit, he left. Meanwhile, he thought about the business they were planning to do. He already had a plan in mind. If they were to collaborate and he didn't have the funds himself, he'd ask his old man for a bit of a loan and pay him back once things took off. He trusted Cheng Zi quite a bit. With his studious mind, things should go smoothly. It was dark by the time Song Miamian woke up from her nap. She had been feeling exceptionally drowsy these past few days, perhaps because of the seasonal change, often dozing off even in class. Today was no exception, sleeping through the afternoon. All responsibilities seemed to fall on Cheng Zi, and she couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. Seeing Cheng Zi busy in the kitchen, she hurried over and unexpectedly hugged him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. Honey, you're working hard. Cheng Zi turned around, smiling. You're awake. Hungry. Hearing this, she shyly nodded. I've made something tasty for you. Knew you'd be hungry when you woke up. Cheng Zi brought out the stewed eggs from the microwave. He knew Song Miamian loved them. Great. Thank you, honey. Song Miamian felt warm inside, and her eyes welled up. Cheng Zi pinched her cheek gently. Are you getting emotional again? This is nothing. Taking care of you is my duty, right? Eat up. I'll surprise you tomorrow. What surprise? Song Miamian looked at him, curious. I'll tell you tomorrow. Cheng Zi smiled mysteriously. After their shower that night, Song Miamian couldn't contain her curiosity about the surprise. What could it be? At that moment, Cheng Zi chuckled and said, Wife, Wang Jing will come over at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ah, what for? You'll find out tomorrow. Song Miamian huffed. If he wouldn't tell her, fine. Seems like my wife is eagerly waiting to find out. You can know if you want. He pointed to his left cheek. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Song Miamian blushed instantly, feeling like he was deliberately teasing her. With a huff, she turned her head away. Sulking. Wife, don't you really want to know? Cheng Zi continued to tempt her. Song Miamian's curiosity was piqued, but she wanted to save face. I don't want to know. Great. After finishing kissing Song Miamian, Cheng Zi quickly lay down on the other side, covering himself with a blanket. Wife, you've already kissed me. Why are you still shy? If you want to know, turn around, and I'll tell you slowly. Cheng Zi couldn't help but smile. So lovely. How could his wife be this cute? Song Miamian's face turned completely red, almost as if blood were about to drip. She didn't dare to look Cheng Zi in the eyes, let alone turn around. How awkward. Wife, turn around. I'll tell you about the surprise. If you don't turn around, then that kiss was for nothing, right? Cheng Zi still had a smile on his face. Maybe thinking that Chang Zi made sense, Song Miamian hesitated for a few minutes before slowly turning around, her face still flushed, looking shy and embarrassed. What are you looking at? If you have something to say it quickly. Feeling even more embarrassed being stared at by Chang Zi, she couldn't help but turn her head. Tomorrow Wang Jing is coming. Let's discuss and plan our business together. Wife, what do you think is a good product to sell if we open a store? When Song Miamian heard this, she wrinkled her brow. Open a store? How can you open one without any preparations? The store, decoration, funds, and so on, all require a huge expense. I've already prepared for this. I just don't know what to sell. I want to hear your opinion, my wife. Chang Zi smiled gently. Wife, what do you think about a mother and baby store? We can also sell some skincare products for mothers. Nowadays, some parents are willing to spend a lot of money on their children. They hadn't had time to check out the potential stores yet, so they plan to go with Wang Jing the next day to see and plan for the renovation. That sounds good. But didn't you mention a dessert shop last time? Why a mother and baby store now? Song Miamian asked, puzzled. Chang Zi smiled. I just mentioned it casually. Once our mother and baby store is up and running, and we have the funds, we can think about a dessert shop. Everything needs to be taken step by step, right? After giving it some thought, Song Miamian said, I don't have any objections. But do you have enough funds? With buying a house and a car, would there be any spare money left? Don't worry about the money, wife. I'll figure it out. Worst case scenario, I can borrow some from friends. Song Miamian nodded, saying, okay, and then yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. Even though she had slept all afternoon, she still felt drowsy, not sure what was wrong. It could be the change of seasons, or maybe her period was coming. Wife, go to sleep. Chang Zi gently held her, and soon they fell asleep. The room was filled with shallow breathing. It was very quiet. The next morning, while Chang Zi was preparing breakfast, he received a call from Wang Jing. Brother, I'm ready. I'll be there at 8 o'clock sharp. Do you want breakfast? I'll save some for you, Chang Zi replied casually. Wang Jing nodded. Sounds good. I haven't eaten. Do you have fried dough sticks? Having any food would be good enough. Hurry up. Chang Zi hung up the phone. About half an hour later, Wang Jing arrived. Looking at the pile of breakfast on the table, he sat down and joked, why did you order so much takeout early in the morning? Can you finish it all? Just eat what you can. Stop the nonsense. I'll go wake up your sister-in-law. Song Miamian woke up in a daze, brushed her teeth, didn't even comb her hair, and came to the dining room in a fuzzy plush pajama. As soon as she entered, she saw Wang Jing sitting there, eating breakfast with a smile, which startled her awake. Suddenly she remembered that Chang Zi had mentioned yesterday that Wang Jing would come today. Oh no, what an embarrassment! Seeing Ms. Song fleeing in a panic, Wang Jing looked as if he had seen something remarkable. Pajamas, messy hair. Is this the elegant and cold goddess teacher from the podium? It totally subverted his impression of her. Just as he was thinking, he was hit with a mental shock. What are you looking at? I'll poke your eyes out. Chang Zi furrowed his brows. Wang Jing chuckled. I'm just surprised. Eat your food. About 15 minutes later, Song Miamian reappeared, back in her usual attire, with a cold expression on her face as if nothing had happened. Wang Jing felt terrified after eating a meal. He was trembling with fear. Since Song Miamian didn't have classes in the morning, but had them in the afternoon, she seized the opportunity to check out the store after breakfast and set off with Wang Jing. Sitting in the car, Wang Jing looked around, his eyes filled with envy. Oh my, brother, I can't believe you bought a car so quickly. Ah, not long ago we were riding electric bikes together, and now this. Wang Jing didn't know what to say besides feeling envious. His gap with Chang Zi was getting wider and wider. While others without graduating from college already had a car and a house, he was just idling around every day. While others were hustling, he was shouting about looking for someone to play games with. He couldn't compare. Brother, can I ask you something? How much did it cost for this car? Full payment or installments? Wang Jing asked curiously. Full payment, 260,000. Chang Zi didn't hide it. Wang Jing's eyes widened. Wow, full payment. Rich guy, looking for a sponsor. He had never imagined that his own brother was so rich. He had kept it so low-key. He had deceived everyone, even him. He thought that after 4 years of college, he had understood each other's bottom line, but now it seemed that it wasn't like that at all. His brother really kept a low profile. After spending so much time with a rich man, he didn't know anything about it, naively thinking that they were in the same boat. "All right, I'm driving. Talk less." Cheng Zi glanced at him. When they reached Tianye Street, Cheng Zi found a parking space, checked the store contract address he had taken a picture of, and easily found the specific location of the store. It was on a bustling street, with a large flow of people on both sides of the street, almost like a tourist area. And this was just a Monday. It would be busier on weekends. I had this idea a week ago, and then I asked around and found this place," Cheng Zi said. "How about we sell mother and baby products? This location seems pretty good, at the center with a decent foot traffic. If everything goes well, we can make some money." Wang Jing stared wide-eyed. "Oh my, buddy, don't act too hastily. You've seen the foot traffic here. It's comparable to a tourist attraction. The rent might be really high. Oh heavens, the rent must be over $1 million for a year, right? If we go at an ordinary location, it's okay. No need to take this risk. It's too easy to lose money." But unexpectedly, Cheng Zi shook his head calmly and said, "This is my own store. I don't need to worry about the rent and stuff. Mine." Wang Jing almost thought he misheard, that such a profitable and well-located store was actually his own. "Isn't that unbelievable? Buddy, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're not kidding me, right?" Cheng Zi gave him a sidelong glance. "Do I look like someone who lies to you? If I wasn't prepared, I wouldn't have talked to you about the partnership yesterday. The store is indeed under my name. As for how I got it, I'll tell you later. I'll take care of the funding. You just help me out, and I'll give you 70% of the profits. How about that? Since this guy plays games every day with nothing much to do, it's better to find something to do than idling away." Hearing about this profit sharing, Wang Jing was tempted, but he didn't want to invest a single penny, trying to take advantage for sure. He couldn't take advantage of his buddy like that. "Buddy, how about I contribute some money? Otherwise, I won't feel secure with this money," Wang Jing proposed. In this situation, Cheng Zi even thought of him. Wang Jing felt quite touched. He had also thought about doing business in the future, but lacked the funds. During his time in university, he didn't save a penny. Sometimes, when money was tight, he had to ask his dad for help. Cheng Zi presented him an opportunity to make use of his abilities. But still, he didn't want to take advantage of him. After all, they had lived in the same dorm for so long. How could he dare to take advantage? By relying on your own efforts, how can that be considered taking advantage? "If you're not willing, it's fine," Cheng Zi reassured him. No, I'm willing, very willing. "Buddy, whatever you say, I'll go along with it." In addition to feeling touched, Wang Jing was also excited. "Okay, let's sell mother and baby products in the future. Let's start with the decoration now. For the details, let's go back first and discuss it properly." After that, they carefully examined the layout of the store and discussed how to decorate it better. After a while, they returned to Zhongqing Mingyuan. Song Miamian was sitting on the sofa, playing with the baby while the TV was on, showing cartoons. She held the elder child in her arms, and the child stared fixedly at the TV without blinking. It was unknown what was so captivating. "Babies, Dad is back." Cheng Zi walked over after taking off his shoes. Seeing Cheng Zi return, especially for Treasure, the child was ecstatic. His little legs kicked happily, clearly pleased. Seeing this scene, Wang Jing felt envious to the point of tears. So full of love. These days of having a wife and children at home waiting were really good. Before, he had wanted to have a passionate love affair. Now, he thought a plain and simple life was the best. Look at their harmonious family. He decided that after earning money and graduating from university, he would find a wife and live this simple life. Have a child, and life would be sweet. Cheng Zi picked up for Treasure and kissed him, saying, "For Treasure, do you miss Daddy?" For Treasure looked at Cheng Zi, then smiled and buried his head in his chest. It was clear he was very attached to his father. Song Miamian felt a pang of jealousy, for Treasure loved his father like crazy, sometimes even ignoring his mother. Cheng Zi gently patted his head with affection in his eyes. Sitting on the sofa, he said to Wang Jing, who was still standing there lost in thought. "Come sit down," pointing to the seat beside him. Wang Jing responded with a smile, walked over, and then glanced at For Treasure, blinking, whispering, "For Treasure, Uncle came yesterday. Do you remember?" For Treasure looked at him with big eyes, then turned his head away and cuddled closer to his dad, clearly not interested. The situation remained the same as yesterday. Wang Jing made a disappointed face, feeling a bit disheartened. This little For Treasure, when he grows up, he will definitely be as cold as his mother, an ice queen. Their personalities were so similar. And then there was Three Treasure. Three Treasure was lying next to them, kicking his legs non-stop, nibbling on his hand, playing by himself when nobody paid attention. Two Treasure was asleep in the crib. "Three Treasure, come here. Let Uncle hold you." Wang Jing now looked to Three Treasure for some comfort. The little one looked at him with open eyes, and even gave him a small smile. He felt his heart melt almost instantly. He was just too cute and adorable. After he smiled at him, Three Treasure continued to chew on his hand. His drool was getting all over him. Song My Amian sat on the side, feeling somewhat awkward. If Chengzi was just a friend, it would have been fine, but he was also a classmate, and, to make it worse, her student. It was inevitably awkward. When it was time to cook, Chengzi went to the kitchen, and Song My Amian quickly followed. There were some questions she needed to ask, and with Wang Jing around, she didn't know how to broach the topic. "Honey, how did it go?" she asked. "All right, the storm matter has been settled. We will discuss the rest of the details slowly. What about the funding problem? How did you solve it?" Rent was a big expense. She couldn't figure out how Chengzi had saved this money, especially after buying a house and a car. Could it be from his parents? Otherwise, there was no other explanation. During their time together, she had never heard him mention anything about his parents. "Wife, you don't need to worry about that. I have my ways," Chengzi reassured her, patting her head. And then he continued with his work. "Honey, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do your parents know about us?" Talking about parents made Song My Amian a bit nervous. She was afraid that Cheng Zhao's parents might not approve of her. The instinctive nervousness was there. At one point, her heart was filled with guilt. Was she rubbing salt in his wound? Asking such a question was equivalent to exposing someone's weakness. Why was she so foolish? Seeing her anxious, Chengzi rubbed her head and smiled gently. "It's okay. Now I have you and the baby. Having my own family makes me very content and happy. Why bother thinking about so-called birth parents? What's the use? Parents who even abandon their own biological children are not worth keeping." She really scared this young woman. "Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." Song My Amian threw herself into his arms, feeling guilty. She used to think she grew up in a single-parent family, lacking paternal love, and her life was pitiful enough. But now thinking about it, her husband had a much harder childhood than her. What right did she have to act sentimental? "Silly, I already said it's okay. It's also my fault for not explaining it clearly before," Chengzi said helplessly. In fact, whether to abandon him or not no longer mattered to her. She just wanted to protect her own little family. Indeed, she used to harbor hatred, but as time passed, that hatred faded away. "All right, I'll start cooking. You go check on the babies." Chengzi rolled up his sleeves, put on an apron, and started working. Song My Amian reluctantly left the kitchen. Soon, the meal was ready. Looking at the table full of dishes, Wang Jing exclaimed, "I didn't expect this at all. Bro, you can actually cook so well." After tasting it, the flavor was even better than a restaurant's. Song My Amian had finished eating early and was getting ready to go to work, fearing she would be late in the afternoon. Chengzi specially prepared lunch for her to take with her. This made Wang Jing envy and jealous once again, blatantly flaunting their relationship. Not only flaunting it, but doing it in front of him. Didn't care about the feelings of a single dog in the slightest. Absolutely heartless. Turning sorrow and anger into appetite, he cleaned his plate with gusto today. After eating, the two sat on the couch to discuss matters regarding the store. Opening a store required renovation first, then stocking up on goods. Chengzi was busy most of the time, and taking care of the children was his task since his wife had to work, leaving him no extra energy to hire someone for renovation and do the stocking himself. Unless someone could take care of the children, but with several babies, especially the quadruplets, being shy, they only wanted him and their mother. So, they had to rely on Wang Jing to run the errands. After all, this lad had nothing to do all day anyway. I'll take care of the children, so it's up to you to handle the renovation and stocking. I'll cover the expenses, Chang Zi said. How can you call that trouble? Leave it to me. I'll get it done. Wang Jing assured confidently. When the renovation is complete, I'll go with you to choose the goods. This sourcing had to be strictly monitored. Not a single mistake could be made. After all, they were items for the children. No problem. After they finished discussing everything, Wang Jing took the keys to the store given by Chang Zi and hurried off. Having someone help with tasks like this was indeed convenient. The children were already asleep, giving Chang Zi a rare moment of leisure. He leaned back on the couch and checked the date on his phone. To his surprise, there was an important exam in a few days. He didn't know if his wife had classes then, so he might have to ask his mother-in-law to help out. Applying his power of napping, he decided to rest a bit first in preparation for being energetic enough to take care of the little ones in the evening. Sleeping so much during the day meant an active night was guaranteed. Since acquiring this skill, he could stay awake all night and still be full of energy. After sleeping for 2 hours, he woke up to find the children already awake, nibbling on their hands, looking delighted. The blankets had been kicked off long ago, their hands and feet were cold, with Big Bao's belly exposed, yet they didn't seem to mind the cold, kicking more vigorously. You little ones, always kicking your blankets. Be careful of your tummies. Chang Zi lifted each one onto their cribs. These babies had bulging diapers, indicating how much they had peed in the afternoon. Big Bao tried to turn over once he was lying down, but couldn't due to the heavy diaper. It was a comical sight. Chang Zi removed his diaper, and in that moment, he quickly managed to flip over, burying his face in the blanket. After a slight movement, he flipped back by himself. Chang Zi couldn't help but laugh. You've got skill. Seeing his brother, the other babies tried to mimic him. All except the fourth baby managed to flip over, with the second and third babies only able to do it once, but not again. With her face on the bed, the second baby used all her strength from feeding to try to flip over, but couldn't manage a second time. Unable to flip and breathe properly, she turned her head to the right, giving Chang Zi an innocent look. Unable to resist, Chang Zi laughed and lifted her, tickling her little nose. Second baby, you can't flip over and yet still try. Is it tough? Yeah. The second baby kicked her legs in Chang Zhao's arms. Meanwhile, the fourth baby, struggling to flip over, started to cry. It had been a while without milk after sleeping, making her feel helpless and pitiful. Chang Zi placed the second baby down and went to make milk for them. The fourth baby was gradually getting used to formula milk, mainly because her mother's milk supply was not sufficient and could barely pump any extra. Other mothers stored their milk in bags and refrigerated it to feed their babies later, but Song Miamian had tried and failed, as she could only pump enough for immediate use. As the sun set, Chang Zi, checking the time, prepared to cook. Just then, Song Miamian returned and saw the babies lying on their cots, warming her heart. Wife, are you hungry? Let me make you something tasty, Chang Zi smiled. I'm fine, I had packed lunch in the afternoon, she replied. Then I'll go cook first. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. Excited to see their mother return, the babies kicked their legs vigorously, quickly kicking off their blankets. They were growing quite adept at 3 months old. The fourth baby, in particular, was most excited as she was the only one breastfeeding, and thus felt closer to her mother. Feeling touched, Song Miamian picked her up to feed her. Unexpectedly, after a few sips, the baby let go, turned her head to the side, and smiled at her. Perplexed, Song Miamian asked, "What's wrong, fourth baby? I can only wrong this child." Fortunately, Sibao is relatively obedient. When his father feeds him milk, he drinks it without fussing. He is considerate and makes one's heart ache. Unable to resist, Song Miamian touched Sibao's little face and said, "Our Sibao is so good." It seemed like Sibao knew his mother was praising him, as his eyes crinkled with a smile. Oh, this smile instantly swept away Song Miamian's fatigue from the afternoon. After playing with Sibao for a while, she also played with the other 3 little ones. The weather was getting colder, and the babies kept kicking off their blankets. If the blanket wasn't kept on them, their hands and feet would become cold, making them more susceptible to catching a cold. One must not be careless. A few days ago, Sibao caught a cold this way. Since children are naturally weak and have little resistance, they easily fall ill when exposed to bacteria. It's so worrying for parents. Thinking about it, I'll buy a few sleeping bags to prevent the children from kicking off their blankets. Time to eat. Soon, Chengzi came in to call. Song Miamian was worried that they might turn over, so she put them in the crib. At the dining table, wife, I've arranged for Wang Jing to find someone to renovate the store. Once everything is in order, we can officially open for business. Of course, the sooner, the better. Song Miamian had no objections and casually asked, "Where do you plan to source your products?" "I'll check if there is any wholesale market nearby," Chengzi said. She was surprised. Wholesale market? It seems quite popular to wholesale online nowadays, so you don't have to go out yourself. That works too. We'll look into it tonight. After dinner and a bath, Chengzi quickly fetched a hot water bottle and placed it on Song Miamian's abdomen. They sat on the couch, where Song Miamian downloaded a wholesale app with a vast array of items for children and adults, at good prices and with good reviews. There were branded items as well, which were slightly more expensive, but of good quality. "Husband, how about this little dress? Should we wholesale some?" She immediately spotted a pink baby dress from the brand Bilal that looked decent for its price. "Sure. We can have a Bao and Sibao wear them during the opening to attract customers." It was a great idea. How could he forget? The kids were ready-made mini models. "And this little hat, and that sleeping bag, let's get some of those too. Baby strollers, dolls, including baby bottles, pacifiers, warm autumn clothes, bibs, children's shoes, and so on." They decided to wholesale anything for kids. Looking at all these goods, when they finally finished browsing, it was late at night, and Song Miamian was too tired to continue, falling asleep instantly. Chengzi checked out the skincare products for mothers. Brands like Kangaroo Mom and Olay were available, but he didn't know which one to choose without Song Miamian's expertise. He decided to ask her the next day. There was no rush as the store renovation would take some time. The next morning, after Song Miamian left for work, Chengzi was about to clean the house when he received a call from Wang Jing. He informed Chengzi that the renovator had been hired. Chengzi promptly transferred some money for materials since all aspects required expenditure. School. After finishing a class, Song Miamian walked out of the classroom and saw the vice principal walking towards her. "Vice principal." The Mediterranean-looking vice principal glanced at Song Miamian and asked, "Is your classmate Chengzi still absent from class?" Song Miamian hesitated, then awkwardly nodded. The vice principal urged her, "Do you have his contact information? Tell him that this can't continue. His grades are good, he is smart, but skipping exams like this is not acceptable. I have high hopes for Chengzi. I don't want him to waste his time like this." The vice principal spoke earnestly. "All right, I will pass it on to Chengzi." Song Miamian smiled slightly. "He has an important exam in a few days. Make sure he comes to take it. The final exams are approaching." "Got it, vice principal." Although Song Miamian smiled, she was extremely anxious. Seeing the principal and vice principal made her feel guilty. She feared they might find out something. It wasn't until the vice principal walked away that she breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the day's classes and returning home, as soon as she entered the living room, she smelled a delightful fragrance. Just as she sat on the couch, Chengzi emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, the rich aroma stirring up her appetite. She had only eaten a tasteless meal at the cafeteria for lunch and now, feeling so hungry that her stomach stuck to her back. "I knew you would be hungry when you got back, so I prepared this specifically. Eat up." "Thank you, husband." Song Miamian felt warm inside and began eating with relish. Her husband's cooking was the best. It was incredibly delicious. After finishing the meal, Chengzi sat next to her and asked, "What's wrong, wife? You look like you have something on your mind." "It's nothing. It's just that the vice principal came to see me today, asking me to inform you to go to class since the exams are approaching." As she spoke about this, Song Miamian looked troubled. "I know about that. If needed, we can ask Mom to take care of them for a few days, or we can take turns. The schedule doesn't always allow us to stagger our time." He had been absent for a long time now, and the teachers might start to have opinions if he continues skipping classes. Then let mom take care of them for a few days. Once the exams are over, I'll take over. At the moment, this seemed to be the only way. What else could they do? Song My-Amian thought it over and decided to discuss it with her mom later. They couldn't delay Cheng Zhao's studies. Hiring a nanny wouldn't ease their worries. After making the decision, Cheng Zi brought out his phone and asked, "Wife, which brand do you think is better for skincare products for pregnant women and new mothers?" It's also his lack of thorough consideration. Baby supplies can be directly viewed online in bulk. Skincare products are useless to look at. You need to experience them firsthand. Song My-Amian thought for a moment and nodded. The two tittied up a bit, opened the door to the children's room, and the babies had just woken up, babbling. The eldest and the third baby were trying hard to turn over. Just as they walked in, the eldest had already turned over, and then slowly turned back over on his own. The little guy was quite impressive. His little face was flushed, showing that it was quite a struggle. Cheng Zi walked over and held him in his arms, pinching his chubby little cheeks, saying, "You're trying to turn over when mommy and daddy aren't looking, aren't you?" "Yeah." The eldest happily grabbed Cheng Zhao's collar. At just 3 months old, it was the most frequent time for turning over. By the time they were 5 or 6 months old, they would be able to sit up on their own. By then, they would have even more to worrying about. The best time to take care of a child is before 6 months, when they don't understand anything. Just like now, all you have to do is feed them, change their diapers, and soothe them, but after 6 or 7 months, you won't even have time to sit still. Today was a bit chilly outside, so Song My-Amian took out some thicker clothes from the wardrobe and dressed the children. After all four children were changed, they prepared formula, bottles, and hot water. Once everything was ready, the family of 6 set off to a nearby shopping mall. They were too lazy to drive, so they walked there directly, arriving at their destination in just over 10 minutes. The sight of quadruplets drew a lot of attention along the way. Cheng Zi looked at the map and found the section selling skincare products. There were some brand counters here, including major brands and niche brands. Passers-by couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the children, their eyes filled with curiosity and amazement. "Oh my, are those quadruplets? This is the first time I've seen them. Yes, look at how cute they are. Yes, they are also good-looking. The parents of the children are good-looking. They have good genes. Darling, let's have one too." A girl clung to her boyfriend's arm, coquettishly. The eldest's bright eyes lit up as he watched the passing girls, delighted. When someone looked at him, he would smile back. He was especially happy. The couple. This child, he's staring at pretty girls again. Cheng Zi helplessly looked around the beauty counters, not really understanding them, and asked, "Darling, which counter should we go to now?" Song My-Amian pointed to one not far away. "Let's go there. Welcome. Can I help you with anything?" Just as they approached, the sales assistant stopped what she was doing and greeted them with a smile. "Do you have any samples of this set?" "Yes, miss, I'll get them for you." The sales assistant took out the samples and placed them in front of Song My-Amian. She tested it on her hand and casually asked, "Can pregnant or nursing mothers use this?" "Hello, yes, you can. Our products are plant-based, very gentle, suitable for both pregnant and nursing moms." The sales assistant smiled as she introduced. "Then we'll take a set," Cheng Zi said. "Certainly, sir." After making the payment, the two turned and headed to other counters. As the family of 6 walked away, the sales assistants began to discuss. "If I'm not mistaken just now, were those quadruplets? They're all the same age and look alike. Do we even need to ask? They definitely are. Oh my, there really are people who have quadruplets at once. But these 4 babies are so cute and lovable. The key is, the children's mother looks just like a young girl. Her waist is so slim, her figure is even better than mine, who hasn't given birth." Another sales assistant nearby said, "Humph, look at how slim she is. You eat all day every day. If you're not gaining weight, who else would? If you gain any more weight, no one will want you." "Who said that?" The couple bought several sets to try out. The prices were generally similar, and they were familiar with the brands. Song My-Amian planned to select the most suitable to products to sell in her shop. After buying the skincare products, they went to a nearby mother and baby store to browse. They bought sleeping bags for the babies to keep them warm while sleeping. The sleeping bags would prevent them from kicking off the blanket. Back home, the sun had already set, so Changzi went to the kitchen to cook. Before going to bed that night, Song Miamian took out the sleeping bags to try on the children. She started with the eldest, who was the most restless and didn't know if he would like being in the sleeping bag. After trying it on all the babies, except for the eldest and the fourth, who were mischievous, the rest were well behaved. They couldn't kick it off anyway. The youngest was kicking her legs desperately, but no matter how hard she kicked, she couldn't kick it off, showing a helpless look and looked pitifully at Changzi. Changzi pinched her little nose and couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to kick the blanket at night? The sleeping bag also served another function, to prevent the babies from turning over recklessly. The second and third babies both started to turn over. The third baby could turn herself back, but the second baby couldn't and ended up lying on her stomach. The fourth baby couldn't turn over at all. However, she was very good at kicking the blanket. Just like her brother, her legs were very strong. She would definitely be a tough girl in the future. Although the second baby was also a girl, her personality was completely different from the fourth baby. She should grow up to have a gentler personality, just a little more crybaby. Girls, it's normal. The fourth baby's preferences were also different from her sister's. Preferences basically determine character. Song Miamian was speechless. It seems like they're not cooperating. There's always an adapting process for everything. Let's see how it goes overnight. Tonight, the couple slept on the carpet, watching over the babies. Changzi had already gotten enough sleep and wasn't tired, so he smiled and said, "Darling, you should sleep first. I'll watch over the babies." "Are you sure you're not tired after staying up all day like this?" Song Miamian frowned. Would his body be able to handle staying up every night? "Don't worry, during the day when the babies are asleep, I'm also asleep, so I'm not tired. You go to sleep." Changzi touched her head. Overcome by drowsiness, Song Miamian yawned, struggling a bit, and quickly fell asleep. Once she was asleep, Changzi got up to check on the babies. Oh boy, these little ones, they were still awake, nibbling on their hands, smiling when they saw Daddy looking at them. "Babies, Mommy is sleeping. Why aren't you sleeping?" Yeah, the youngest was the most energetic, kicking desperately. If it weren't for the zipper on the sleeping bag, it would probably have been all torn apart by now. Changzi picked her up along with the sleeping bag. This child had the most radiant smile. "See Bao, did Big Brother make a stinky poo? It's so stinky, isn't it?" Changzi said with a smile. He then put Si Bao down, got a basin of water, washed Da Bao's bottom, and changed his diaper. While changing, he made a disgusted face, making the child laugh. After finishing, Da Bao reached out and grabbed Cheng Zhao's wrist, as if trying to make his dad happy. Changzi couldn't help but laugh and picked him up, saying, "You little one, even smile after making a stinky poo." Seeing Dad holding Big Brother, Si Bao stared with a look of longing, then pouted and hummed. Changzi chuckled. "You already know how to compete for attention at such a young age. Dad will put Big Brother to sleep first, then I'll hold you, okay?" "Yeah." Si Bao, unsure if he understood, quieted down. Soon, Da Bao fell asleep, while Da Bao and San Bao were already sleeping soundly, snoring softly. Sleeping bags were perfect for autumn. While the older siblings slept, Si Bao kept humming and nibbling on his hand, looking lively, not showing signs of sleeping anytime soon. Blinking big eyes in Dad's direction, as if waiting for him to fulfill the promise of holding her. Changzi couldn't help but pick her up, sang a song to her until she fell asleep. It was quite a night, enough to tire an ordinary person. No wonder his wife was so thin. How much hardship did she endure before? Gently rubbing her head with compassion, he held her and fell asleep. The next day, after brushing her teeth, Song Mian said during breakfast, "I forgot yesterday. I'll call Mom later to explain the situation." Changzi brought over some buns and nodded. "It's okay. I'll go on the exam day to make sure I don't fail." Song Mian glared. "No, you must go to class tomorrow. Your exam is in a few days, so study well." "Okay. I'll listen to my wife." He wasn't worried at all. He already studied everything, so the exam wouldn't be a problem. Song Mian huffed, seemingly upset. After the vice principal's reminder, she realized that, as a student, skipping classes was not acceptable, despite Changzi being a top student. Even top students couldn't be so stubborn. "Okay, honey, don't be upset, okay? I promise to go to class and do well on the exam. Cheng Zi raised 3 fingers. I swear. Seeing his comical appearance, Song Mian wanted to laugh but had to maintain a serious look. I'll go to class tomorrow. I'll inform my mom later. Song Mian said seriously. Okay. After breakfast, she hurried off as she had classes in the morning. In the teacher's office, as soon as Song Mian sat down, Wang and Li teachers approached her. This time, it was not about meals, but, "Teacher Song, there's something I want to discuss with you." Li teacher spoke. Song Mian looked puzzled. What's up? Your student Cheng Zi, when will he start attending classes? He's been on leave for a long time, right? Wang said, since the last professional class, he showed up once, but he's been absent ever since. We haven't seen him during our lectures. The end of the term is approaching. He can skip class usually, but this time, he should show up to save face, right? Even if he's a top student, it's not good for other students to see this kind of behavior. Song Mian felt embarrassed. Fixing her expression, she told them, I've informed Cheng Zi. He'll come for classes tomorrow. Hearing this, the 2 teachers backed off. Later, they returned to their places to prepare for classes. That day, Song Mian only had 2 classes and rushed home after finishing. Watching her briskly leave the school gate, Wang commented, having a good husband is great. You can go home after work and enjoy a delicious meal. I'm so envious. Just the thought of the meal Cheng Zi cooked made her mouth water. Yeah, my husband doesn't know anything. He expects me to come home and cook for him. Li sighed, illustrating the disparity. Wang spoke, if it were me, I wouldn't cook, he can eat if he wants. Ahem. Li coughed as she spoke, then signaled Wang and others, whispering, Mrs. Zhou is here. Ever since Mrs. Zhou learned that Mrs. Song was married and had children, she had been repressed. Hearing their conversation, she could have avoided it in the past, but this time she couldn't resist and asked through gritted teeth, Didn't you visit Mrs. Song's house? How is her husband? Seemingly feeling a twinge of regret, Wang smiled. He's great, handsome, wealthy, and takes good care of people. He's really good to Mrs. Song. I'm jealous. Li couldn't help but chuckle. Mrs. Zhou seemed crestfallen as she realized she'd lost in terms of looks and wealth. Being handsome doesn't fill the stomach, she said sourly after trying to hold it in for a long time. Wang continued, but the key is he's wealthy and cooks delicious meals. Li gave her a look, gesturing to tone it down. Mrs. Zhou's reaction was notable. Song Mian arrived at Zhongqing Yuan and called Song Qin downstairs to explain the situation. Song Qin eagerly agreed to take care of the little ones. Back home, Cheng Zi was playing with the baby on the sofa. Song Mian said, I've informed my mom. You go pick her up this afternoon. She must attend class tomorrow. Yes, dear. Are you hungry? I'll heat up the food, he said, heading to the kitchen. It seems like our little 3 at home is missing mommy too. Song Mian kissed little 3's face. She then picked up the remote-controlled car, ready to play with little 3. The child's hands were quick, grabbing hold of the car, intending to play with it. The remote-controlled car was a bit heavy, and such a small baby could barely hold it. With a bang, it fell directly on Song Mian's foot, causing her tears to well up from the pain. Gritting her teeth in pain, she placed little 3 on the sofa. At that moment, Cheng Zi came out of the kitchen and saw her rubbing her foot. Hurrying over, he asked, Darling, what happened to your foot? When he noticed the fallen remote-controlled car nearby, he instantly understood what had happened. It's nothing. Just got hit on the foot by the car, Song Mian said softly. You call this nothing? You even broke the skin. Cheng Zi looked at her somewhat helplessly, then took out a band-aid from the drawer to put on her foot. You really don't need to be so exaggerated. It'll heal quickly. Who said that? It can be painful to have broken skin when wearing shoes. Be more careful next time. Song Mian nodded. Oh, at that moment, little 3 lying on the sofa made a sound. Cheng Zi pinched his little nose. Little 3, did you push the car and make it fall? That's why it hit mommy's foot. Yeah, little 3 looked at Cheng Zi in confusion, then revealed a sweet smile. Song Mian couldn't help but smile. It's him for sure. He can't pick up the car, but still tries to. Indeed, this little guy. Cheng Zi picked up little 3 directly, pinching his little face. Oh, little 3 wrinkled his little face, not sure if he understood that Daddy was talking about him, and reached out, grabbing Cheng Zhao's hair. With that grab, several strands fell off, causing Cheng Zi to hiss in pain, surprised by the strength of this little guy. Theft Song Miamian couldn't help but laugh. Playing with the babies for a while, they were all laid down in the crib. Cheng Zi said, "Darling, let's have dinner first. I'll go pick up Mom later." "Okay." After lunch, Cheng Zi set out. Song Miamian stayed at home to tidy up the house, with an empty room next door where she planned for her mom to stay. She had everything ready, even the bedding. It meant troubling her mom for a few days. If it weren't for Cheng Zhao's academic issues forcing him to skip classes, they wouldn't be having to bother her mom now. These past 2 months had been filled with childcare and late nights, leaving her feeling deeply indebted. She felt like she could never repay it in this lifetime. An hour later, Cheng Zi arrived with their mom and a luggage bag in hand. In Song Qin's hand, she held a large rooster that was still crowing. Song Miamian asked in confusion, "Mom, what is this for?" "This is a live rooster your mom and Cheng bought from the market to make soup for you. I thought the pre-packaged ones in the supermarket lacked nutrition, and the meat isn't fresh." Song Qin smiled. Song Miamian's eyes welled up, feeling choked up as she said, "Mom, thank you." "Silly child, we're all family, no need to thank me." Song Qin placed the rooster in the kitchen and then sat on the sofa in the living room. As if remembering something, she asked, "Is Cheng going back to school?" "I'll go back for a few days, so everything will be settled once the exams are over." "I know these few days might be a bit tough on you," Cheng Zi replied. "No troubles at all, you guys relax. I'll take good care of everything here." Song Qin glanced at the direction of the baby crib, displaying a kind smile. When she went to check, the children were already asleep, each making cute little snoring noises, melting her heart. "Are the kids almost 100 days old?" Song Qin asked Song Miamian standing next to her. The latter smiled gently. "Yes, we'll be able to take a 100-day photo soon." Time flies indeed. Seeing the mother and daughter chatting so well, Cheng Zi didn't want to interrupt and said with a smile, "Aunt, you continue talking. I'll go stew chicken soup for Miamian." Song Qin turned to Cheng Zi. "Do you know how to slaughter a chicken?" "Don't worry, Mom, it's simple." He then entered the kitchen. Song Qin nodded, looking at Song Miamian. "Miamian, Cheng is really good, capable in everything, and considerate towards you. Cherish him well." It was awkward for Song Miamian to discuss such topics with the elders, so she just nodded, saying, "I know, Mom." "How long have the little ones been sleeping?" Song Qin pinched for Treasure's cute face, as this child slept so soundly, even snoring. Who knew what sweet dreams he was having? "They've been sleeping for about half an hour now, had their milk and went straight to sleep. Every afternoon, they all slept for about 3 hours. They were quite energetic at night, so they napped deeply during the day." Half an hour later, the mother and daughter were watching TV when Song Qin looked towards the kitchen and asked, "Why is there no movement yet? Are you sure everything's okay?" "Mom, don't worry, everything should be fine." With Cheng Zhao's cooking skills, making chicken soup would be a breeze for him. However, he still felt a bit uncertain and went to the kitchen to check. As soon as he stepped inside, a strong aroma of chicken soup wafted over. In an instant, it aroused her appetite. "It smells so good. Darling, you're here. Don't worry, it needs a bit more stewing to get the flavors right." Cheng Zi looked back and smiled. Knowing his wife was hungry, he had prepared in advance and offered her the just-cooked egg custard, saying, "Have this to fill your stomach. It'll be ready soon." "Okay." Song Miamian took the custard and left. The chicken soup needed to be simmered slowly until it reached the perfect taste. That aroma would even overpower the fumes of the cooker hood. Changing the heat to low, Cheng Zi left the kitchen. Soon, the sun set, and it was time for dinner. Cheng Zi then brought out the chicken soup, opening the lid to release a fragrant aroma that filled the entire dining room. Song Qin didn't hesitate in praising, "Cheng, your skills are getting better, showing a lot of progress. I've been cooking for 20 to 30 years, but never achieved this taste. Well done. Mom, please enjoy the meal before it gets cold." Setting down the soup, Cheng Zi first served a bowl to Song Miamian. "Wife, have you forgotten that you are still in your special period? Be careful not to touch cold water or your stomach will ache. Go rest now. I'll get you a hot water bag." Cheng Zi rubbed her abdomen, feeling a bit cool. I'm fine now. It's been a few days, Song Mianian said. Every time there was housework, he would rush to do it, not letting her do anything, not even the basic task of wiping the table. So she either lounged around or lay down every day, inevitably getting fat sooner or later. She could feel a layer of fat accumulating on her stomach. She guessed her old ex's clothes wouldn't fit anymore. Even so, as long as you haven't fully recovered, you cannot touch cold water, you know? You're still young now. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll understand when you're older. Cheng Zi pinched her cheeks. I have indeed gained some weight. This was nice. However, she was still a bit thin. She needed to gain a bit more weight to look cuter. Song Mianian helplessly said, I'm not that delicate. Even so, go take a shower now and rest. Tomorrow we'll go to school together. Unable to resist Cheng Zi, Song Mianian had to give in. The babies were awake, not crying for milk. Song Qin placed them one by one on the children's bed, lying in a row. The 4 babies blinked their eyes, not sure if they recognized anyone. Their little faces were serious, as if they were carefully identifying someone. Such small children couldn't have much memory. Except for their parents who were with them every day, they usually forgot others if they didn't see them for a few days. Song Qin was in this situation. Big treasure, do you still recognize Grandma? Song Qin reached out her hand to the big treasure. The big treasure was the most sensible. Looking at the hand offered, expecting to be held or not resisting to be held, unexpectedly he cried out wah. His cry caused the other babies to cry as well. The nursery room was filled with cries. Song Qin immediately recognized the situation. The children were probably hungry. She prepared to make formula. At that moment, the door opened and Song Mianian walked in carrying 3 bottles of milk. She then breastfed each of the babies, one after the other. Song Qin could only hold them when it was time for feeding. After burping, they started to bite their hands and play again. As they nibbled their hands, the big treasure started to roll over, back and forth. Song Qin was surprised. Has Big Treasure learned to roll over so easily? He didn't know how to do anything when they lived in the old community. It hadn't been that long. Children grow quickly. Song Mianian smiled. Indeed, your baby couldn't roll over like this for months. It seems Big Treasure takes after his father. Speaking of this, Song Qin remembered something. Mianian, I've never heard Xiao Cheng mention his biological parents. Do his parents know about you too? Just mentioning this made Song Mianian feel guilty because last time, she had touched upon a sensitive topic. She bit her lip and said he was abandoned by his parents in an orphanage when he was young. Ah, I see. What a poor child, Song Qin sighed. She previously thought that Xiao Cheng might have had a falling out with his parents, not sharing anything with them, and even not informing them about such an important matter as having a child. That must have meant something big had happened. The reality turned out to be different. In the future, you should help with more housework and share responsibilities with Xiao Cheng. He's exhausted from everything, Song Qin advised. Okay, Song Mianian nodded. All right, go take a shower now and get some rest. You have work tomorrow. Song Qin glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 8 p.m. The children were at their most energetic state now, kicking their legs and sucking on their hands, drooling. After showering, Song Mianian returned to see Song Qin still comforting the babies. She laughed and said, Mom, go rest. Tonight both Cheng Zi and I will take care of them. All right, remember to rest early, Song Qin replied. Okay. Before going to sleep, Cheng Zi opened his phone to check the wholesale website for any good items to remember for when the store was ready to operate. He planned to inquire about Wang Jing's progress with the store renovation the next day. The next morning, after breakfast, the two of them were getting ready to leave. Cheng Zi felt reluctant to leave the babies. He had taken care of them for so long, it was hard to leave them even for a moment. The quadruplets were especially attached to their parents, not willing to accept anyone else, not even their grandma. The other 3 were fine, willing to interact with others. Darling, Daddy has to go to class now. I'll be back in the afternoon to be with you, okay? Cheng Zi carried the 4th baby and pinched her little cheek. Yay, the baby was thrilled to be in her father's arms, kicking her legs rapidly, clinging tightly to his clothes, burying her head in his chest. Song Mianian walked over, smiling. 4th baby, do you want mommy to hold you? The baby raised her head to look at her mother, then at her father, furrowing her little brows, seeming a bit conflicted. After much consideration, she finally chose her father. Song My-Amian felt a pang of sadness. Fourth baby doesn't love mommy anymore. She pretended to be very upset, turning her head away. Yay! The fourth baby looked towards her mother and exclaimed. She still seemed a bit conflicted. Song My-Amian extended her hand, and this time the fourth baby allowed her to hold her. Ha ha! This child is so smart. How does she know everything? Song Chin couldn't stop laughing. She was indeed very clever. If it wasn't for her age, she would doubt if the baby was really only 3 months old. After playing with the baby for a while, they reluctantly left. At school. Damn, bro, why did you decide to come to class? Wang Jing was surprised to see Cheng Zi. He also noticed that teacher Song was there too. Both of them coming to class. Who was taking care of the babies? Both of you are here. Who's taking care of the babies? Cheng Zi looked at him and said, my mother-in-law is looking after them. Damn, that's awesome. Wang Jing gave him a thumbs up. How's the store renovation going? Cheng Zi asked. It's halfway done. In a few days, we should be ready for the grand opening. When are you going to the wholesale market to check for items? Let me know, Wang Jing said. No need, my wife and I will buy directly from the wholesale website. Cheng Zi reminded, it's fine. Anyways, there's no one sitting next to you. Wang Jing smiled playfully. The teacher who walked in was Song My-Amian. She looked around and saw Cheng Zi smiling at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She maintained a calm expression as a teacher should. Let's start the class. Throughout the class, Cheng Zhao's gaze was fixed on Song My-Amian. He increasingly found his wife to be really attractive. When Song My-Amian met Cheng Zhao's gaze, her heartbeat quickened. She deliberately avoided his gaze. Why are you looking at her like that? She thought. When the class ended, she bolted out as if escaping. Wang Jing gritted his teeth and said, can you single people show some mercy? Could you not flaunt your love during class? Cheng Zi glanced at him and said furiously, if you're so capable, then find a girl to show affection to you too. Wang Jing. What a person, simply intolerable. At lunchtime, Cheng Zi sat at his spot while Wang Jing went to get food. At that moment, a girl came and sat across from him. Cheng Sr., do you remember me? With big eyes, the girl looked at Cheng Zi. Who are you? Cheng Zi asked, not recognizing her. Do you remember last year, when it rained and I didn't have an umbrella to go back, you gave me one? Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's okay, I'm Xiaozhuan from the accounting department. Do you have time tomorrow? Xiaozhuan smiled. Sorry, I'm busy. As Cheng Zi said this, Wang Jing returned with food, noticed the girl sitting across, frowned, and said quietly to Cheng Zi, she's the one who gave you a love letter. I remember rejecting her for you. Xiaozhuan bit her lip. Cheng Sr., do you really have a girlfriend? Yes, we're engaged. Cheng Zi stated calmly. After speaking, he continued eating as if she didn't exist. Xiaozhuan, a pretty girl, had quietly liked him since Cheng Zi gave her an umbrella. She didn't believe he had a girlfriend and thought it was just an excuse to reject her. Wang Jing said, Xiaozhuan, didn't I tell you before? He already has a girlfriend. Sorry to bother, I'm sorry. Xiaozhuan's eyes reddened, and after speaking, she walked away sadly. Wang Jing sighed, realizing there was nothing to be done. He already had a wife and children. Moreover, teacher Song was so wonderful, beautiful, and had adorable children. This time, Cheng Zi did nothing wrong. Before, he wasn't aware of the situation and encouraged him to agree with someone, not to obsess over Lin Fei, only to discover she was already expecting a child. After lunch, there were 2 more classes in the afternoon, one of which was with teacher Wang. Seeing her serious demeanor on the stage, one might mistake her for an elder if they hadn't seen her food-loving side a few days earlier. Teachers truly were natural actors. Thinking of her calling everyone brother-in-law, he felt goosebumps. As the day's classes ended, Cheng Zi headed towards the school gate and bumped into Song My-Amian along with teacher Wang and others. Song My-Amian seemed embarrassed but maintained a calm demeanor. Hello, teachers. The teachers didn't recognize who was in front of them. Teacher Wang said, Cheng Zi, what have you been up to these days? You are a top student. How can you neglect your studies? Yeah, you can't be so willful. The final exams are approaching. You can't skip classes. Teacher Lee added. Cheng Zi smiled lightly. Thank you, teachers. I'll work hard and do well in exams. Yes, you can't be so whimsical in the future. As the teachers walked away, Cheng Zi sent a message to Song Miamian. Wife, when are you coming home? Upon seeing the message, Song Miamian responded, I have one more class, but I'll head home after that. Okay, I'll wait outside for you. Give me a call when you're done. Oh, is your husband messaging you again? Teacher Wang teased upon noticing. Song Miamian put away her phone, looking embarrassed. Oh, there's no need to be embarrassed. Everyone has seen us. Speaking of that, I'm craving your husband's cooking again. It's so delicious. Over an hour later, the final class ended as the sun had set. Soon it would be dark. While on the way, Song Miamian occasionally glanced at Cheng Zi with an odd look. Smiling, Cheng Zi asked, What's wrong? You seem troubled. That girl who spoke to you in the canteen today was. Yes, as Cheng Zi was having lunch in the canteen today, she happened to be there and saw everything. Oh, that one, from the finance department. I don't know her. Jealous. I'm not. Song Miamian instantly blushed and turned her head away. Cheng Zi smiled, wondering why she suddenly seemed strange after getting into the car. Jealous, don't worry. I already turned her down. There's no one as beautiful as my wife. Cheng Zi pinched her cheek. Song Miamian heaved and turned her head to the right. Focus on driving. Yes, we'll talk at home later. He emphasized the talk later, causing Song Miamian's face to turn crimson. Once home, Cheng Zi quickly went to the kitchen to cook. The children were asleep, and Song Chin was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Mom, how was the baby today? Was he fussy? Sitting beside her, Song Miamian asked. Song Chin smiled. Other than Sibao being a bit difficult, the other three were well behaved. Xiao Cheng has taken care of them very well. They've even gained weight since we last saw them. In 2 months, I probably won't be able to carry them anymore. Song Miamian smiled, and Sibao seemed to be a little uneasy at the moment, a normal response that should improve in a few days. As they spoke, the sound of crying came from the crib. It was Sibao, sounding quite aggrieved. Song Miamian hurried over. Song Miamian was almost heartbroken, her eyes welling up with tears. Don't cry, let's go find Daddy, okay? She gently touched Sibao's head and spoke softly. Upon hearing the word Daddy, Sibao lifted her head from her mother's arms, full of grievances. Cheng Zi was still cooking. When he saw Song Miamian coming in with Sibao, he said, Darling, it's a bit smoky here. Better not bring the child in. Sibao felt even more aggrieved at the sight of his father. The crying resumed. Her little mouth pursed, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Indeed, suddenly leaving the most intimate person behind, it was difficult to adapt for a while. The other three were fine. As long as there was food, they didn't mind. The main concern was Sibao. Seeing Sibao cry like that, Cheng Zhao's heart ached. He turned off the stove, took Sibao from Song Miamian's arms, and held her close. After soothing her for a while, she gradually quieted down and soon fell asleep. Song Miamian quickly put her in the children's bed. After dinner, as it approached bedtime, Song Miamian couldn't help but ask, Honey, is this okay? Sibao doesn't want anyone. Watching the child cry like that, as parents, it was heartbreaking to witness. Cheng Zi also felt the pain, saying, Maybe I shouldn't go to school first, but I still have confidence in the exam. No, you've already promised several teachers. If you don't go, how do you explain? Song Miamian bit her lip and resolutely said, Sibao will adapt in a few days. That was all they could do. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was the day of Cheng Zhao's exam. Early in the morning, the couple got up, had breakfast, and prepared to leave. Song Miamian packed Cheng Zhao's things, asking, Honey, are you ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Before leaving, they went to see the children again. Sibao was gradually adapting to the days with her grandmother, not crying much, and only drinking milk, but she didn't like being held too much. The couple felt helpless. When they arrived at the school, the exam was about to begin. You should go, Song Miamian urged. Cheng Zi nodded, took his things, and entered the examination room. Glancing at the test paper given by the teacher, he hardly needed to think. He quickly wrote down the answers as he had studied them in advance. It wasn't difficult. Half an hour later, He handed in his paper and left the exam room. The classmates nearby were amazed by his speed. After 90 minutes, the exam ended, and a group of people sat there discussing. One male classmate said, "Chengzi handed in the paper too fast, right? He finished those difficult questions in half an hour. I doubt if he was bluffing. He's a top student. A top student can't be that fast, can he?" At this moment, a female classmate remarked, "Chengzi has always had good academic performance, so writing quickly isn't abnormal, right? He still did well. You're just envious." "Why would I be envious? Just check the rankings in 2 days. What's the point of stressing now?" This time, Song Myanian was worried. After all, Chengzi had taken such a long leave. Could he keep up with his studies? When they returned home, she couldn't help but ask, "How did the exam go today?" "Don't worry, everything's fine. Don't you understand your husband's learning ability?" Chengzi winked. Song Myanian blushed. "I'm just asking, after all, you haven't been attending classes for so long. Didn't I say before, I've studied a lot in advance, so it's not a problem." "Okay then." Song Myanian sighed. She was just concerned. "Dear, tomorrow is the day for the baby's 100-day photo shoot." Chengzi smiled, a bit excited. It happened to be a weekend, so there was time. He couldn't wait to see the children dressed in those beautiful clothes. It would definitely be adorable. This made Song Myanian very happy and looking forward to it, especially seeing the children grow day by day, becoming more and more attractive. Da Bao and San Bao were getting more and more like their father. Oh, for Bao seemed to understand something. Lying on the children's bed, she kicked her legs and managed to kick off the blanket before they could put her in a sleeping bag. The couple got up to check, and the child had turned over successfully, which she hadn't done before. Her face was red from the effort, showing she had put in all her strength. The couple looked at each other. Chengzi chuckled helplessly, for Bao would definitely be more energetic now that she could roll over. He quickly brought a sleeping bag and dressed her, securing her legs. When she couldn't kick or roll anymore, for Bao immediately looked upset, grumbling. She seemed very unhappy. "Sibao, it's time to sleep. Look at how obedient your brothers and sister are." Da Bao was already sleeping, snoring gently. A Bao and San Bao were eating their hands quietly, gnawing quite vigorously. The three of them were sleeping peacefully in their sleeping bags. Maybe they were not used to the sleeping bags in the beginning, but after a few days, they gradually adapted and didn't make a fuss. Song Myanian yawned, preparing to pick up for Bao and soothe her to sleep when Chengzi said, "Honey, you're tired. Go to sleep first. I'll take care of it. You had an exam today. You must be tired. Let me handle it." Song Myanian said, "I'm not tired. Those questions weren't too demanding." Chengzi picked up for Bao and started to soothe her, humming her favorite song. For Bao joyfully lay in her father's arms and fell asleep shortly after. Chengzi, feeling amused, concluded that it was still effective. Early the next day, the couple got up, had breakfast, got ready, and set off as a big happy family. There was a photography studio on Tianye Street that Chengzi had already checked out. The reputation seemed good, and the price was reasonable. He originally wanted to go to a more expensive one for better photos, but Song Myanian, to save money, chose a cheaper one with good cost performance, and the photos turned out nicely as well. As the street was crowded, when the family of 6 entered, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Wow, are they quadruplets? 4 of them. That's so cool and cute. They're so lovely. Their parents are good-looking too. A high-value family. Finally know what it means to influence offspring with genetics." A female shop assistant in uniform approached with a smile. "Can I help you? Such a big client. Definitely must be welcome to a special lounge." The couple sat on the sofa, and the female staff brought a book with different packages for photography, ranging from expensive to cheap. Many people booked the cheaper packages and had to wait. Chengzi looked at the most expensive package, priced at 50,000 yuan. The quality must be very good. Unable to resist, he asked, "Wife, shall we choose this 50,000 won? Isn't this too expensive?" Song Myanian widened her eyes. 50,000 to take a 100-day photo. Isn't it unnecessary? No matter how wealthy their family is, they cannot be extravagant to this degree. Wife, think about it. This is the 100-day photo of our children. Very important. Whether it's 50,000 or several thousand, As long as it's our child, it's worth this price, and I can always earn it back, he said. 100 days are very important for babies, with different meanings. Song Miamian hesitated for a while, but finally nodded in agreement. The female shop assistant stood aside, listening to the couple's conversation with envy. Such a husband is truly good, willing to spend a large sum of money for the children. As a single dog, she admitted she was envious. Changzi handed the book over and casually said, "Hello, we want to book the most expensive package. Do we need to wait in line?" The female staff hurriedly replied, "No need, you can start now." At this moment, their second child in the stroller suddenly made a noise, probably feeling uncomfortable. Changzi picked her up and asked, "What's wrong, baby? Are you hungry?" Song Miamian handed over the milk, after which she was fed and placed back in the stroller. "Is this a baby girl? So cute." The female staff's eyes sparkled. "Too cute, isn't it?" Just now, she couldn't see clearly through the veil, but now she could see clearly, and she felt the baby was really good-looking. She had never seen such a good-looking baby before. Well, considering how good-looking the parents are, the child will definitely not be bad-looking. Just from looking at them, she felt like getting married soon. Song Miamian smiled politely, as parents always feel happiest hearing others praise their children. In the studio, the photographer was ready, wiping the camera. The female staff had already greeted them, but when they saw the 4 babies being pushed in, they couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my, quadruplets! This is impressive! However, the babies were really cute. They are really cute. I love them," one of the female staff said excitedly. "I never thought there were people who actually have quadruplets. First time seeing it. And each of them has such high looks. The children's mother has such a good figure. I envy her." Song Miamian took out the clothes she had prepared for the babies and asked, "Can we use our own clothes to take a group photo?" "Of course, no problem." The photographer smiled and nodded. Facing these high-value babies, he was most willing to photograph them, feeling very accomplished. Perhaps they could seek the children's parents' opinions later and make some prints. It would definitely be attractive. The weather was chilly, so the studio had the heating on to prevent the babies from catching a cold. Song Miamian quickly changed the babies. After they were dressed, sounds of praise filled the room. "So cute! My heart! They are really good looking. No matter what they wear, they look good. Jealousy distorts my face. Seeing them makes me want to have one." Changzi pinched the baby's cheeks. "Babies, hear that? So many uncles and aunties are praising you, yay?" The eldest one was particularly happy to see a few young ladies and started kicking his legs joyfully. At the beginning of the photo shoot, some of them weren't cooperating, but Changzi did some persuasion with each of them, and then they behaved well. "All right, babies, look at the camera," called the photographer. "Give a smile, give a smile." Soon, a series of photos were taken. Looking at the raw, unedited photos, the photographer smiled. They seemed even cuter and more beautiful than after any edits. Especially when they were dressed in those clothes, they looked even cuter and more beautiful. After some consideration, he looked at the couple and said, "Would you be willing to take the next set of photos with your children? A family of 6, photogenic together, would definitely be amazing." The photographer was excited. Changzi had this plan in mind and nodded, "Sure." The children changed into other clothes and the photo shoot began. In front of the camera, Changzi put his arm around Song Miamian's waist, showing affection. The single dogs watching were so envious. Their love was overflowing. The photographer couldn't help but take a few more pictures, constantly admiring how good they looked. It took the entire morning, but they finally finished. Changzi decided to make a few large albums to hang on their master bedroom wall, in the living room, and in the children's room, and keep the rest in storage. The photographer had been looking at the photos in the camera and then asked politely, "Can I use the photo of the 6 of you as a display in the studio? It would have a great effect." Without waiting for her response, Changzi quickly declined. "Sorry, my wife cares a lot about her privacy." "How about just the children?" the photographer tentatively asked, a bit nervous. He thought these children were very good-looking and perfect for a display, especially for quadruplets. "Okay, but only one picture." Changzi nodded. The photographer's eyes sparkled with joy. He restrained himself from jumping with excitement. "Great, thank you. You can come back in 2 days to collect the photos." I guarantee they will look gorgeous. After the photo shoot, the couple went to pay. Since they agreed to leave the photo as a display, the studio gave them a 50% discount, effectively cutting the cost in half. After settling the bill and preparing to leave with the stroller, they heard a female voice behind them. Mian. As soon as he heard that voice, Cheng Zi felt his wife stiffen beside him. Are you Mian? The woman asked again. Song Mian turned around to face a woman in a blue jumpsuit and high heels, heavily made up. What's the matter? Song Mian said coldly. The woman asked, Are you still blaming me? Song Mian's aversion was not unexpected. What good girlfriends and sisters? They were just fake sisterhood. The thing has already happened. Is there a need for explanations? Song Mian said coldly. She already had her own happy little family now. The past was long gone. There was no need to bring it up again. To meet Cheng Zi was already her good fortune. So, you still won't forgive me? The woman asked. It's not about forgiving or not forgiving. The past is in the past, why bring it up again? Are you married? The woman glanced at Cheng Zi, then at the babies in the stroller. She was shocked beyond measure. She even had children now. It seemed like they were already 3 months old. It had only been a little over a year since that incident happened. How could she move on so quickly? Song Mian nodded. If that's all, I'll be leaving. Husband, let's go. Watching the couple walk away, the woman finally came to her senses. What exactly happened last year? On the road. Wife, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Cheng Zi tried to comfort her all the way. Song Mian glanced at him, not in a good mood. I'm not angry. Still saying you're not angry. Was it the one who dragged you out for a drink last year? Since then, she had completely cut off her relationship with her former best friend, never contacted her again. Even if they made contact again, it was only to keep a distance. She didn't want to hear her so-called explanations. When things had happened, what was the use of explanations? Wife, it's fate that you met me. Aren't you happy now? I have to thank heaven that I met such a good wife. Cheng Zi rubbed her head. Song Mian had long let go of the hatred in her heart. She no longer wanted to have any contact with her. Just treat her as a stranger. The past was already gone. Living her own life well now was the most important. The two of them pushed the babies back home. Cheng Zi settled the babies and went to the kitchen to cook. Song Mian showed Song Chin the real-life pictures of the babies without any retouching, dressing them in the clothes from the delicate box they had bought. Are these the babies? They are so well taken. Song Chin praised, holding her phone. Couldn't look enough. So cute, even more exquisite and cute than you were as a child. Song Mian smiled. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, these clothes are nice too. No matter what my grandbabies wear, they look good. They are so good looking. Song Chin liked them more as she looked. Her heart was melting. It made people feel so warm. Song Mian sent Song Chin a few photos on her phone. Mian, help me set this as the screensaver. I want to use this. Song Chin said. Song Mian was speechless and then set her own phone screen to the babies as well. It felt comforting. During that most tiring time, every time she saw the babies babbling, she felt that all the fatigue was worth it. Ying. At this moment, the for treasure lying in the crib whimpered softly. Song Mian got up to check, smiled. Turns out she had pooped. She probably hadn't finished yet, her little body tight, her face all red, fists clenched tightly. Then, she made humming sounds. After 2 minutes, her tightly wrinkled brows relaxed. All done. She quickly prepared a basin of water, brought a new diaper, then laid her on the carpet to start the process. After cleaning her bottom, the for treasure happily smirked. Yay! Song Mian applied some baby powder to keep her bottom dry and prevent diaper rash. It's time to eat. Just finished changing. Cheng Zi came out of the kitchen. At the dining table, Song Chin had eaten half. As if she remembered something, she slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. How could I forget the important matter? Mom, what's wrong? Your cousin wants to come and see the babies. Song Mian frowned. Cousin? Nana. Yes, she happens to be working around here and will come over tomorrow. That's fine. Tomorrow is Sunday. Cheng Zi and I will be at home. She had an okay impression of this cousin, just not very familiar. Since the suggestion was made, it would be fine for her to come. After finishing the meal, Cheng Zi cleaned up the dishes to wash. Song Mai-Amian followed him to the kitchen. "Husband, I will trouble you again tomorrow." Whether she invited colleagues or relatives, it was always Cheng Zi who did the work. She couldn't help feeling a bit childish, always causing him trouble. "No problem, your cousin is my cousin too, there's no trouble at all." Cheng Zi smiled. This little woman was still so sensitive. They were already husband and wife. What was there to keep hidden? Song Mai-Amian blushed and said, "Then, I'll go see the babies." "Go ahead." Cheng Zi waved his hand and continued washing dishes. At that moment, a system sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! "Congratulations to the host for completing the 100th day photo shoot for the baby. Reward, extraordinary luck." Ding! "Congratulations to the host for protecting the baby for 25 days. Reward, proficiency in various languages." Cheng Zi looked at the system page and realized his level had reached level 4. This meant the baby stroller would also start to level up. The intermediate baby stroller skill seemed pretty powerful. After washing the dishes, he specifically checked it out. There wasn't much change. Then, the system spoke again. "Host, the baby stroller level has been upgraded. Do you want to start the upgrade?" At night, if someone saw it during the day, it would be hard to explain. "Okay." The system replied. Sitting on the sofa, about to play with the babies, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was Wang Jing. He quickly answered. Wang Jing said, "Brother, the store has been renovated. Do you want to come and see? I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Where are you now?" "In the store." "Wait, I'll be there in a moment." After agreeing, he looked at Song Mai-Amian beside him. "Wife, the store has been renovated. Do you want to come with me to see it?" Song Mai-Amian nodded. After tidying up, the couple set off. They arrived at the store in a few minutes. "How is it? Not bad, right? You wanted a warm style. Are you satisfied?" After entering, Wang Jing patted Cheng Zi on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Cheng Zi looked around. "It's good. I like it." Song Mai-Amian also nodded. It was indeed very beautiful, both in terms of material and details. "Is this still not simple? Piece of cake." Song Mai-Amian could only nod. That works too. It was her first time dealing with these things, lacking experience. Cheng Zi suggested, "We still need a signboard, along with some flyers to distribute when we open. We can also put up some animal stickers on the walls that kids like, so we can offer small gifts to customers when they purchase something, like discounts and promotions. And then we can set up a children's slide in a corner with some small toys, balls, etc." After half an hour of explanation, everything became clear. Song Mai-Amian was surprised, not expecting Cheng Zi to be so meticulous. He had thought through everything carefully. The place looked great, and with things being sold there, the business would definitely not be lacking. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Wang Jing nodded. After briefing them, the couple left. Besides handling wholesale goods, they entrusted everything to Wang Jing. He was willing to go the extra mile, busy from morning to night, being so active and no longer playing games. In the afternoon, the two were busy looking at goods. They ordered a variety of items from wholesale software, such as children's clothing, shoes, strollers, toys, diapers, and more. They had a wide range of products. They also selected some skincare products for mothers. By the time they were done, it was already evening. Cheng Zi rubbed his eyes and said, "We've been looking at things all afternoon. Are you hungry, dear? I'll go cook." "Sure, I'll help." During dinner, the couple shared details about the shop with Song Qin. The opening day would definitely be hectic, and perhaps they would need her help with watching the babies. Upon hearing the news, Song Qin was surprised and exclaimed, "Zicheng is opening a store." Cheng Zi smiled. "Yes, for Mai-Amian and the kids to have a better life in the future, seizing the opportunity while we are young to work hard. With your words, I feel more at ease. Young people should have ambition and carve out their own path." Song Qin sighed. Listening to her words, the couple exchanged glances and saw the smile in each other's eyes. The future days would surely be better. With the babies around, Cheng Zi felt that their shop would definitely thrive. It wasn't just confidence, it was a strong intuition. Before going to bed, Song Mai-Amian checked the labels on the baby's clothes and said to Cheng Zi, "Honey, the quality of the baby clothes is quite good. Why don't we wholesale more of these under the same brand? These were all purchased from the mother and baby shop in the old neighborhood, albeit a bit expensive. Chang Zi agreed, nodding. Let's go with what you suggest. So, the two spent the night looking through items once more. Just as they were about to close their eyes and sleep, one of the babies started to whimper again. Upon checking, it was the second baby. The child seemed restless, moving around within the sleeping bag, twisting and turning, his face turning red. Is it because he's dirty? Song Miamian frowned. After checking the diaper and finding it clean, she opened the sleeping bag, but the baby continued moving and had even slipped out of the bag. After a while, the baby started crying. Chang Zi observed and said, "Is it itchy?" With that, he lifted the baby and gently scratched her back. It worked. The baby stopped crying after a while. Song Miamian couldn't help but smile. You really saw that it was itchy. How did you know? You see, the baby was moving around, rubbing her back on the bed. It must be itching somewhere, Chang Zi explained. And with that, the couple added a new skill to their repertoire. After relieving the itch, the baby soon slept again. Their adorable demeanor melted the hearts of the couple, and Song Miamian couldn't resist giving the baby a kiss on the cheek. Time to sleep. Tomorrow your cousin will come over. We'll go to the supermarket early morning? Okay, good. The night quickly passed. The children were gradually sleeping until morning, though sometimes the second and fourth babies would cry at night. Girls were more prone to that. The next day, after breakfast, the couple went out to buy groceries. By the time they returned, it was already 10:30 in the morning. As they entered the house, they could hear voices in the living room. My cousin is here, Song Miamian whispered to Chang Zi. In the living room, they saw a pretty lady sitting on the sofa, dressed casually and simply. While she might appear rare outside, Chang Zi felt she didn't hold a candle to his wife. Cousin, is this my nephew-in-law? Song Nana stood up from the sofa, eyes wide in admiration. Song Miamian nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. Wow, cousin, you have a good eye. Your husband is handsome. Song Nana was particular about looks and couldn't keep calm around handsome men. Not bad. When did you arrive? Song Miamian changed the subject. I just got here too. I heard you have 4 cute babies, so I came specifically to see them. Aunt showed me photos, and they are really adorable. Song Nana skillfully hooked her arm around Song Miamian's, stars in her eyes. She refrained from disturbing the babies since they were still asleep upon her arrival, planning to cuddle them when they woke up. I want to see them too. Chang Zi left the groceries and headed to the children's room. Humming. As soon as he entered, he heard a few babies whimpering from their cribs. It was time for them to wake up. He checked their diapers and found them almost full, with the bedsheets slightly wet. They had been changed in the morning, but now they were full again. The little tykes were heavy wetters. After changing them and laying them in the crib outside, the weather was nice to air the bedsheets. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Song Nana rushed over. The babies were momentarily stunned at the sight of a stranger, but the second and fourth babies started crying. Oh no, babies, don't cry. I'm your auntie. Please don't cry, okay? Seeing the children cry, Song Nana felt flustered. Song Chin approached, offering a small toy. Try using this. When the daughter and son-in-law were not home, she would use this to amuse the children, and it was quite effective. In the end, I just accepted it and played with Song Nana, laughing non-stop. Song Miamian smiled and understood very well. Da Bao was more playful. As long as you give him toys, he can play with you very excitedly, without feeling unfamiliar. Song Nana looked at Chang Zi busy inside and out, doing household chores like washing quilts, couldn't help but ask, Cousin, does cousin's husband usually do these chores? Yes? Speaking of this, Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed, but also felt very happy. Since they have been together, it seems like Chang Zi has never let her worrying about these things. What about the baby? I have to work, so my husband takes care of the babies by himself. Sometimes she feels guilty, as he is already tired from taking care of the babies every day, yet he still takes care of her. She sometimes feels immature. Wow, he's so considerate. Song Nana's envy was written all over her face. She really hopes that heaven will send her a boyfriend as considerate as this. Good-looking and considerate, able to take care of babies, do household chores, and on top of that, rich. She works in Qingzhou and knows about Jiangqing Mingyuan nearby. Wealth can't buy everything. Not just anyone can live there. Absolutely wealthy and doting. She never expected her cousin to marry so well and even gave birth to such cute little babies. She is so envious. Cousin, how did you and your husband meet? It must be a romantic love story, right? Song Nana, unaware of the situation, teased. When it came to this, Song Miamian felt embarrassed and didn't know how to answer, so she casually found an excuse. We were classmates. Wow, is he also a teacher? No? Not a teacher, then a student. Song Nana was shocked. Song Miamian felt even more embarrassed, but still nodded, yes. Oh my. He really is a student. How did you two hit it off? I'm really curious. Teachers and students getting together, and even having children. It's unbelievable to mention it. However, the two are of similar age and look like a perfect match. Their children are also exceptionally good-looking. It's nothing special. Song Miamian was too embarrassed to say more. Thinking about that night made her even more embarrassed. After changing the bed sheets, Cheng Zi went to cook. His mother-in-law helped with washing and preparing the vegetables. When it was time to eat, smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the dining room, Song Nana exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good. Aunt has improved her cooking skills again. The dishes she used to make when I was a kid were my favorite." Song Miamian smiled slightly, also enticed by the smell, feeling hungry instantly. On the way to the dining room, Song Nana looked around, admiring the well-decorated room. It was cozy and luxurious, making her feel relaxed just looking at it. At the dining table, looking at the spread of delicious dishes, Song Nana said, "Aunt, why did you make so many dishes today? It smells so good." "I didn't cook all of these. I just washed the vegetables." Song Chin smiled. She was increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law. Not only did he cook delicious meals at such a young age, but he also cared for Miamian very attentively. "Did your husband cook these?" Song Nana was surprised, never expecting him to cook such a delicious array of dishes. It made her appetite soar. Not only handsome and well-off, but also considerate, and his cooking skills are also excellent. She was so envious. The couple sat together, and Cheng Zi considerately served Song Miamian a piece of cola chicken wing and scooped some fish soup, wanting to feed her personally. "Honey, your mom is still here. It's not very appropriate to feed me like this," whispered Song Miamian. Song Nana was fed a mouthful of dog food and suddenly felt the dishes were tasteless after being filled with so much food. She decided to take a few more bites and then play with the babies. But after tasting a few bites, she exclaimed, "This is so delicious. Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Delicious, delicious." Unconsciously, she finished 3 bowls of rice. Soon, 2/3 of the food on the table was already consumed. After getting full, she burped and asked, "Cousin, brother-in-law, since I work nearby, can I come over often for meals?" The food was just too delicious. Song Miamian felt a bit awkward and subconsciously looked at Cheng Zi. "Wife, whatever you say, I'll listen to you." Song Nana was once again taken aback by his unexpected agreement. "So, is that a yes? Okay then, you guys chat, I'll go play with the babies." Saying that, she hurried to the baby crib. On the side, Song Chin touched her forehead. Whose thick-skinned daughter took after whom? Oh, what's wrong with the baby? At that moment, while comforting the baby, Song Nana suddenly exclaimed. Song Miamian's heart tightened and hurried over to see. "What's wrong?" Song Nana was holding the baby and pointing to the back of his neck, which was all red with bumps. Cheng Zi approached and checked the baby's back, finding it covered in bumps. "What's wrong with the baby?" Song Miamian was worried. Song Chin, noticing the situation, came over to inspect. "It looks like baby eczema." Song Miamian frowned. How did he get eczema out of nowhere? He didn't have it yesterday. Cheng Zi comforted. "Don't worry, I've checked. It's normal for babies to get eczema. Applying some ointment will do." The ointment Cheng Zi had was actually for preventing eczema, and it unexpectedly came in handy. After applying the ointment, the child was staring at his mother without crying. The more Song Miamian looked, the more she felt sorry for him. It was all her negligence. If she had checked on time, this eczema wouldn't have spread so much. If Nana hadn't found out early, the baby would have continued to suffer. Cheng Zi checked the other 3 babies, and they didn't have the condition, only the 3rd baby did. Song Mian felt more and more guilty, wondering why the eczema suddenly appeared. Could it be because of the sleeping bag? After much consideration, this seemed to be the only possibility. It shouldn't be. The other babies have been sleeping in it, and they didn't get any. While discussing, the 3rd baby reached out and grabbed Song Mian's sleeve. Song Mian picked him up with a tender heart. Baby 3, are you feeling uncomfortable? Ah, I'm just a mom. I don't even know about the situation with the triplets. Before she could finish, Cheng Zi interrupted. I usually take care of the kids, so it's my responsibility. It's not you. You're out there working so hard for this family every day. How can I blame you? Cheng Zi said, rubbing her head. Silly. Honey, meeting you is really nice. Song Mian felt warm in her heart. Cheng Zi was really good to her, so good that she felt like she had met the best man in the world. It's late. Let's go to sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was the day before the store opening. Early in the morning, Wang Jing contacted through video call. Brother, what do you think? According to what you said, I bought animal stickers and put them on. I also installed a slide and laid out floor mats and put various toys. Cheng Zi saw through the camera that the empty store now had shelves. Many animal stickers were pasted on the white walls, giving it a lively and cozy feel. Instantly likable. Yeah, it's pretty good. Cheng Zi nodded with satisfaction. The goods had arrived 2 days prior, and he had rented a warehouse nearby to temporarily store the items. Have you arranged the promotional posters? Distribute them during the opening tomorrow to attract customers. I'll bring the babies over then. Make them little models immediately. Wang Jing laughed. Don't worry, brother. I've already prepared those flyers. You'll definitely be satisfied. Remember not to be sloppy during the opening tomorrow. Dress nicely and be spirited. All right. Absolutely. Wang Jing was very excited, as he had made thorough preparations these days. Come take the keys to the warehouse from me, since I can't leave here right now, Cheng Zi said. All right, I'm on my way. 20 minutes later, Wang Jing arrived. Cheng Zi handed him the keys. Go rent a small truck to transport the goods. The warehouse was a distance away from the store. Got it. Wang Jing took the keys and grinned. Brother, I am so happy. I no longer have to waste my days waiting to die. Cheng Zi rolled his eyes. You were the one who got yourself into that mess before. That's true. All day it was just games, games, and games. I finally have a goal in life now. When I get rich, you'll be my patron. Cheng Zi was speechless. Was he exaggerating that much? Go get busy. Tomorrow is the opening. All right, I'm off. Wang Jing left excitedly. That night, everything was ready, waiting for the grand opening tomorrow. The couple was also looking forward to it. At night, honey, I'm a little nervous. Song Mian held Cheng Zhao's hand, as tomorrow would be their first time dealing with business. She was afraid that it wouldn't go well, and they would have rented the store in vain. What are you afraid of? Everything has a first time. With me as your husband, trust me, it won't go wrong. Cheng Zi rubbed her head, smiling. The next morning at 5:30, the two of them got up, had breakfast, and took the babies to Tianye Street after getting ready. It was Saturday, so there was a large crowd. The street was bustling with people coming and going. They found a parking spot, then carried the babies in strollers towards the store. They could already see the big sign from afar, Little Baby House. Cheng Zi had come up with the name, thinking it was simple, easy to remember, and upscale. If they had more funding, he would have fancied adding a layer of gold to it. Honey, is that it? Song Mian almost didn't recognize it. Cheng Zi smiled. Yes, quite a nice sign. It's very nice, she agreed. When they reached the storefront, Wang Jing tittied up his suit upon seeing them. Brother, Song teacher, you're here. Cheng Zi glanced at him. He was wearing a blue suit, with his hair and hairstyle changed. He looked so different that for a moment, Cheng Zi couldn't recognize him. I feel good about my appearance today, Wang Jing said, grinning. He spent a lot of money on his makeover. I need to perform well today, Wang Jing smiled. Absolutely. Cheng Zi walked into the store and found it even better than it appeared in the video. The animal stickers on the walls gave a warm and welcoming feel. The cashier area was nicely designed, very impressive. All the wholesale clothes were already hung up, with hats, pacifiers, toy cars, and various other items neatly displayed. Looking around, the store finally looked like a store. "How is it? Brother, are you satisfied?" Wang Jing had put a lot of effort into this. There was a stack of flyers on the counter that Wang Jing had prepared. Cheng Zi took a look and saw that it was full of sensible offers and discounts. "It's good. I'm very satisfied. What time do we open? Let's set a time. How about we start at 8? Wang Jing suggested. It was around 7:45, so they could use 20 minutes to make final preparations. In all honesty, they were a bit nervous. Okay. The babies were pushed in by Song Miamian. She was very pleased with the decorations and details of the store, saying, "It's really nice." Wang Jing grinned. The babies in the strollers were curious and looked around, their little eyes twinkling. So adorable. Seeing the babies, Wang Jing was even happier. He recognized the triplets at a glance and said, "Triplets, do you remember Uncle?" The triplets kept staring at him, their eyes curious, but after the change of clothes and hairstyle, they probably didn't recognize him. As Wang Jing was about to pick one of them up, the triplet seemed a bit reluctant. "That's enough. Let's start distributing flyers and pay attention to our appearance." Today was the opening day, so the trio had dressed up properly. Song Miamian had even put on a dress and makeup, making her look even more attractive. Cheng Zi wore a suit, casually styled his hair, and even without any deliberate dressing up, he was still a handsome man. Very eye-catching. As for the babies, they were already dressed in the brand's clothes and shoes they were planning to buy, with little hats on their heads. They were irresistibly cute. Just looking at them made hearts melt. With these babies here, business will definitely be good. Wang Jing was excited. Cheng Zi is already handsome, and today he dressed up specially, looking even more cool with a smile on his face. The 4 little babies are next to him, sitting in strollers looking around with their grape-like eyes, full of curiosity. Their adorable looks are heart-melting. "Brother, let's get started," Wang Jing grinned. Cheng Zi nodded. "Everyone passing by, don't miss out. Our new store is opening today, and there are various discounts for shopping in the store." Wang Jing spoke with enthusiasm, attracting many customers already. With several super cute babies by the entrance, they were eye-catching. Taking advantage of the attention, Cheng Zi smiled at the passing crowd. "The clothes and shoes on my babies are all from our store, so you don't need to worry about the quality. It's okay if you don't buy, just come in for a look. We also have skincare products for moms, ones that the store owner herself uses," he continued. Suddenly, a young girl passing by tugged her mother's hand and said, "Mom, these few babies are so cute. Can we go in and take a look?" The mother, upon seeing the cute babies, couldn't resist and led her daughter into the store. The older baby and the 3 younger ones were staring at the girl, smiling at her beauty. Their adorable appearance was irresistible, especially to the mothers who were immediately fond of them. "Oh my, are they quadruplets? So adorable. Yes, one of them even smiled at me. So cute. My heart can't take it. Let's go in and take a look. It's the grand opening. There must be discounts." With the baby's promotion, Cheng Zhao's flyer distribution went smoothly and quickly. Soon, Wang Jing had almost distributed all his flyers too. More and more people entered the store, where Song Mian introduced products, handled the cash register, and was busy. Cheng Zi asked Wang Jing to quickly bring more stock from the warehouse because they were running out of items to sell. Wang Jing was surprised by how fast the products were selling. Without much thought, he pushed the babies into the store, then drove the small cart to the nearby warehouse. The married couple were tired and out of breath, but Song Mian was still sweating, yet her makeup was intact and her skin looked great. This caught the attention of some other mothers around, who engaged her in conversation. "Madam, are all of these babies yours? You are amazing. Really admirable. The babies are so cute. Seeing these cute babies makes me, a single woman, want to have one," one of the girls said, showing envy on her face. "First, you need to find a husband with high looks," her friend added, jokingly. Cheng Zi arranged the remaining items and brought them over. Seeing this, the mommy customers engaged in further conversation. "Is this the kid's dad? He looks so young." Yes, and so handsome. No wonder the kids are all cute. Song Mian couldn't help but smile at the compliments, feeling a bit embarrassed by the attention. Your skin is great. After having children, we look like worn-out old ladies. Yeah, taking care of children every day. Can you blame us? Oh, well, husbands need to work. They can't assist much. Madam, do you have any skincare tips? Women must drink plenty of water, sleep, and wake up early, and maintain a skincare routine daily, Song Mian replied with a smile. Following her own advice, she recommended some skincare products from their store, and there was an immediate rush to purchase them. The brand was well known, reasonably priced, and particularly popular among mothers due to Song Mian's flawless skin. Many customers who couldn't find what they wanted were waiting for the next batch, while the children were happily playing on the slide. At this moment, Li Jin arrived, looking around before finding Cheng Zhao's store unexpectedly far away. Seeing the bustling business, he was surprised. Brother, what is all this? Li Jin had many questions but didn't know where to start. Let's talk after we finish this. Cheng Zi glanced at the second batch of goods arriving. Wang Jing was full of enthusiasm, unloading the products without any sign of fatigue. As Li Jin came to help, Cheng Zi introduced him to Wang Jing. They briefly got to know each other and continued welcoming customers at the door. Wang Jing handed Li Jin a thick stack of flyers from the counter. Soon, another round of frenzy started in the store. Everyone was eager to buy, leading to a quick sellout of toys, bottles, shoes, and more. Cheng Zi used Wang Jing's set of excuses to justify. Wow, you're amazing. We haven't seen each other for such a short time, and you've already opened a shop. So impressive. Li Jin was truly in awe. However, you have your scenes tomorrow. Do you have time to shoot? The director had high hopes for Cheng Zi, planning to give him a leading male role after this show is over. Li Jin envied him so much. Just starting out and already a lead, but Cheng Zhao's acting skills are undeniable. If he focuses on the entertainment industry, he will definitely become popular. Yes, I do. What time tomorrow? Since he promised to finish shooting, Cheng Zi naturally wouldn't renege. Early tomorrow morning, finish early. You're almost done with a few more takes and the shoot will be wrapped up, Li Jin said, as there weren't many scenes for the male fourth lead. Plus, with Cheng Zhao's great acting, most scenes were done in one take. Doing a second take was usually because the lead or other supporting actors didn't perform well. Like that male lead, whose acting was mediocre and often got overshadowed. Even a minor role's acting skills were better. If it weren't for the financial backing, the director wouldn't have used this person. Yet so many people still praise his acting, when in reality, they're just rubbish. After their talk, the food arrived. Let's eat. Wang Jing's heart was trembling with excitement. Bro, it's only the first day of our business, and it's already so hot. Honestly, even Cheng Zi himself hadn't expected it to be this successful. He thought it wouldn't be bad, but never expected it to explode like this. The sales volume was increasing rapidly. However, he wasn't as excited as Wang Jing. It was just the beginning, and the more exciting parts were still to come. When the funds were sufficient, he would expand into a chain and gradually enter various fields, making the future even better. Wang Jing was full of admiration for Cheng Zi, feeling excited that he finally made something of himself. There used to be just internet cafes, now he had earned his first pot of gold through his own efforts. Surely, his father at home wouldn't nag at him frequently. After eating, Song Mian remembered, "You'll have to bring the baby in the future. I'll be at work. How will the shop be managed?" She hadn't thought about that while focusing on opening the store. The unexpected success of the business took her by surprise. Cheng Zi thought for a moment and said, "Let's hire two people. I'll come over to the shop to check on things in my free time." Me too. Besides classes, I don't have much else to do. I'll come over when I have time. This was the only option now. Just then, a couple walked in from outside, the woman holding a little over a month-old baby in her arms, still asleep. Walking over briskly, Song Mian politely smiled and asked, "Hello, do you need any help? I'd like to buy some clothes and hats for the baby." "Sure, follow me." Song Mian led her to the clothing section, pointing out some options for her. The woman felt the clothes' quality, found it nice, and picked a few sets. Then she selected baby hats and some other items. With the weather getting cooler, The baby needed warmer clothes. Song Mi and Mian also introduced a few sleeping bags which were very warm for the baby's bedtime. Chang Zi watched on the side, thinking, my wife really has potential as a salesperson. Not bad at all. The couple picked various items, then went to the counter to pay. Did you drive here? If not, I can deliver the items to your door, Chang Zi offered. The woman nodded. Thank you, we drove here. Watching them leave with their bags, a happy couple, Wang Jing and Li Jin, both single, were envious. But most of all, Chang Zi was envied. With these cute babies of high appearance, how could one not be jealous? Ah, the baby in the prom made a sound. Chang Zi walked over with a smile, tickling the baby's little nose, and said, Who is it? Ah, it's our little baby. The baby happily kicked her little legs. The store was so lively today. The babies had quite an experience, especially the eldest and third babies were amazed at all the pretty ladies. Quite a sight. Since birth, the babies had never seen so many people at once. From work in the morning till afternoon, the babies stayed dry without a whimper, even as they followed for that long without milk. If it were usual days, they would fuss when hungry. The fourth baby nestled her head tightly into her dad's arms, watched enviously by Wang Jing. Jealousy and envy. Li Jin spoke, Bro, do you need my help this afternoon? Do you have work to attend to? If so, please go ahead. Thanks for today, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Chang Zi patted his shoulder. If it weren't someone familiar, he might consider paying for today's help. After all, they were busy for a whole morning. But with Li Jin, whom he had known for many years, their relationship was tight. Directly giving money would feel awkward. Li Jin probably wouldn't accept it either. Just helped out in the morning, no trouble at all. Seeing you do better every day brings me joy, bro. With those words, he looked at the fourth baby in Chang Zhao's arms, smiled, and reached out his hand, for bows have grown so big. Let uncle hold you. The fourth baby was the least willing to engage with unfamiliar people. Aside from her parents, she didn't want anyone. Not even looking at them, let alone getting picked up. She buried her head back into her dad's arms. Providing a toy to entice her, she remained unmoved, sporting a look of I want my dad. Li Jin didn't insist and glanced at the other babies before bidding goodbye and leaving. Bro, I feel like I recognize that guy. Have we met before? Wang Jing didn't know Li Jin, but he felt familiar, like he had seen him somewhere. He's an actor, appeared on TV before. It's normal if you find him familiar. Oh, I see. Alright, let's tidy up and continue our chat. It was already afternoon, and there were quite a few customers. Distributing flyers and the massive promotional banner at the entrance made many customers aware of their shop, but the four adorable babies left the deepest impression. They were attractive, cute, and people came just to see them. You handle the customers, I'll take the babies to rest, Chang Zi said. It's a common practice for babies to nap in the afternoon, and fortunately, there was about 20 square meters of rest area behind the store. Don't worry, we can order more when we get home. In the future, Chang Zi will be taking care of the baby, and Song Mi and Mian will be going to work. Many things will definitely be handed over to Wang Jing. This guy is a bachelor, clueless about mother and baby products. Chang Zi teaches step by step based on his own experience, explaining the purpose of each item, including quality and materials used. Wang Jing even takes notes because of his bad memory. Remember to bring another batch of goods tomorrow. The store is completely empty. Okay. Wang Jing smiled. Let's call it a day for today. We'll open on time tomorrow. Because it's already very late. If we continue, we'll end up washing up in the middle of the night once we get back. The kids probably can't handle it. After napping for the afternoon, the kids are full of energy now. They haven't cried or made a fuss for a few hours without milk. Song Mi and Mian is starting to feel a bit sorry for them. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Chang Zi pats Wang Jing's shoulder. Wang Jing doesn't refuse, okay? After closing the store, they drive back home. As soon as they get home, Chang Zi starts cooking, and Wang Jing helps out. Song Mi and Mian changes the diapers and feeds the babies. After turning on the heating at home, they lay the kids down one by one on the carpet, then bring a basin of water for washing their bottoms. The second child has been eating who knows what, pooping a lot today. And Song Mi and Mian realizes that the second child has gained a lot of weight recently, catching up to the first child. The legs are like circles of flesh, with elasticity when pressed. The second child eats a lot. Sometimes a bottle of milk isn't enough. She eats more than the fourth child, who's also gaining weight, but proportionally. The second child, apart from the face, is chubby all over. You need to control your appetite, second child. After cleaning her up, Songmian can't help but chuckle. Oh, the second child blinks at her mother, looking confused at first, then smiles. You're smiling even when I tell you to control your appetite. After placing the second child aside, Songmian continues helping the other kids. Once they are changed, they watch TV with the babies until dinner. In the kitchen, brother, today's sales are definitely exceeding expectations. We hit the jackpot. Wang Jing is extremely excited about this. Keep calm. This is just the beginning. Got it? You're calm enough. Wang Jing chuckles, patting him on the shoulder. Let's calculate today's revenue after dinner. Okay. Cheng Zi suddenly remembers. Oh, by the way, I have something to do tomorrow morning. You might need to help out in the morning. I'll hand over the keys to you later. No problem. Leave it to me. What's so urgent? Cheng Zi explains his situation at the filming site to Wang Jing. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wang Jing exclaims, "What? You're still acting at the film site?" Wang Jing is surprised. He never expected his brother to keep this hidden. He's actually an actor. How many more secrets does he have yet to reveal? Recently, I got a role in a show through a friend to help support my family, Cheng Zi explains. What a great guy, working so hard for his family. Wang Jing admires him. Soon, dinner is ready. Wife, dinner's ready. Coming. The three sit at the table, with Cheng Zi serving soup and dishes to Songmian, very attentive. Wang Jing tries not to look at them, feeling like a third wheel. After a tiring day, having to eat dog food at night is too much. After dinner, Wang Jing quickly takes the store keys and leaves, not wanting to be a third wheel. David accounting for sales, it can wait until tomorrow. The couple sits on the sofa, and Cheng Zi mentions he needs to be at the filming site tomorrow and might not be back until noon. Songmian has no objections, nodding. Since she promised to be there until the filming ends, she needs to see it through. Thinking about running the store with just her and Wang Jing, she feels a bit awkward. It's strange without Cheng Zi around. Knowing what she's thinking, Cheng Zi ruffles her hair. It's fine, he won't bite. What are you worried about? I'm not worried. Songmian turns her head, cheeks reddening. Cheng Zi grins. So you can't bear to part with your husband, huh? No way. Then why are you blushing? Songmian huffs, getting up to go to the master bedroom, but Cheng Zi stops her. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Cheng Zi chuckles. This little woman is so easy to tease. Let's give the babies a bath. It's been a few days. Okay. I'll go heat the water. Cheng Zi heads to the bathroom. After preparing the warm water, they start by washing the eldest. The other three are put in the crib. The eldest isn't sure what's coming, but seeing mom and dad carrying him makes him happy, kicking his legs in excitement. Plus, he met many pretty girls today, making him even happier. Oh, why is the eldest so happy today? Songmian smiles. Cheng Zi can't help but laugh. It's definitely because he saw many pretty girls today. Hearing this, Songmian bursts into laughter. Even at a young age, he's attracted to pretty girls. What about when he grows up? Heaven, who did he inherit this from? Cheng Zi tests the water temperature with a thermometer. Perfect. He then starts undressing the eldest. As soon as he's undressed, feeling a bit chilly due to the newly turned on heater, the eldest senses something amiss and furrows his tiny eyebrows. Looking at dad, and then mom, realizing they're both there, he doesn't cry. But as soon as he's dipped in the water, he loses his cool. The smile on his face freezes instantly, and he starts crying, loudly. Don't cry, eldest, we're just washing you. Don't cry, okay? Cheng Zi washes him while soothing him, but the child twists and turns, kicking his legs, showing no cooperation and making the process less smooth than last time. Eldest, mommy's here. We'll give you milk after the bath, okay? Songmian holds his little hand to calm him. Her gentle voice has a soothing effect on the baby. Soon enough, the eldest stops fussing. He held on tightly until he finished washing. Cheng Zi smiled and prepared to take the toys from her hands. Okay. It's time to sleep after the bath. You can't play anymore. This little one just wouldn't give up, holding on tightly, making grumbling sounds. A stance of I won't let go, I want to play. Pouting, with a cute little appearance that could melt hearts. However, the weather is quite chilly now, so they can't stay in the water too long, or they might easily catch a cold. This kind of behavior cannot be allowed to continue. A bow. How about giving this to Daddy? Cheng Zi smiled. A bow held on tightly, saying she wouldn't give it. Song Miamian directly snatched it away, a serious expression on her face. A bow. Let's go back to the room and change clothes before playing, okay? Seeing her mother's expression, A bow pouted and looked like she was about to cry, feeling wronged. This time, Song Miamian was tough, not letting her have her way. Last time, Bao caught a cold and had diarrhea because he got cold, so she couldn't let A bow end up the same way. She wiped the water off her body, wrapped her in a towel, put her directly in the crib, and changed her into a clean diaper. Next was Bao's turn to bathe. This child was so easy to deal with, soaking in the water, playing with the toys if given, and not making a fuss if not, always looking at Mom and Dad obediently. Bao is so much easier to deal with, Song Miamian said helplessly. Bao seemed like an older brother, very sensible. Didn't make a sound when getting the preventive shots. The other three cried loudly. After bathing, Bao smiled at Cheng Zi. Such a lovely appearance. When it was Bao's turn, this little one looked around spiritedly and smiled when undressing, but as soon as he was put into the water, he burst into tears. No amount of coaxing or tempting with toys worked. Bao had always been very resistant to getting in the water. As long as you didn't make him get in, everything was fine. By the time of the bath, he was out of breath from crying, his face turning red. Brother doesn't cry during bath time. Why are you crying? Are you embarrassed? Cheng Zi said helplessly. He quickened his movements, and in no time, the bath was done. After wrapping him in a towel, he took him to the children's room, placed him on the bed, and then brought all the babies over. He took out the clothes that were prepared long ago and changed them one by one. The little ones suddenly behaved, and then they were tucked into their sleeping bags. Cheng Zi soothed them to sleep. By the time they were all asleep, it was already past midnight. Yawning, the couple was also very tired. Cheng Zi, trying to stave off sleepiness, opened his phone to place another batch of orders. He planned to wholesale some fresh new toys. Some customers had given feedback during the day, suggesting a wider range of products for a baby store. Honey, we should wholesale some more of those milk bottles. They're almost sold out, Song Miamian said beside him. Cheng Zi picked and chose, ordering another batch this time even more than the last as he was afraid it wouldn't be enough. Just opened for business, with advertisements out, they were sure to have many customers in the coming days. That should be enough. If this batch wasn't sufficient, they could always order more later on. After placing the orders, he took some time to calculate the sales for the next day. When he saw the balance displayed on the computer, he thought he must be seeing things. A whopping 200,000. That wasn't including the cash in the register. He knew it wouldn't be a small amount, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Feeling a bit ecstatic, he realized it was just the beginning and planned to open more chain stores in the future, as well as other types of stores like dessert shops, clothing stores, and more. His goals went beyond just selling baby products, but he knew he had to develop step by step. Honey, aren't you going to sleep yet? Song Miamian noticed the light from his phone and asked, raising her head. Cheng Zi smiled. I'm going to sleep now. This good news could wait to be shared with her the next day. He guessed she'd be too excited to sleep if he told her now. The night passed, and the second day arrived. Cheng Zi set out early, heading to another filming location based on the address sent by Li Jin. Inside a building. The drama he was currently filming was a modern one, filled with intrigue and melodrama. In Cheng Zhao's eyes, quite intense. Only some parts were revised last time. No need for a major overhaul. Before leaving, since the babies were still asleep, he kissed each of their little faces and reluctantly departed. Once again gone for most of the day, and a day without seeing the babies felt like forever. Hard to leave. Upon reaching the set, he got into makeup, and it was soon his turn. Today, he would be acting opposite the male and female leads in a confrontation scene. He completely outshone the two leads with just a glance. There was so much emotion in his eyes. Even the director was captivated, excited beyond words. Cut. When the director finally called a halt, his voice was trembling with excitement. It was truly excellent. There was applause all around. See that? That's what a natural actor looks like. While Cheng Zhao's mind was still preoccupied with the business of the store, it was nearly noon. The next scene was still his, so during a break, he called Song Miamian. By this time, most people should be home for lunch and less busy. When the call connected, he quickly asked, "How are things on your end, honey?" "Pretty good. Just a bit busy in the morning, but it's fine now." "Okay, once I finish the final scene, I'll come over right away." "All right, take care on the way." After hanging up, Li Jin came over, full of gossip, talking to the wife again. "Brother, it's only been a day. Oh sorry, half a day. You wouldn't understand the joy of being married for us single guys." Cheng Zi chuckled. "Li Jin, TCH. Who says I don't understand?" Soon after the final scene, the director stopped what he was doing and walked over to Cheng Zi. He said with a smile, "Zi Cheng, there's something I want to tell you. Don't know if you'd be interested." Reflecting on Cheng Zhao's performance in the two scenes, his acting was truly impeccable. Being cast only as a minor character was a waste of his abundant talent. So, the director said, "There's a well-known senior director who watched your scenes and wants to invite you to play the male lead in his new movie. Are you interested?" In the director's eyes, there was impatience. If this guy didn't have a financial backer supporting him, he wouldn't have been able to play the lead role with such garbage acting skills. It's ruining the drama. The hope of this drama is mainly placed on Cheng Zi. Although he is just a supporting male character, in some dramas, when the main character isn't popular, the supporting roles become popular instead. Cheng Zi, with such high looks and good acting skills, is rare to come by. Whether it's reasonable or not, I don't care. It's demanded by other directors. If someone else demands it, go find them. This sentence successfully shut that guy up completely, leaving him speechless with a pale face. No one paid him any attention anymore. "Zi Cheng, can you consider and give me an answer?" Facing Cheng Zi, the director immediately became polite. Cheng Zi nodded. "No need to consider. I'm fine. When?" Because he thought of a huge business opportunity. "The time is not yet determined. Let's finish filming this drama first, and then we can discuss properly." The director said, "Okay." Today's shooting scenes ended, and Cheng Zi couldn't wait to go back. After saying goodbye to Li Jin, he quickly left. On the way, he received a transfer message. $50,000. In the shop, Song Miamian and Wang Jing were busy. One was packaging and cashiering, and the other was introducing products. Wang Jing took over the packaging and cashiering job. It was too tiring, while Song Miamian was showcasing products, utilizing her skills as an excellent salesperson. Although they were busy, their work was orderly. When Cheng Zi arrived, the two of them instantly felt much more relaxed. "Bro, you finally came. If you hadn't come, teacher Song and I would have been exhausted." Wang Jing, sweating profusely, couldn't take off his suit to maintain his image. His clothes inside were soaked. Song Miamian wasn't in a better condition, her hair drenched in sweat. Cheng Zi took over the work from Song Miamian, and she quickly went to check on the child. After a short nap, considering the time, the child should have woken up by now. As expected, they were awake, playing around. Even for Bao, who was still in the stroller, was restless. Putting them in the stroller, they immediately fell silent upon seeing so many people around. Customers were enamored with the four babies. "These babies are so adorable. I actually came just for them." I was a bit disappointed when I didn't see them upon entering, thinking it was just a gimmick, but I didn't expect them to be real quadruplets. My biological clock is ticking. No way. I want to get married and have children too. Many young girls came to see the babies and couldn't help but buy a bunch of things to take back. Without children, they could be given as gifts to relatives and friends with children. Everyone left with a full load of goods. Seeing the babies satisfied them. If they were ordinary babies, that would have been fine, but these four babies were really good looking. Who doesn't like something beautiful? Humans are visual creatures. The three of them were so busy that it wasn't until 4 o'clock that they finally had a break. Wang Jing brought in another trolley of goods. Upon tearing open the packaging, he hung some items up and placed others on the shelves. This was all Wang Jing's doing. This guy was really working hard. Cheng Zi admired him, surpassing the enthusiasm he had for playing games. After this exhausting today period, it was time to share some good news with them. Bro, today's business was even better than the first day we opened. Wang Jing was so excited when mentioning this. They made a fortune. You've worked hard. Cheng Zi patted his shoulder. Wang Jing wiped his sweat, saying, for the sake of making money, this little effort is nothing. If we talk about hard work, Teacher Song also worked hard. Her voice almost turned hoarse. Always talking to people, it was unusual if her voice didn't get hoarse. It's really tough to earn some money. Oh yeah, bro, did you count yesterday's turnover? Wang Jing suddenly remembered this. They were rushed yesterday, so he didn't ask about the turnover then. Now that they were not busy, he wanted to check. I did. Cheng Zi smiled. Wang Jing anxiously asked, how much? 200,000, not counting the cash collected. It should be around 20,000 more. What the hell? 200,000. Wang Jing was shocked. He thought it would be just a few thousand yuan, but it skyrocketed to 200,000 directly. It's awesome, making a fortune. Why are you so excited? Can't you control yourself? Seeing his exaggerated expression, Cheng Zi was speechless. From now on, there would be plenty of opportunities to make money. 200,000 was nothing. Bro, I really admire you. Wang Jing patted his shoulder. Cheng Zi looked back at the babies and smiled. At the end of the day, the babies contribute the most. Without them, could we attract so many customers? Regarding the sales figures from yesterday, Song Miamian also didn't expect it. She felt everything was unreal. Just a month ago, she was worried about paying the rent, owed a lot of money, and now she earned this much. Taking for Bao out of the stroller, she pinched her little face. For Bao, why are you biting your hand again? Taking her hand away, for Bao was unwilling, continuing to nibble. It had been over 3 months, and her skills had grown. For Bao, if you don't behave, I won't give you any toys. Cheng Zi walked over and picked up the pacifier from the ground. Then, he took out a toy he had prepared in advance from the cashier counter and dangled it in front of her. There was music playing inside, and colorful lights were flashing. It immediately caught for Bao's attention. She stared straight at it, reaching out her hand, wanting to grab it. Cheng Zi purposely moved it away, not letting her catch it. If you bite your hand, you won't get this. For Bao pouted, trying to use crying to gain sympathy, thinking her parents would be distressed. Cheng Zi wasn't going to fall for that strategy. Even at such a young age, children knew how to play on their parents' emotions. He wouldn't give in to her in the future. After pouting for a while and seeing no response from Cheng Zi and Song Miamian, for Bao suddenly stopped and reached out her hand without biting anymore. Cheng Zi then handed her the toy. Song Miamian couldn't help but chuckle. How about doing a live broadcast at that time? For babies up front, that would skyrocket the viewership. Selling some children's clothing. Absolutely doable. As the couple continued their conversation, Wang Jing was babbling on the side. He heard their conversation loud and clear just now. Shooting a TV series earlier, now coming up with a movie. Are the resources in the entertainment industry that good? Brother, you're going to shoot another movie. Cheng Zi nodded. Yeah, what's the matter? What's the matter? It's a movie, and you're even the male lead. How did I not know you could act before? You've hidden it well. There are many things you don't know about me. The three of them chatted, and Cheng Zi came up with a good idea. I think we should place an oven in the room, and some ingredients, occasionally make some snacks, give them as small gifts to customers, and keep them as repeat customers in the future. This was what he thought of before going to bed last night. How could he not utilize this skill? Hearing this, Song Miamian's eyes lit up. Indeed, using this as a small gift was most suitable. Don't kids love it the most? It's much better than those items with additives. This method is good, but, brother, are you sure you can really make desserts? Wang Jing was a bit incredulous. During the 4 years of university, how did he not know that Cheng Zi could do this? Being good at cooking is one thing, but cakes and desserts are another level. Puzzled, he realized he didn't know Cheng Zi at all. I learned from someone before. Maybe I have some talent in this area, learned it in a few days. This reason was acceptable, and Wang Jing didn't question it. Perhaps he really had a good talent. With what Cheng Zi was doing now, he had every reason to believe him completely. All right, I'll make a call and arrange it when I get home, Wang Jing said. After agreeing, more customers entered the store, starting another round of busyness. The newly arrived batch of goods had almost sold out. What a speed! The owner of the nearby mother and baby shop looked on with envy. Both were mother and baby shops. Why was the other shop doing so well? Just because they had quadruplets? What's so great about that? The sales in the past few days had been completely affected. In one day, barely anyone was willing to come in. They all headed over there. The more they looked, the angrier they got, but they had no way to counter it. They could only watch as customers walked into the other shop. Cheng Zi and the others were busy until 10 o'clock at night. Longer than yesterday. Sundays typically had more foot traffic, so it was normal. Tomorrow should be a bit better. Once the three of them returned home with the babies, the first thing they did was tally the day's sales. Cheng Zi calculated. The revenue from the two paid apps added up to 287,000. Then the cash they received was 30,000, totaling over 310,000. The cash from yesterday was also around 20 to 30,000. Wang Jing's excited face turned red. We hit the jackpot. They had made over 500,000 in 2 days. And that was pure profit. Who would believe it if they told others? Not bad. I'll go cook first, starving. Cheng Zi went to the kitchen. Soon a table of fragrant dishes was served. Smelling the aroma, Song Miamian felt the fatigue of the day dissipating. Many of the dishes were her favorites. Bro, from now on, I'll stick with you. Tell me to go east, and I won't go west. Wang Jing patted his chest. Eat your food. With this many dishes, can't even shut your mouth. Cheng Zi was speechless. After finishing their meal, Wang Jing bid farewell. He had classes tomorrow and needed to return to school now. After I finish classes tomorrow, I'll come over again. Song Miamian had classes in the morning but was free in the afternoon. Wife, you should sleep early tonight. Go take a shower. Okay. Just as Song Miamian headed to the bathroom, the eldest baby in the crib started to whimper. The other three were still asleep. Only the eldest had his eyes wide open. What's wrong, big boy? Everyone else was sleeping. Only the eldest had his eyes open. Washington, when he saw his dad, he let out a cry, then stopped whining. Did you wet yourself? Cheng Zi felt his diaper, warm and puffed up. Indeed it was wet. After opening it, steam rose from it, clearly just wet. Couldn't help but chuckle and boop his little nose. You really did wet yourself? Washington, the eldest, kicked his legs joyfully, making playful sounds. He was ecstatic. Changing his diaper and feeling comfortable, he let out another joyous cry. After carrying all 4 kids to the room and placing them on the bed, they all slept soundly. The twins slept through him changing their clothes quietly. Not long after, Song Miamian finished showering, opened the door, and saw Cheng Zi soothing the children. His side profile was handsome and gentle. Looking at him, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Blushing, she thought to herself that this man was truly handsome. No wonder he had so many admirers at school. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding and attractive man? Wife, are you staring at me because you're overwhelmed by your husband's unparalleled handsomeness? Cheng Zi turned around, smiling at her. Song Miamian blushed instantly, feeling flustered. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. She couldn't bear to meet Cheng Zhao's eyes. After a moment, she finally spoke. Go take your shower quickly. Okay. Understood. While he showered, Song Miamian took a deep breath. Soon, the redness faded from her face. To avoid any awkwardness, she quickly lay down and closed her eyes. As she lay there, perhaps due to exhaustion, she fell asleep unknowingly. Cheng Zi returned from his shower and saw this serene scene. The next day, Cheng Zi woke up early to prepare breakfast. Song Miamian ate and went off to school. Since both had classes, Cheng Zi was responsible for opening the store. On Monday, there weren't as many people as during the weekend, but it was still busy for Cheng Zi, who was managing the store alone while also looking after the children. The baby carriage provided by the system was useful not only for soothing the babies, but also for preventing child abduction. Although the products from the system were reliable, Cheng Zi still couldn't help but glance at where the baby carriage was placed subconsciously. Today, many pregnant women had come to buy newborn clothes, bottles, mittens, and other items. Cheng Zi was swamped with work. planning to wholesale some baby gift sets next time so they would have everything for newborns and ease some of the workload. College teacher. She doesn't look that old, and she's already a college teacher. The customer looked surprised. The shop owner looked to be in her early 20s, so young to be a college teacher. Impressive. Thinking about this, Cheng Zi felt a little proud inside, didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Wow, this is amazing! Another customer exclaimed, full of envy. Not only amazing, but also has given birth to these adorable little babies. Incredible. Yes, all of them are so cute, so soft and lovely. I really like them. These people had all bought things on the opening day and naturally had a strong impression of the babies and Songmi and Mian. Especially a few babies, they would smile when they saw them, simply melting hearts. The customers chattered back and forth as Cheng Zi busied himself with his tasks, responding to them. Gradually, they realized the situation, finished their shopping, took another look at the babies, said goodbye, and left. The morning business at the store was good. Even though busy, Cheng Zi could barely manage by himself. If it were as busy as yesterday, it would be impossible. With a bunch of customers waiting, only he was at the cashier, which would surely lead to impatient customers, like waiting in a long line at a supermarket checkout. It's manageable now, but the busiest time is still in the afternoon and evening. The three of them were starting to feel overwhelmed. Cheng Zi had secretly decided to hire to more people in the next few days. It couldn't go on like this. By noon, things gradually calmed down a bit, and he ordered a plate of fried rice to eat first. In the early afternoon, Songmi and Mian hurried back from school. There weren't many people at this time. Cheng Zi was at the cashier, and he glanced at Songmi and Mian, puzzled. Wife, why are you an hour late today? She should have come back by noon after morning classes. Teacher Lin and I exchanged classes, so I had an extra session. After speaking, Songmi and Mian turned and looked at the babies not far away. A smile spread across her face. Several babies were thrilled to see their mother return, kicking their little legs with joy. Yay! For Bao exclaimed. Having not seen her for a long time, she couldn't help but get excited. Songmi and Mian lifted her from the stroller, kissed her on the cheek, saying, "For Bao is so good." Yay! Realizing her mother was praising her, for Bao tightly held her collar and buried her face in her chest. Extremely adorable. Songmi and Mian's heart warmed. For Bao was definitely going to be a little cotton jacket in the future. Brother, am I not late? Soon, a voice rang out from outside, and Wang Jing rushed in anxiously. He had hurried over after finishing classes. Cheng Zi said lightly, "The busy time in the morning is already over. If you were late, can I fire you?" Heh, I wanted to come too, but I had to go to class. Wang Jing scratched his head. As he was speaking, customers were already walking in. Cheng Zi said, "Hurry and bring in a batch of goods, we're running low here." All right. When Wang Jing heard this, he grabbed the keys and quickly drove off. There wasn't much left in the warehouse, and the batch Wang Jing brought was the last one. Additionally, he brought a thick stack of flyers, for fear of not having enough. The store is in its promotional period now, so the flyers are essential. After laying out and displaying everything, Wang Jing asked, "Bro, the warehouse is almost empty. When will the next batch of goods arrive?" He found it hard to believe that just 3 days had wiped out all the goods he had seen piled up earlier. Cheng Zi replied, "They should arrive tomorrow." This time, he had ordered a bit more, so there shouldn't be any out-of-stock situation again. He planned to order some gift boxes later in the evening when he got back. Having everything in one place was convenient for mothers, making the selection process easier. As customers gradually increased, Songmi and Mian continued her sales, and the babies were asleep at the back of the shop. It was now Wang Jing's turn to remember something. "By the way, brother, I have contacted someone to deliver the baking tools and such. They'll be coming tomorrow." "All right, I got it." With that, Wang Jing hurried out to distribute the flyers. Passing by moms and parents, take a look. Our store is newly opened, and there are discounts. Not buying is okay. Browsing is also welcome. Don't miss out. This guy somehow had a set of phrases ready to attract customers. Cheng Zi admired Wang Jing's skill with words. If he used those on finding a girlfriend, he would definitely succeed in minutes. Wasting his youth on playing games, losing his ambition. "Honey, come over here." Song Mian called out while introducing products to customers on the other side. "What's up?" Cheng Zi hurried over to see. There, standing across from her, was a foreign couple. Judging by their appearance, they were probably Malaysians. They were gesturing something to her. Song Mian looked puzzled, not understanding a word, feeling embarrassed that she didn't learn more languages, now caught in such an awkward situation. So embarrassing. She had to rely on Cheng Zi, almost subconsciously feeling secure with him around. Only later did she realize, if a teacher like her didn't understand, how could the students? Cheng Zi walked over, rubbed her head, and said, "What's wrong?" "The customers want to buy something, but I don't understand their language." "So embarrassing." "Don't worry, I'll handle it. You go to the cashier." "Are you sure?" Song Mian looked at Cheng Zi skeptically, worried he might scare off the customers. Cheng Zi smiled. "Trust me, I've specially studied this language. You can trust your husband." "Okay then." The foreign couple had a child in their arms, babbling away, looking about the same age as Da Bao and the others. "May I help you with something?" Cheng Zi asked in fluent Malay. The foreign couple was clearly stunned, exchanging glances. "Sir, you can speak our country's language." The woman couldn't believe it. His language skills were better than some locals in Malaysia. "Is that beautiful lady just now your wife?" the woman asked with a smile. "Yes," the beautiful lady beside him replied, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Indeed, in the eyes of foreigners, Song Mian was still a rare beauty. Many foreigners tend to be straightforward and not beat around the bush. If it's good looking, it's good looking. If it's not, it's not. "Is this your child?" "A little boy." Cheng Zi redirected his gaze to the baby in the woman's arms. "Looks like just a few months old." The couple nodded. "Yes. Your baby is really cute." "Thank you." Seeing Cheng Zi complimenting their son, the woman was very happy. Returning to the point, Cheng Zi smiled and asked, "Are you here today to buy something for your baby?" "It's getting cold, so we came to buy 2 sets of clothes for the babies." "Please follow me," Cheng Zi gestured. Seeing Cheng Zi chatting fluently in Malaysian with others without any barriers, Song Mian was amazed and thought she was having a hallucination. Where did Cheng Zi learn Malaysian? Why didn't she know? This is a sleeping bag to prevent kids from kicking off the blanket at night. In autumn, when children have weaker resistance, they are most prone to catching colds. Cheng Zi was introducing a sleeping bag to the couple. "This one is also good. My baby at home is using it. All the products are carefully selected by my wife and me, so you can rest assured." Just based on Cheng Zhao's Malaysian proficiency, the couple already had a good impression of him and were quite appreciative. They ended up buying everything Cheng Zi recommended. Indeed, the quality was very good, showing that both he and his wife took care in selecting products. "Do you also have a baby at home?" the woman asked, holding several pieces of clothing. Cheng Zi replied with a smile, "Yes. I never expected you to get married and have a child at such a young age." The man next to her looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Weren't we also very young when we were together?" "Yes, I thought we were early enough back then, but now it seems similar." The three chatted and laughed, and in the end, the couple bought a bunch of things. At the checkout, Cheng Zi asked, "Sir, madam, did you drive here? Do you need me to drive you back?" "No, thank you. We drove here." The woman shook her head. As she finished speaking, a faint baby's cry came from the back room. Maybe their child was awakened. Song Mian put down what she was doing, picked up the babies one by one, and placed them in the stroller. Each one woke up and, not seeing their parents, cried uncontrollably, their eyes still red. Strange, why did they wake up so early today? They only slept for half an hour, Song Mian wondered. Wow, are these quadruplets? Are they all your babies? So cute. The Malaysian couple who hadn't left yet saw 4 babies being brought out, looking astonished. Initially, they thought there was only one child, but suddenly, 4 popped out. They must be really good at giving birth. Yes, quadruplets, Cheng Zi smiled. The woman couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You guys are amazing, 4 of them. How did you manage to give birth to all these? She then turned to Song Mian at the cash register and asked, with so many children, how do you maintain such a good figure? Song Mian only heard her speak gibberish, not understanding a word. Seeing her manner, it was certain she couldn't leave her and the babies alone. They chatted a while longer before the couple finally left. Song My Amian looked at Cheng Zi curiously and asked, "When did you learn Malaysian?" "I studied it for a while before, still remember a bit, and it came in handy today," Cheng Zi answered. Song My Amian expressed doubt. "Is that really so?" "Yes." Song My Amian wanted to ask more, but at that moment, several customers came to check out, quickly distracting her. It was busy until late afternoon when the number of customers gradually decreased. Song My Amian went to the side room to feed the babies, while Cheng Zi handled the cashier. Placing the babies on the bed, she smelled a strange odor, opening up the diapers of the eldest and the quadruplets. A bunch of yellowish stuff emitted a strange odor. "Oh no, they pooped again. Eldest, quadruplets, you pooped again. It stinks." Song My Amian fanned her nose with her hand, pretending to be disgusted. This made the two babies giggle. She brought a basin of warm water, washed their little bottoms, lightly patted the eldest's bottom, sprinkled some baby powder, and put on a fresh diaper. The quadruplets kicked their legs with vigor, making little sounds. "Quadruplets, stop moving. Let mommy change your diaper." Song My Amian tried to hold down the little one's feet, but she kept struggling. In the past, she would have been more lenient, but now she had to be strict in disciplining them. Otherwise, they would be wild in the future. After successfully securing her legs, she lifted her up slightly, making the diaper change swift. Wow, the second baby looked over, smiling. After changing the eldest and quadruplets, it was time for the second and third baby. These two had not pooped, making it easier to clean them with wet wipes. After changing them, she placed them in the stroller and took them outside. At that time, the store wasn't very crowded, not during the peak hours, but it would get busy again around 7 o'clock. "Darling, are you hungry? I'll go buy something nearby to fill your stomach." Seeing Song My Amian coming out of the room, Cheng Zi asked, "Okay." Busy all afternoon, she didn't realize she was hungry until now. Feeling her stomach rumble, Cheng Zi went out and quickly returned with a bunch of food. They were all snacks. Surprisingly, this street had a wide variety of food to offer, and the aroma made Song My Amian even hungrier. Wang Jing rushed in and asked, "Brother, what did you buy? It smells so good. Let's have some snacks to fill our stomachs. We can cook dinner when we get back." After finishing the snacks, they resumed another round of work. The leaflets for the day were distributed. Wang Jing helped with the packing, while Cheng Zi was at the cashier. Song My Amian was incredibly busy, running around here and there. Just a pair of hands numbly packing, still packing. Tired. "It's not too late to regret now," Cheng Zi teased from the side. Wang Jing immediately responded, "Regret? It's impossible to regret. Can never regret in this lifetime. I said I want to make big money with you, then I have to follow you." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, "Tired, so what? It's worth it. A young man who doesn't work hard will regret it when he's old." That saying didn't come for nothing. Cheng Zi forcefully hammered his shoulder. It caused him to stumble. On the way home, he sat with no spirit in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. When they arrived home, Cheng Zi prepared to cook. It was getting late, and Wang Jing said, "I won't eat. I'll head back first. See you in the morning." "Sure. Be safe on the road." Cheng Zi nodded, going to the kitchen to make 2 bowls of noodles. It was too late, had to make do with eating something. Song My Amian was clearly hungry, busy with the opening these days, neglecting the fact that she was still breastfeeding. The easiest to get hungry. 1 bowl isn't enough to eat. When going to bed at night, something came to mind. Cheng Zi asked, "Did Mom have something to do when she went back that day?" "In a rush. Mom said her friend had some trouble, so she went back to the countryside. She come back in a few days." Song My Amian thought and said, "Today she specifically went back to the old neighborhood to see for herself if her mom wasn't there, then made a call to confirm. Before leaving 2 days ago, she mentioned there was something going on but didn't specify. She only found out today. When Mom comes back, things will be much easier. At least the babies will have someone to look after them. The husband won't be too tired." "Great. No rush." Cheng Zi patted her head. "Wife, about the variety set we bought for the baby. Do you think we should wholesale some to sell?" "Huh?" Song My Amian was a bit puzzled. "Look, many of our consumers are pregnant or expecting mothers who may find choosing products a bit overwhelming. What if we put together a set of baby items in a box? such as bottles, pacifiers, breast pumps, and baby clothes and hats, all in one set. Expecting mothers won't have to face so many choices. Isn't having everything ready a good idea? After listening, Song My-Amian felt that this was indeed a very reasonable idea. She hadn't thought of it before, and had only been introducing to mothers. Indeed, buying this set would eliminate the need to make choices. She really doesn't have a business mind. Sure, I'm okay with it, Song My-Amian said. Cheng Zi searched through a wholesale app on his phone and found a bunch of variety sets. Finally settled on the variety set the babies had previously bought, and another affordable set. The more affordable one would be more acceptable to everyone. If the family has the means, they can go for the expensive set, otherwise, the regular one would be fine. Then he also wholesaled some baby down jackets and cotton jackets, as it would soon be winter. Better to be prepared. Honey, what about this? Baby cotton jackets, all in one. Looks quite warm. Should we buy a few for the babies? Just as Cheng Zi was about to close his phone, Song My-Amian mentioned. Cheng Zi nodded after seeing it. Sure, wholesale some. Put them in the warehouse first. We can hang them up for sale when winter comes. Working until late at night, Song My-Amian was extremely tired. She yawned several times in a row. Wife, you should go to sleep soon. You have class tomorrow. Don't force yourself. Then I'll go to sleep. Just as she spoke, 2 minutes passed and soon Song My-Amian's steady breathing could be heard. About to close his eyes and sleep, he heard one of the little ones starting to fuss again. Despite feeling tired, he got up to check. The child had kicked open the zipper of the sleeping bag, with both legs sticking out and kicking around, mumbling. She was even more excited to see her father, using both hands and feet. You have quite a strong grip, which in-law will take you in the future. Cheng Zi went over and pinched her little face, smiling. Yay! The child smiled, and Cheng Zi indulgently put her legs back in the sleeping bag, but before he could finish, he got kicked in the face by her. It hurt, and he took a sharp breath. This child is really strong, even comparable to their older siblings. Getting kicked, Cheng Zi fixed her in the sleeping bag without giving her a chance to react. By the time she realized, her little body was already zipped up inside. The unhappiness was visible on her face. She was probably going to cry the next moment. Can't move, huh? This won't work on me anymore. Go to sleep. Look at your brothers and sisters all sleeping soundly. Only you, a little night owl, still playing around. The older siblings were lying obediently there, fast asleep. Seeing that the little one didn't sleep, he had to pick her up and walk around in circles to comfort her. Sure enough, this method worked. After 3 rounds she fell asleep. Gently placing her back in bed, Cheng Zi yawned. He was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. Activating his power nap skill, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, after having breakfast together, the couple headed to the store. Song My-Amian didn't have classes in the morning, only in the afternoon. Wang Jing also arrived early. He didn't go back to school and stayed overnight at a hotel, just like Song My-Amian, with no classes in the morning. Bro, the baking tools will be delivered soon, Wang Jing said. Cheng Zi nodded. The tools would have to be stored in the back room since there was no other space. It was almost 8 o'clock, time to start business. Cheng Zi looked at Wang Jing and said, the batch of goods I ordered is about to arrive. Let's go together later and bring another batch to the store. There aren't enough to sell here. Mainly because he had to sign for them. Okay, no problem. The baking tools that the crew sent arrived on time and were installed before leaving. Hey, not bad. I was expecting them to take up more space. Looking at the installed tools, Wang Jing smiled. The patterns made them seem quite large. Cheng Zi nodded. It was just right and wouldn't make the room feel cramped. Checking the time, it was already 8 o'clock. Let's go. It's time to open for business. All right. Song My-Amian was already behind the checkout counter with the baby strollers placed behind her. The little ones looked around curiously. In the afternoon, we'll make some desserts, like pastries, to give to customers who come to buy things. Doing business requires being good with people. This way we can retain many repeat customers. 2 people are handing out flyers outside, with good efficiency. Plus, Cheng Zi has a handsome and charming face, and he speaks well. People passing by can't help but come into the store after just one glance. This handsome guy is so handsome. One girl passing by covers her face with both hands. Don't keep looking. he's married with children. The girl in black next to her says, "How do you know?" "I went into this store yesterday, and their kids were all there. Especially cute." At this point, the girl in black smiled mischievously. For babies, all of them with high levels of cuteness, especially the small girl, so young and adorable, with big, sparkling eyes. She smiles at people. Seeing this smile, it's awkward not to buy anything. "Really?" the girl asked, almost unable to believe that someone so young and handsome as him had already gotten married and had children. Such a pity. As for children, she wasn't interested. Whining, finally meeting a handsome guy, only to find out he's married. Painful. "Really? Why would I lie to you? I'll take you to see for yourself." The two walked into the store and immediately noticed for baby strollers behind the cashier. 4. The girl widened her eyes in shock. "Yes, I just mentioned it, right? These babies are so cute," the girl in black said with a smile. The girl was surprised to find out that someone really had for children in reality. How terrifying. The cashier is his wife, very beautiful, and has a great figure. The girl in black envied. "Excuse me, can I help you two with something?" Song Mi and Mian, seeing the two standing there, thought they couldn't find what they were looking for, so she went forward to ask. Well, we're here to see the babies, and also to buy some children's clothes to give to our relatives." The girl in black smiled awkwardly. "The clothes are over there, come with me." Song Mi and Mian smiled slightly and led them to the children's clothing area. "How old are your relatives' children?" she asked. The girl in black thought for a moment and said, "About 5 months. Is it a boy or a girl?" "A boy." Song Mi and Mian smiled and picked up a small piece of clothing hanging on one of the racks. "How about this one? My child also wears this brand. The quality is very good. You can totally trust it." The girl in black said, "Then I'll take this one." The girl next to her asked, "Boss, are all those for babies yours?" She wanted to confirm. Song Mi and Mian nodded, "Yes." "Can we take a picture with the babies?" the girl in black excitedly asked. "I'll help promote your store on my social media." "Of course." "Great, thank you." After buying the clothes, the girl in black looked over at the 4 babies and then squatted in front of the baby stroller, asking Song Mi and Mian to take a picture. The babies were all curious, looking at this big sister. After the photo was taken, the girl in black looked at the picture on her phone, her eyes sparkling. "So cute, right? Those little eyes are so adorable. Even looking at them through the screen, I can't help but love them." In the future, when she gets married, she also wants to have such a cute baby. "Look, isn't it cute?" She showed the picture to the girl next to her. The girl, who initially thought it was a pity that Cheng Zi got married so early, now, seeing his wife and the babies, completely changed her opinion. They have a good eye. They acted early. You have to admit, the babies are really super cute. Cheng Zi had almost finished handing out flyers when the person who just made a delivery called him to come sign something quickly. "Wife, I'm going with Wang Jing to pick up the goods. We'll be back soon." "Got it."